Once a king-level Beastmaster, Yifan is reborn in his youth. Due to being assessed with a D-level Beastmaster talent, he is only qualified to have a low-quality bloodline fire dog. However, he has stood at the peak of Beastmasters for many years and is well-versed in the evolution paths of various beasts. He is now contemplating whether to evolve this fire dog into a Flame Qilin or an Undying Divine Wolf. This is an era where Beastmasters are prevalent, and everyone has a beast. Yifan is starting over and vows to leave no regrets. In this life, he will annihilate his enemies, eliminate the wicked, and is determined to reclaim everything he has lost. Ultimately, he will lead his beast army to explore various secret realms and sweep through the dark forest. Chapter 1. Everything starts again. Look, isn't that Yifan, the top candidate from Ping City Middle School? He's really been placed in a regular class. So what if he was the top candidate? His Beastmaster talent was assessed as D-level, which is barely passable. Just being able to attend high school here is already good enough. Such a pity. I heard before that the principal said he would become a powerful Beastmaster in the future. What good is theory if the talent is lacking? If his talent is poor, he won't be able to control beasts. Who knows if he'll even get into college? At Ping City High School, Yifan walked through the hallways towards the classroom at the far end of the floor. He heard the onlookers clearly, but he did not argue back. Beastmaster talent holds an incredibly important position in Ping City and the entire world. Since the mysterious aura appeared on Earth thousands of years ago, various monster-like creatures replaced the original animals, and Beastmasters gained prominence. At the age of 15, after undergoing a poll, a person's beast space will open, allowing them to sign contracts with various monsters for control. This process is also called awakening. After awakening, everyone will have a Beastmaster talent, which can enhance their beast abilities in various aspects. Based on the extent of enhancement, the talent is graded from D to A, divided into 4 levels. D-level is not the lowest, but reaching D-level means one can enter the field and become a qualified Beastmaster in later years. This talent grading became a criterion for various evaluations, most directly impacting people like Yifan. Before high school, he was the best in Beastmaster theoretical knowledge throughout Ping City. But with a D-level talent, he was still placed in a regular class. Who says D-level will always be D-level? At the entrance of the regular class, Yifan paused, glanced at the number on the door, and a smile appeared on his face. He was too familiar with this place, or rather, in his previous life, this was his origin, the light of Ping City, bringing countless glories to Ping City. In his previous life, despite being D-level, he swept through countless talents in this cohort and left Ping City. Lacking talent does not mean one cannot become strong. After decades of effort, he ultimately became a king-level Beastmaster, ranking among the top 10 in the entire Eastern Kingdom. Unfortunately, he was ultimately betrayed by a petty person. In search of the legendary Beastmaster holy artifact, he led his trusted companions into an ancient secret realm, only to be betrayed by his brother, awakening the legendary Emperor-level beast, the time-space dragon that he fought valiantly, but was ultimately no match for the legendary Emperor-level beast. Before dying, he looked at the treacherous smile of his once comrade and detonated the holy artifact he obtained, instantly killing the time-space dragon, but not the traitor. This was the beginning of his Beastmaster career. His talent did not change, but everything was already completely different. Is this a chance to start over? Muttering to himself, Yifan looked at his wrist, where there was a dragon-shaped pattern. The time-space dragon, his rebirth, should be closely related to it. After pondering for a moment, Yifan turned around, shifting his gaze to the other side of the corridor. There, in the elite class, were the top talents in Beastmaster talent of this cohort. The person who betrayed him was also there, and it was only before his death that he realized the hatred between them was already deeply entrenched. He had just concealed it well. In my previous life, I swept through Ping City High School in 3 years. In this life, it will be even faster. You all better be ready for me. Yifan, why are you only just arriving? Hurry up and come over. In the corner, a chubby boy called out softly. Seeing him, Yifan's eyes lit up with a smile as he quickly walked over and sat down beside him. This boy was his childhood friend and longtime buddy, named Liu, also known as Li Fatty. I didn't expect that we would end up in the same class in high school. Li Fatty seemed to sense Yifan's bad mood and sighed, then quickly smiled. But it's okay, D-level is just D-level. Who says a D-level talent can't become a genius? Look at the 4 young masters of the capital. Aren't they all D-level, each with a permanent level beast? They're all low quality. How could that be possible? Li Fatty, hearing Yifan's words, expressed disbelief. Didn't they say that Ping City would distribute some high-potential beasts to the students this year? That's for the elite and outstanding classes. We have no share in that. Yifan scoffed at this. Beasts, like humans, are also classified, their potential varies. Once their potential is exhausted, it means that the beast has no room for improvement. Low-quality bloodline beasts typically only grow to the bronze level, and whether they can even become silver depends on luck. Silver level is just the beginning. The strength levels of beasts start from black iron, then bronze, silver, gold, eternal, starshine, glory, etc. Each level is a chasm, and the strength is vastly different. So we really have nothing, Fatty said, a bit dejected. Only low-quality ones isn't that the same as what you can buy on the street. At least it's free, and you can't just buy beasts whenever you want to the limit. Yifan replied seriously, low quality isn't necessarily bad, they can still become powerful beasts. Low quality is too difficult, it's hard to grow to elite. Fatty was somewhat helpless, but could only nod in agreement. Before he finished speaking, a serious voice echoed from the classroom's loudspeaker. Everyone be quiet. All come to the playground for bee selection. The classroom immediately buzzed with excitement, and Fatty grabbed Yifan, getting excited again. Let's go, let's go. Even roadside goods are free. Who knows what treasures we might find? Yifan stood up, his eyes narrowing at Fatty's words. You never know. Soon, a group of them arrived at the playground, where only their class was present to avoid chaos, and selections were made in batches. On the bee selection platform, the bees stood lined up, all low quality, but they looked fierce and were certainly much stronger than ordinary people. Yifan, which beast do you want to select? On the platform, the teacher was explaining the selection rules, while Fatty excitedly pointed at one of the beasts, saying that crocodile beast must be very powerful. Choose that one. That's not a crocodile beast, it's a fierce lizard. Glancing at that beast, Yifan shook his head. It looks impressive, but its speed is very slow, and its defense isn't strong enough. It's a lizard-type beast. Hearing this, Fatty deflated, clearly believing his theoretical master friend was correct that I suggest you choose that sun snake. After glancing at Fatty, Yifan said, that beast performs well in all aspects among low-quality beasts, and it's naturally poisonous. With your talent for toxin enhancement, pairing with this beast, entering silver level in the future shouldn't be difficult. Can we get a silver? Upon hearing this, Fatty's eyes lit up. Then I'll choose that one. Yifan nodded and said nothing, a smile in his eyes. In his previous life, his childhood friend really did choose that troublesome fire lizard, and he didn't even make it to silver level after graduation, failing to get into the worst university to end this new life. Although he still had a great vengeance to avenge, helping his childhood friend a bit was also nice. Soon, the selection ceremony began, and Fatty took the lead, excitedly shouting to Yifan after choosing the sun snake. Yifan, on the other hand, went through the selection a few times and finally locked in a beast. Yifan, why did you choose this beast? Fatty came over and frowned when he saw Yifan's choice. This beast is something even I know, a fire dog. Besides having a higher body temperature, it has no other use, it's almost the worst in the low tier. I know, Yifan nodded. If you know, then why? Chill. Yifan raised a finger, looking at Fatty with a suddenly deep tone. Fatty, there are no weakest beasts, only the weakest beastmasters. Chapter 2. Beast Space. There are no weakest beasts, only the weakest beastmasters? Fatty was stunned by these words. Clearly, in this era that highly valued beastmaster talent, this statement had a huge impact on him. There was no theoretical knowledge in high school, it was basically all practical. On the first day of school, the only task was to select beasts, and once selected, students could freely interact with their beasts to get familiar with them. Once inside, Yifan closed the door, cautiously ensuring no one was around before sitting down. Calming his mind, Yifan took a deep breath and then silently chanted, Beast Space. Beast Space is a special space that every beastmaster has upon awakening, capable of housing beasts, but starts off empty and can only accommodate a limited number of beasts. The moment he finished chanting, Yifan's vision spun, and when it cleared, he found himself in a paradise-like place. There were mountains and rivers, and a small house where the fire dog he had chosen was napping outside. Success. Seeing the fire dog appear here, a happy expression appeared in Yifan's eyes. He scanned the surroundings, and at the same time, the mark on his arm lit up. A vast amount of information flooded into Yifan's mind, and moments later, he opened his eyes with a hint of uncontrollable excitement. This was what he had fought hard to obtain back then, the legendary Beast Sacred Artifact, which had merged with his Beast Space and the Time and Space Dragon during the Great Explosion to become this treasure. The mark on his arm was his Beast Space, and just now, it had conveyed everything about this space to him. Here, there was abundant energy, making it very suitable for beasts to thrive. Beasts here could achieve the most effective growth. Moreover, The space had various mysteries, which would gradually unfold along with the beast's growth. And now, one of the key mysteries displayed by this space was that the time flow rate between the inner and outer worlds was 30-1. Staying here for 30 days equated to only 1 day passing outside. Such a thing was truly a treasure of the world, the beast's sacred artifact. With such a treasure, keeping beasts here will make everything much easier, Yifan said as he stroked the fire dog beside him, which was affectionately rubbing against his arm, sending a wave of warmth due to its naturally high body temperature. The fire dog was not useless. Its bloodline often contained a trace of the high-level hellhound bloodline, but it was rare and difficult to awaken. However, even if it couldn't awaken, as long as it grew, it could wield fire and unleash terrifying destructive power. Crucially, due to its bloodline heritage, its growth was not limited by the inferior quality of its bloodline. As long as it could endure and find enough heavenly materials and treasures to cultivate it to eternal or even glory level, it was not impossible. He dared to choose the fire dog because he naturally had ways to unleash its potential, whether through the various cultivation methods he knew or the heavenly materials and treasures found in ruins, that all of which could ensure that his fire dog would show terrifying strength in the future. And now, having learned of the power of this space, Yifan felt even more confident in his choice. 1 day here could equal 100 days of effort. This neglected fire dog will soon leave everyone in shock. Looking at the fire dog, Yifan's eyes were filled with smiles. After a moment, his gaze shifted to the area next to the small house. There was a patch of land. If I could bring beasts in, then those spiritual herbs and medicines must also be transplantable. Thinking of this, Yifan's eyes lit up. In his previous life, he had become a king-level beastmaster and had seen many heavenly materials and treasures, but each of them required a long time to mature, and harvesting one meant waiting for the next, ranging from a few years to over 100 years. But if he found spiritual herbs and medicines and transplanted them here, wouldn't that? The beast's sacred artifact is truly terrifying. Exclaiming in wonder, Yifan looked at the fire dog beside him, patted its head, and then closed his eyes as the scene spun. When he opened his eyes again, Yifan found himself back in his dormitory. At this moment, the sky outside was still bright, and only a short time had passed. Estimating the time he had spent inside, comparing both, it was indeed 30-1. Looking at the quiet dormitory, Yifan let out a long breath, and then his expression turned cold. For example, the new student trial in 3 months. The new student trial was naturally very different from the ancient trial he explored in his previous life. It was built by the school itself, and was the lowest tier of the Misty realm, with not much good stuff inside. However, having gone through it once, Yifan knew that there was a rare treasure in this year's Misty realm. 3 months is enough time for me to strengthen myself. That treasure must be mine. Taking a deep breath, Yifan finally calmed down, sitting cross-legged as his breathing gradually became rhythmic. Ordinary people usually practice the common breathing methods provided by the school. These methods had high universality, and almost everyone could practice them, but their upper limits were low, providing little enhancement to beastmasters and the number of beasts they could summon. He was naturally different in his previous life. He had seen hundreds of advanced breathing methods, many of which had terrifying effects. For example, the one he was currently using was the most top tier among these breathing methods, the entry to Saint method, reputed to be the most domineering breathing method in the world, divided into 4 major realms: whale swallowing, silkworm eating, dragon sucking, and ant devouring, transforming all energy into oneself. Cultivating to the ultimate level could transcend the mundane and enter the saint. HAS the breathing method operated. Yifan suddenly opened his mouth to take a breath, and it was as if a whale was breathing. The surrounding air was instantly sucked dry and flowed into Yifan's mouth. The surrounding space was filled with energy, and with just one breath, Yifan's body began to shine. First layer. With the experience from his previous life, Yifan easily entered the threshold of this breathing method. Once again opening his mouth, Yifan slowly exhaled, his eyes suddenly opening, with lights swirling within them. The entry to Saint method is indeed domineering. The first layer of whale swallowing is just one mouthful. Regardless of whether it's energy or air, it all transforms to replenish myself. This one breath is at least equivalent to the results of dozens of days of ordinary breathing methods. Saying this, Yifan stood up. The whale swallowing method relies on volume. Since he hadn't entered the second layer, silkworm eating, his internal energy was almost overflowing and needed some time to expend. I feel like I could punch a cow to death. Swinging his arm, Yi Fan's lips curled up, his eyes shining with a hint of light. With a super strong breathing method and a unique beast space, in this life his start was already set to maximum, plus the experience from his last life. D rank? What of it? Chapter 3. Delivered to your door after spending a long time in the Beastmaster space. Yi Fan only exited after the second round of devouring. At this moment, the sky outside had just turned dark, and he had already been in the Beastmaster space for 7 or 8 days. Just as he exited, Yi Fan was looking out the window, trying to digest what he had gained in recent days. At that moment, his phone on the table rang urgently. Fatty? Picking up the phone and glancing at it, Yi Fan showed a puzzled expression. Shouldn't this guy be cuddling that fiery sun snake right now? Why is he calling me? Beep. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Fan answered the call, and as soon as he did, Li Fatty's anxious voice came through. Yi Fan, Deng Chong and Ji Feng want to steal my beast. Steal your beast? Hearing this, Yi Fan frowned. Choosing a beast is voluntary. How can they just take it? They said that beast was theirs first, and I snatched it away. Li Fatty spoke urgently. They found 7 or 8 people and said they want to duel me for the beast. If I lose, I have to give it to them. What about the teacher? Doesn't the teacher care? The teacher is in class. They cornered me in the teaching building. Right now, I'm in the bathroom next to the teaching building. Fatty's voice seemed a bit fearful. Yi Fan, come save me quickly, or my beast will be gone. Just wait for me in the bathroom and hold them off. Click. Yi Fan hung up the phone and headed towards the school. He had just found a decent beast for Li Fatty, hoping that he could achieve something in this life. And now these guys want to steal his beast. These two are notorious bullies in the ordinary class of the school. In his previous life, before he rose to prominence, both he and Fatty had suffered at their hands. Deng Chong and Ji Feng, these two bastards, if I don't come looking for you, you dare to come to me, looking for death. Heh, you fat dead man, hiding in the bathroom thinking we can't find you? Are you scared? In an empty classroom of the teaching building, Deng Chong and Ji Feng, along with 7 or 8 others, surrounded Fatty in the middle, mocking him back and forth. Fatty's face turned red, his fists clenched tightly. Hey, still clenching your fists? Who are you trying to scare? Deng Chong saw Fatty's action and pushed him hard, almost knocking him to the ground. Don't act tough. If this was middle school, maybe we wouldn't dare to touch you because of your so-called theoretical master friend. But now it's different. Your friend is a waste. Just like us. Who's afraid of him? You better hand over that fiery sun snake of yours. I inquired. And that fiery sun snake is the strongest in this batch of beasts. Do you even deserve to use it? Hurry up and give it to me. As he spoke, Deng Chong grabbed Li Fatty and, with a tight fist, punched him in the face, then threw him aside. The group closed in again, and Deng Chong leaned forward. Don't say I bullied you. Either you duel me like a man for the beast, or just hand it over. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rough. Saying this, Deng Chong raised his fist again. I compare. At this moment, Fatty couldn't hold back anymore and could only speak up. What? Hearing this, Deng Chong laughed. What did you just say? The group burst into laughter, and Deng Chong stepped on Li Fatty, leaning down, tilting his ear, and with a mocking expression said, What did you just say? I didn't hear clearly. Li Fatty, being stepped on the chest, felt a surge of anger and struggled to speak. I said, He said, let me compare. Before he finished speaking, a voice interrupted. Deng Chong froze for a moment, turning his head to see Yi Fan stepping into the open area. Yi Fan. Seeing Yi Fan, Deng Chong seemed a bit intimidated. Are you here to back him up? What's wrong? Is that not allowed? Yi Fan spoke, taking a step forward, his gaze sweeping over each person one by one. In that moment, containing the anger of a king-level beast master, everyone instinctively shrank back, wanting to retreat. They were intimidated, and even Deng Chong couldn't suppress his urge to back off. But seeing so many people around him, he seemed to gain confidence. You want to compare? Fine, let's compare. If you lose, you have to hand over your beast. I lose. This sentence made Deng Chong laugh. Yi Fan, you're still stuck in the past. It's not just about being good on paper now. Deng Chong's careless attitude seemed to anger him further. If I lose, I'll give you my beast. I don't want your trash beasts. Yi Fan shook his head. I want a seed of the fiery fruit from the 100 Herb Hall. The fiery fruit seed is worth 10,000. Hearing this, Deng Chong hesitated. But soon, that hesitation turned into confidence. Let's gamble. Swish. After saying that, Deng Chong waved his hand, and in a flash of light, a beast resembling a pangolin appeared in front of him. Cloud Armor Beast. Seeing this beast, Yi Fan understood a bit. It was a beast with some innate resistance to toxins. No wonder Deng Chong was so persistent about Fatty. It turned out it was just right to counter Fatty's beast. However, that was all. After speaking, Yi Fan also waved his palm, and the fire dog appeared in front of everyone. Fire dog, you dare take out such a trash beast? Seeing the beast Yi Fan summoned, Deng Chong laughed loudly, and then raised his hand again. Beast, sharp tooth. Light gathered on the Cloud Armor Beast, and visibly, its teeth became sharper. Sharp tooth, level talent. The ability is to make the beast's teeth a bit sharper, providing some enhancement for beasts that attack with their teeth. Yifan naturally wouldn't hide his strength either. Raising his hand and gathering light. Beast, ascend. Under the light, the fire dog's size slightly increased, and its form seemed to change a bit. This was his talent, ascend, which enhances all attributes of the beast. It sounds domineering, but the increase is very small. Is this really ascend? Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Seeing this scene, Deng Chong became even more arrogant, commanding his beast, Cloud Armor Beast, charge directly. Bang bang. With the command, the Cloud Armor Beast charged towards the fire dog at an unexpectedly fast speed. Yifan watched this scene and also smiled. Charge, then bite. Deng Chong, your plan is quite beautiful. Fire dog, step to the right and collide with it, hit its head. Almost at the moment when the Cloud Armor Beast was about to collide with the fire dog, Yifan shouted. The fire dog quickly reacted, moving to the right, causing the Cloud Armor Beast to lose its momentum. Before it could react, the fire dog howled and crashed heavily into its head. Boom, boom, boom. With that crash, the Cloud Armor Beast rolled over 4 or 5 times and then lay there with its eyes rolled back, belly up. The air suddenly fell silent, and everyone looked at the Cloud Armor Beast that had lost its fighting ability, not reacting. Deng Chong's eyes were even dull, as if he couldn't comprehend what had just happened. I charged once and got taken out in a second? The Cloud Armor Beast was called the Cloud Armor Beast for a reason, meaning it had decent defense, but if you don't even understand the Cloud Armor Beast, thinking its belly is the only weakness, you don't realize that the entire body of the Cloud Armor Beast is covered with armor, except for its belly, which is only its brain that isn't protected. In this regard, your beast is quite similar to you. Deng Chong blankly raised his head and saw Yifan standing in front of him, looking down with a mocking smirk at the corner of his mouth. So, are you going to give me the fiery fruit seed now? Or are you going to cash it out directly? Chapter 4. A grudge formed. Deng Chong gritted his teeth, looking at Yifan's face full of mockery, feeling a bit angry. Yifan, don't get too complacent. My cousin is Deng Li from the Excellence class. Do you dare to mess with me? Deng Li from the Excellence class? Hearing this name, Yifan squinted his eyes. He had certainly heard of this person. In his past life, one could say he was well known, with top-level talent, considered one of the best in the Excellence class. However, after graduating from Pingcheng, he didn't go to university, but instead formed a ridiculous gang called the Dragon Strong Gang locally in Pingcheng, bullying others and extorting protection fees everywhere. Indeed, disliked people always gather together, Yifan said, kicking towards Deng Chong. After all, Yifan had practiced the saintly method, and although he had only gone through the process of devouring twice, the effect was obvious. With this kick, Deng Chong wanted to dodge, but ended up being kicked down by Yifan and crashed into the wall. Deng Chong struggled, and Yifan stepped on him, just like he had just stepped on the fat guy. Nearby, several of Deng Li's lackeys were startled and wanted to rush over to help. But Yifan shot them a cold glance. You'd better stay right where you are. As the words fell, they froze in place, truly stunned. Yifan saw this and scoffed. To put it bluntly, these guys were just bullies, and even without the pressure of a king level, the aura of a strong person was still present in his heart, easily intimidating a few little kids. Deng Chong, let me tell you. Yifan leaned down and said coldly, within 1 hour, either let your lackeys bring me the seeds of the fire fruit, or go call your cousin to bring them. 2 choices, you decide. I only give you 1 hour, 1 second more, and you will bear the consequences. After saying this, Yifan increased the strength of his foot, and Deng Chong found it hard to bear, quickly waving his hand. You all hurry and find my cousin. As soon as he spoke, the few lackeys who were already somewhat scared felt as if they had been pardoned and quickly ran out of the classroom. In the empty classroom, only Deng Chong, gasping for breath, remained, staring wide-eyed at Yifan. Yifan, let us call it a day. On the side, Fatty Li, seeing that they were really going to call for help, tugged at Yifan and whispered, people from the Excellence class are not easy to mess with. They all have at least level talent. Level 3. Even if a level 3 comes today, they still have to bring me the seeds of the fire fruit. Yifan snorted coldly, still not loosening his foot. Upon hearing this, Fatty Li shrank his head, looking at Yifan, and in his eyes, there was a hint of surprise. He remembered that his childhood friend wasn't like this. All this time, the other party had always been easygoing. In the past, when someone caused trouble, they chose to avoid conflict just like himself. Why had he become so domineering today? Fatty, blindly enduring will only make others think you're easy to bully. Seemingly seeing through Fatty's thoughts, Yifan spoke, if others don't offend me, I want to offend others. But if they do, they must pay the price. Understood. Fatty was taken aback, and after a moment, he nodded, not refuting. But his eyes showed some timidity. Yifan naturally saw Fatty's reaction. A smile appeared on his face. Fatty was inherently timid, and now with poor grades, being at the bottom of the level, it was normal to be afraid. Boom. Not long after, the classroom door was violently pushed open, and a man dressed in leather with a gloomy expression walked in. Upon entering and seeing Deng Chong, who was about to roll his eyes under Yi Fan's foot, the man's face revealed anger. Let him go. Where's the stuff I asked for? Yi Fan raised his eyes, looking at the famous Deng Li, and calmly said, The stuff? This caught Deng Li off guard, and the people around quickly gathered to explain what had happened. A seed of the fire fruit? Hearing this, Deng Li frowned and looked at Yi Fan. After pondering for a moment, Deng Li said, For my sake, let this matter go. Let it go? Yi Fan laughed, lifting his foot and stepping down again. It's only fair to honor a bet. Furthermore, how much is your face worth? Bastard. Hearing this, Deng Li got angry, his fist instantly tightening as he was about to strike Yi Fan. Yi Fan showed no fear, looking at him. Opposite, Deng Li had already raised his fist. But seeing Yi Fan's calm and even slightly expectant eyes, his heart sank. Why isn't this guy afraid? Does he have some confidence? Thoughts arose, and Deng Chong looked at his cousin with a frown. After hesitating for a moment, he lowered his fist. I'll give you 10,000 yuan. Let my cousin go. Suppressing his anger, Deng Li spoke. Seeing Deng Li actually stop his movement, Yi Fan was somewhat surprised but didn't mind. Nodding, 10,000 yuan is fine. Give it to him. Deng Li took out a stack of money and handed it to someone beside him. That person took the money and walked up to Yi Fan. Since that's the case, then let your cousin go. After receiving the money, Yi Fan said, lifting his foot, and Deng Chong almost crawled towards his cousin. Cousin, help me get revenge. Deng Chong's face was flushed red, being stepped on for so long. He had never suffered such humiliation in his life. Shut up. Deng Li scolded. This is school. Deng Chong was stunned by the scolding, seemingly not expecting his cousin, who had a very good relationship with him, to reprimand him. Whatever the matter is, we'll resolve it outside of school. Deng Li lowered his voice, patting Deng Chong's shoulder. Everyone here is a student. Outside of school, there are ways to handle it. Hearing this, Deng Chong smiled and nodded repeatedly. Let us go. With a wave of his hand, Deng Chong led a group of people away, glaring fiercely at Yi Fan before leaving. After they left, Yi Fan leisurely counted the money in his hand. After all, he was still in Pingxing at this time, and he was just starting out. Many resources were best acquired with money. It saved him some trouble. After counting exactly 100 bills, Yi Fan patted the money and squeezed it in his hand. Yi Fan, did you just hear what Deng Li said? It seems like he wants to find someone to deal with us outside of school. Fatty cautiously approached, his tone somewhat fearful. Let him find. Yi Fan didn't care. He wanted the other party to go find Deng Li, which was to create enmity with him and vent the grievances his parents suffered in his past life. What kind of people can a future local thug boss find? At most, they are just some local ruffians, weaklings below black iron level. Give himself a few days to deal with them, it would be easy. But what if you're not around? If I'm alone? I can't even handle Deng Chong. Watching Fatty anxiously pacing back and forth, Yi Fan suddenly felt a bit desolate. Thinking about it, Fatty Li had always treated him well. During the hardest times in high school, he never changed his attitude towards him because of his changes. Whether it was when he was tested to have high-level talent or when he became the future light of Pingxing. The only regret was that Fatty's beast taming talent wasn't great. In his past life, due to the growing gap in beast taming levels, they barely had the chance to meet, let alone fight side by side. Thinking about this, Yi Fan suddenly smiled. Fatty. Seeing Fatty Li getting anxious again, Yi Fan suddenly spoke. Do you want to become a powerful beast tamer? This made Fatty Li stunned, hesitatingly saying, I want to, but my talent it's fine. Yi Fan nodded, patting Fatty Li's shoulder, then walked towards the classroom door. Come with me. Chapter 5, The Tasty Method. Fatty Li looked puzzled, but still followed Yi Fan. Fatty, I'm going to teach you a breathing method now. Yi Fan looked at Fatty Li and slowly spoke. What? As soon as Yi Fan spoke, Fatty Li was shocked. Breathing methods are not something that can be casually given out. They relate to the foundation of beast tamers. Aside from the universal breathing methods, even any ordinary breathing method is worth millions. If it's a very strong one, it's no exaggeration to say it's priceless. Just a breathing method. Yi Fan spoke, then seriously said, the breathing method I'll teach you, while not the best in the world, is, in a sense, the most suitable for you. This is too precious. Fatty Li hesitated. You and I have years of friendship, which is even more precious. Yi Fan shook his head, looked at the chubby guy, and said solemnly, the breathing technique I'm passing to you is called the Taotai method. This Taotai method is very simple. It just requires you to eat all kinds of things, all kinds of food, even rare treasures from heaven and earth. After eating, you can operate the Taotai method to perfectly digest and convert the energy of what you've consumed to replenish yourself. Taotai method? Upon hearing this name, the chubby guy shuddered. Taotai, one of the ancient four fiends, is said to be a beast that can swallow the sun and devour the moon. A breathing technique named after Taotai is definitely a top tier one. The Taotai method has a total of 7 levels. With each level you ascend, The number of beasts you can control doubles, the conversion power increases, and you can consume even more. Ultimately, you can control hundreds of beasts. And even precious metal ores can be converted for your use. Yifan didn't explain much, just said, "Next, I will tell you the method of the Taotai method. You need to listen carefully to every word." Understood. The chubby guy nodded. With eyes closed, using breathing as a guide. He circulated the energy in his body as Yifan slowly spoke. The chubby guy furrowed his brows, trying hard to remember Yifan's words while also operating the breathing technique. Soon, as Yifan finished speaking, the chubby guy entered a state where energy fluctuations began to surround his body. Indeed, this Taotai method is the most suitable for the chubby guy. Seeing him enter the state so quickly, Yifan nodded slightly. The ability of the Taotai method is simple and straightforward, making it very easy to cultivate. It is most suitable for a gluttonous beast master like the chubby guy, who has average talent. The effect is also very simple and straightforward. The more you eat, the stronger you become, often winning with a number of beasts far exceeding that of ordinary people. In the past, the Taotai method was quite renowned. A breathing technique used by one of Yifan's enemies. It was said that the opponent obtained it from some Taotai-related ruins and cultivated it to the 6th level, allowing them to control dozens of powerful beasts, making them quite formidable among beast masters of the same rank. Yifan had to fight hard to defeat him, and he eventually acquired the Taotai method for himself. Yifan, having the holy method, naturally looked down on the Taotai method, but giving it to his childhood friend is still a good thing. As for how far the chubby guy can cultivate, that depends on his fortune. Before long, the chubby guy opened his eyes, clearly having grasped the basics. After running through the Taotai method once, his spirit and energy changed completely, shaking off his previous lethargy. This Taotai method is amazing. The first thing the chubby guy said, filled with shock, was, "I just learned it, and my beast space has gained another layer. I can now capture a second beast." That's just the beginning. Hearing this, Yifan smiled and shook his head. A second beast is nothing. Back in the day, that strong enemy of mine could unleash dozens of powerful beasts in one go, covering the sky and earth. Just the sight of it was enough to scare people. Looking at Yifan, the chubby guy cautiously asked, "How did you obtain such a precious breathing method?" Understood. At this moment, having experienced the power of the Taotai method, the chubby guy certainly knew what it meant, nodding repeatedly, his eyes filled with excitement as he looked at Yifan. It was clear that even for someone new to beast mastery, the chubby guy understood that acquiring the Taotai method meant he could become powerful without any cultivation difficulty. He just needed to eat and could grow stronger, and by following the method step by step, he would surely excel in the future. Yifan had given him a tremendous opportunity. "Yifan, such a precious thing. I, Li Yu, have no way to repay you." Just as he was speaking, a sudden rumble from his stomach interrupted him. The chubby guy's face turned red with embarrassment as he said, "This Taotai method consumes too much. I just had lunch. If I eat again and cultivate the Taotai method, you'll become a human Taotai in the future." Yifan smiled, seemingly imagining the chubby guy's future predicament, and added, "Don't mind others' opinions. As long as you are strong enough, even if you eat shit, no one will say anything, and some might even try to imitate you." That makes sense. The chubby guy nodded and hurriedly walked outside, saying, "I'm going to eat again right now." As the dormitory door opened and closed, Yifan smiled and shook his head. The chubby guy's last words were not finished, and he didn't want to hear any overly serious words of gratitude. He would pass the Taotai method to the chubby guy, naturally trusting him, but not completely. In his previous life, even brothers who fought alongside him for decades betrayed him. Human hearts are the most difficult to trust. Yifan wasn't very convinced. He could only say that at this moment, he believed the chubby guy wouldn't betray him. Or perhaps he lacked the courage to do so. Next, he needed to get down to business. After a moment of contemplation, Yifan took out the previous 10,000 yuan, revealing a thoughtful expression. 10,000 yuan isn't a lot, but in his hands, it could accomplish many things. Let us go to the Spirit Herb Hall. After thinking for a while, Yifan came to a conclusion. If you want to improve the fastest, spirit herbs are the simplest and most direct method. His beast space was most suitable for planting spirit herbs. If he could get some spirit herbs now, he could feed them to his fire dog to help it quickly improve and also quickly cultivate spirit fruits for sale. Spirit fruits are quite precious. For example, the seeds of the fire fruit cost 10,000 yuan, but to successfully cultivate them takes at least several months, and the probability of failure is quite high. A single fire fruit is worth at least 50,000 yuan. If it's of high quality, it could even reach 100,000. Buying one seed for 10,000 yuan and planting it in the beast space, with the time flow, it could yield fruit in 3 to 5 days. And each fruit typically has 4 to 5 pieces. If he sells those, that would be 200,000. If he buys some high-grade ones to plant and sells them, it could easily exceed several 100,000. Having made up his mind, Yifan was never one to hesitate. He quickly left the dormitory. hailed a taxi at the school gate, and headed straight for the Spirit Herb Hall in the north of Ping City. On the roadside, Deng Chong was currently walking with his lackey, who was applying a swelling ointment to him. This Yifan simply doesn't know how to die. Brother Chong's cousin, Deng Li, is the boss of this area. Once you provoke Brother Deng, he'll never be able to leave the school for the rest of his life. Perhaps seeing Deng Chong in a bad mood, the lackey flattered him. As long as that Yifan dares to leave the school, Brother Li has plenty of ways to deal with him. When the time comes, Yifan will definitely be crying and begging Brother Chong for forgiveness. Exactly. This round of flattery made Deng Chong feel comfortable. He clapped his hands and said, not to brag, just based on my cousin's strength. As long as Yifan dares to come out, my cousin can surround him in the next second. This Yifan dared to step on me today. When the time comes, I'll make him cry and not be able to. Boom. Just as Deng Chong was boasting, a taxi sped by, splashing water all over them. The lackey was startled and pressed too hard, causing Deng Chong to grimace in pain. You dog, can't you drive without looking at the road? Damn, can't you see there are people on the roadside? Looking at the taxi, Deng Chong cursed, but the next second, through the broken back window of the taxi, he saw the person sitting inside. Yifan. Seeing that person, Deng Chong froze, then immediately burst into a rage. This bastard completely disregards my cousin? How long has it been since he ran out and splashed me with water? Almost instinctively, Deng Chong thought that this scene was a deliberate provocation by Yifan. Call my cousin and tell him Yifan has left the school. Let him find someone to block him at the school gate. Yes. I'll call Brother Li right now. Chapter 6. Buying medicine. Yifan naturally had no idea that he had provoked Deng Chong again. At this moment, he was closing his eyes and resting, contemplating some matters. Not long after, the taxi stopped at the entrance of the Spirit Herb Hall. Standing at the door, Yifan looked at the three familiar characters on the plaque of the Spirit Herb Hall, feeling somewhat as if he had entered another world. In the previous life, I had quite a bit of dealings with the Lingqiao Hall. There is more than one Lingqiao Hall in Pingqing. There are branches and cities across various provinces in the country, and there are many strong practitioners. Back in the day, it was considered a formidable power. I wonder if Master Ning is still around. If he is, it would be much easier to talk. With a thoughtful remark, Yifan walked towards the Lingqiao Hall. At the entrance, two attendants, seeing that a student had arrived, were somewhat distracted, but their professional ethics led them to greet him with a loud, welcome. Yifan nodded slightly and calmly stepped into the Lingqiao Hall. The hall has 3 floors, with the first floor mostly featuring ordinary mountain yams, which are not very expensive. And naturally, the effects are not very good either. Little brother, what do you want to buy? At the entrance, a female sales assistant approached Yifan with a professional smile and gently inquired, how do you know my name is Ning Shui? The attendant was taken aback upon hearing the boy's words. Hearing this, Yifan paused. He had visited the Lingqiao Hall many times in his previous life, and every time it was Ning Shui who received him, so he was used to it. However, having lived 2 lives, Yifan remained quite composed. He simply paused and pointed at the wall where the names of all the staff members were displayed with their photos. Ning Shui looked up, and on the wall, there was a prominent display of all the reception staff's photos. So that's how it is. Ning Shui smiled, realizing from her years of experience that this boy likely didn't have much money and probably didn't understand much about herbal medicine. Little brother, I recommend you buy this Yixiang fruit. It is picked from the southern mountain and tastes great. Feeding it to your beast can enhance its physique and increase its combat effectiveness. Yixiang fruit? Hearing Ning Shui's introduction, Yifan raised an eyebrow. As far as I know, the Yixiang fruit is only favored by some beasts for its aroma and has no other effects. Ning Shui was momentarily at a loss for words. Before she could explain, she saw Yifan lift his head and teasingly say, moreover, if too much Yixiang fruit is fed to the beast, it can easily become agitated. Are you referring to enhancing its combat effectiveness in that way? Upon hearing this, Ning Shui's face flushed red, and she instinctively took 2 steps back. The Yixiang fruit is useless for humans. Yifan glanced at Ning Shui and said, then looked at several baskets of spiritual herbs before shaking his head. Don't you have any Lihua fruits here? Lihua fruit? Yes. Yes. At this moment, Ning Shui realized that this boy clearly knew more than he appeared, and she quickly led Yifan to the 2nd floor. On the 2nd floor, there were various spiritual herbs and fruits. Upon entering, Yifan could clearly smell the fragrance of different spiritual herbs and fruits. The Lihua fruit is here. On a stand, there was a platter containing 7 or 8 fiery red fruits. This was the purpose of his visit, the Lihua fruit, which could enhance the fire power of fire-controlling beasts. How much? After inspecting the slightly wrinkled appearance of the Lihua fruits, Yifan frowned. It was obvious that these Lihua fruits were not fresh and were likely old stock. 50,000 each. Ning Shui spoke, seemingly sensing Yifan's dissatisfaction. She added, if you're not satisfied with these, I can get you the freshest ones produced today. Well, Yifan pondered, considering the price. 50,000 was about what he had expected. If he resold them, he probably wouldn't be able to get 50,000. Just close to that amount. Ning Xue stood by, watching Yi Fan without speaking, feeling inexplicably flustered, as if she were facing a significant figure. It was the first time she had felt this way in front of a boy. This boy, is he from a prominent family? Glancing at Yi Fan's profile, Ning Xue felt a bit restrained. Just then, Yi Fan seemed to have thought of something and suddenly asked, "Do you have lihua fruit seeds or transplantable rhizomes?" Seeds? This question took Ning Xue by surprise. Who would come to a Lingxiao hall specifically to buy seeds for cultivation? It seemed like a joke. She opened her mouth to say no, but faced with Yi Fan's deep, seemingly penetrating gaze, Ning Xue hesitated and finally said, "I'll ask the manager for you." Yi Fan nodded, and Ning Xue went upstairs. Soon, under her guidance, a middle-aged man wearing a hat and a long coat came down. "Which little brother wants to buy lihua fruit seeds?" The middle-aged man spoke with a strong voice. There were quite a few people buying medicine in the hall, and upon hearing this, they all turned to look. "That's me," Yi Fan spoke, narrowing his eyes as he looked at the middle-aged man. Ning Qinghai, the head of the Lingxiao Hall in Pingcheng, and a beast master close to the golden level. With him here, it would be easier to handle things. He was quick-witted and could save some trouble. "So it's this little brother." Seeing Yi Fan's appearance, Ning Qinghai was somewhat surprised, but still smiled widely and reproached Ning Xue. "A distinguished guest has come. Why aren't you welcoming him properly?" "Yes." Ning Xue nodded and quickly led Yi Fan upstairs. Soon, Yi Fan followed Ning Xue to the second floor, where Ning Qinghai was already seated at a table. He said to Yi Fan, "Please sit, have some tea." Yi Fan was somewhat averse to this formality, but since he was there to buy something, he sat down and casually took a sip of tea. Across from him, Ning Qinghai looked at Yi Fan and tentatively said, "Little brother, the seeds of the lihua fruit are not cheap. Usually, the Lingxiao Hall doesn't sell them. Lihua fruit isn't considered rare. Even the seeds are only around 10,000. Yi Fan spoke calmly. "The audience for lihua fruit is too small, aside from some specific beasts. No one would choose lihua fruit. Stronger herbs like Qiangjing grass have better effects and broader adaptability." Ning Qinghai was somewhat surprised, but having run a business for many years, he merely raised an eyebrow and followed Yi Fan's lead, saying, "So, little brother, you must have a beast that needs lihua fruit?" "Of course. May I ask, is it a fire dog?" Yi Fan interrupted Ning Qinghai, looking directly at him. "Ah, a fire dog, that makes sense." Ning Qinghai sighed, looking at Yi Fan thoughtfully. "In that case, the seeds of the lihua fruit will be 11,000 each, sold to you, little brother." "Ning Xue, go tell the cultivation hall to bring a lihua fruit rhizome for this little brother." "Rhizome?" Ning Xue was taken aback. But didn't he just say he was buying seeds? The rhizome was already cultivated. Its survival and yield rates were much higher, and the price would be at least double that of the seeds. "Little brother, you have a remarkable demeanor. Consider the rhizome as a way to make a friend." Ning Qinghai smiled and clasped his hands toward Yi Fan. "I hope you will visit our Lingxiao Hall more often in the future." "I will." Yi Fan nodded, not saying much more. Ning Xue, seeing this, quickly went downstairs. In a short while, she returned with a box. When she opened the box, there was a rhizome that had already sprouted leaves. "I understand." Yi Fan took the box and stood up to leave. On the first floor, Yi Fan bought some more herbal seeds and finally paid with a card before leaving, with Ning Xue accompanying him the whole time. As she watched Yi Fan leave, Ning Xue turned around and ran upstairs. "Master Ning, that boy has left." Ning Xue hurriedly reported on the second floor. "I know." Ning Qinghai nodded, and, seeing Ning Xue's puzzled expression, spoke. "Are you curious why I treated that boy so well?" "Yes." Ning Xue nodded, speaking frankly. "That boy is somewhat different. He is unusually composed for his age and seems quite knowledgeable. However, his attire and accessories are very ordinary. Unlike someone from a prominent background. 3,000 for a rhizome. Even if the cultivation cost is over 20,000, giving him 30,000 just to make a friend seems unworthy. Haha, you still lack a bit of insight when it comes to reading people." Hearing this, Ning Qinghai shook his head. "How so? A boy from an ordinary family wouldn't behave like that." Ning Qinghai was certain when I just chatted with him. I released the pressure of a gold-level beast master, yet this young man didn't even frown. In this situation, either he is stronger than me and ignored the pressure, or he has a gold-level expert at home and has long been accustomed to it. Moreover, the other party mentioned that he wanted to cultivate a fire dog. I have heard of that fire dog. Cultivating it not only takes time, but also requires a large amount of rare materials. This time, the other party might just be starting, but if they want to raise a fire dog, they will definitely visit often in the future. So that's how it is. Ning Xue suddenly realized that this young man indeed has some background. A gold-level expert is considered strong even in this small pink city. There are more than just Lingxiao Hall selling spiritual herbs and fruits. Ning Qinghai spoke, his gaze drifting into the distance. If I could gain the favor of a big family or a future strong person because of a spiritual herb, that would be a big profit. Chapter 7. Ma Dafei. This stem is not bad. Outside Lingqiao Hall, Yifan looked at the stem in his hand and nodded slightly. A single stem could save him a lot of trouble. No wonder Ning Qinghai could become the head of the Lingqiao Hall's Jiang province branch in the future. He didn't even need to show anything, and the other party already offered some benefits after a little probing during the conversation. This insight and level of understanding indeed show he can accomplish great things. As for his probing, the pressure of a gold-level expert felt like a joke to me. What a coincidence, it's the same taxi I took before. Little brother, get in the car quickly. A middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle stretched his head out of the taxi, greeting cheerfully. Yifan smiled and got into the car. Little brother, you seem to come from a well-off family to be able to buy things from Lingqiao Hall. In the car, the uncle quickly started the engine and said to Yifan, that means little brother is quite a powerful beast master, the uncle remarked. Not really, I just started school. Being able to defeat fellow students right after entering school is impressive. The uncle's tone was somewhat envious. I wanted to be a beast master when I was young too. But unfortunately, my awakened talent was too poor. I couldn't even reach the level. Although Yifan's level seemed to be looked down upon, it was still very difficult for ordinary people to awaken a level among beast masters. The ratio is probably less than 1 in 10. If you don't reach a level, you can't even open the beast space, which doesn't meet the minimum requirements to be a beast master. The uncle didn't seem to be depressed by this and said with a smile, little brother, you can leave my number. If you need a taxi in the future, you can call me anytime. Sure, Yifan nodded. Little brother, don't get out of the car yet. Just as Yifan was about to open the door, the uncle suddenly spoke. Those seem to be the people from before. The people from before? Yifan was taken aback. Yes, I ran into them before I came here. I heard them talking about looking for trouble with a student, and I guessed it might be you, the driver said as he slowed down. Hearing this, Yifan felt a warm current in his heart. He looked up and saw more than 10 people gathered at the school gate, dressed in strange clothes and pointing at the taxi. Among the crowd, Deng Chong was unmistakably present. This guy really came to find someone. Yifan sneered. It's fine, uncle. You can go now. These punks aren't worth my attention. After all, he was just a driver and still had to live in Pink City. He had specifically given Yifan a ride earlier because he was worried about him. But he didn't know that Yifan wasn't afraid at all. There was nothing he could do about it. The taxi drove away. On the road, Yifan not only didn't avoid them, but walked straight towards the group. His fists slightly clenched, making popping sounds. Dafei Ge, that's the kid. Seeing Yifan approaching, Deng Chong quickly spoke to a muscular tattooed man beside him. The tattooed man, referred to as Dafei Ge, perked up upon hearing this, glanced at Yifan, and cursed, you little brat who hasn't even grown hair yet. So blind as to dare bully Li Ji's cousin. With that, Dafei Ge stepped out, stretched his neck, and looked at the approaching Yifan, asking, you're Yifan? Yes. Yifan nodded, but his gaze was on Deng Chong, smiling. Oh, long time no see. Your injury healed so quickly? Seeing Yifan's devilish smile, Deng Chong immediately wilted and retreated. The tattooed man, seeing Yifan threaten Deng Chong in front of him, became furious. Who gave you the guts to be so arrogant in front of me, Ma Dafei? Saying this, Ma Dafei raised his fist and swung it towards Yifan's face. His large frame made this punch seem quite imposing, with a fierce wind and a sound like thunder. He practiced breathing techniques. Watching this punch, Yifan furrowed his brow. It was obvious that Ma Dafei was not a beast master. Ordinary people couldn't practice breathing techniques without a school's grant. With some thoughts in mind, Yifan didn't hold back, sidestepping as Ma Dafei's punch missed. He quickly grabbed Ma Dafei's arm. Then, with a thunderous turn, executed a shoulder throw, slamming Ma Dafei heavily to the ground. Bang! A dull sound echoed, and everyone was momentarily stunned. Knowing how much damage that strike could cause without even looking at Ma Dafei, daring to hurt Ma Dafei Ge, what audacity! A group of thugs surged forward. These people were quite ordinary and weak, and they hadn't practiced breathing techniques. Facing Yifan, who had strong combat experience and practiced the holy method, they were no match at all. With one punch per person, in no time, more than 10 people were knocked down to the ground, leaving only Deng Chong in the scene. At this moment, Deng Chong was dumbfounded. He had originally intended to bully the newly admitted Beast Master Yifan with sheer numbers, but he didn't expect the other party's combat power to be so formidable. Seeing Yifan looking at him, Deng Chong panicked, stuttering, why Yifan, you'd better not touch me. My cousin won't let you go. Your cousin? Upon hearing this, Yifan laughed. Don't even mention your cousin. I wouldn't care about your cousin's cousin either. As soon as he finished speaking, seeing that Yifan didn't intend to attack him, Deng Chong felt as if he had received a reprieve and quickly ran towards the school. I let him go, but did I let you go? Yifan turned around, looking at Ma Dafei and the group of thugs who were trying to sneak away, and spoke coldly. As soon as he spoke, Ma Dafei froze in place, looking at Yi Fan awkwardly. Bro, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Yi Fan was too lazy to listen to this nonsense, looking at Ma Dafei and saying, come here. I have some questions to ask you. Okay. Ma Dafei repeatedly agreed, cautiously walking to Yi Fan's front. Bro, feel free to ask anything. Yi Fan didn't speak. His gaze turned to the thugs standing still, and he said coldly, I want him to stay. If you don't leave, do you still want to get beaten? Hearing this, the group of thugs immediately scattered, some running so hastily that their shoes fell off. A rabble, Yi Fan muttered, then turned his gaze back to Ma Dafei. Where did you get your breathing technique from? Breathing technique? What breathing technique? Hearing this, Ma Dafei showed a hint of panic. But he pretended to be clueless and even self-deprecatingly said, Bro, you're joking. We're just an ordinary gang. How could we have breathing techniques? Humph, Yi Fan snorted coldly. Looking at Ma Dafei with a scrutinizing gaze, the thunder breathing technique has 3 levels in total. The first level allows for breathing and action to carry thunder sounds. You should have just entered the first level, right? Upon hearing Yi Fan name the breathing technique, Ma Dafei was instantly thrown into disarray. You'd better tell the truth. Yi Fan's eyes turned cold. Otherwise, I have many ways to make you speak. This sentence carried a hint of murderous intent, and Ma Dafei immediately felt his breath catch. Looking at Yi Fan's eyes with a hint of fear, the killing intent from this teenager in his teens certainly indicates that he has killed someone. I said. At this moment, Ma Dafei couldn't hold back anymore. The breathing method I have was given to me by someone from above. Someone from above? Hearing this, Yi Fan furrowed his brows and looked at Ma Dafei, saying, Aren't you just an ordinary thug? Who's the person from above? The gang leader? No. Ma Dafei shook his head repeatedly. They are some big figures who came to Ping City a while ago and took over all the underground organizations here, including the casinos and nightclubs, as well as members of our gangs. I haven't met them many times. Someone else manages things for them. A few days ago, they selected some gang leaders and gave them the breathing method. I did pretty well in this area of the school, so I also got the breathing method. Big figures? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan was slightly surprised. At this moment, he seemed to have uncovered a secret. Someone was deliberately controlling the underground organizations in Ping City. Chapter 8. The Dynasty Organization Ping City is managed by the government. Although these gang members seem arrogant, according to Yi Fan's knowledge, before Deng Li graduated to lead these underground gangs, they were quite disciplined. But now, after Ma Dafei's words, Yi Fan felt something was off. So Deng Li is also a member of your organization, right? Yi Fan asked, looking at Ma Dafei. I see. Yi Fan interrupted him, furrowing his brow again. So this means Deng Li joined this organization several years ago, which explains why he didn't go to college and stayed in Ping City. The people from above valued Deng Li, so they handed over the management of Ping City to him. So this organization is not just an ordinary force. Being able to let Deng Li manage Ping City proves that the underground organization they control extends beyond just Ping City. After pondering for a few seconds, Yi Fan spoke again. Did your big figures say what they plan to do with you all? Restoration. As soon as these 2 words came out, Yi Fan's expression turned cold. The surrounding air seemed to chill. It's possible I misheard something. Ma Dafei quickly spoke up, noticing that Yi Fan seemed to be getting angry. No, you didn't team us here. Yi Fan nodded, his voice particularly icy. On the contrary, you heard very well. The only organization that dares to speak of restoration is the Dynasty Organization, a force whose supreme purpose is to restore the rule of the previous dynasty. In my past life, they launched beast tides multiple times and opened hidden realms in some cities to release ferocious beasts. Ping City had also suffered the same fate. The beast tide almost destroyed it, and my parents died in that wave of beasts. Yi Fan harbored deep hatred for the Dynasty Organization. In his previous life, he spent over a decade tracking them down, but the organization was too well hidden. Every time he got close, they would relocate in time. Like a cunning rabbit with multiple burrows, he could never take revenge. I didn't expect them to have infiltrated so deeply. Looking at Ma Dafei in front of him, Yi Fan suddenly realized, no wonder I could never find them. The Dynasty Organization had started infiltrating the underground organizations of various cities many years ago. In my previous life, I was a king-level powerhouse and naturally didn't care much about these underground organizations. But I didn't expect that the people I overlooked were actually the cornerstone of the Dynasty Organization. In this life, I can't give them any more chances. Yi Fan thought deeply. The Dynasty Organization wreaked havoc everywhere, and countless people died under their schemes in his previous life. Now that he had grasped some truths, he had to seize the opportunity to eliminate this organization before it grew too strong, both for revenge on his parents and to prepare for the future. Ma Dafei, I'm giving you a choice now. With this thought in mind, Yi Fan looked at Ma Dafei and spoke. Serve me. However, Yi Fan didn't care about Ma Dafei's thoughts and said, this. Ma Dafei was taken aback. Hesitating for a moment before steeling himself, and saying, "What is the second choice?" As soon as he said this, Ma Dafei became alert, looking at Yi Fan and asking, "You want to kill me?" Seeing that Yi Fan didn't seem to be joking, Ma Dafei hesitated again. A minute passed quickly, and as Yi Fan silently counted to 50, Ma Dafei finally spoke up. "I choose the first one." Not thinking about it anymore, Yi Fan smiled, a hint of scrutiny in his expression. "No need to think." Ma Dafei shook his head, saying, "I can see that, brother. You are the wise choice." "Really?" Ma Dafei was somewhat pleasantly surprised, looking at the teenager in front of him, and his heart began to change. After all, he was just a kid. Too easy to trust others. This was going to lead to me teaching him my methods. Coincidentally, this boy seemed to have many good things. Telling the people above might even lead to a significant achievement. Follow what I say and practice the technique. Yi Fan ignored Ma Dafei's psychological activities, said one sentence, and then began to recite the incantation, "Breathe, focus." At this moment, Ma Dafei was still immersed in the joy of obtaining the technique and subconsciously followed Yi Fan to practice it. Soon, after running through a complete cycle, Ma Dafei felt a wave of energy, and a mass of black mist floated out from his body and flew towards Yi Fan. Immediately after, he clearly felt that his body seemed much lighter. What kind of technique is this? It's so powerful. Ma Dafei looked at Yi Fan in surprise. "This is the great Zhou Tian soul refining technique." Yi Fan spoke, flipping his hand, and the black mist that had floated out from Ma Dafei's body disappeared. "You are practicing this technique, and after practicing, every thought and action will be controlled by the other party. If you have any second thoughts, just one thought from them can cause you to die on the spot." As soon as these words came out, Ma Dafei was stunned, and after a long while, he awkwardly spoke, "Brother, don't joke with me." Having his innermost thoughts revealed, Ma Dafei was dumbfounded, standing there like a wooden statue. Yi Fan glanced at him, shaking his head with a smile. "No need to think. Even your big figures can't break this. Just say the word, and you'll die immediately." Thud. As soon as this was said, Ma Dafei immediately kneeled down before Yi Fan, saying, "Brother, oh no, my lord, I was wrong. I really was wrong. Having chosen to follow me, don't have any second thoughts." Yi Fan spoke slowly, "Follow me, and what you gain will be much more than what you would get by following those big figures." Ma Dafei understood that from now on, his life would belong to you, my lord. At this moment, Ma Dafei dared not have any other thoughts, repeatedly saying, "When I need you, I will let you know." Clap, clap. The footsteps gradually faded away, and it took Ma Dafei a long time to lift his head, looking at Yi Fan's back, and at this moment, he trembled all over. A devil, he is a devil. Chapter 9. The devil mentor Deng Chong unexpectedly gave me a pleasant surprise. Not only did he bring Deng Li, but he also let me know crucial information about the dynasty organization. Now that Ma Dafei has been turned to my side, it shouldn't take long before I can figure out some of the arrangements of the dynasty organization in Ping City. By then, I will clean them out completely. However, for now, the most important thing is to strengthen myself. Yi Fan muttered, gazing at the time-space dragon mark in his hand. With a flash, he entered the Beastmaster space. In the afternoon, more than 10 days had already passed in the Beastmaster space. As soon as Yi Fan entered, the fire dog excitedly pounced on him. During this time, the fire dog had clearly grown a bit, and its strength had increased to Black Iron 2 stars. Besides the differences in species, the strength level of the Beastmasters is also quite important. At the Black Iron and Bronze levels, the difference between one level isn't significant. However, as strength increases, the gap between each level widens, and after reaching eternity, one level is a substantial leap. Let us test the effects of the planting. After playing with the fire dog for a while, Yi Fan freed his hand, took out the root, went to the land beside the small house, dug a hole with his hand, planted it, and carefully filled the soil back in. According to the flow of time in this Beastmaster space, it shouldn't take long for the fire fruit to mature. Thinking of this, Yi Fan looked over at the fire dog lying not far away. The fire fruit is the most suitable food for the fire dog when it is young, gentle, and not intense. It won't take long for the fire dog to break through to Black Iron and reach the Bronze level. The fire dog's power only starts to manifest at the Bronze level. At that time, it will be able to use flames to launch attacks. If it has consumed a good number of fire fruits, then at the Bronze level, the fire dog can exhibit quite impressive strength and won't lag behind those with better qualifications. Thinking of something, Yi Fan looked at the fire dog and said, "You can't touch it without my permission. Even if it bears fruit, you can't mess with it." Seeing this, Yi Fan smiled and patted the fire dog's head, then shifted his gaze to the side, where a hint of heat appeared in his eyes. In his previous life, even when so many people looked down on him, he still became a king-level Beastmaster through hard work. In this life, with such a miraculous Beastmaster space, an exceptional breathing method, and the memories from his previous life, everything starts from the best. The limits he can reach will no longer be just king level. After a while, Yi Fan let out a long breath. Suddenly, he thought of something and flipped his hand, revealing a chicken leg. Fire dog, come here and eat something delicious. The fire dog perked up, ran over, and took the chicken leg, about to open its mouth to eat it. Suddenly, it seemed to remember something and raised its head to look at Yi Fan, nudging its head toward the chicken leg. Clearly, it was asking Yi Fan, I won't eat. You eat, Yi Fan replied, watching the fire dog happily munching on the chicken leg, a smile appearing on his face. Eat a bit more. We have a long time together in the future. Knock, knock, knock. Early the next morning, someone knocked on the door of Yi Fan's dormitory. At that moment, Yi Fan had already exited the Beastmaster space and was standing by the window, stretching his body and performing a set of strange punches, sometimes fierce like a tiger, sometimes light like a deer, embodying various animal forms. This was a technique he created based on the ancient Shanshin method, named wandering phases, combined with the breathing method. It strengthens the body and prolongs life. When perfected, it can allow one to fast and be immune to poisons, making it a health-preserving technique that works exceptionally well in the early morning when the sun rises. Hearing someone knocking, Yi Fan stopped his movements and turned to open the door. The door opened to reveal Li Fati, who looked troubled as he stood at the entrance. Seeing Yi Fan, he quickly exclaimed, Yi Fan, help me. What happened? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow slightly, noticing Li Fati's expression. Did Deng Chong and the others come to trouble you again? No, Li Fati shook his head repeatedly, unsure of how to explain, his face turning red. Seeing Li Fati like this, Yi Fan thought for a moment. Then his brow relaxed. Is it that after practicing the gluttonous technique, your appetite has increased, but you can't relieve yourself smoothly, and your stomach hurts and bloats? Yes, yes, Li Fati exclaimed in surprise, as if he had grasped a lifeline, quickly grabbing Yi Fan's arm. Is there a way to solve this? It's too uncomfortable. I can't relieve myself, and my stomach feels like it's going to burst. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Li Fati was stunned for a moment. Then after a while, he said, Yi Fan, you're amazing. You clearly didn't listen well when I told you yesterday. The soundproofing in the dormitory wasn't very good, and soon, Yi Fan heard a popping sound coming from Li Fati's room. Yi Fan smiled helplessly, shook his head, and walked toward the classroom. After all, he was a student and still had to attend classes every day. Before long, Yi Fan arrived at the classroom. He had just sat down when Deng Chong came in. Yesterday, Big Fei and his group had been beaten up by this guy, and afterward, he didn't know what happened. That night, his cousin specifically called him to warn him not to provoke Yi Fan at this time. If even his cousin was wary of Yi Fan, then Deng Chong was even less daring to mess with him. A group of underlings with their heads down sat in the corner, afraid that Yi Fan would cause trouble for them. Yi Fan naturally noticed Deng Chong and the others' reactions, but he merely shook his head. These people, if they weren't actively provoking him, wouldn't even catch his eye under normal circumstances. How could a soaring Kunping care about the ants on the ground? Ding ding ding. Soon, the class bell rang, and at that moment, Li Fati also arrived at Yi Fan's side and sat down, letting out a long sigh. How is it? Is it smooth now? Yi Fan teased as he looked at Li Fati. Yes, it's smooth now. Li Fati smiled a little sheepishly. Just as he was about to say something, a serious-looking man with a straight posture walked in. Quiet. With that voice, the classroom fell silent. Seeing this, Li Fati's face changed, and he quickly muttered, Devil Instructor Pan Zhao, why is it him? Beside him, upon seeing Pan Zhao, Yi Fan shook his head, a complex look in his eyes as he gazed at Pan Zhao on the stage. Pan Zhao was very famous in pitching, a well-known teacher who was very strict with students and often led them to dangerous places for training. Because of this, many future strong individuals came from his tutelage. Yi Fan had also had an adventure in a secret realm under his guidance, which began his legendary comeback. Strictly speaking, Pan Zhao was his mentor. However, in his last life, this mentor of his ended up with a poor outcome, as his straightforward nature led to him being ostracized by the academy's higher-ups. The fact that he, a long-renowned teacher, was assigned to teach a regular class says a lot. He never had the opportunity to shine again, with his only chance coming during the later Beast Tide, where he led the resistance and ultimately died, living a life of regret. Such a teacher should be very popular everywhere, so why was he being suppressed? Looking at Pan Zhao, Yi Fan pondered, or perhaps someone is deliberately trying to suppress him. Chapter 10. Reward. Thinking of this, Yi Fan's eyes narrowed. Pan Zhao's actual strength in pinching was quite formidable, with a golden 9-star roaring lion. If he hadn't sacrificed himself in the Beast Tide, he might have even broken through to the eternal level in the future. In this small pinching, could someone really suppress such a Beastmaster? This is getting interesting. Yi Fan raised his eyebrows, while on stage. Pan Zhao looked on with a cold gaze, and said, Everyone, coming here to become a part of the Beastmaster community is not your first success. It is your first failure. As his voice fell, many people's expressions changed, and Pan Zhao snorted coldly. Do you know why? Talent. Your Beast Master talent of level D is destined to place you at a lower tier. In the same level, other Beast Masters don't even need to do anything. Their beasts will be significantly stronger than yours. You won't get the best resources. Don't think that those ordinary people seem to envy you. In the world of Beast Masters, no one looks at you favorably. Do you know what your class is called? It's called the Waste class. A class made up of a bunch of wastes. Do you know the beasts you chose yesterday? Do you know what grade of beast the excellent class was given? Elite grade. Beasts that can grow to silver or even gold. These words from Pan Zhao caused a stir in the classroom. Elite grade. Such beasts easily cost hundreds of thousands or even millions. With just one, as long as it is well nurtured, it wouldn't be too difficult to reach silver level in the future. Reaching silver level is equivalent to getting a ticket to university. Such words struck many people hard. Some felt indignant. Among them, a delicate-looking girl sitting in the front row stood up and said, "Teacher, if talent determines everything, then why are we even here at school?" "Good question," Pan Zhao replied, looking at the girl, and asked, "What is your name?" "Ma Xiaoxue, I will remember your name." Pan Zhao nodded, tapped the table with his hand, and glanced around at the people present. "What I'm about to talk about is what you can do in the next 3 years. First, every month from now on, I will take you into the school's affiliated Micro-Mist Secret Realm for training." Secret Realm. Upon hearing this, the previously dejected crowd suddenly became excited. Unlike Yi Fan, who had vast knowledge, even the lowest level Micro-Mist Secret Realm treasures were extremely precious to them. They all wanted to go. After scanning the crowd's reactions, Pan Zhao nodded, but added, "However, the slots are limited. I only received 10 spots from above. If you want to enter the Secret Realm, you must satisfy me. There will be a monthly exam on the 10th of each month, a Beast Master duel. And only the top 10 from the duels will qualify to enter the Secret Realm. Since it's already the 2nd of this month, that means 8 days from now, you will have your first monthly exam and your first entry into the Secret Realm." As soon as this was said, the crowd began to discuss excitedly. "Quiet." Pan Zhao spoke again, and this time, many people obediently closed their mouths. "Are you feeling proud now? Thinking that having the chance to enter the Secret Realm means you can quickly surpass others?" Pan Zhao looked at the somewhat smug students present, and his gaze turned cold again. "Let me tell you something else. For the elite class students, they can enter the Secret Realm twice a month, and there is no limit on the number of spots." With this statement, another bucket of cold water was poured over them. Pan Zhao continued, "These 10 spots were requested by me from above. Otherwise, with your unpromising levels, you wouldn't even qualify to enter. What you can do in the next 3 years is to train hard, earn the qualification to enter the Secret Realm once a month, and compete against those who can enter twice. Only in this way can you have a chance to turn the tables and prove to others that you are not useless. Can you do it?" After Pan Zhao's voice fell, the students exchanged glances, and only a few quietly shouted, "We can." "Yes." In the silence, it was Fatty Li who shouted loudly, which caught Pan Zhao's attention, but his gaze drifted to the silent Yi Fan. In the end, Pan Zhao said nothing, just shook his head and put away the books on the table. "I know you don't have the confidence to say that right now, but I will ask you this question every week. All right, go train your beasts. I will watch your training. If you have any questions, come to me. And if you have anything, come find me. Go." With that, the students all walked towards the classroom exit. This is the daily routine of Beastmaster High School. Other than the weekly inspection, teachers generally won't interfere. Of course, this applies to ordinary students. For those with outstanding talent, there will be top teachers to guide them and someone specifically to take them to the Secret Realm for trials, ensuring their safety throughout. Talents are destined to be different from ordinary people, but ordinary people can still turn the tables on talents. This is the first lesson Pan Zhao taught them. In the classroom, Yi Fan also stood up and was about to walk outside when Fatty Li hurriedly asked, "Yi Fan, aren't you going to train your beast? Fight." Upon hearing this, Fatty Li was taken aback. "Where to fight?" "North of the city, Silver Moon Forest," Yi Fan replied calmly. Hearing this, Fatty Li turned pale. Silver Moon Forest? There are too many fierce beasts there. It's said that there are even beasts above the golden level. People can die there. That's the core area of Silver Moon Forest. Most of the outer areas are made up of black iron level beasts. Yi Fan shook his head. "How about going together?" Fatty Li hesitated, thinking of the legends about Silver Moon Forest, feeling a bit scared, but when he saw Yi Fan's calm expression, he gritted his teeth and nodded fiercely. "Let us go. That is more like it." Yi Fan smiled, waved at Fatty Li, and walked toward the school gate first. In the classroom, Pan Zhao, who had been sitting, raised his head and looked towards the door, showing a puzzled expression. "I thought Yi Fan would be dejected after his level test. But I didn't expect him to be so bold. 2 kids who just got their beasts dare to go to the Beast Forest?" Saying this, Pan Zhao shook his head. "Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Let them suffer a bit, and they'll know the severity." Does he really think that the wild beasts in that forest are as docile as those he usually sees? After saying this, Pan Zhao looked out the window, where many students were training their beasts. Unknowingly, a hint of unwillingness appeared in Pan Zhao's eyes. My results are because I have good students. Can I teach anything out of an ordinary class? When the college entrance examination comes in 3 years, I will slap the faces of you people hard. Let us see what you will have to say then. While Pan Zhao was still in the classroom, on the other side, Yi Fan and Fatty Li exited the school gate. Just as they stepped outside, a few people surrounded them. It's over. It must be Deng Li who brought people to block us. Seeing this, Fatty Li realized too late and pulled Yi Fan to retreat inside. But after pulling a few times, Yi Fan remained unmoved. Fatty Li was getting anxious, but Yi Fan shook his head. Are you the one called Yi Fan? A thin man leading the group looked at the panicking Fatty Li, then shifted his gaze to the still and calm Yi Fan. Yes, Yi Fan nodded, narrowing his eyes at the few people in front of him. That's good. The thin man nodded, then suddenly changed his attitude 180 degrees, saying to the others, quickly greet Brother Fan. Hello, Brother Fan. The few people present spoke in unison, leaving Fatty Li completely baffled. Aren't they here to cause trouble? Why are they greeting Brother Fan instead? Realizing this, Fatty Li glanced at Yi Fan, who still showed no reaction, and couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that my childhood friend has also joined a gang? Who sent you here? Just as Fatty Li was confused, Yi Fan suddenly spoke, looking quite displeased. Don't tell me it was Ma Dafei who sent you. This stupid guy? Upon getting confirmation, Yi Fan immediately cursed. Didn't I say I would contact him if I had something? He knew Ma Dafei's little schemes. It was just that now his life was in his hands, trying to please him more. However, these small gestures seemed inconsequential. If someone with ulterior motives investigated carefully, it would expose him. We are brothers who have sworn brotherhood with Brother Dafei. Brother Fan can rest assured. Hearing this, Yi Fan's expression eased a bit. He looked at the thin man and asked, what did he ask you to bring? Fire fruit. Glancing at the box, Yi Fan's expression turned a bit helpless. He had just obtained a stem. He would have plenty of fire fruits in the future, and now Ma Dafei was sending him fire fruits again. However, it was still somewhat useful. At least he could give it to the fire dog to eat now. After all, we are students. Let us not be too ostentatious. Understood. The thin man nodded repeatedly. Then, Brother Fan, if there's nothing else, we will leave first. Yi Fan nodded, and the few people left one after another, while Yi Fan put away the fire fruit. Yi Fan, who were those people just now? Why did they bring you something? Fatty Li, who had been silent, finally spoke up. You're not joining a gang, are you? That's dangerous. If Uncle Yi finds out. A gang? Would a small underground gang even be able to contain me? Yi Fan shook his head and looked at Fatty Li, suddenly asking, Fatty, do you think sworn brothers can be trusted? This question left Fatty Li stunned. Since we are brothers, we should be able to trust each other, right? Humph. That's not necessarily true. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan shook his head. When it comes to interests, what brotherhood is there? Fatty, I'm giving you the Tao Tai method. Haven't you thought about wanting more? Hearing this, Yi Fan glanced at the fat guy and felt a hint of helplessness in his eyes. With his sharp insight from 2 lifetimes, he could tell that the fat guy's behavior was not deliberate. He really hadn't thought of anything else. Fatty, you're really adorably foolish. After saying this, Yi Fan patted the fat guy's shoulder and walked ahead. It didn't take long to reach the Silver Moon Forest. After leaving the city walls, they walked north for a while, and a vast forest came into view, stretching far beyond sight. Many cities have such forests outside, home to a large number of wild beasts. Some forests have powerful beasts at their cores, but Ping City is a small town, and the strongest wild beasts in the Silver Moon Forest are barely below the gold rank. After all, it's not a secret realm. Most of the beasts in such forests are of low quality, with the occasional elite rank. Many beast hunters in the cities rely on this forest for their livelihood, capturing some beasts to sell their meat. If they are lucky enough to catch young beasts, it can provide food for an ordinary family for a year. Yi Fan, are we really going in there? Looking at the entrance of the forest, Li Fatty felt a bit anxious. As he spoke, Yi Fan summoned his fire dog. More than half a month had passed in the beast space, and this time the fire dog had clearly grown a bit. It was now a black iron 2-star fire dog. Seeing the fire dog in front of Yi Fan, the fat guy was a bit surprised. How did it grow so much in just a day or two? Maybe my fire dog grows quickly by nature. Yi Fan smiled and took out the fire fruit given by the thin man before, handing it to the fire dog. Woof woof. The fire dog seemed excited, holding the fire fruit and wagging its tail nonstop. Go ahead and eat. Yi Fan patted the fire dog's head. The fire dog wagged its tail and began to devour the fire fruit. The sound of the juice bursting made Li Fatty, who was watching, feel hungry, and his stomach let out a long growl. Hearing this sound, the fire dog raised its head, looked at Yi Fan, then at Li Fatty. After determining that Li Fatty and Yi Fan seemed to have a good relationship, it moved aside and nudged its head toward the remaining half of the fire fruit. I'm not eating. Watching the fire dog's obvious gesture to share food, Li Fatty blushed and protested loudly. I'm not hungry. Woof. The fire dog looked at the unmoving Li Fati with a confused sound, but soon, it happily finished the remaining half of the fire fruit. Yi Fan watched with a smile. His fire dog seemed to be quite good, very affectionate towards him, even willing to share food with his friends. It's important to know that most beasts are very protective of their food. Even powerful beasts are most averse to being disturbed while eating. The fact that this fire dog could do this clearly showed it recognized its master. In the following time, the effects of the fire fruit quickly took hold, and the fire dog visibly grew again. Its strength, which was close to Black Iron 3-star, quickly broke through, and after an hour, having absorbed most of the fruit's effects, the fire dog successfully reached Black Iron 4-star. Woof woof. The fire dog affectionately rubbed against Yi Fan's pant leg, now that it had grown a bit. It was already taller than Yi Fan's knee, completely different from when Yi Fan had just obtained it. Great. Yi Fan patted the fire dog's head. Noticing a hint of red markings beginning to appear on its forehead, his eyes filled with joy. The fire fruit was indeed a great tonic for the fire dog. Just one could stimulate its flame power, and with another 7 or 8, the fire dog should reach the bronze rank. Black Iron 4-star, so strong. Li Fati, on the side, was envious. His fire snake had just been obtained yesterday and still looked the same today. Entering the Silver Moon Forest gave a completely different feeling. The air was filled with various mixed scents of flowers, grass, trees, and the feces of beasts, along with a strange sense of oppression. Fati, release your beast. Yi Fan suddenly spoke. The fire snake was a natural master of stealth, and this environment was most suitable for it. Okay. Li Fati nodded repeatedly and waved his hand, summoning the fire snake in front of him. Just as Yi Fan said, the fire snake quickly concealed itself among the dry leaves. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't notice it at all. They hadn't walked for long when a line of clear footprints appeared in the jungle. Silver deer footprints. Looking at the footprints not far away, Yi Fan made a judgment. Just then, the bushes ahead suddenly stirred. Over there, Yi Fan shouted, "Fire dog, go." Saying this, Yi Fan raised his palm and activated his beast talent skill, Ascend. Woof. With the enhancement from Ascend, the fire dog, which had grown quite a bit, also gained speed and quickly leaped towards the bushes. Wait for me. Li Fati hurriedly followed Yi Fan. With a rustle, the bushes were pushed aside, and Li Fati was stunned by the scene before him. At that moment, a pure white silver deer had been pinned to the ground, with the fire dog firmly biting its throat. The battle was decided in just a few seconds. The Black Iron 3-star silver deer lost its life almost instantly in front of Yi Fan. If nothing unexpected happened, it was likely that the silver deer had been grazing when the fire dog seized the opportunity and bit its throat. Whether it was a beast or a human, the throat was a fatal spot. Chapter 12. Lion King. Yi Fan looked at the silver deer lying on the ground, still twitching, while Li Fati showed a hint of reluctance. That silver deer looks so pitiful. Fati, pay attention. Yi Fan suddenly shouted. Li Fati was startled by this shout and looked closely, only to see that the silver deer had a bloody piece of clothing in its mouth. Looking again at the ground, amidst the grass, was a badly mangled corpse. This isn't grazing at all. It's clearly eating a person. With this scene, Li Fati turned pale, retreating 7 or 8 steps until he bumped into a big tree. Fire dog, don't let go. On the other side, Yi Fan didn't hesitate and took advantage of the opportunity. Soon, under the fire dog's grip on its throat, the silver deer gradually stopped twitching and lost its voice. It was only at this point that Yi Fan let out a sigh of relief, turning to look at Li Fati, whose face had turned pale, and shook his head. Fati, do you really think all beasts are as docile and harmless as those you see in cages at the shops? Do you know what beasts were called before beastmasters appeared? What? Li Fati asked, his lips trembling. Monsters. Yi Fan's expression was serious. When the spiritual energy of Earth emerged, these naturally gifted monsters attacked human cities wildly, killing and eating countless people. If it weren't for the powerful beastmasters who subdued a few strong monsters later, humanity would have almost gone extinct. Do you think the current strong support for beastmasters is for what? It's to resist these uncontrollable monsters. These words left Li Fati in shock, and after a while, he hesitantly asked, why have I never heard that beasts eat people? Shouldn't a beast like the silver deer be grazing? Most beasts are omnivorous. The truth is always much harsher. You usually don't hear about it because most ordinary people can't afford the meat of wild beasts and consume domesticated pigs and chickens instead. You can go buy something from those beast hunters active in the forests. Each of them can tell you the truth. That corpse on the ground might belong to a beast hunter. For a beastmaster, mindset is extremely important. If you're scared just because you see a beast eating a person like this, if I hadn't been here today, would you have just watched that silver deer eat you? Leaning against a tree, Li Fati slowly stood up and walked to Yi Fan's side. Upon seeing the gruesome and mangled corpse on the ground again, he turned his gaze away. Go and collect the corpse. At this moment, Yi Fan's voice rang out. Huh. Hearing this, Li Fatty's scalp went numb. That's a corpse. It's been gnawed like that. And you still want me to collect it? I'm talking about the corpse of that silver deer. Yi Fan interrupted Li Fatty's words, somewhat helplessly saying, the meat of the silver deer is very expensive. Such a large silver deer can sell for at least 1,000. Hearing this, Li Fatty perked up, although he felt uncomfortable. He quickly approached the corpse of the silver deer, and a glow appeared in his hand as the corpse was collected. The Beast Master space has a storage function, but of course, one must ensure that what they put inside is not eaten by the beasts they own. Other Beast Master spaces accumulate one by one as the number of beasts increases. Fatty practiced the gluttonous method and opened a second space, which was just right for storing things. As for Yi Fan's space, it was a blessed land, so it would be too wasteful to store corpses in it. We must leave before dark. Okay. Li Fatty nodded and walked beside Yi Fan. After learning that wild beasts eat people, Li Fatty, who was already scared, became even more frightened. Fatty, you need to overcome your fear, Yi Fan said slowly. If you're afraid of even this little thing, how can you be a beast master? Being a beast master is not just about commanding beasts to play happily every day. Got it. Li Fatty nodded heavily upon hearing this. Later, Yi Fan and Li Fatty took a big circle around the outskirts of the Silver Moon Forest, during which they killed a total of 6 wild beasts, 4 of which were Black Iron 2-star, 1 3-star, and 1 7-star. This gray bear is really big. Looking at the gray bear before him, which was the size of a small mountain, Li Fatty exclaimed, this must be worth a lot of money. Fortunately, this gray bear is not yet an adult. Its fur is worth about 4 or 5,000, and the rest might be worth about the same as that silver deer, Yi Fan said, exhaling. Although the gray bear is also a low-grade bloodline beast, it occupies a size advantage. If used to train a novice beast, it's still quite good, just that it eats a lot. Fatty, you did well just now. Yi Fan patted Fatty's shoulder. In the recent battle, Fatty played a certain role. When the fire dog and the gray bear were entangled, Li Fatty commanded the blazing snake to suddenly leap out from the camouflage of dry leaves on the ground, biting the gray bear's foot with its poisonous fangs. The poison spread, and the gray bear gradually weakened, allowing the fire dog to successfully defeat the gray bear by advancing 3 levels. Well, it was expected. Li Fatty scratched his head. It was the first time he actively participated that afternoon. I think you can specialize in training in the future, Fatty, Yi Fan said thoughtfully. For instance, you could raise only snake-type beasts. In future battles, releasing dozens of snakes would be quite powerful. Dozens of snakes? Hearing this, Fatty was somewhat unwilling. How powerful can snake-type beasts be? Don't underestimate snakes. Yi Fan shook his head. There's a type of snake I know called the dragon python, which has horns like a dragon but no legs, and can grow hundreds of meters long. Just one sweep of its tail can flatten a small mountain, and a single bite from its fangs can kill even a glory-level beast. Such a powerful beast. Hearing this, Fatty's eyes lit up with excitement. Where can I find a dragon python? What are you thinking? Yi Fan rolled his eyes at Fatty. Beasts like the dragon python live in ancient ruins guarding treasures. Generally, even peak, glory-level beast masters wouldn't dare to provoke them. Think about it. Everyone needs to have dreams. Li Fatty scratched his head and asked again. Then why do you want me to raise only snake-type beasts? Because of affinity, Yi Fan explained again. If you raise only snakes, you will gradually develop an affinity with snake-type beasts, and capturing similar beasts will be much easier. I see. Hearing this, Fatty hesitated, then made up his mind. Then I'll raise only snakes. I want a dragon python. You. Yi Fan shook his head helplessly, but looking at Fatty excitedly preparing to store the gray bear's corpse, there was a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. From initially being terrified to beginning to dream of powerful beasts, today's journey had already opened the path for Fatty as a beast master. In the future, as long as he followed Yi Fan was confident he could help Fatty become a strong individual. Fatty, in this life, I want to help you. Looking at Li Fatty's back, Yi Fan murmured. You mustn't let me down. Huh? What Lion King? Where's the Lion King? Li Fatty jumped up 3 feet high upon hearing Yi Fan's words. Damn. Could there really be a Lion King on the outskirts of this forest? Hearing this, Yi Fan was taken aback for a moment, then helplessly said, Fatty, when you have time, I'll lend you some money so you can go get your ears checked. Chapter 13. Silver Snake Fruit. In a shop on the streets of Ping City, Yi Fan and Li Fatty were standing at the door, taking out one beast after another and trading with the shopkeeper. Silver deer, silver moon rabbit. The shopkeeper's expression gradually changed as he looked at the beasts, and when he saw Li Fatty finally take out a gray bear, he exclaimed in surprise, Are you 2 young brothers beast masters? You managed to hunt a gray bear? Yes. Yi Fan nodded. We are new students from this year's Ping City High School. The silver deer is 3,000. The silver moon rabbit is 1,002. And the gray bear will be 7,000. How does a total of 15,002 sound to you, esteemed beast masters? Hearing this figure, Li Fatty's mouth fell open. His monthly living expenses were only 1,000. A single hunting trip was worth more than his entire year's living expenses. On the side, Yifan looked at Li Fadi's reaction and smiled, shaking his head. He said to the shopkeeper, 15,000 is fine. But I want to keep 10 pounds of gray bear meat. Hearing this, the shopkeeper hesitated for a few seconds but quickly agreed. 10 pounds is fine. Please wait a moment. I'll arrange for them to prepare it for you. Soon, the shop staff helped move the beasts inside, and after a short while, a staff member came out carrying 2 large bags. Esteemed master, here is the 10 pounds of gray bear meat you requested, along with 15,000 yuan. Please check. The shopkeeper handed over the items with a beaming smile. Yifan took the meat, weighed it slightly, and nodded. As for the stack of money, he just glanced at it casually before stuffing it into his pocket. He wasn't worried about the shopkeeper shortchanging him. A shopkeeper who could run a store specializing in buying and selling beast blood and meat in Ping City wouldn't lack this kind of insight. Fatty, let's go. Yifan said to Li Fadi, leading the way out. Fatty quickly followed, looking at the gray bear meat Yifan was carrying with some confusion. Yifan, why are you keeping some gray bear meat? To eat. Yifan replied helplessly. The blood and meat of wild beasts are not only rich in nutrients, but also taste great. Whether for beast masters to eat or for themselves, the benefits are significant. The stronger the beast, the better the effect of its blood and meat, especially for you. A beast master practicing the gluttonous method, you need to eat beast meat. The rarer, the better. Besides, beasts also need to consume a lot of blood and meat. That kind of meat from chickens and pigs is useless except for filling your stomach. So, both I and my beasts need to eat a lot of wild beast meat. Li Fadi seemed to understand. Then doesn't that mean I have to fight with my beasts for meat? Ugh. Hearing this, even Yifan couldn't help but take a breath. Looking at Li Fadi. After a while, he said, Fatty, didn't you think about having one bowl for yourself and another for your beasts? This. Li Fadi was stumped, then scratched his head with a silly smile. I got confused. Hearing this, Yifan smiled and said nothing more. Raising his hand to hail a taxi. Where are we going? Fatty asked. Okay. Upon hearing this, Fatty nodded repeatedly. The taxi sped away, and not long after, they arrived once again at the entrance of the 100 Herbs Hall. Before they entered, Ning Shui, who was originally free, suddenly spotted Yifan. That boy is really back again. Almost in an instant, Ning Shui arrived at the door. As Yifan just stepped inside, he saw Ning Shui's charming face lit up with a smile. It must be said that in terms of appearance, Ning Shui was among the top beauties in the entire Ping City. Coupled with her exquisite makeup, she was indeed eye-catching. Having lived 2 lives, Yifan's mindset was as calm as still water, while the nearby Li Fadi seemed somewhat unsatisfactory, staring intently at Ning Shui with a look that almost drooled. Little brother. Long time no see. Ning Shui noticed Fadi's reaction, but her expression didn't change. Instead, she seemed more curious about Yifan. Need more seeds? Ning Shui asked, somewhat puzzled. This young man had just bought the seeds for the fire fruit yesterday, and today he wanted the seeds for the strong muscle grass. Was he planning to grow a spirit herb garden at home? Thank you. Yifan replied and said no more. Although Ning Shui was confused, since they had already agreed. She didn't ask further. She went upstairs and soon returned with a small box. Here are the seeds for the strong muscle grass. Under suitable planting conditions, they can mature in at most 3 months. Good. Yifan took the box, didn't say much, and casually picked up a purple fruit in front of him. Give me 3 of these silver snake fruits. The silver snake fruit was relatively common among spirit fruits. It was certainly not on the same level as the fire fruit, but it was affordable. Only snake-type beast masters particularly liked to eat it, making it a very targeted spirit fruit. No problem. Ning Shui quickly picked out 3 silver snake fruits and handed them over. The silver snake fruit is 2,000 each. Here are 3, plus the strong muscle grass seeds. A total of 12,000. Count it. Yifan took out the money he had just received, counted out 12,000, and handed it to Ning Shui before calling Li Fadi to leave. Li Fadi, not understanding herbs, said nothing but turned to glance at Ning Shui before leaving and said, This sister is really something. Fadi, beauty is not only captivating, it might also be poisonous. Yifan said coldly from the side. This made Li Fadi shiver, and he quickly turned his head and quickened his pace. Poisonous. In the store, Ning Shui naturally heard this remark. Her beautiful eyes twinkled, and a smile appeared on her face. This young man seemed to have some understanding. After thinking for a moment, Ning Shui raised her head and said to the receptionist at the door, Next time this young man comes, notify me. I will personally attend to him. Yes. The receptionist nodded repeatedly, watching Ning Shui's graceful figure walk into the store, somewhat puzzled. Why did Miss Ning value such an ordinary young man so much? When Yifan returned to school, it was already dark outside. In front of the dormitory, Yifan handed the silver snake fruits he had bought that afternoon to Fatty. These 3 silver snake fruits should help your fire sun snake reach the level of black iron 2 stars. Also, here S 1,000 yuan. Get 5 pounds of gray hair bear meat. Yi Fan continued, taking out 1,000 yuan and handing it to Li Fati. Practicing the gluttonous technique meant one must never starve while cultivating, or it would backfire. Li Fati felt very happy just to receive the silver snake fruits. Asking for money and meat felt too much for him. Take it, Yi Fan said lightly, observing Fati's reaction. What you need now is resources to grow. When you become stronger, just return it to me. This made Fati hesitate, but soon he nodded and accepted the money and bear meat. Yi Fan, Li Fati called out. Yi Fan stopped and turned around to see Fati holding the meat, looking sincerely grateful. Thank you. After saying this, Li Fati scratched his head, perhaps at a loss for words. In the end, he only managed to say, thank you for giving me the opportunity to become a powerful beastmaster. Heh, hearing this, Yi Fan's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Fati, who seemed a bit flustered, and he couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Fati, the gratitude of a black iron-level beastmaster is as light as a feather. Wait until you tame the dragon python you want. Then it won't be too late to say thank you. Upon hearing this, Li Fati understood something, shuddered all over, and nodded heavily. Okay, Chapter 14. Conflict in the Beastmaster space. Yi Fan looked at the seedlings of the fire fruit that had already grown in the soil before him, his gaze slightly fluctuating. A day had passed outside, but 30 days had gone by here. Since the fire fruit was originally a rhizome, it was not surprising that it had sprouted seedlings. It should mature in 3 more days in the outside world, Yi Fan thought with joy. Once the fire fruit matures, his fire dog would have a nice boost. He was sure he could get the qualification to enter the mysterious realm that Pan Zhao mentioned, but the mysterious realm was not without dangers. Many good things were usually guarded by spirit beasts. If he could improve his strength a bit before entering, he would have a greater chance of obtaining more good items. Thinking of this, Yi Fan took a deep breath and planted the strong muscle grass he had just bought. The versatility of the strong muscle grass was higher. Although it didn't provide the targeted enhancement like the fire fruit, its short growth cycle still made it a good spirit herb. Ning Qinghai must have sensed some of the performance he had deliberately shown last time. The last fire fruit rhizome was basically half sold and half given away. And this time the price of the strong muscle grass seeds was also greatly reduced. Wong Wong. The fire dog happily approached, affectionately rubbing against Yi Fan. Yi Fan was not stingy and took out the remaining 5 pounds of gray hair bear meat, placing it on the ground. In this Beastmaster space filled with abundant spiritual energy, spirit beasts did not need to eat frequently, but as he told Fati, meat was very important for spirit beasts. Take your time with this meat. When we go hunting later, there will be more. Yi Fan patted the fire dog's head, his eyes filled with affection. Compared to humans and other spirit beasts, canine spirit beasts were the most loyal, especially a spirit beast like the fire dog. Once it recognized its first master, it would not follow another beastmaster even if the master died. It would either die alone in the deep mountains or starve itself to death. Such qualities were extremely rare among spirit beasts, but because of their inferior bloodline, few would choose the fire dog as their spirit beast. I will give you my best. In the future, you will become the greatest pride of the fire dog clan, Yi Fan declared, as if making a vow. Wong. The fire dog seemed to understand, softly barking and tearing off a piece of gray hair bear meat, placing it at Yi Fan's feet. Seeing this familiar gesture, Yi Fan smiled helplessly. Watching Yi Fan remain still, the fire dog made a confused sound. Wong? It's all for you. I don't like eating this, Yi Fan explained, patting the fire dog's head again. It was clear that the fire dog wanted to eat the gray hair bear meat, but it still wanted to share it with Yi Fan first. Yi Fan then closed his eyes and began to practice the entry to saint technique. Both internal and external cultivation were essential. Being strong enough could sometimes help deal with unexpected troubles. Time passed quietly. In the morning, as soon as it was 8 o'clock, Li Fati knocked on Yi Fan's door on time. Creak. The door opened, and Li Fati, somewhat excited, said, Yi Fan, what are our plans for today? Today's plans? Yi Fan pondered. We can train at school and get familiar with the coordination with our spirit beasts. Sounds good. Li Fati nodded and then pulled out a large bag of buns. Come on, eat breakfast. After we finish, we can get to work. Looking at the bag containing at least 20 or 30 buns in Li Fati's hand, Yi Fan shook his head. I can't eat that much. Can't eat that much? Li Fati was taken aback. Yi Fan, haven't you practiced the gluttonous technique? That breathing technique doesn't suit me. Yi Fan shook his head. And I don't like eating too much. Then, Li Fati hesitated, glancing at the large bag of buns in his hand, and after some thought, took out 2. Then you can eat these 2. I'll eat the rest since I'm a bit hungry. All right. Yi Fan nodded and took the steaming buns. Let's go try out the combat training simulator at the academy. The school naturally had facilities for training beast tamers, including simulators designed to mimic beast battles, sensitivity devices for training reaction speed, and gravity rooms to enhance compatibility, among others. Although the training equipment in high school wasn't advanced, it was still quite good for novice beast tamers. Clack, clack. Soon, the two arrived at the school's training room, which was a building with separate training facilities on each floor. The first floor was dedicated to the combat training simulator. As they entered the building, the sound of clashing echoed through the air. Inside the large room, 5 training halls had been set up, where the simulator would automatically evolve a beast of equivalent strength to the beast tamers, based on their abilities. The training content was filled with data from researchers studying corresponding beasts, nearly perfectly replicating the battle methods of the simulated beasts. Ah, Doberman. Just as they passed the first training room, a beast tamer's voice rang out, clearly indicating that his beast had been defeated by the simulated one. At that moment, he rushed to pick up his beast with a pained expression. Meanwhile, a number appeared on the screen in the training hall. 1. Seeing this number, Yifan shook his head. The longer one fought against the simulator's beast, the higher their score would be. If they defeated the beast, a stronger one would appear, and the score would increase accordingly. A score of 1 meant they hadn't even lasted a minute. Essentially, just standing there watching their beast get knocked down by the simulator's beast. A rookie beast tamer was still too inexperienced. That Doberman was an elite-level beast. Although it wasn't top tier, it was naturally fast and shouldn't have been taken down so quickly. The score from the simulator was a crucial assessment standard. During the college entrance examination, there were 2 hard requirements. First, the beast must reach the silver level, and second, the tamer must achieve a score of over 60 on the simulator. A score of 60 meant one had to battle a beast of the same level in the simulator for an hour without being defeated. The simulator used for the college entrance examination was more advanced than the ones in the school, and the beasts in the school's simulator were typically ordinary elite-level beasts. While those in the entrance exam simulator were usually much stronger, many possessing innate skills. This was why it was difficult to get into college with inferior-level beasts. Even if they reached silver, their bloodline level was a significant drawback. Of course, a score of 60 didn't guarantee admission to college. It only represented that one had passed the assessment and had a chance to enter university. To get into a top university, there was no upper limit on the score. In the past, someone had scored 500 points by defeating a simulator's beast at level 5 silver. Let's find a simulator to try, Yifan said, turning to Li Fatty, who was chewing on a bun, his cheeks puffed out. Cough. Yifan cleared his throat. Fatty, try to pay a bit more attention to your image outside. Okay. Li Fatty nodded, following Yifan down the corridor. They soon reached another training hall, where they saw someone shoving a girl, cursing, a waste from an ordinary class. What right do you have to use the simulator? The girl clearly didn't have the strength to resist the person, and with a misstep, she was pushed down into the corridor, and her beast was also thrown out. Yifan naturally saw this scene, and his gaze turned slightly cold as he walked over. Ma Xiaoxua, the girl, clearly recognized Yifan, and felt embarrassed to be seen in such a humiliating situation. Get up, Yifan extended his hand to Ma Xiaoxua. It's normal to not be as good as others sometimes. Hearing this, Ma Xiaoxua's embarrassment eased somewhat as she took Yifan's hand and stood up, looking at the person in the simulator room with gritted teeth. These elite class beast tamers occupy the training areas and won't let us from the ordinary class use them. And the school doesn't do anything about it. Before you demonstrate your value, no one will care about your thoughts, Yifan said, turning around and walking into the simulator room. Upon hearing someone enter, the man who had just pushed Ma Xiaoxua out turned around. Seeing that Li Fatty and the others were all wearing ordinary class uniforms, he became aggressive again. What are you looking at? Ordinary class waste. Do you think you can watch us elite class people train? Always calling people waste. What gives you the confidence? Is it those 3 words elite class on your clothes? Come on. Didn't you say ordinary class people aren't worthy to use the simulator? Let's see whose score is higher and who really doesn't deserve to use it. Chapter 15. See through you want to compete with me on simulator scores? At this, the elite class student laughed, with the trash beast from your ordinary class. You think you can compete with me? That's right. Yifan remained calm, staring at the man. You're not afraid to compete, are you? Ridiculous. The man said, taking a stance. Today, I'll show you just how big the gap is between elite class people and you ordinary class wastes. With that, he turned and jumped onto the simulator platform, pressing the challenge button. Challenge begins. Please release your beast. The man raised his hand, and a very agile-looking hyena appeared. A black iron 3-star elite bloodline. After releasing his beast, the man looked proudly at Yifan. When he saw Yifan's expression remained unchanged, he became annoyed. Let me show you my strength. He raised his hand again, activating his beast's innate skill, Speed Strike, which increased his beast's speed and slightly boosted its attack power, causing the hyena's teeth to sharpen and its muscles to bulge slightly. After doing all this, the man turned his head again. This time, when he saw Yifan still calm, even with a hint of a smile in his eyes, he was completely enraged. It felt like being treated as a clown. Boom. Just then, the simulator also emitted light, and a black iron 3-star golden deer appeared in the arena. This golden deer had a long body and strong limbs. Although it wasn't as large as the silver deer from that day, it clearly looked significantly stronger than the silver deer Yi Fan had hunted before. Hyena, attack. The man commanded his beast to pounce on the golden deer, his eyes filled with rage. He wanted to show this kid what the difference was. On the other side, Yi Fan sat there watching the man command the hyena and the golden deer battle, merely shaking his head. As for the man's earlier show-off with his beast and its innate skill, that was truly a joke. A black iron-level beast, with an innate skill, didn't even qualify to catch his eye. Clang, clang. Soon, the battle in the arena came to a conclusion. After a misjudgment, the hyena was kicked in the head by the golden deer and flew out, unconscious on the ground. Meanwhile, a score of 25 gradually appeared. Seeing this number, the man raised his head. When everyone had just obtained their beasts, getting a score of 25 completely proved how strong his beast and innate skill were. Your turn. Turning his head to see Yi Fan, the man provocatively spoke. Yi Fan nodded and walked onto the platform. He was curious to see how the simulator's beast would make Yi Fan panic. Once he releases his beast, I'll be sure to mock him, the man thought, gritting his teeth in resentment. But the next moment, when the fire dog appeared in the arena, the man was stunned. Black Iron 4-star, how is that possible? Not only him, but Ma Xiaoxue also displayed a look of surprise. Everyone else had obtained Black Iron 1-star beasts. How could Yi Fan's fire dog have reached Black Iron 4-star in just a few days? Was it growing faster than elite-level beasts? Are you scared? Yi Fan looked at the man and made a sound. He had spent a large sum of money to eat a spiritual fruit to quickly raise his hunting dog to a Black Iron 3-star level. How could this guy possibly raise his beast to 4 stars in such a short time? Did he spend money too? If he had money, why would he come to this ordinary class to suffer? He might as well hire a powerful beast master as a bodyguard. There's no way he could have better results than me. The man felt a bit guilty, but he was still quite certain. How could a low-grade fire dog defeat an elite-grade beast of the same level? This certainty didn't last long. As the battle unfolded, the man was dumbfounded. The golden deer was the same, but unlike the difficulty he faced, Yi Fan's fire dog was effortlessly dodging every attack from it, evading just before the strikes landed. Each time it dodged, the fire dog would counterattack, leaving claw marks on the golden deer. This situation stunned the man, his eyes fixed on the clock on the wall. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 21 minutes. When the numbers swung to the 21st minute, the golden deer kicked out but missed, revealing an opening. Fire dog, lock the throat. Yi Fan's calm voice rang out, and in the arena, the fire dog sprang up, launching a surprise attack from between the golden deer's legs, biting fiercely at its throat. The golden deer struggled wildly, trying to kick the fire dog away, but the position of the attack was too tricky, and it couldn't break free. Seconds ticked by, and finally, the golden deer crashed to the ground, while the clock on the wall stopped at 24. I won. The man did not look at the changes in the arena, his gaze fixated on the clock. When he saw the clock stop at 24 minutes, he jumped up. I was at 25 minutes. You were at 24 minutes. I won. As soon as he said this, not only Yi Fan, but even Li Fadi and Ma Xiaoxue were speechless, looking at the man as if he were an idiot. What are you looking at? Can't you take a loss? Is the ordinary class so small-minded? Noticing the looks from the few people, the man cursed and was about to continue speaking when Yi Fan's voice interrupted. Look carefully. What is my score? Hearing this, the man finally looked up and saw the golden deer that was firmly bitten and no longer struggling. At the same time, on the practice platform, the score appeared, a bright red 100. Full marks. The man was stunned and took several steps back. In his mind, he suddenly recalled something a senior had said. 100 points. Only a direct kill of an elite beast at the same level would yield this score. Note, it's a kill, not a defeat. A low-grade fire dog had killed an elite-grade golden deer of the same level. As he processed this information, the man's lips trembled, and he stared at Yi Fan, unable to say a word. Now, the ordinary class has the right to use this practice device, right? Yi Fan walked off the stage and looked at the man whose lips were trembling, finding it somewhat amusing. You have the right. You have the right. The man nodded repeatedly, his head lowered, his face red. Don't look down on anyone, even if they're not as good as you right now. Yi Fan simply said this, waved his hand. You can go now. In the future, don't let me see you in this practice room. Yes, yes. I'll leave right now. The man nodded, realizing he was outmatched, and at that moment, he was both shocked and afraid, fleeing like a weasel. Yi Fan watched his back, chuckling and shaking his head. For a character like this, he didn't even want to make things difficult for him. It would only lower his own standards. All right, Fatty, you two can use this practice room now. Yi Fan shifted his gaze to the nearby Fatty and Ma Xiaoxue. Both of them looked shocked, but Fatty had hunted wild beasts with Yi Fan before, so although surprised, he quickly recovered, took his beast, and stepped onto the stage. Yi Fan sat below, watching Fatty's clumsy fighting and finding it somewhat amusing. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaoxue's voice came over. Yi Fan, can you tell me why your beast is so strong? Hearing this, Yi Fan turned to look, and what met his eyes was a very pretty face. He had some impression of Ma Xiaoxua. She was one of the most hard-working people in the ordinary class, but perhaps due to talent. She didn't get into college and later opened a training class in Pingcheng, which was doing quite well. It's not that my beast is so strong. Yi Fan thought for a moment and shook his head. I just figured out the Golden Deer-S fighting style. Figured out? Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoxua looked puzzled. ISNTA Beast-S fighting style fixed? How do you figure it out? Oh, Ma Xiaoxua seemed to somewhat understand, pondering for a moment before asking. Then how can I figure it out? Too rigid. Yi Fan sighed, feeling a bit helpless, and said, when you consciously think about what I said during battle, as you fight more and more, you'll become familiar with the changes, and one day you'll be able to figure it out then? Chapter 16, Fatty's Complaints. Oh. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoxua seemed to suddenly awaken, bowing repeatedly. Thank you. Thank you. It's nothing. Yi Fan glanced at her, and his gaze shifted back to the stage. At this moment, Fatty's blazing sun snake had been defeated by the beast evolved by the practice device. On the scoreboard, a large 2 appeared. Li Fatty scratched his head awkwardly, feeling embarrassed. He had been so excited watching Yi Fan fight, but now, facing an elite-grade beast of the same level, he was being chased around and couldn't even counterattack, let alone escape. It's fine, you just keep challenging. I'll rest for a bit, and then continue challenging, Yi Fan said, glancing at Ma Xiaoxua beside him, adding, take turns. It will also allow the beasts to recover in the beast space. Okay. Li Fatty nodded and jumped off the practice platform. Ma Xiaoxua felt a bit shy, knowing that Yi Fan was deliberately giving her a chance. It's just a casual gesture. Instead of thinking too much, it's better to strengthen yourself first, Yi Fan said casually, waving his hand. I think you wouldn't want to be thrown out again next time, right? This made Ma Xiaoxua pause. Then she gritted her teeth and said nothing, jumping onto the practice platform. Meanwhile, while Yi Fan and the others were still in the practice room, the teacher's office for the new students was in an uproar. A new student had blown up the practice device of the same level on the 3rd day of enrollment. Pitching High School had few classes and only about 10 teachers. At this moment, they all crowded around a device, marveling at the bright red number 100 displayed on it. Killing an elite beast of the same level was not something they hadn't seen before. After all, some new students had spent a lot of money to buy their beasts, and as long as they were familiar with them, they could achieve this. But this was only the 3rd day. How strong must one's combat talent be to kill an elite beast of the same level in such a short amount of time? It must be a family of beast masters. Otherwise, it's impossible to be so familiar with the coordination with their beasts so quickly, one tutor speculated. At least it's one of the strongest among the elite beasts, with a talent above level. It must be from the elite class, right? Another teacher said. Didn't they say this year the elite class accepted a student with a level? Could it be that one? The outstanding class also has a level. Upon hearing this, the tutor from the outstanding class clearly became displeased. Our class has Deng Li, who has a level talent with a dragon armor. Together with the golden armored beast he chose, it's entirely possible for him to get 100 points at this time. I think our class S Helen also has hope. I believe it should be our class S Fei Lo. A group of tutors argued heatedly in front of the device, while on the other side, Pan Zhao sat there, silent. The reason these mentors are arguing is understandable. To stimulate their enthusiasm for teaching, the higher-ups have implemented various reward rules. One of them states that the first student to score 100 points in the practice room will grant their teacher a chance to enter a mentor-exclusive secret realm. The secret realm for mentors is not a minor one. It's a higher-level cloud rare secret realm, which contains many things that can greatly benefit golden-level beast tamers. In previous years, Pan Zhao would probably have been fighting fiercely with a group of people for this opportunity, but this year, he could only sit here. The students in the ordinary class were sighing. Suddenly, one mentor looked at the name displayed on the instrument and asked in confusion, Yi Fan? Whose student is that? Upon hearing this name, Pan Zhao furrowed his brows. Before he could speak, another mentor exclaimed, he killed a pure elite beast with a fire dog. How is that possible? The fire dog is a low-quality beast, and it's one of the hardest to train. One person suddenly realized, Yi Fan? Isn't that the kid who ranked first in theory at Pingcheng Middle School and was praised by our principal as someone who could become a beast master, only to later have his talent rated down? He should be in the ordinary class now. After saying this, another mentor looked at Pan Zhao. Brother Pan, is Yi Fan your student? A crowd of mentors gathered around. At that moment, Pan Zhao was also dumbfounded, but seeing the envy in the eyes of the surrounding mentors, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Wow, Yi Fan is truly hiding his strength. No wonder he dared to take his companions to the beast taming forest. Holding back a smile, Pan Zhao maintained a calm expression and nodded. Well, it's not entirely false. There are certain reasons. Pan Zhao continued to play it cool, but his gaze shifted to the instrument blocked by the crowd in the distance. Damn it, let me take a look. Why are you all surrounding me when my student scored 100 points? It seems Brother Pan is about to take off again. Your strength is already impressive. And if you enter the Cloud Rare secret realm again, you might leave us far behind. Another mentor flatteringly said, this Yi Fan is powerful. He might achieve great results in the upcoming freshman competition and grade competitions. When Brother Pan takes off, remember to take us along. Just as Pan Zhao was about to agree, a somewhat sharp voice rang out. As soon as this voice sounded, the previously lively office fell silent. Pan Zhao frowned and looked towards the source of the voice, a middle-aged man with a hawk-like nose. Seeing Pan Zhao's expression, Jiang Hong revealed a hint of a provocative smile, saying, what does it matter if he kills a peer? A true genius can fight above their level. In a few months, one of my students will definitely score over 100. With a strong backing, a Beast Tamer teacher relies on their students who are also Beast Tamers. With such a group of talented students, the benefits Jiang Hong has reaped in recent years are easy to imagine. It's better not to curry favor with the wrong person. The waste class will always be the waste class. That fact cannot be changed. Jiang Hong said coldly. Just as he turned away, suddenly, the score on the instrument changed. 200. Immediately, below the score, the name and beast appeared. Challenger, Yi Fan, beast used, Fire Dog. He has killed an elite beast by fighting above his level. Someone spoke up, and at this moment, Jiang Hong's face darkened. Just moments ago, he was still saying that fighting above one's level is what true genius is about. And before he could finish, a perfect score of 200 for defeating a higher-level beast was thrown right back in his face. In the corner, Pan Zhao naturally heard this. And at this moment, he couldn't suppress the joy on his face, mimicking Jiang Hong's words. Well, the waste class can kill above their level on the third day of school. I just wonder when the elite class will score 200 points. Just a level up. As long as my student works hard, he could even defeat 2 levels. Before he finished speaking, the score on the instrument changed again, reaching 300. And the words below remained unchanged. Challenger, Yi Fan, beast used, Fire Dog. How is this possible? At this moment, even Jiang Hong could no longer pretend to be calm. Just within this minute, he had killed an elite beast by fighting 2 levels up. This rampaging ostrich has too obvious a weakness. On the practice stage, Yi Fan looked at the rampaging ostrich whose neck was bitten off by the Fire Dog and smirked. This beast's strengths and weaknesses are too pronounced. Its speed is extremely fast, but as long as you seize the opportunity, its long and thin neck is its biggest vulnerability. For Yi Fan, such an obvious weakness couldn't escape his grasp. Once he locked onto the opportunity, it was a one-hit kill. The rampaging ostrich didn't even have time to resist. Why are you all looking at me like that? Turning around, Yi Fan looked at the dazed Li Pengzi and Ma Xiaoxue below the stage, puzzled. For a beast with such an obvious weak point, defeating it 5 levels up is not a problem at all. Below the stage, Li Pengzi looked at the big score of 300, then thought about his highest score of 8 points today, and looked at Yi Fan, who seemed quite dissatisfied. After a moment of silence, he weakly complained, Yi Fan, can you show some humanity? All right, that's enough practice for today. After defeating the rampaging ostrich, Yi Fan lost the desire to continue challenging. Defeating a black iron level beast is the easiest. At this stage, everyone attacks simply with their bodies. As long as they find the weakness and dodge the opponent's beast, unless the gap is too large to even break the opponent's skin, they can win. However, once it reaches bronze, beasts start to gain skills, making it harder to fight above their level. The higher up you go, the more difficult it becomes. Pengzi, you can try the agility training upstairs. Thinking of something, Yi Fan said thoughtfully, a flexible snake is the most terrifying. Okay. Li Pengzi nodded repeatedly, heading upstairs. And Yi Fan followed him. Yi Fan. Just as they reached upstairs, Ma Xiaoxue caught up. Is there something else? Yi Fan asked. I want to ask if there's any way to make my white wolf stronger quickly. Ma Xiaoxue asked. Clearly impressed by Yi Fan and realizing that his understanding of beast taming far surpassed hers, hoping to get some advice. The white wolf. Hearing this, Yi Fan showed a thoughtful expression but quickly shook his head. The white wolf is quite ordinary as a beast, with nothing special about it. Just feed it some wild beast meat and suitable spiritual herbs and fruits like strong muscle grass, and it can become stronger. However, this kind of beast isn't really suitable for you. I just noticed your beast taming talent. It should be iron arm level. Coupled with the upper body strength of a beast, while it can enhance the white wolf, if it's also a low-quality beast, the gray fur bear would suit you better. Combined with your beast taming talent, it can also showcase considerable combat power. Once you activate the second beast space for your breathing technique, I suggest you choose a gray fur bear. A gray fur bear? Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoxue seemed to understand but realized that such a beast seems to only exist in the beast taming forest. So, you need to train yourself. True strong individuals are not just successful through theoretical discussions, Yi Fan said, without saying more, turning around and heading upstairs. Having said this, he and Ma Xiaoxue were not familiar, and giving some advice was already a gesture of camaraderie. Meanwhile, Downstairs, Ma Xiaoxue frowned tightly. She knew about the beast taming forest, but she had just entered the world of beast taming. Would it be too much to go to such a place? In the office, with the emergence of that score of 300, it completely erupted. Zhang Hong's face turned ashen as he sat in his seat, no longer speaking. A freshman scoring 300 on the third day means something significant, and he knows very well that the other party definitely has considerable combat experience. Possibly even being an extremely seasoned beast hunter, fully aware of the weaknesses of beasts, which is why he could crazily fight above his level at the Black Iron level. However, this is just a freshman. How could he possibly have such terrifying practical experience and talent? The Fire Hound. He wouldn't even dare to say he could do it. A natural-born combat genius? This phrase suddenly popped up in Zhang Hong's mind, causing his expression to change slightly. Such examples are not unheard of. A Black Iron student can kill opponents 2 levels higher, which means he can fight 3 levels up. In his first year, this Yi-Fan could suppress a large group of students at various levels. Of course, this is nothing to Zhang Hong, but more importantly, it's a whole year. With this Yi-Fan, Pan Zhao is probably going to receive quite a few rewards, even if later on, there's a gap between him and the bronze level students. They initially thought Pan Zhao wouldn't be able to lift his head for 3 years, but now, not only has the other party lifted his head, but his chin is also pointing to the sky. After much effort, they finally got Pan Zhao into the regular class, thinking everything was accomplished. Could it be that a single Yi-Fan would ruin the entire plan? Looking at the name on the device, Zhang Hong's eyes gradually turned cold. Brother Pan, look at Yi-Fan's strength. How could he be a regular class student? A seemingly honest teacher among the group chuckled. I think there might have been an error during the rating. With this strength, he could at least be in the elite class. Weren't you all not present on the day of the Beastmaster Talent Awakening ceremony? Hearing this, Pan Zhao looked at the honest teacher. Li Xiong, are you implying that someone cheated and altered Yi-Fan's talent rating? I didn't say that. Li Xiong quickly shook his head. The Beastmaster Talent Awakening ceremony is something the higher-ups value greatly. It's fair, just, and public. If you question the integrity of the ceremony, that hat is not something that can be easily explained away. Isn't that the case? Upon hearing this, Pan Zhao shook his head. If Yi-Fan is a level student, then he is a regular class student. What? Didn't you all think regular class students were useless? Now that a character has emerged from this group of useless students. Do you want to go over? Brother Pan, that's not what I meant. Another mentor acted as a peacemaker. We're not trying to compete with you for this reward. It's just that Yi-Fan's strength is quite impressive, and staying in the regular class seems a bit beneath him. Are you saying I'm not worthy to teach him? As soon as this was said, Pan Zhao suddenly snorted coldly, and the unique aura of a Beastmaster was released. Golden 9 stars. Feeling this pressure, many mentors' faces changed slightly. Wasn't Pan Zhao still at Golden 8 stars at the end of last year? How did he suddenly become 9 stars? 9 stars is already close to the peak. Advancing to the next star would mean reaching eternity. During the last mentor evaluation at Pingxing High School, I was number 1, sweeping everyone aside. Pan Zhao snorted. If anyone thinks they are more qualified than me to teach Yi-Fan, feel free to give it a try. With these words, many people present fell silent, and several who seemed to be in the same faction as Zhang Hong looked somewhat displeased. Creak. Just as both sides were at a standstill, the office doors suddenly swung open, and then an elderly man with gray hair but a slightly plump figure walked in. Principal. Upon seeing this person, all the mentors stood up to bow, and Pan Zhao was no exception. Pumi, the principal of Pingcheng High School, though he appeared frail, had unfathomable strength as a beastmaster. Even Pan Zhao, who was notoriously unruly, acted very obediently in front of him. A few of you. I just heard that a new student has reached the reward criteria we set, and scored 300 in the drill. Pumi scanned the many teachers present, a smile on his face. Which teacher student is it? The crowd was somewhat silent, and Pan Zhao raised his hand. Principal, it's my student, named Yi-Fan. And his beast is the Fire Hound. Very good, very good. After saying this, Pumi casually took out a token and tossed it to Pan Zhao. This is the reward we agreed upon, a chance to enter the Cloud Rare Secret Realm. Here is the token. Pan Zhao, find a time to redeem it yourself. Thank you. Principal. Pan Zhao nodded, just about to get up to express his gratitude when he saw Pumi shake his head. Pan Zhao, it's not easy to find a good seedling in the regular class. You need to pay more attention. Understood. Pan Zhao naturally understood the implication behind Pumi's words. He patted his chest and said, with me here, anyone who dares to touch my student will have to pay the price. You are a teacher now. You need to act like one. Always talking about fighting and killing. What kind of example is that? Pumi said this and didn't elaborate further, turning around. All right, I didn't come here for anything else. Everyone work hard. In 3 months, it will be the new student competition. I hope all your students can achieve good rankings. Chapter 18. The fat boy's helplessness. Yi-Fan reacted extremely quickly. The moment that big hand reached out, he swiftly turned his hand to dodge. then sliced down with his hand like a knife. Clang. This strike felt like it hit a rock. That big hand didn't budge at all, and instead, a slight pain came from Yifan's hand. A strong opponent. Yifan squinted his eyes and quickly withdrew his hand. Just about to launch a counterattack when a voice rang out. "You little brat, you still want to hit your teacher?" Hearing this familiar voice, Yifan was taken aback. He looked up and saw Pan Zhao holding the fat boy with one hand and stopping Yifan with the other. "Teacher Pan." Yifan relaxed some of his vigilance, looked at Pan Zhao, and asked, "Is there something you need, teacher? Rewards?" Upon hearing this, Yifan raised his eyebrows. "Is there a reward for the scores in the drill?" Of course, there are many reward conditions set by the school. If the conditions are met, both teachers and students receive rewards. Seeing that Yifan was still somewhat cautious, Pan Zhao had a somewhat helpless expression. "I just didn't expect a regular class student to get these rewards, so I didn't inform you." "I see." Yifan relaxed a bit. He had indeed heard of such rules. "What rewards are there?" Yifan looked at Pan Zhao with a hint of interest. "Are there elite peak-level beast companions available? The kind with talent skills?" Yifan inquired. Pan Zhao's face immediately darkened. "Those kinds of beast companions don't come cheap. Can you afford a few million? You just got the new student reward. You didn't save Pingqing. Under 50,000. Think again. Under 50,000. Upon hearing this, Yifan pouted, revealing a contemplative expression. On the side, Pan Zhao saw Yifan's expression and became even more displeased. "I haven't heard that this kid's family is wealthy. Why does he look so disappointed upon hearing 50,000? Forget it." After thinking for a while, Yifan shook his head. "Just give me cash." "Are you sure?" Hearing this, Pan Zhao felt helpless. This was the first time he had heard someone want to cash in their reward directly. Spiritual herbs, spiritual fruits, beast companions. "Don't you want any of this?" "Sure." But in Pan Zhao's helpless gaze, Yifan nodded seriously. "I want cash." Pan Zhao fell silent. Ultimately, he took out a bank card with exactly 50,000 on it, and the password as 6/8. "Take it." "Thank you, Teacher Pan." Yifan took the bank card and winked at the side. Fat Boily, cough. Fat Boily understood, coughed, and spoke up. Though he was very afraid of Pan Zhao, he still steeled himself and said, Teacher Pan, it's getting late. We'll be leaving now. Go." Pan Zhao only said one word. In the night, watching the two leave, he seemed helpless, but when he saw the red mark on his arm, a smile appeared in his eyes. This kid's combat awareness is really not something ordinary people can compare to. In just that split second, he not only dodged my hand, but also counterattacked. If I hadn't spoken up, he probably would have given me a few more hand strikes. I need to pay more attention to this kid. He's a good seedling. Pan Zhao nodded, seemingly thinking of something, and looked toward a certain house with a somewhat disdainful smile. "If you want to touch my student, you better weigh your own abilities first." The next day, Fat Boy Li and Yifan came to the practice room to train. It was completely different from the last time. Yesterday, news spread that Yifan scored 300 points in the training room, and within a day, almost everyone knew that there was a student named Yifan in the ordinary class who could achieve a 2-level kill of elite beast trainers on the 3rd day of school. As a result, the ordinary class also became famous. Didn't Yifan tell that student from the elite class not to go to that training room anymore? In the end, it turned into a situation where no one except the ordinary class students was allowed to go. Many were dissatisfied, especially those with better talents. But after a day passed, no one managed to score 300 points. Not to mention 300, even 100 points were not achieved. They only managed to get a defeat score of 90. As a result, a strange scene occurred. The earlier training rooms were overcrowded, but in the last one, there were only a few students in ordinary class uniforms training there. "Isn't that Fango? Quick, make way for Fango." As soon as Yifan entered, the few slightly anxious ordinary class students suddenly brightened up and shouted. This shout immediately attracted the attention of those around them. "He is that Yifan, the one who scored 300 points after leveling up twice? Ordinary class? You don't know, right? He was the top in theory at Pingqing, and even the principal said he could become a powerful beast trainer. Yifan, you better get lost. Didn't you say he would definitely become trash back then? What's with this now? The principal's vision is really sharp. With such talent at this level, if he were at a higher level, wouldn't he be invincible?" The discussions in the crowd were chaotic, just like the scene when he enrolled in school. But now the comments were no longer mocking. Instead, they were filled with flattery and attempts to curry favor. This is reality. When you are strong, those people will rush to flatter you, but when you fall into a low point, they will come to step on you one after another. Yifan naturally treated these discussions as if he hadn't heard them, walking to the last training room. He looked at the student who had called out earlier, his gaze very calm. The student, seeing Yifan's eyes, shrank his head back, looking at the congested crowd around, clearly realizing that his shout had not only missed the mark, but had likely hit a sore spot instead. "You shouted well, but don't do it again next time." Just as he was feeling anxious, Yifan's voice rang out. The student looked up in panic. only to see Yi Fan calmly shaking his head. Confidence. You need to build it yourself. After saying this, Yi Fan walked towards the training platform. What are you all surrounding for? Do you have nothing better to do? Not long after, a stern voice sounded, and the crowd instantly dispersed. Yi Fan heard this voice and turned to see Pan Zhao leaning against the wall of the training room with his arms crossed. He came to watch my training. Thinking of this, Yi Fan revealed a smile, not paying much attention, and released his fire dog, pressing the challenge button. Black Iron 4 stars. Below the stage, Pan Zhao looked at the fire dog released by Yi Fan with slight surprise. However, he was also considered a strong figure in Pingqing. So he nodded and focused his attention on the battle on stage. Since he's a top student, I should give him special care and guidance. How can I not be the top teacher in Pingqing High School? Guiding a new student is like Zhang Fei eating bean sprouts. Pan Zhao's mouth curved up as he sat on a nearby bench, but as Yi Fan's battle progressed, he slowly lost that smile. This kid. Almost every time the opposing beast strikes, he dodges it using his beast. Such quick reflexes. Boom. Not long after, the first beast from the training device had already fallen. Looking at the 100 points on the training device, Yi Fan didn't pause and chose to continue the challenge. The higher level beast had the same result. Every attack was dodged from start to finish. Has this kid calculated the attack patterns of the opposing beast? Pan Zhao furrowed his brows. This was the first time he had seen a student. No, the first time he had seen someone else's beast fight in such a manner. Throughout the process, it didn't seem like he was fighting against the training device. Instead, he seemed to be like the training device itself, a very advanced one. Perfectly predicting all the next moves of the opposing beast, even some counterattacks after being hit. How good must the theory be to achieve this effect? Pan Zhao was somewhat stunned, and at that moment, the second beast fell. A flash of light, and this time it was actually a rampaging ostrich. On stage, Yi Fan smiled, and below, Pan Zhao also smiled. On stage, the battle was about to break out. The rampaging ostrich moved its legs, and almost in the blink of an eye arrived in front of the fire dog, but just a second before. Yi Fan's voice rang out, "Fire dog, step left, and then lock its throat." Boom. Almost the same scene as the first time occurred. The rampaging ostrich had its throat bitten and was killed in one strike. Pan Zhao was stunned, and only when Yi Fan stepped off the stage did he see the relaxed expression on his face. Pan Zhao opened his mouth, feeling a bit dry. What am I supposed to guide him on? No, just sitting here is too embarrassing. Looking at Yi Fan, who was smiling beside him, Pan Zhao felt he couldn't sit still. Just then, the chubby student went on stage, and after seeing him awkwardly dodge and still get hit, Pan Zhao immediately stood up. "Liu, what are you doing? You can't even dodge such a simple attack? The moment you see the attack, you should command your beast to dodge. Can you even control your beast? My grandma could do better than you." On stage, the chubby student was stunned. Goodness, this devilish mentor is here to watch my training? Chapter 19. Re-entering the forest soon, after a few days. The fire fruit and strengthening grass in Yi Fan's beast space also grew as scheduled. For fire fruits, not bad. Looking at the fire fruit tree bearing fruit in the soil, Yi Fan smiled a bit, picked the fruit, and shifted his gaze to the nearby strengthening grass. At this moment, the strengthening grass had also sprouted, a small patch of lush green, and after cutting it, there was about 2 pounds. Yi Fan did not feed all these spiritual fruits. He gave the fire dog 2 fire fruits and some strengthening grass, allowing it to successfully reach Black Iron 6 stars. "Yi Fan, are we training at school today?" In the morning, the chubby student stood at Yi Fan's door with more than a dozen buns, as usual. "Not today. Training at school every day can only be considered skill practice. To truly showcase, it has to be in real combat." Yi Fan shook his head. "Today, we are going to Silver Moon Forest." "Going to Silver Moon Forest? Great." Upon hearing this, the chubby student smiled. He had been thinking about Silver Moon Forest. Not only could he earn a lot of money from a trip, but he could also get some meat. "You finished that 5 pounds of gray hair bear meat, right?" Yi Fan asked, looking at the chubby student's reaction. "Yes." The chubby student scratched his head a bit shyly. "It was finished a few days ago." Ever since eating the gray hair bear meat, the chubby student's appetite had become picky. He didn't want to eat anything else, and over the past 2 days, he hadn't been able to smoothly practice his breathing technique. Of course, this was not his choice. The higher the level of the gluttonous method he practiced, the better the food had to be to fully utilize the advantages of the gluttonous method. "I'll get you more food today," Yi Fan said with a hint of a smile in his eyes. "Also, I have something more important to do." Upon hearing this, the chubby student was puzzled. "What more important thing?" "You'll know when the time comes." Yi Fan shook his head. "Take 2 bigger bags, or else when we get more beast meat, your beast space won't be able to hold it." "All right." The chubby student scratched his head, turned back to the dormitory, took out 2 large backpacks, and followed Yi Fan outside in confusion. Their unusual behavior naturally caught the attention of Pan Zhao, who was always at school. "What's up with these 2 kids? Why are they running out again?" In a classroom of a teaching building, Pan Zhao looked at Li Fati and Yi Fan, who were both carrying a large bag, with a puzzled expression. They won't be going to the Silver Moon Forest again, will they? These two little brats really think of that place as a supply depot? What will they do if they encounter a bronze-level beast hunting on the outskirts? They won't even know how they died. Time passed, and in just a few days, Pan Zhao's attitude towards Yi Fan did a complete turnaround. He started watching Yi Fan train every day. At first, Pan Zhao thought he could offer some guidance. But after a few days, he couldn't get a word in edgewise and was instead astonished by Yi Fan's almost abnormal battle instincts. Later, Pan Zhao shifted his focus to guiding Li Fati, who was training alongside Yi Fan. This made Li Fati miserable. His daily lessons consisted of being scolded. Pan Zhao was merciless, and given that Li Fati's beast mastery skills were indeed concerning, every time Pan Zhao came, he would watch for a while and then unleash a barrage of scolding at Li Fati. These two guys really are a handful. After thinking for a moment, Pan Zhao picked up a hat nearby and decided to check on them, lest they lose the only top student in their class. Fati, hurry up. In the beast forest, Yi Fan's brows were tightly furrowed. What's wrong? Seeing Yi Fan's unusual reaction, Li Fati became a bit nervous. Is there a powerful wild beast nearby? No. Yi Fan shook his head, casting a fleeting glance behind him and lowering his voice. Someone is following us. Someone is following us. Upon hearing this, Fati felt a wave of fear. Shoo. Yi Fan made a silencing gesture and quietly instructed, just follow me and don't speak. Okay. Li Fati held his breath, his mind racing with thoughts of people killing for treasures in the beast forest. Could it be that someone saw they were students from Pingsheng High School and wanted to rob them? Would there be poisoned arrows? Li Fati was anxious. While Yi Fan swiftly maneuvered through the forest towards a bronze-level beast's habitat, he certainly wasn't going to challenge the beast. He intended to let the person following him deal with it. Yi Fan, aren't we running away? Li Fati was still anxious, worried about being attacked for treasure. No need. Yi Fan shook his head, glancing at the nearby beast habitat. Wait a moment, there will be some action there. The cases of murder and treasure theft that Fati was thinking about were quite common in the Silver Moon Forest. With wild beasts roaming, if one or two people died, no one would investigate. Many would entertain sinister thoughts, and there were indeed many examples of stalking and killing. However, this time was clearly different. Yi Fan knew who was coming. Rustle, rustle. A bronze-level beast. Li Fati's eyes lit up, but soon he felt a wave of fear. The person tracking them could kill a bronze-level beast. He can not only kill bronze-level beasts, but also silver-level and even gold-level ones. Yi Fan smiled, reassuring him, don't worry. That person isn't here to kill us. Not here to kill us. Fati was taken aback. Then who is it? If I tell you, it won't be interesting anymore. Yi Fan shook his head, looking towards a certain direction in the forest. Anyway, he's here to protect us. He remembered Pan Zhao's aura. The latter had been following them since they entered the forest without trying to hide it. Yi Fan, being perceptive, noticed this and decided to pretend he didn't know, letting the teacher help them resolve a small trouble they encountered. Fati, hurry up and gather the carcass. This bronze-level devil rhino is quite valuable. This one alone is worth at least 10,000. Yi Fan urged Li Fati, not to mention the rhino's horn, just its flesh is great for beast consumption. And since you don't have any meat to eat, this devil rhino weighs at least several hundred pounds. Half of it is enough for you to eat for a long time. Okay. Li Fati knew the crisis was averted and confidently began collecting the devil rhino's flesh. Before long, Li Fati had gathered the flesh and excitedly looked at Yi Fan. Yi Fan, what do we do next? Should we continue looking for other bronze-level beasts? No. Yi Fan shook his head. We're heading to the outskirts. Why? Fati was puzzled, scratching his head. Didn't you say someone is protecting us? That's protection, not a bodyguard. It's enough to take a little advantage. Too much can be bothersome and make one seem cheap. Yi Fan shook his head. One bronze-level beast is enough. We came here to experience real beast combat. Oh, all right. Hearing this, Li Fati followed Yi Fan's pace. In the distance, in a tree, Pan Zhao was somewhat surprised as he watched Yi Fan and Li Fati head towards the forest's edge. Initially, he was a little angry about suddenly becoming a bodyguard, but seeing that they didn't continue to provoke trouble and instead retreated to the outskirts impressed him and raised his evaluation of Yi Fan significantly. Clearly, they were signaling him that they knew he was following them, taking a small advantage before returning to their own business. Observing the two figures in the distance, Pan Zhao pondered, this Yi Fan is truly a talent. Chapter 20, Purple Striped Snake Ugg. Fati scratched his head awkwardly, looking at Yi Fan. Teacher Pan scolds me every day. If I don't improve, he might really call his grandma to duel with my beast. Hearing this, Yi Fan smiled and shook his head. Pan Zhao had always been cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. Although he spoke harshly, that was just his nature. Even when teaching the elite class, he would scold them directly. Otherwise, how could he be called the devil instructor? If a different teacher were to teach ordinary students, they might explain problems without even bothering to scold. Fatty, if you become stronger in the future and can help Teacher Pan, do help him out, Yifan suggested. Upon hearing this, Fatty was taken aback, then hesitantly said, if I get stronger in the future, can I be stronger than Teacher Pan? Fatty was momentarily speechless, then decisively nodded. Then I will definitely be stronger than Teacher Pan in the future. That's the spirit. Yifan smiled and nodded. Let us go see if there are any wild spirit fruits in this forest. In the tree, Pan Zhao was shocked to hear their conversation. Am I that weak? Even Liu has confidence that he will be stronger than me in the future? And he wants to raise a dragon python? Why not just fly into the sky? These two kids. Day after day Pan Zhao was about to scold them when he suddenly heard Li Fatty declare with ambition. When I'm stronger than Teacher Pan, I'll also tell him to let my grandma duel with him and his beast. Ha ha ha, he will definitely be furious. Pan Zhao thought to himself. Liu is usually scolded too lightly. Hey Yifan, what's that? In the forest, passing a large tree, Li Fatty looked at a large cluster of mushroom-like things growing from the roots with curiosity. Is this some sort of spirit herb or spirit fruit? Upon hearing Li Fatty's words, Yifan glanced at the cluster of mushrooms and casually replied, that's not a spirit herb or spirit fruit. It's called exploding mushroom. At best it counts as an inferior fruit. Inferior? This made Li Fatty puzzled. Are spirit herbs and spirit fruits graded? Of course they are. Yifan nodded and explained. The spirit herbs and fruits we usually see are just a general term for fruits and herbs containing spiritual energy. These types of treasures for consumption are generally divided into 4 levels: ordinary, spirit, mysterious, and immortal, with each level further divided into 3 grades based on efficacy and applicable groups. To be precise, most of the spirit herbs and fruits we usually encounter belong to the ordinary level, like the strong muscle grass, silver snake fruit, and fire fruit I bought before. Among them, the silver snake fruit is classified as an inferior treasure of the ordinary level, while strong muscle grass and fire fruit are of medium grade. The higher you go, the better the effects of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and the greater the benefits they can bring to beast tamers. When it comes to Xian level, spiritual fruits, they can even change the attributes of the tamed beasts or increase their potential. No wonder the silver snake fruit is so cheap, only 2,000 each. Fatty Li nodded repeatedly, asking what heavenly materials and earthly treasures exist at the Xian level, and whether their effects are significant. Those are too distant. They are not something we can access right now. Yifan shook his head. Let alone, even heavenly materials and earthly treasures, once they appear, will definitely be fought over by powerful beings from all directions, causing bloodshed. That is true. Fatty Li pondered and nodded. Then why haven't we talked about these before? I don't recall hearing about them in class either. To give a simple example, before Yifan said those words, he was only thinking about having a silver beast and being able to get into college. But now, a silver beast? I'm going to raise a dragon python in the future. Has there been a change? Liu is still the same Liu. But a person whose mind is filled with just getting by and a person who aims to become a powerful beast master will have a future gap as vast as a chasm. Of course, the main reason for this gap is Yifan. Suddenly thinking of something, Fatty Li looked at Yifan, who was exploring ahead, his eyes flickering, and muttered, when I have a dragon python, I will definitely get some legendary Xian fruit for us to eat together. Up ahead, Yifan naturally heard Fatty Li's murmur and smiled. This fat guy was only wanting a dragon python a few days ago, and now he wants. There are no, but there are, fan-level, spiritual fruits. Yifan suddenly stopped and spoke up. Spiritual fruits, where are they? Where are they? Hearing this, Fatty Li leaned in and immediately saw a giant tree in front of him with purple vines swirling around it, and on those vines, at least 7 or 8 fruits were hanging. Silver snake fruits. Seeing this fruit, Fatty Li became a bit excited. This is the most suitable fruit for his, Li Ying sh, to eat. With so many, after eating, it will definitely reach black iron 4 stars. I'm going to pick it. Saying that, Fatty Li stepped over a tree root and prepared to walk towards the silver snake fruit. Wait. Yifan suddenly grabbed Fatty Li and lowered his voice. Fatty, be careful and look closely along the vines. Look closely? Hearing this, Fatty Li focused and looked up along the purple vine, but didn't he see anything unusual. There's nothing here. As he was halfway through speaking, Fatty Li choked. It was obvious that a section of the vine was thicker and irregular, and upon closer inspection, there were clearly a pair of eyes there. A snake. There's a snake-type beast hiding there. Damn. Fatty Li had been stretching his neck to look, and upon discovering this, he nearly lost his soul from fright, retreating several steps. Have you seen clearly? Yifan's voice rang out. I've seen clearly. Stopping. Fatty Li couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat off his forehead. If Yifan hadn't reminded him, he would have definitely been bitten while trying to pick the silver snake fruit. That purple snake must be poisonous. Yifan, let us take it down. Taking a deep breath, Fatty Li said to Yifan, no need. Yifan shook his head, looking at the motionless purple snake-type beast, and said, a black iron 3-star purple pattern snake. Its combat power is very weak. An ordinary person can kill it with a precise strike to its 7 inches. However, this snake has one advantage. Its venom is very potent. As long as its fangs bite, unless one is inherently immune to poison, even a bronze-level beast cannot withstand it. I'm telling you all this not so you can strike its 7 inches. Yifan spoke, a smile appearing on his face. With strong poison and being a snake-type beast, it's just right that you have opened the second beast space. This beast is the most suitable for you. The most suitable beast for me. Hearing this, Fatty Lee was taken aback, looking at the purple patterned snake and taking a deep breath. How do I tame it? What if it bites me if I go directly? Persuade? Upon hearing this, Fatty Lee scratched his head. Under Yifan and the Fire Hound's gaze, he walked towards the large tree. Under the tree, Fatty Lee looked at the purple patterned snake not far away, hesitating slightly. Hello, would you like to become my beast? Hearing this, Yifan felt a headache coming on. What I meant by persuasion is to release your beast to show affinity while also releasing the beast formation. If it is persuaded, it will agree to sign a contract with you. It's fine if you didn't study theory well in middle school, but how can it understand your pure pinching accent? Oh, after hearing this, Fatty Lee smiled awkwardly, summoned the, and then waved his hand, chanting the incantation. A circular formation gradually formed in front of Fatty Lee. Fortunately, he still remembered the incantation for the beast formation. Hiss. On the tree. Seeing the formation floating in front of it, the purple patterned snake hissed, looking at Fatty Lee and the beside him, seemingly hesitant. Roar. Next to it, the Fire Hound let out a low growl. The purple patterned snake immediately raised its head and saw Yifan, who was standing not far away with his arms crossed. It is a beast. It has intelligence, and at this moment, it seems to have become humanized and frozen. Is this persuasion? That Fire Hound's mouth is almost reaching its ears. Fatty, show off your beast talent. Yifan spoke at this moment. Okay. Hearing this, Fatty Lee immediately raised his hand, and the toxin enhancement manifested on the hiss. Seeing this scene, the purple patterned snake glanced at the Fire Hound with its mouth grinning to the ears, then looked at the whose fangs had been enhanced, paused for a few seconds, let out a low hoarse sound, and crashed into the beast formation. The next moment, the formation closed in, enveloping Fatty Lee. Yifan, I succeeded in taming it. Fatty Lee exclaimed with joy. Not bad. Yifan nodded, not saying much. Go collect the silver snake fruits. Okay. Fatty Lee happily went to collect the silver snake fruits, a total of 8, all fully mature. If they hadn't come here today, they would have probably been eaten by that purple patterned snake. Transplant. Fatty Lee was somewhat puzzled. He still had some common sense, knowing not to exhaust resources, and that artificially planted environments are not as good as wild ones. After transplanting, it might not succeed. However, since Yifan said to transplant, Fatty Lee didn't think too much and quickly collected the vines and handed them to Yifan. The silver snake fruit roughly bears fruit every 2 months. With this section of vine, Fatty Lee's early spiritual fruits for both of his beasts are secured. Yifan, in the future, when I open the beast space, should I continue to tame snake-type beasts of the same level? Having obtained a new beast, Fatty Lee was somewhat excited. There are still many low-grade snake-type beasts, such as the cowherd snake and the cauliflower snake. These should be fine, right? No. Yifan shook his head. The low-grade ones are enough. In the future, you should tame at least elite-level ones or higher. Why? The same reason, affinity. Yifan explained. If you collect a bunch of low-grade beasts, when you encounter elite-level ones in the future, they will sense that you are full of the scent of low-grade bloodline beasts. Who would want to follow you? Is that so? Hearing this, Fatty Lee scratched his head. Do beasts also have a hierarchy of disdain? If you bring your bunch of cowherd snakes and cauliflower snakes, even if you tame dozens or even thousands, when you stand before a dragon python, you won't even be able to lift your head, let alone tame it? But if the reverse is true, if I have the aura of a dragon python, wouldn't it be easy to tame a purple patterned snake like today? Fatty Lee questioned. Exactly. Yifan nodded, a hint of a smile in his eyes. Fatty, you are making connections now. Haha. Fatty Lee scratched his head. After all, he is still a cultured person. Good. Fatty Lee nodded, summoned the purple patterned snake, and when he saw that the purple patterned snake seemed to have a resentful look, he scratched his head in confusion. Why is this purple patterned snake looking at me like that? I didn't force it. It chose to follow me willingly. Purple patterned snake. Hiss. In the distance, seeing that Fatty Lee was really controlling 2 beasts at the same time, Pan Zhao was once again astonished. What situation allows these students to master the breathing technique in such a short time before opening their second beast control space? Am I mistaken? Pan Zhao felt a bit puzzled, his gaze drifting between Li Fatty and Yifan. Yifan was clearly a student with great potential, being able to team up with Li Yu every day. Could Li Yu also be a talented individual? Someone suitable for practicing the breathing technique? Pan Zhao speculated that, as there are many different types of beings, There are indeed beast tamers whose beast control skills are not impressive, but their mastery of breathing techniques is exceptionally high. In fact, some who practice breathing techniques may even be stronger than their own beasts. Such examples are not uncommon. Many without a talent for beast taming become powerful solely through breathing techniques. These two kids are not bad. Pan Zhao nodded, a glimmer of light in his eyes. He had been a beast tamer teacher in Ping City for over 10 years, teaching several batches of elite classes and encountering many geniuses. But it was the first time he felt this way about two students from the ordinary class. What exactly was this feeling? Pan Zhao wasn't he sure. Limitless potential? As he thought about it, his gaze focused and he caught sight of Li Fati, who was awkwardly trying to command two beasts, nearly biting his own tongue. Isn't this still a mess of beast control? Yi Fan, I feel like I'm getting all flustered commanding them. While cleaning up the corpse of a beast in front of him, Li Fati said to Yi Fan, one moment, I'm commanding this one, the next that one. It feels so chaotic. For example, the sharp fangs of the solar snake can pierce through the tougher hides of some beasts, and it has a color-changing ability that allows it to hide well in its environment. While the purple striped snake has a potent venom but lacks sharp fangs and has a relatively frail body. So in this case, shouldn't the solar snake target those tougher areas, while the purple striped snake should attack the soft spots and vital areas of the beasts? When faced with a counterattack, shouldn't the solar snake use its color-changing ability to hide in the environment, while the frail and distinctly patterned purple striped snake should take cover behind obstacles? Now that you mention it, I think I understand. Li Fati seemed to have an epiphany, looking at Yi Fan for a while before saying, no wonder the principal said you would definitely become a powerful beast tamer in the future. This theory is much easier to grasp than what's in the textbooks. Adapting your understanding based on the environment and different situations to align with the current circumstances is an essential skill for strong individuals. You should also adopt this way of thinking in the future. After a day's hunting, as evening approached, the two of them had captured a total of 15 beasts, with their strengths mostly around 6 stars, and one each at 7, 8, and 9 stars, not including a bronze-level evil rhinoceros. Today's harvest was massive. On the way back, Li Fati said with some emotion, next time, we should aim for 20 or 30 beasts. Next time, our focus won't be on these black iron-level beasts. Yi Fan shook his head, stretching lazily. Let's go sell what we have. Keep 50 pounds of the bronze-level meat for ourselves, and buy some spiritual herbs and fruits. Let's train well in the next few days. The 10th is coming soon, and we need to prepare to enter the secret realm. All right, Li Fati nodded, walking ahead when suddenly he thought of something. Hey, Yi Fan, didn't you say there was something important to do today? What is it? What? That purple striped snake? Yi Fan smiled, looking at Li Fati, and said, Fati, you should be the first among the newcomers to have 2 beasts now. Isn't that a big deal? Oh. Li Fati nodded, then scratched his head, feeling a bit uncertain. Am I really that impressive? Chapter 22. Entering the secret realm one morning in the beast space. Yi Fan operated the holy law, taking another deep breath. As he exhaled, he opened his eyes, which shimmered with golden light. In just a few days, months seemed to have passed here. At this moment, his physique had already far surpassed others. It's not an exaggeration to say that even a black iron 5-star beast could be killed by Yi Fan with bare hands. Wong Wong, beside him, the fire dog approached affectionately upon seeing Yi Fan wake up. It had also made significant progress, after consuming 2 fire fruits and a lot of strengthening grass. Its level had reached black iron 8 stars. At this moment, only about 10 days had passed in the outside world, and this progress could only be described as terrifying. If we get a bit faster, once you advance to bronze, we can do something big. Yi Fan patted the fire dog's head, his gaze shifting to the ground beside him. At this moment, silver snake fruits, fire fruits, and strengthening grass had all grown, their fragrant aroma filling the air, making it feel much sweeter. Meanwhile, a small sapling had also sprouted in the open area. Looking at the sapling, Yi Fan's eyes focused. It was a seedling of a mid-grade white jade tree, which could produce white jade fruits that significantly enhanced the growth speed of beasts. White jade fruits are rare ripening fruits, considered quite good spiritual fruits among mid-grade items. Yi Fan had used the 50,000 he received as a reward from Pan Zhao to buy this. The growth cycle of this spiritual fruit is very long. Generally, it takes about a year to mature. Now that a small sapling has sprouted, that is already quite impressive. My beast space is getting more and more stuff. Yi Fan stretched lazily, plucking the spiritual fruits, giving some to the fire dog, and storing the rest. Today was the day Pan Zhao would select candidates to enter the secret realm. He had been in seclusion for a few days, aiming to achieve greater gains once inside the secret realm. Exiting the beast space, Yi Fan knocked on Li Fati's door. But as soon as he placed his hand on the door, it opened by itself. As the door opened, he saw Li Fati sitting at the table, a large piece of roasted evil rhinoceros meat in front of him, wearing a scarf and holding a knife and fork. The dormitory was filled with the aroma of roasted meat. Yi Fan, you finally finished your seclusion? Upon seeing Yi Fan, Li Fati quickly got up to grab the knife and fork from the nearby drawer. Come, just roasted the evil rhinoceros meat. It's delicious. I'll pass. Yi Fan shook his head, looking at Fatty with a smile. Fatty, you're about to live a noble life, aren't you? Do you know what day it is today? What day? Hearing this, Li Fatty realized a bit late, glancing at the calendar. When he saw the bright red characters marking the Secret Realm Selection Day, he jumped up with a bang. Oh no. Yesterday, Teacher Pan said the gathering was at 9 o'clock, and it's already 8:55. Hurry, let's get to the playground. Li Fatty exclaimed. Teacher Pan has been really displeased with me lately. If I'm late again, he'll definitely kill me. Where are those two brats? Why haven't they arrived yet? On the playground, Pan Zhao frowned as he looked at the familiar faces missing from the lineup. Naturally, it wasn't just Pan Zhao who noticed that Yi Fan and Li Fatty were absent. In the back row, Deng Chong, who had been trying to find opportunities to annoy Yi Fan, poked his head out. Teacher, can we start? It's already 9 o'clock, he said with a smile, knowing Pan Zhao's temper. Last time, when two students were late, he directly locked them outside. This time, with Yi Fan and the others late, they would likely be disqualified. What is going on? Yi Fan and the others are late, and Pan Zhao isn't angry? Just then, Yi Fan and Li Fatty arrived. The distance from the dormitory to the playground was still quite considerable, and Li Fatty was panting heavily. Li Yu, didn't I tell you yesterday that the selection starts at 9 o'clock? Pan Zhao's gaze locked onto Li Fatty, and he immediately began to scold him. Are you a fish? Did you forget what I told you yesterday? Yes. Li Fatty didn't hear clearly, thinking it was a mistake, and kept nodding. Laughter erupted at this moment. Li Fatty looked up to see Pan Zhao's face turning green, and only then did he realize something was off. He opened his mouth and recounted the strategy he and Yi Fan had discussed on the way, quickly saying, Teacher Pan, Yi Fan wasn't feeling well. So I was taking care of him and forgot. Hearing this, Pan Zhao shifted his gaze to Yi Fan. When he saw that the other party was in high spirits and hadn't even taken a breath, his expression changed. This kid seems to have made great progress. You call this feeling unwell? Yes, Fatty Li replied repeatedly, pulling Yi Fan and walking toward the back of the team. Coincidentally, they ended up standing next to Deng Chong and his group. At this moment, Deng Chong looked at Fatty and moved aside, appearing cautious. Fatty Li was no longer afraid of Deng Chong. However, seeing the other party's reaction, he curiously said to Yi Fan, Deng Chong seems to be very afraid of us? Being afraid of us might be fake, but being afraid of Teacher Pan is real. Yi Fan shook his head, although Pan Zhao's earlier words were clearly scolding Fatty. The underlying meaning revealed that their relationship was relatively good. Deng Chong wasn't a fool and could naturally tell. Upon hearing such rules, everyone fell silent, and someone quietly said, Teacher, isn't it very easy for the first person to go up to be taken down in a wheel battle? Yes. Pan Zhao did not deny it and nodded. I know what you want to say. You think it's unfair. I will give the first person who stands up a chance to challenge again. If he loses, he can have another go. Once this was said, everyone felt it was reasonable. Yi Fan, should we go up first? Fatty asked Yi Fan. Yes. Fatty Li nodded. So, when Pan Zhao announced the selection of positions, while everyone was still hesitating, Yi Fan and Fatty Li had already stepped up, with Yi Fan leading the way. Soon all 10 positions were filled. Besides Yi Fan and Fatty, Deng Chong took one, and Ma Xiaoxue took another, while the rest were mostly unfamiliar faces. There were over 50 students in the ordinary class, and after removing 10, the remaining 40 or so were looking for their opponents. Before long, someone chose to challenge the champion, and both sides began their beast-controlling duel. Most of the beast controllers in the ordinary class were still at the Black Iron 1-star level, with a few decent ones reaching 2-star. Deng Chong and Ma Xiaoxue were both 3-star. Fatty Li also followed Yi Fan's advice. He placed the Fire Sun Snake and the Purple Pattern Snake on the ground, one at Black Iron 4-star and the other at Black Iron 3-star. Both snakes were buried in the grass, their heads raised, looking quite intimidating. This move drew a lot of gasps from the crowd. In no time, news about Fatty Li's 2 beasts spread. That fat guy can be so impressive. At another position in the team, Deng Chong glared at Fatty Li's 2 snakes and cursed under his breath. Why don't we go find some trouble with him? One of Deng Chong's lackeys whispered. We have more than 10 people. We can still do a wheel battle. Are you stupid? Wasting so much energy dealing with a dead fat guy is not as good as gathering more people to enter the secret realm. Deng Chong scolded, shifting his gaze to Yi Fan, and suddenly shivered. Why not find that Yi Fan? You really are stupid. Deng Chong slapped his lackey. Do you not know who Yi Fan is? The throat-locking maniac. Go fight him. Forget about your beasts. Upon hearing this, the slapped lackey fell silent. Yi Fan had only been to the training room for a few days, and someone recorded a video of him scoring 300 points. Later, the video spread, and everyone knew that Yi Fan's favorite move was the throat lock. No matter what beast or technique you had, in the end, it was all about locking the throat and finishing off in one move. Thus, someone nicknamed Yi Fan the throat-locking maniac, and the legend grew, gradually evolving into the belief that anyone who dueled beasts with Yi Fan would surely have their throat locked by his fire dog. This terrified everyone, so until now, Yi Fan hadn't released his beasts, and there wasn't a single challenger in front of him. Who dares to challenge? Others challenge for victory or defeat. He challenges for life or death. It's hard to get a beast. If it gets locked, they would be expelled on the spot. Got it, Changgu. The slapped lackey could only nod, helplessly saying, should we just let Yi Fan and that fat guy enter the secret realm so smoothly? So that's how it is. The lackey was overjoyed. Then let's hurry and occupy more positions. We can follow Changgu to enjoy the benefits. He and T wanted to provoke Yi Fan recently, but his cousin suddenly changed his mind, saying he wanted to deal with this kid in the secret realm, which aligned perfectly with Deng Chang's wish. Once we enter the secret realm, we'll settle the scores from last time together, Deng Chang said fiercely while looking at Yi Fan. On the other side, Yi Fan naturally felt Deng Chang's gaze and snorted twice. This was no longer the beginning of the school year. He was now far ahead of his peers. This secret realm would be the time to solidify the gap. Soon, a few hours passed, and the qualifications to enter the secret realm were finally confirmed. Yi Fan, Fatty, and Deng Chang were the least challenged, while Ma Xiaoxua lost once in the middle but managed to fight her way back up. Of the other 6, 4 were Deng Chang's lackeys, and 2 were lucky last-minute additions. Looking at the final selection results, Pan Zhao was obviously a bit dissatisfied. With his sharp eyes, he could see that Deng Chang's 10 or so lackeys were helping each other. Out of the 10, 5 were from Deng Chang's group, young and already forming factions. They were unlikely to achieve great things. Pan Zhao didn't say much more, having silently made his judgment and announced the final list. This secret realm would last for 10 days. Once inside, besides those entering, no one else was allowed to leave the school. Pan Zhao arranged a few words and led the 10 students toward the secret realm behind the school. There will be dedicated mentors to protect you in the secret realm, but they won't intervene unless it's a life or death situation. Also, once they intervene, it means your journey in the secret realm is over. So, you must pay attention to your safety in the secret realm because mentors might not be able to intervene in time. Every year, many students die in the secret realm. On the way, Pan Zhao explained the rules of the secret realm to everyone. At the end, he suddenly thought of something and added, there's no prohibition on healthy competition among classmates in the secret realm, but killing each other's beasts is forbidden. Be careful with the intensity during beast duels. When saying this, Pan Zhao's gaze was fixed directly on Yi Fan. It's fine with wild beasts, but wanton slaughter of classmates' beasts can easily get you branded with a bad reputation and expelled. Yi Fan knew Pan Zhao was talking about him, nodded, but didn't pay much attention. He didn't want to kill these immature kids. As long as they didn't provoke him, he wouldn't arbitrarily give someone a throat lock. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the secret realm, a portal-like place, and at this moment, the other classes had already arrived, led by their teachers. When Pan Zhao arrived, everyone's attention focused on this small group. As Pan Zhao said, there were no restrictions on quotas for other classes. Brother Pan is here. A teacher who had a good relationship with Pan Zhao greeted him with a smile, then looked at Yi Fan. Is this that Yi Fan from Brother Pan's class? Such a young age, and so strong. Not bad, Pan Zhao replied. Beside him, another mentor said, with Yi Fan here, Brother Pan's ordinary class will surely gain many good things in this secret realm. I think it might be worth twice what our class gets. Pan Zhao's expression darkened, but he didn't continue. Yi Fan also felt the difference. Unlike his previous life, they were also entering the secret realm, but no one said anything, as they were truly overlooked. However, in this life, he had emerged out of nowhere, and suddenly, the previously unclear relationships became apparent. Besides the ordinary class, there were a total of 8 classes, 4 of which had teachers who were at odds with Pan Zhao, led by that hawk-nosed teacher from the elite class. The other 4 classes had 2 that were on good terms with Pan Zhao, while one was a nice guy who didn't offend either side. The rivalry between the teachers. Yi Fan looked at these mentors, remaining silent while keeping a mental note of the students from these classes. Outside, Pan Zhao gave him a chance to enter the secret realm, and in return, he gave Pan Zhao a chance. Go ahead. Upon hearing this, Pan Zhao turned to a few people and said. Yi Fan nodded, took the fat guy along, and stepped into the secret realm ahead of everyone. This action immediately made a few people somewhat dissatisfied. Once all the students entered, the Guardian also went into the secret realm, and Zhang Hong spoke first. Pan Zhao, your class's Yi Fan really knows how to give you face. A student from an ordinary class walking ahead of the elite class? Isn't there a bit of decorum? Humph, with no decorum, someone will teach him the rules one day. Zhang Hong snorted coldly, looking at Pan Zhao. Pan Zhao, you don't really think a student from an ordinary class can suppress students from the elite class in the secret realm, do you? Just because he ate 2 spirit fruits and leveled up a bit, that gave you confidence? There are plenty in my class who can kill Black Iron 6-star Beast Tamers. It's not just your class SE fan who can afford spirit fruits. If that's how you say it, let's just wait and see. Hearing this, Pan Zhao sneered. I know all about your tricks, forming cliques and colluding. Your students should have learned these things, right? You. Hearing this, Zhang Hong raised his hand, his aura rising. Pan Zhao, do you think that just because you reached Golden 9-star, you're invincible? Those without shoes are not afraid of those wearing them. Besides, I have a Yi Fan and a Li Yu in my hands. Together they can kill Black Iron 9-star wild beasts in the Beast Forest. And you think you can suppress them? Chapter 24, Layout Pan Zhao. This remark angered Zhang Hong, and he waved his hand. A massive silver moon wolf appearing beside him, its silver fur shimmering like flowing water in the sunlight. With a long howl, the surrounding airwaves surged. Golden 8-star. Compared to last year, Zhang Hong's beast had also leveled up by 1 star. Humph. The moment Pan Zhao saw the silver moon wolf, the corner of his mouth lifted. It was just a wolf. Do you understand what it means to be the king of beasts? Roar. With a gathering of light. A golden 9-star roaring lion appeared beside Pan Zhao, howling to the sky, the might of the king of beasts instantly sweeping the area. 1 gold, 1 silver, 1 lion, 1 wolf. The two stood opposing each other, and many instructors panicked, some trying to pull Pan Zhao away, while others tried to pull Zhang Hong. Brother Pan. Let it go. Zhang Hong is just joking, don't take it to heart. Brother Zhang, there's no need for such a big fuss. We are teachers. Let's not resort to fighting. At this moment, the instructors all tried to mediate. The strengths of the 2 main instructors of Pingsheng High School were already close. Both top experts. If they really fought here, others might not be able to stop them. The 2 remained still, both staring fiercely at each other. Clearly, there was not just competition, but also personal grudges between them. Ahem. Just at this tense moment, a slightly aged cough sounded. Principal. Seeing the old man appear, several instructors finally breathed a sigh of relief. In Pingsheng High School, only Principal Pu Mi's words held the most weight. You two, just like your beasts, can't help but fight whenever you see each other. Looking at the enraged Pan Zhao and Zhang Hong, Pu Mi shook his head helplessly. Pan Zhao, don't slander me. Zhang Hong spoke coldly. You say I'm forming cliques and colluding. What evidence do you have? Is evidence even needed? Your actions, Zhang Hong, are known to everyone. You're talking nonsense. All right. Watching the 2 about to throw punches at each other, Pu Mi once again intervened. 2 teachers, don't disregard your roles. Today is the time for them to enter the secret realm for testing. What's there to argue about? Once this was said, both Pan Zhao and Zhang Hong's expressions improved considerably, finally stopping their quarrel. Principal, how do we judge who gets more valuable items? Pan Zhao asked. What if someone uses things from their pockets as items from the secret realm? Pan Zhao questioned again, glancing at Zhang Hong. After all, our ordinary class students aren't as wealthy as some others. You Zhang Hong are angry again. Zhang Hong's face turned red, and Pu Mi quickly spoke. The items in the secret realm have unique markings, so they can't be faked. That is more like it, Pan Zhao replied, and then stopped talking. Meanwhile, Zhang Hong only snorted twice. Seeing that the 2 were still angry, Pu Mi shook his head helplessly. He knew about the hatred between them and felt there was no way to mediate. Minimizing conflicts was the best he could do. All right, then let's wait for the results 10 days from now. There's no need to linger here. Let's go do what we need to do. After saying this, everyone began to leave one after another. Pan Zhao and Zhang Hong were the last to stay, glaring at each other hatefully before finally putting away their beasts and leaving. With the principal here, they had to give him face. In the Misty Realm, Li Fati looked around at the environment, stunned. Isn't this the Silver Moon Forest we visited a few days ago? This is a secret realm built to resemble the Silver Moon Forest, Yi Fan explained. After all, it was a man-made Misty Realm. There had to be a reference point. So there are many wild beasts and spiritual materials here? Li Fati asked. Pretty much. Yi Fan nodded. You can think of this as a higher-level Silver Moon Forest. The beasts here are stronger, and the things you can obtain are better. Not only are there spiritual materials, but there are also breathing techniques and beast cubs. As he spoke, Yi Fan looked deeper into the forest, but it was different here. In the deepest part, there were no wild golden beasts, only a silver level one. I see, Li Fati nodded, then suddenly choked. Yi Fan, how do you know so much? I know more than just this. Yi Fan smiled mysteriously. This secret realm, after all, could be said to be the place where he rose to prominence. How could he not remember it clearly? Let's go, Fatty. Since this is a place resembling the Silver Moon Forest, this is our home ground. After saying this, Yi Fan strode ahead, and Li Fati, hearing this, looked around at the familiar environment and smiled, quietly releasing his 2 snakes. Just as Yi Fan said, this place could be considered their home ground. Meanwhile, in another part of the secret realm, a group of people gathered together. It was Deng Chong with his few followers. Meeting up with Deng Li, cousin. Looking at Deng Li, who also had 7 or 8 people beside him, Deng Chong's eyes lit up, as expected of his cousin. He had so many followers in the elite class. Where did Yi Fan go? After glancing at his cousin, Deng Li spoke coldly. That direction. We all came in from the same place, Deng Chong said, a hint of confusion in his tone. Didn't you say a few days ago that you weren't on good terms with Yi Fan? Why suddenly? Black Iron 7-star. Hearing this level, Deng Chong was somewhat surprised. So high? Very normal. Deng Li shook his head. Anyone who can enter the elite class has elite level beasts. As long as they're willing to spend money, even bronze is possible. Speaking of bronze, how much would that cost? Hearing this, Deng Chong was somewhat taken aback. Their family had some money, but after spending tens of thousands, his beast was only Black Iron 4-star. To reach bronze, they would probably go bankrupt. That's natural. Deng Li raised his head, his eyes narrowing. What I want is not for him to have it easy. This statement stunned Deng Chong, who then cautiously asked, cousin, do you mean to kill? Deng Li nodded, his gaze icy. At that time, just create some commotion so the guardian doesn't notice this side. In the secret realm, it's normal for 2 people to die. Fool. Seeing Deng Chong's reaction, Deng Li quietly scolded. He wasn't a person without ambition. Dealing with Yi Fan wasn't just because of the previous conflict, but mainly because of the look Yi Fan had given him that day. It was the first time he encountered someone looking at him that way, as if they could see right through him. Dynasty restoration. This could implicate the whole family. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for looking at me that day. Looking deep into the jungle, Deng Li spoke, his tone filled with severity. Chapter 25. The Guardian. At this moment, in a corner of the secret realm, with a thud, a Black Iron 9-star Linglong demon monkey fell in front of Yi Fan and the fatty. An elite-level beast, quite troublesome. Looking at the small Linglong demon monkey before him, Li Fatty said, as if relieved, sitting down on the ground. This Linglong white monkey was quite intelligent. Currently, both Yi Fan and Li Fatty had decent strength. Yi Fan commanded his Black Iron 8-star fire dog as the main force, while Li Fatty's 2 poisonous snakes lurked in the forest, always waiting for the right moment to unleash a deadly bite. This level of combat power could actually stand against beasts below the bronze level. However, even so, hunting this Linglong white monkey still put considerable pressure on the 2. The difficulty was more than doubled compared to hunting the Black Iron 9-star beast in the Silver Moon Forest. Several times, the Linglong white monkey almost caught Li Fatty directly, only to be saved by Yi Fan's heavy punch. Primates are inherently more intelligent than other beasts, especially since this one was an elite-level beast. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was bandaging the wounds on his hands and said, after all, they are the closest beasts to humans. Primates not only have various types, but many also possess all sorts of bizarre abilities. This Linglong white monkey is relatively easy to deal with. Are there any Lingming stone monkeys among the primate beasts? Li Fatty asked, his eyes shining. Since there are ancient remnants of mythical beasts, there should be Lingming stone monkeys too, right? Isn't that just the Lingming stone monkey from our mythology? Li Fatty was excited. Not exactly, or rather, not completely. At least it doesn't have the golden cudgel, Yi Fan explained, smiling at Li Fatty. If you can get into a university in Beihai, you should know that the Lingming demon monkey is very strong, one of the top 10 beasts in Beihai. Top 10 beasts? Is there a dragon python? Upon hearing this, the fatty inquired further. No dragon python. The relics where dragon pythons live are in Kyoto. Yi Fan shook his head. Upon hearing this, Li Fatty shrank his head. Then I won't go to the university in Beihai. Blood charm flower, a mid-grade spiritual flower of the ordinary level, can stimulate the potential of a beast's blood and flesh, allowing it to grow rapidly in a short time. However, this growth is distinctly different from the white jade fruit. It targets the beast's physical body. Eating too much of this spiritual flower can make a beast that wouldn't grow much become very large, making it quite suitable for beasts that primarily rely on physical attacks. There are many good things in the secret realm. This blood charm flower would cost a lot to buy outside. As usual, Yi Fan dug up the blood charm flower with its roots, casually handing it to Li Fatty. Your solar snake should be quite suitable. A larger size will improve its defense and attack power, and it isn't a particularly agile type of beast, so it should be fine to eat. Good, Li Fatty nodded, taking the blood charm flower, but his eyes were somewhat wandering, glancing at the blood charm flower in his hand. Li Fatty looked at Yi Fan walking ahead and suddenly asked, Yi Fan, what is the world outside Ping City really like? I keep hearing you say it seems so dangerous. The outside world? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan paused, but quickly shook his head. It's very exciting. There are definitely dangers. But correspondingly, there are countless opportunities. Knowing so much now is useless. Just remember one thing. To become the strong person you imagine, you must go out. Oh. Li Fatty nodded, seemingly understanding. Then I must get into a good university to see the outside world. Yi Fan smiled, walking ahead, his voice drifting. Actually, you don't necessarily have to go to university to go out. There are many grassroots organizations that are willing to accept students from beast training high schools. These grassroots organizations are various. Some are dedicated to eliminating beasts, some aim to restore humanity's greatness, some are based on religious beliefs. And there are even those that maintain the environment by picking up garbage in Beihai. It's quite fascinating. Of course, there are bad ones too. Some cults harm both themselves and others, so you need to have discernment. Those very strong beast tamers, establishing their own sects, are also a type of organization. Of course, besides these, you can also go out on your own as long as your strength is sufficient. No one can do anything to you. The most important thing is still strength. This world has many mysteries. In the sky above the secret realm, as the two guardians of this secret realm, a man and a woman, each wearing masks, their true faces hidden. They both had bird-type beasts, and their breathing techniques had reached a high level, giving them excellent vision. At this moment, they were high in the sky, looking down at the group of students exploring the secret realm. That ordinary class Yi Fan's strength is indeed quite good. It's his first time entering the secret realm, and he was able to slay a black iron 9-star beast. At this rate, he is very likely to break through to the bronze level during this secret realm trip. The female guardian spoke, although dressed in standard clothing. Her figure could not be concealed. Her brows held a hint of a smile, clearly pleased with Yi Fan's performance. After saying this, the male guardian fell silent for a few seconds and continued. The quality of this year's new students in Ping City High School is really good. Not to mention the talent for beasts not seen in decades. The proportion of elite students is also very high, and surprisingly, there are two unexpected joys in the elite class. 3 years later, there might even be someone who gets into Kyoto University. The outstanding class Deng Li? What is he gathering this large group of people for? After speaking, the female guardian also looked over there, but after a quick glance, her brows furrowed. It seemed they wanted to cause trouble for Yi Fan. I heard they seemed to have some conflicts before. These students, upon entering the secret realm, don't do their main tasks, but learn to fight among themselves faster than ever. The male guardian scolded, a bunch of useless little rascals. Should I go stop them? Seeing the male guardian getting angry, the female guardian suggested, maybe take a little action to warn them? No need. Let these little rascals go. The male guardian was clearly a bit angry. Yi Fan is obviously experienced in hunting. How could a group of kids who have never been far from home think they can cause him trouble? In the secret realm, if there's a duel, if something happens, nothing will happen. I'm watching. The male guardian interrupted the female guardian. I actually want to see how a group of little rascals who only know how to fight among themselves get dealt with. Chapter 26. Not playing by the rules. Fatty. Catch. In the afternoon, in a very hidden patch of grass, Yi Fan picked 3 mushrooms that looked like explosive mushrooms, but were red, and tossed them to Li Fatty. What is this? Looking at the bright red mushrooms in his hand, Li Fatty scratched his head. Raging mushroom, a low-grade spiritual medicine of the ordinary level. Eating it can temporarily boost a beast's combat power, but afterwards, it will fall into a weakness period for about an hour, Yi Fan said, casually brushing off the dirt from his hands. So it's essentially a stimulant, Li Fatty said, tucking the raging mushroom away. Upon realizing that the large backpack he brought was almost full, a smile appeared on his face. Is today really just the first day, and we've already gathered this much? Until the end of the 2nd year of high school in his previous life, he was still active on the periphery, but in this life, just the first day in the secret realm, his harvest was already comparable to more than a year in his previous life. Such a terrifying yield was not only due to Yi Fan's experience from his previous life. More importantly, it was the significance of strength. The stronger their combat power, the deeper they could go into the secret realm, allowing them to obtain better things and achieve greater improvements. This is a positive relationship. A black iron 1-star could only pick up scraps in the most peripheral areas. A secret realm trip once a month could really yield nothing. And by the time your level rises, the good things would have long been taken, leaving you with nothing but garbage. One step fast, every step fast. Only by always staying ahead of others can we maximize our chances of obtaining all the good things. Let's divide the spiritual herbs and medicines we obtain today. Give some to our beasts to eat and rest for a while. Tomorrow, we will venture deeper. Yi Fan spoke as he opened his backpack. On the other side, Fatty Li also took out his backpack, and under Yi Fan's reasonable allocation, both large bags of spiritual herbs and medicines were divided into the most suitable amounts. Soon, with the consumption of the spiritual herbs and medicines, Yi Fan's Fire Hound had another breakthrough, reaching black iron 9 stars, while Fatty Li's 2 beasts, the Sun Snake, rose to black iron 5 stars after eating an extra blood charm flower, and the purple pattern snake reached black iron 4 stars. Damn, I feel a bit unreal. Looking at the 2 beasts in front of him that had clearly become much stronger, Fatty Li suddenly spoke up. Can I be this strong at 1 level too? Fatty, you've got your old problem again. Yi Fan's voice rang out from the side. Have you forgotten what I told you? You need to have a broader perspective. Oh, right, perspective. Fatty Lee nodded, pondering for a moment, then suddenly snorted coldly. Black iron is just a joke. This scene left Yi Fan stunned, and he couldn't help but laugh helplessly. Yi Fan, look at me. Do I have the demeanor of a strong person now? Fatty Lee raised his eyebrows and lowered his voice. Not much strong demeanor, but a lot of middle school syndrome. Yi Fan replied, shouldering his backpack and standing up. All right, let's find a safer place and set up the tent. Wait for me. Still immersed in his performance, Fatty Lee saw Yi Fan had already entered the jungle and hurriedly chased after him. Clang, clang, clang. Deep in the forest, the sound of hammering on wooden stakes could be heard as Fatty Lee was setting up the tent, while Yi Fan gathered some mosquito-repelling herbs to burn and scatter around. After all, this is a forest, and the mosquitoes here are not ordinary. Many of them could be considered beasts, although their strength might only be black iron 1-star. A bite from such mosquitoes could easily leave a big bump for 4 to 5 days. All right, at one moment, Fatty Lee put down the hammer in his hand and looked at the 2 neatly set up tents with a proud smile. Yi Fan, look quickly, how is my tent? Let me see. Yi Fan turned his head, saw Fatty's masterpiece, and nodded. Not bad, Fatty, your outdoor survival skills are getting better. Huh. Fatty Lee scratched his head, clapped his hands, and let out a breath. The quality of this tent is really good. The $100 spent were worth it, both stable and good looking. Easy to get in and out. While looking at the tent, Fatty Lee suddenly felt something was off. Hey, where's the door of my tent? Not far away. Yi Fan, who had just praised Fatty, raised an eyebrow. Looking at the tent in front of him, Yi Fan fell silent for a few seconds, then slowly spoke. You didn't, by any chance, install the side with the door on the top, did you? Ah, this. Fatty Lee scratched his head, wanting to explain to Yi Fan, when suddenly, a large group of people emerged from the jungle. Deng Chong, seeing the person leading the group, Yi Fan's expression instantly turned cold, and his body sank, instinctively entering a defensive stance. Beside him, Fatty Lee also reacted quickly, immediately summoning his 2 beasts. Finally, I found you guys. In the crowd, Deng Li's voice rang out, and the next moment, he stepped to the front of the group, glancing at Fatty's 2 beasts with a hint of mockery. Black iron 4 stars, black iron 5 stars. Fatty, you must have found something good in the secret realm. Fatty Lee shrank his head, about to curse, when Yi Fan's voice came from the side. Deng Li, you came to find me. Are you confident about getting revenge for your cousin? Hearing this, Deng Li immediately turned to Yi Fan, and when he saw the same look in his eyes as last time, his eyes narrowed. Yi Fan, you should know why I came to find you, right? Guess. Yi Fan's lips curled up, still speaking in a calm tone. If you want to fight, then let us fight. Last time you didn't team make a move when I dealt with your cousin. I didn't get to enjoy myself. Arrogant. Hearing this, Deng Li angrily scolded, and with a wave of his hand, a beast resembling a hedgehog, but covered in golden armor, appeared in front of him. Beast, dragon armor. With a burst of light, the golden armor of the beast was once again reinforced, and scale-like structures emerged, clearly raising its defense to another level. Clang, clang. In the jungle, the patrolling Fire Hound pushed aside the weeds and jumped to Yi Fan's side. Black iron 9 stars. Seeing the Fire Hound nearly at Yi Fan's waist height, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. How is this possible? Looking at the Fire Hound, Deng Li's expression darkened. Just a few days ago, your Fire Hound was only black iron 4 stars. Then you should say, a few days prior, my Fire Hound was also just black iron 1 star. Yi Fan smiled faintly. What's wrong? A genius in your class would be scared off by my Fire Hound. Black iron 9 stars. What's there to be arrogant about? Deng Li lowered his voice, glancing at the people behind him. I have 15 people here. Can you stop all of us by yourself? Beast, ascend. With a flash of light, the Fire Hound grew even larger, and Yi Fan took the lead, actually launching the attack even before Deng Li and the others could react. Fatty, attack. Hearing this, Fatty Lee quickly complied, and the 2 venomous snakes instantly vanished into the grass, heading towards the crowd. Clang. The Fire Hound raised its sharp claws and struck heavily on the golden armored beast's shell, producing a dull sound. But this strike seemed to cause little damage to the golden armored beast. My golden armored beast combined with the dragon armor cannot be broken by anything below the bronze level beasts. Watching this scene, Deng Li spoke coldly, but the next moment, his pupils constricted violently. Yi Fan, you dare. Before he could finish, a heavy fist slammed into his chest, sending Deng Li stumbling back 7 or 8 steps before he fell to the ground. Who told you that I had to break through your golden armored beast's defenses? Yi Fan's voice rang out, and in the crowd, Deng Li hurriedly looked up, only to see Yi Fan flexing his fists, his eyes cold. Today, I'll teach you well. Beast tamers are not just limited to controlling beasts. Boom. The Fire Hound charged into the crowd, and simultaneously, Yi Fan's fists followed closely behind. Use beasts to fight him. Surround him, don't let him get close. There are snakes. There are snakes. I've been bitten by a snake. Fire Hound. Block the Fire Hound. He is going to bite me. In the front of the crowd, the golden armored beast, huddled inside its shell, heard the chaotic sounds from behind, poked its head out from its shell, and for the first time, it looked suspiciously at its heavy shell as it watched Yi Fan and the Fire Hound wreak havoc in the crowd. Chapter 27. Brutal beating. This Yi Fan fights like an adult beating a child. In the sky, the female guardian watched Yi Fan, who stood out in the crowd, shaking her head. It was the first time she had seen a beast tamer fighting with fists. Was he previously trained in martial arts? Preparing to become a martial artist or a beast hunter? You haven't seen the real situation. The male guardian immediately shook his head, his gaze locked on Yi Fan. Exhaling deeply. I previously said his companion had a higher mastery of breathing techniques. I didn't expect that Yi Fan's mastery of breathing techniques far surpassed that of his companion. He didn't train in martial arts. Rather, it's because his mastery of breathing techniques has raised his physical prowess far above that of his peers. Breathing techniques? Hearing this, the female guardian was somewhat surprised. How long has he been practicing breathing techniques? How could he have such strong physicality because of that? That black iron 4-star rattlesnake couldn't withstand a few of his punches. It's easy to imagine that his breathing technique, if ordinary, must at least be above the second level. The male guardian shook his head. It shouldn't be an ordinary breathing technique. He must have a strong person in his family who passed down a relatively rare breathing technique, and he must have practiced it for a long time. Are there strong people in Pink City? Of course, but most of them have retired from the front lines, living peacefully at home in their old age. The male guardian slowly spoke, his gaze somewhat profound. His surname is Yi, still in Pingxing. Could it be that one? That one doesn't have descendants, does he? Upon hearing this, the female guardian quickly lowered her voice, warning not to speak too much about that one, as he is very sensitive to what others say behind his back. Regardless, we need to keep an eye on this Yi Fan. The male guardian shook his head. If my suspicions are correct, it's no wonder Yi Fan is so strong at this moment. What about those students? Should we intervene? The female guardian spoke again, seemingly worried. We can't let it escalate to a life or death situation. That kid knows how to control his strength. If he really wanted to strike, Dangli would probably be severely injured from the first punch. The male guardian added thoughtfully, those bitten by the snake might need some assistance. As for Liu, when Yi Fan told him to act, he meant to act, but he just let the snake bite people, wasting his profound breathing techniques. In the jungle, cries of despair filled the air. Those bitten by the snake, those beaten by Yi Fan, and those attacked by the fire dog all bore wounds. The overwhelming defeat was sealed the moment Yi Fan crossed the golden armored beast as they came to cause trouble for him. Believing that he couldn't break through the defense of the golden armored beast with its dragon armor, they charged in, but little did they know. Yi Fan didn't play by the rules. Unable to break the golden armored beast's defense, he simply took it out on them. The golden armored beast was too slow to defend them, with a black iron 9-star fire dog and a black iron 4-star Yi Fan throwing punches. It was like wolves entering a flock of sheep. Those kids, unaccustomed to close combat, had never seen such a scene and were all beaten to the point of begging for mercy, bruised and battered. Weren't you just shouting about teaching me a lesson? Why are you all suddenly mute? Yi Fan strolled among the crowd, walking leisurely. Soon, he arrived in front of Dangli, who was dazed, sitting on the ground panting heavily. After taking punches, being tackled by dogs, and bitten by snakes, he was undoubtedly the most miserable one present. He had imagined many possible endings and thought there might be accidents, but he never expected something so unexpected. Aren't beast tamers supposed to duel with their beasts? Can they really just throw punches? Yi Fan, don't go too far. Looking at Yi Fan, who wore a smirk, Dangli stubbornly spoke, as a beast tamer. Do you think it's honorable to win like this? You brought 15 people to trouble us too, and you're asking me if it's honorable to win? Yi Fan chuckled at this statement, squatted down, and stared directly at Dangli. I'll tell you this, don't think I don't know what you're planning. If I wanted to kill you, I could do it any time. You dare? Dangli retorted, you know who's behind me. His words trailed off into silence. Yi Fan smirked and leaned closer to Dangli, lowering his voice. I know, but do you dare to speak it out loud? As these words left his mouth, Dangli's pupils suddenly constricted violently, staring at Yi Fan with eyes full of fear, as if he had encountered a great wave. He really knows. Things that cannot be seen in the light will always remain hidden. Yi Fan snorted coldly, saying no more, clapping his hands and turning away. All right, you can leave now. With that, the group scrambled away, and Dangli stood there for a while before gritting his teeth and limping off. Yi Fan just let them go like that. Nearby, Fatly looked at the fleeing students, expressing some concern. What if they come back with someone else? A small shrimp? A big fish? Hearing this, Fatly was puzzled. What do you mean? There is still some time. How about we set up a seesaw and jump in tonight? Ugh. Fatly scratched his head awkwardly. I'll go set it up again. Saying this, Fatly turned around, swinging his arms, clearly ready to get to work. Behind him, Yi Fan watched Fat Li's back, his expression thoughtful. He must have deliberately let Deng Li go. After all, without this little shrimp as bait, how could he find out who the big fish behind him is? Such actions carry a certain risk, but it's not too bad. Pan Zhao would basically protect them every day, following them everywhere. This golden 9-star Devil Mentor's combat power is still formidable. At this moment, the fishing rod was set up, and the bait was thrown out, just waiting for the fish behind to bite. The question is, how big is that fish? Yi Fan's gaze turned slightly cold as he thought of something, hoping there wouldn't be any old acquaintances involved. Anyone bitten by the snake, come out with me. As Yi Fan expected, Deng Chong and the others didn't run far before the guardian appeared, but only one, the male guardian. Why? Someone in the crowd asked in confusion. One of the snakes that bit you is a purple patterned snake, with a venom so fierce it can kill a bronze-level beast. The guardian spoke coldly, his tone icy. Do you think your bodies are stronger than bronze-level beasts and can withstand this snake's venom? Guardian, save us. Upon hearing this, the crowd lost their composure. At this moment, the venom was starting to take effect, and some people's faces were turning purple. The guardian didn't say much, merely counted the number of people. When he counted to Deng Li, the latter suddenly asked, if you take us out, does that mean our qualifications for this secret realm will be cancelled? Of course, the guardian nodded. Hearing this, Deng Li's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth. Although they had been looking for Yi Fan today, they had also obtained a lot of good things. Clearly, if they could stay in the secret realm for 5 days, they would gain considerable benefits. Now that they were going out, they would definitely be left behind by a large margin. Yi Fan, Deng Li lowered his voice. A hint of fear deep in his eyes, while hatred also surfaced. This Yi Fan must die. Guardian, we were bitten by Yi Fan and Li Yu. What about them? Nearby, Deng Chong cursed angrily. They hurt our classmates and were so ruthless. Shouldn't they be punished? Didn't your teacher tell you before coming in that dueling with beasts is allowed? Upon hearing this, the guardian, who already disliked this group, snorted coldly. Looking at Deng Chong, his immense pressure bearing down on him. Or do you think I'm blind and can't see what you did in the forest? Chapter 28. Short-legged violent lizard Yi Fan, are you up? Early the next morning, Fat Li climbed out of the tent, stretching lazily. Just as he spoke, he saw Yi Fan practicing a strangely postured punch. What kind of boxing style is this? Fat Li asked curiously. It's a health-preserving boxing style. Yi Fan threw the last punch, withdrew his fist, and let out a long breath. Then, he looked at Fat Li with a smile. So, Fatty, do you want to learn? I want to learn the health-preserving boxing. Fat Li shook his head repeatedly, pulling out a large pile of dry food from the tent. Life is short. It's better to live a little happier. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan smiled and shook his head. There was nothing wrong with Fat Li not learning this myriad technique. It was only suitable for those with a calm disposition to practice. And it would take years to see results, which didn't suit Fat Li. Yi Fan, where are we going today? While eating, Fat Li mumbled. Are we looking for good things like yesterday? Pretty much, but today I plan to be a bit more aggressive. Yi Fan spoke. How about a bronze-level beast? Interested? Be bronze level? Upon hearing this, Fat Li choked, then quickly said, a bronze-level beast has already comprehended beast taming skills. Our beasts are still at Black Iron. Isn't it a bit too risky to hunt across realms? That's fine. Fat Li didn't hesitate for long. After all, when he first entered the Beast Tamer forest and had his first beast, he had crossed 3 stars to hunt wild beasts with Yi Fan. Now he had 2 beasts, and Yi Fan's beast had reached Black Iron 9 stars. Hunting a bronze-level beast shouldn't be too much of a problem, right? What are those 2 kids planning to do again? Are we going to the territory of the bronze-level beast? In the sky, Yi Fan and his companion had just packed up their tent and were about to leave when the female guardian noticed them. Let them go, young people. A bit of enthusiasm is good. We just need to be cautious. Upon hearing this, the female guardian smiled and shook her head. Yesterday, they had repelled a total of 11 students, 8 of whom were from the elite class. Once they go out, Li Xiang will probably be unhappy, right? Their current teacher is Pan Zhao, that brute with such a violent temper. What could Li Xiang dare to say, unless Jiang Hong stands up for him? The male guardian shook his head. Speaking of teachers, he seemed somewhat interested and looked at the female guardian, saying, by the way, what kind of grudge do Jiang Hong and Pan Zhao have? It's like they've been fighting ever since we came to Ping City. And even after more than a decade, they're still at it. It seems to be because of a girl they both liked when they were students. Once this topic was brought up, the female guardian also became interested, leaning in and saying, they were both famous geniuses in Ping City back then, supposedly like brothers. And both went to Beihai for university. They both fell for the same girl, but since they were good brothers, they couldn't possibly fall out over a girl. So they agreed to compete fairly. Later, it seemed that the girl leaned a bit towards Pan Zhao. Then, during a college mission, Jiang Hong happened to be assigned to work with that girl, but it was just a very ordinary task. However, Their group suffered heavy casualties. And the girl also died in the secret realm. Pan Zhao went to investigate and seemed to have found something, but when confronting Zhang Hong, the latter refused to say anything, which created a rift between them, and eventually, they became enemies, even to this day in Ping City. Did Zhang Hong kill that girl? Upon hearing this, the male guardian was somewhat disbelieving. Zhang Hong could be a bit petty, but he was a young man who had made a name for himself. Possessing a strong character, and wouldn't he stoop so low, right? I don't know the specifics. Some say it was because of a beast tide that broke out in the secret realm. Others say it was members of a cult who assassinated the Academy's top students, and some say it was Zhang Hong who did it. Only those two know the truth. The female guardian shook her head. Anyway, they have been rivals for many years. In recent years, they seemed evenly matched until last year when Pan Zhao had a stroke of luck and suddenly advanced a star, which led to him winning against Zhang Hong in the teacher competition for the first time. There might be more good shows to watch in the future. The male guardian spoke up, as if recalling something. That kid from the Ji family is now Zhang Hong's student, a once-in-decades talent. Pan Zhao also has a Yi fan here, who seems to be the heir of a major family. With these two and their teachers involved, it's bound to lead to fierce competition. There has to be a winner and a loser. The female guardian sighed helplessly, hoping that these two young ones wouldn't let their teachers' grudges turn into hatred between them, as they are both from Ping City, and it would be better if they helped each other out. I actually think it's fine, as long as they don't resort to killing. It can be considered healthy competition. The male guardian replied, seemingly unconcerned. Both Pan Zhao and Zhang Hong have retreated to a small city like Ping City. But if you look at the entire Beastmaster world, their peers are quite strong, perhaps for that reason. They are both holding their breath and want to bring each other down, until one of them does. This might actually be a terrifying motivation. Yi Fan, have we arrived? Walking through the forest and feeling the oppressive atmosphere, Li Fati lowered his voice. Are you sure this bronze-level beast is easy to deal with? Why do I feel so tense here? It's definitely manageable, Yi Fan said, suddenly stopping in his tracks. Ahead, a protruding tree root blocked their way, and the dense jungle suddenly became orderly, as if it had been pruned. This is it. Looking at this familiar scene, Yi Fan said softly, then picked up a stone from the ground and threw it behind the tree root. Thud! The stone arced through the air, passed over the tree root, landed behind it. And then there was silence. This scene made Li Fati feel a bit strange. He looked at Yi Fan, opened his mouth, and said, Yi Fan, there's no shout. Before he could finish, a giant beast that was 3 meters tall charged out from behind the tree root, its roar sweeping through the area and instantly flattening the surrounding grass. Holy crap, bronze 3-star, short-legged violent lizard. Seeing the beast charging out, Li Fati's soul almost left his body. Looking at Yi Fan, is this what you call weak? As his voice fell, Yi Fan had already started moving, while Li Fati wished he had 8 legs, taking huge strides. Boom, boom. Deep in the Beastmaster forest, a short-legged violent lizard chased after the two, and along the way, they dodged using the terrain, while the short-legged violent lizard wreaked havoc with its size, smashing through obstacles. Yi Fan, how are we going to deal with this short-legged violent lizard? After nearly being bitten by the short-legged violent lizard, Li Fati exerted all his strength to speed up again, shouting at Yi Fan, if we keep running like this, I'll be run to death. Don't panic. Yi Fan's voice came, and after a long run, he was also gasping for breath. He then bent down to pick up a large stone and suddenly came to an abrupt stop, hurling the big stone into the rainforest ahead. Roar! Another roar sounded. And the next moment, a silver-backed gorilla charged out from the rainforest, mouth wide open. Another one? At this moment, Li Fati's eyes were about to pop out. Yi Fan, what are you doing? Before he could finish, Yi Fan pulled Fati back, and the two rolled back into a nearby ditch. Shoo! Seeing the terrified look on Fati's face, Yi Fan made a gesture for silence, then extended his finger. 1, 2, 3. Boom. Before he could say another word, the sounds of 2 giant beasts colliding came from behind, followed by the sounds of roaring. Done. Hearing this, Yi Fan also breathed a sigh of relief, relaxing his entire body. Looking at the still shaken Li Fati, Yi Fan smiled. You can peek out now. Li Fati cautiously poked his head out from the ditch. At this moment, the short-legged violent lizard and the silver-backed gorilla were locked in combat. They looked like they were fighting as if the other was their father's enemy. Holy crap, they just went at it directly, without even realizing that the one who provoked them was you? This is the weakness of the short-legged violent lizard that I mentioned. It's too stupid. Yi Fan's lips curled up. As for the silverback gorilla, it has a very strong territorial instinct. Originally, they wouldn't get along well if their territories were close. And the short-legged violent lizard charged straight into its territory, so it's no wonder they're fighting like this. So our target isn't them? Li Fati asked. Of course not. Yi Fan smiled, then brushed off the dirt on his body, crouched down, and stood up, saying now. We're going to the short-legged violent lizard S-lair. Draw the tiger away from its mountain. Steal its home. Chapter 29. Inferior Transformation Fruit. Holy crap, Yi Fan. You're really audacious. In the lair of the short-legged violent lizard, watching Yi Fan reach for a golden fruit on the nearby rock wall, Li Fatty exclaimed and curiously asked, "What exactly is this thing that's worth us taking such a big risk?" "It's worth it, and very worth it." Yi Fan nodded, carefully stowing away a total of 4 fruits in his arms. This fruit is called the Inferior Transformation Fruit, which can elevate the bloodline of low-grade beasts, even allowing them to advance to elite bloodlines. Elite bloodline beasts that consume it can quickly increase their strength level. The short-legged violent lizard was originally just an ordinary low-grade crawling lizard, and it was because of this inferior transformation fruit that it gradually became today's elite bronze beast. We come at a good time. In a year or two, this short-legged violent lizard will probably become a silver-level beast. Such a precious fruit. Hearing this, Li Fatty was shocked, his eyes wide open. This must be a spiritual level, right? The best among the inferior grade, yet still not at the spirit level. Yi Fan shook his head, mainly referring to the low-quality fruits, claiming they are precious only to us students with a low starting point. After saying that, Yi Fan put away the last inferior fruit and looked at the vines on the rock wall and a few unripe fruits, hesitating for a moment. But after a few seconds of hesitation, he gritted his teeth. "Let's retreat and come back for these vines next time." Saying this, Yi Fan quickly retreated, with Fatty Li closely following him. Clearly, it had never fought against a silverback gorilla. Roar. When it discovered that the inferior fruit it was guarding had vanished, a furious roar immediately echoed throughout the outskirts of the secret forest. At this moment, Yi Fan also smiled, opened his backpack, revealing a total of 6 golden fruits. They smelled so fragrant. Fatty Li sniffed, and suddenly, his stomach growled. Then, he awkwardly scratched his head, wondering if humans could eat this fruit. Fatty Li hesitated, fully aware of the value of the fruits before him, but still looked at Yi Fan and said, "I didn't contribute much. You should take them for the fire dog. After all, it is the main force, and it would be better to raise it first." "No need, 3 fruits are enough." Hearing this, Yi Fan smiled and added, "Don't use the fruits blindly. It's best to think about the future direction of your beast. For example, your solar snake, as I mentioned before. If it mainly takes on defensive roles, you should feed it more relevant spirit herbs and fruits that enhance its size. That way, after using the inferior fruit, its bloodline enhancement will also head in that direction. The enhancement of a beast's bloodline is selective. It usually enhances its inherent advantages. You can understand it as a form of evolution." "Got it." Fatty Li nodded, putting away the fruits, his excitement still evident on his face. The enhancement of a low-quality beast bloodline brings substantial improvements, whether in potential or overall performance, resulting in a qualitative change. Beside him, Yi Fan watched Fatty Li's reaction with a smile in his eyes, also looking at the fruits in his hand. This was the beginning of his rise years ago, discovering the conflict between the short-legged violent lizard and the silverback gorilla by chance, and obtaining the inferior fruit. An elite-grade beast enhancement is significant. Sometimes, such an enhancement can open a door for you, the door to becoming a strong individual. The future is getting more interesting. Putting away the inferior fruits, Yi Fan sighed. Uncle Li really speaks too honestly. Hearing this, Yi Fan chuckled and shook his head. "My dad didn't say much when he sent me here. He just told me to study hard and strive for a good university. My mom, on the other hand, cried on the phone, reminding me of many things." As he spoke, Yi Fan's gaze flickered, and images of his parents appeared in his mind. Their family was just an ordinary one, running a simple restaurant, diligently living for many years. If it weren't for that beast tide later on, the version of himself that reached the peak in his past life would have surely allowed them to live a very good life. Thinking of this, Yi Fan let out a sigh, a smile appearing on his face. "That's good." Hearing this, Fatty Li nodded. "If my dad knew I could control 2 beasts just 10 days after entering school, he would probably go burn incense for my grandfather." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan smiled. "Then you should let Uncle Li prepare more incense. Who knows, there might be a lot to burn in the future." Brother Jiang, look at Yi Fan. He's simply not behaving. In the office, the disgruntled Li Xiang approached Jiang Hong, just as the guardian had said. "He and that Li Yu sent out 8 of our class, while only 32 entered the excellence class. Even Deng Li was sent out by him. Isn't this cutting off our students' future? The harvest from the secret realm is so significant, and with his disturbance, our class's performance will suffer greatly. I think we must demand an explanation from Pan Zhao. What does it mean that he didn't even apologize for such a huge loss? Just because of a Yi Fan, he can disregard the future of other students?" In his seat, Jiang Hong listened to Li Xiang's complaints, his expression somewhat displeased. "I've heard about Deng Li's situation." The guardian's response was that they provoked Yi Fan in groups, and 15 of them were held down and beaten by 2 others. If they actively provoke and are not as skilled, what more is there to say? Hearing this, Jiang Hong, Li Xiang's face stiffened, and then his tone softened. Brother Jiang, I'm just worried that Yi Fan will become lawless like this. Let him be lawless. Jiang Hong shook his head. With the talent of a high-grade beast, I don't believe he can achieve much. To become a dragon, one must have dragon blood. A four-legged lizard dreaming of soaring is just wishful thinking. Don't forget, this minor secret realm is merely a benefit for some academies. What truly matters is the freshman secret realm 3 months from now. 3 months is more than enough time for those like Deng Li to catch up. Li Xiang fell silent at these two questions, and after a while, he awkwardly smiled and said, Brother Jiang has a broader perspective. I was too anxious. Don't always think about suppressing Pan Zhao over these small matters. Jiang Hong shook his head, then a deep look appeared in his eyes. I know him too well. To suppress him, you need to make him convinced. Chapter 30. Hellhound at Night. Yi Fan entered the tent and quietly entered his beast space. He transplanted some of the herbs and roots he had obtained into the soil, then looked at the fire dog wagging its tail beside him, taking out the inferior fruit, his eyes filled with contemplation. Having successfully obtained the inferior fruit, he could begin advancing the fire dog towards a higher bloodline. Before this, he had also made ample preparations by feeding the fire dog fiery fruits to lay the foundation and ensure its evolution would not go off course. Fire dog, come here. He beckoned to the fire dog, placing the inferior fruit in front of it. Upon seeing the inferior fruit, the fire dog's eyes widened, clearly indicating that such a bloodline-enhancing fruit had an innate attraction for them. Woof woof. The fire dog barked excitedly, then began circling around the inferior fruit anxiously. Yet it did not bite into it. It was waiting for Yi Fan's permission. Yi Fan smiled, squatted down, and patted the fire dog's head. Go ahead. We should become stronger now. After consuming the third fruit, a glow suddenly illuminated the fire dog, enveloping it in light. This was the glow of evolution, indicating that the fire dog's bloodline was about to undergo a significant enhancement. Seeing this, Yi Fan nodded and sat down, activating the sacred entry technique. The enhancement from the sacred entry technique was also immense. Yi Fan's skills were already formidable, and combined with his strong physique, ordinary black iron 4 or 5-star opponents would not stand a chance against him. As a beast master, one must never be the weak link. Taking a deep breath, Yi Fan slowly exhaled, then looked up again. The glow around the fire dog had begun to fade. After waiting a while, the fire dog's new appearance emerged. Its body had grown significantly, reaching Yi Fan's chest, its fur turning a slightly dark red, with a flame mark on its forehead and some floating flames around its feet. Hellhound. Looking at the fire dog's new form, Yi Fan's eyes sparkled. Indeed, it was a hellhound, one of the very few elite beasts capable of controlling fire. Woof. The hellhound barked joyfully, approaching Yi Fan and licking his palm with its tongue. This was a gesture of friendliness from a canine beast, marking the new scent it was leaving behind as a newly transformed hellhound. You're amazing. Yi Fan stroked the hellhound's forehead, feeling a comfortable warmth. I need to give you a name, otherwise if you evolve again in the future, I'll have to change what I call you. With a smile on his face, Yi Fan looked at the hellhound in front of him, thought for a few seconds, and then said, You evolved from a fire dog, so I'll call you Little Fire. How about that? All right, then it's settled, Little Fire. Yi Fan nodded, stood up, and said, Come on, show me your new ability. Can you breathe fire? Woof. Hearing Yi Fan's question, the hellhound showed a hint of confusion in its eyes, as if pondering for a moment before tentatively opening its mouth. A woo. The sound rang out and quickly subsided. Inside the hellhound's open mouth, a small flame appeared, but it didn't last long and quickly turned into black smoke. It's okay. You're only at the black iron level, so not being able to use fire is normal. Yi Fan patted the hellhound's head, and when you reach the bronze level, you should be able to awaken your first fire-based skill. Once you awaken the skill, controlling fire will be much easier. Woof. The hellhound barked and nudged Yi Fan with its head. Woof. Hearing this, the hellhound looked towards a patch of spirit herbs and fruits, ran over to the spirit root of the fiery fruit, and nodded towards Yi Fan. You mean this? Yes. Yi Fan nodded, and the hellhound's mouth opened in a grin, happily bouncing up and down in place. Little Fire. Seeing this scene, Yi Fan also smiled. As a beast master, seeing one's beast happy brings a sense of satisfaction. How can I describe this feeling? It's somewhat like when your dad buys you candy as a child, and you see your little chubby hand holding a 2-yuan lollipop while smiling happily. Wow, Yi Fan, has your fire dog grown this big? In the morning, as soon as he stepped out of the tent, Leaf Fatty exclaimed at the hellhound that was as tall as Yi Fan's chest. Saying this, Leaf Fatty summoned the sun serpent, which had also undergone a significant transformation, becoming much larger. Its color changed to black with some yellow cauliflower-like patterns. Black Flame Serpent. Seeing the snake, Yi Fan nodded. This evolution was quite good, maintaining the characteristics of the sun serpent. Although its toxicity has decreased significantly, its size potential has been unlocked. allowing it to grow very large, comparable to other beasts of the same rank. Black Flame Serpent? Hearing this, Leaf Fatty scratched his head. I thought the evolution direction of the Sun Serpent was towards a python. The evolution direction of the Sun Serpent is mostly not towards pythons. Yi Fan shook his head. It said that a snake grows into a python, and a python grows into a flood dragon? Leaf Fatty said weakly. But that kind of beast must be different from other beasts. Even the same kind of beast will have very obvious differences. What difference? What difference? Hearing this, Leaf Fatty became interested. Is it that it has horns on its head or a strange tail? What you mentioned has already manifested the characteristics of a bloodline from ancient species. Yi Fan shook his head. The dragon-type ancient species has a very obvious characteristic, dragon eyes. Dragon eyes? It means the eyes are very large, with the pupil occupying a large part, and when the eyes move, there's a glimmer of gold. Yi Fan explained. There are many dragon-type ancient species, and not all of them can become very strong, so you don't need to pay too much attention to it. The eyes are very large, with the pupil occupying a large part. Leaf Fatty clearly didn't take in this information, only catching the first half, and then seemed to think of something. He looked at Yi Fan and asked with some confusion, Yi Fan, can humans have the dragon-type ancient bloodline? Can killing a dragon-type ancient species grant this bloodline? That doesn't count. Dragon blood is highly toxic. Only those who bathe in dragon blood and survive will have such characteristics and pass them down. Yi Fan casually said, currently. It said that only 2 families possess this bloodline, and as the bloodline is inherited, those with dragon eyes are becoming fewer and fewer. I see. Hearing this, Leaf Fatty pondered for a moment, then looked at Yi Fan and whispered, by the way, during the summer vacation after middle school, didn't your cousin come to play with you? His eyes seem to be what you call dragon eyes. My cousin. Hearing this, Yi Fan showed a puzzled expression. Which cousin? The one who lives in the urban village, named Yi. Leaf Fatty scratched his head. I forgot his name, but his eyes are like that, very big, with a large pupil. When he yawns, there's that golden light you mentioned. I asked you at the time if your cousin had some eye problem. Does he have the characteristics of dragon eyes? In my past life, among the families with descendants having dragon eye characteristics, there's one in Kyoto and one in Beihai. But I haven't heard of any family with the surname Yi. Frowning and thinking for a while, Yi Fan ultimately shook his head. Those with dragon eyes are extraordinary. If my cousin really had that bloodline, I would definitely remember. Forget it. Those things have nothing to do with us. Even if it is, it doesn't matter. Yi Fan said, dragon-type ancient species are just one of the ancient species. It's enough to know. If we encounter one, we'll pay attention, and if not, then forget it. Let us go. Today is the 3rd day. We need to hurry and find some good items so we can raise our beast levels a bit more before leaving the secret realm. Saying this, Yi Fan walked ahead, with the Hellhound following him, its dark red tail swaying, giving off a bit of momentum. The bloodline level boost from 2 beasts is quite significant. On the 3rd day, Yi Fan and Leaf Fatty hunted near the forest's edge, killing a large number of 8-star and 9-star wild beasts, and even took down a bronze-level beast. At this rate, next time we come in, we should be able to hunt near the core area. As night fell, Leaf Fatty started a fire to roast a piece of rhino meat, stretching his back. At this time, there shouldn't be anyone from the elite class daring to come here, right? We managed to suppress them. It's okay. After all, everyone is just getting started. The competition will become more intense later on. Yi Fan tore off a piece of roasted meat. The benefits of being a new student are the best. Even the teaching area is separated. After the first semester, the upperclassmen will join us. And some of them are really disgusting. Disgusting, just beat them up. Leaf Fatty said, people who bully the weak are the most detestable. Does he really have a cousin? Hearing this, Fatty was taken aback. Deng Chong is too messed up and doesn't have much brain. His cousin isn't a fool. Why would he stick up for him? Hearing this, Yi Fan chuckled and didn't continue the conversation, tearing off another piece of roasted meat to eat. I must say, being with Leaf Fatty, perhaps due to his influence, he has become more talkative, shedding some of the aloofness from his past life. But this is also good, after all. We have lived a second life, compensating for the regrets of the past, and enjoying every day in the present is what matters most. Hey Yi Fan, you say when I have a dragon python in the future, eating roasted meat? Leaf Fatty raised his hand, just about to share some grand aspirations when suddenly, a rustling sound came from the nearby jungle. Immediately after, a little creature resembling a honey badger emerged, its forehead looking like it had been smeared with white ash, appearing like a lost little beast. It came out, and upon seeing Yi Fan, Leaf Fatty, and the Hellhound by the fire, it paused for a moment, but then seemed a bit cold and squatted down not far from the fire. What kind of beast is this? It looks really unique. Looking at this little creature, Leaf Fatty exclaimed. Just as he was about to reach out to touch it, Yi Fan's voice rang out. Fatty, don't touch it. What's wrong? Seeing Yi Fan's frowning expression, Leaf Fatty questioned in confusion. Sho. Yi Fan made a shushing gesture, looking at the honey badger-like beast. He raised his hand. The little guy also noticed Yi Fan's movement, grunting, and extended its 2 paws, rubbing them in front of the fire. After roasting for a while, the little guy's gaze shifted to the grill in front of Yi Fan, where there was still a large piece of rhino meat. You want to eat this? Noticing the little creature's gaze, Yi Fan made a sound and gestured slightly. Gigi. The little creature responded with a sound, nodding in a human-like manner. Yi Fan didn't say much, cutting off a piece of roasted meat and tossing it to it. The little creature looked at the thrown meat with great caution, sniffed it with its nose, and then confidently grabbed it to eat. Despite its small size, it devoured the roasted meat at an astonishing speed, finishing a piece in no time. Seeing this, Yi Fan cut off another piece and tossed it over. This continued until a large chunk of roasted rhinoceros meat had been eaten, and the little creature finally patted its belly and stopped picking up the meat Yi Fan tossed. Gigi. Standing up, the little creature made a sound towards Yi Fan, seemingly expressing gratitude, before disappearing back into the jungle along the path it came from. Phew. At this moment, Li Fati, who had been silent beside them, let out a long breath, looking at Yi Fan with wide eyes, and exclaimed, "Damn, such a small thing can eat so much. Are we going to finish all the meat for it? How much? Bronze 1 star, isn't that easy to deal with? Why are you so nervous about hearing that rank?" Li Fati asked in confusion. Other bronze 1 stars might be easy to deal with, but this little guy is tough. Yi Fan shook his head. It's called the little badger, and there are no other kinds of its species. This is the only one. Its bloodline ranges from low grade to elite peak grade, and the one we just saw is elite grade. At this point, Yi Fan looked at the fatty and smiled helplessly. The key point is that this kind of beast is very vengeful. Vengeful? Li Fati was taken aback by this, asking, "How vengeful? Just think about it. If we have a conflict with such a troublesome bronze-level little badger, can we still stay in this secret realm? Damn, that's exaggerated." Li Fati gasped, looking at his hand and quickly slapping it. "Unless you can crush it, otherwise, it's best to treat it well with food and drink," Yi Fan said with a smile as he watched the fatty's actions. "Absolutely. My brother badger must be given face," Li Fati hurriedly replied, then suddenly thought of something. "Yi Fan, you said that little badger is so powerful. Wouldn't it be great to have it as a beast? It is powerful. But this kind of beast has a strong resistance to acceptance, and it's basically impossible for a beast master of the same level to gain their recognition." Yi Fan said helplessly, "If a contract fails, you better be prepared to be chased by this little badger for dozens of kilometers." Chapter 32 Wong Lingxi That's So Fierce. Li Fati was astonished. This kind of beast is so unique. "There are many unique beasts," Yi Fan replied with a smile. "I know of a parrot-type beast that is proficient in human speech. It can mimic every voice it has heard, and even the closest people to its original owner can't tell the difference. There's also a monkey-type beast called the monk-faced Buddha monkey, with a red face, dressed in clothes and wearing prayer beads, looking just like a monk in a temple. There are all sorts of interesting creatures. Indeed. Just hearing you talk makes it sound interesting," Li Fati said with a hint of longing. "Yi Fan, how do you know so much about beasts? Did you learn it all in middle school theory classes?" "Sort of," Yi Fan nodded. Just as he was about to say something else, suddenly, a roar of beasts came from deep within the jungle, mixed with the sound of the little badger. "What is going on?" Li Fati raised his head and focused his gaze. At the edge of his vision, he saw the little badger facing off against a bronze 2-star silver-gray wolf, both of them roaring at each other. An eerie scene unfolded as the little badger seemed very angry, constantly screaming at the silver-gray wolf, which was in a defensive posture but was clearly retreating, with a noticeable bite mark on its leg. Just as Yi Fan had said, ordinary beasts of the same level couldn't handle the little badger at all. The silver-gray wolf's attacks missed time after time and instead received bites in return, eventually fleeing with its tail between its legs. The little badger closely followed, its small body moving at an incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, the two beasts disappeared into the other side of the jungle. That little badger is really fierce, chasing after a beast much larger than itself. And the other side is actually afraid of it, Li Fati remarked after watching the entire scene. "Alright, the nights in the forest are quite dangerous, so generally at night, beasts will rest around the camp, serving as a warning." Pat pat. Footsteps echoed in the jungle as they approached the outskirts of the forest, where things became noticeably lively. Clearly, some students had managed to form teams and explore to this position, setting up nearby. Yi Fan paid no attention to these people, leading Li Fati away from the edge of their camp. Yi Fan. Suddenly, as they passed through a narrow area, a voice rang out, and a figure stepped out from the darkness. Both Yi Fan and Li Fati were startled by the sudden appearance, and, upon seeing the figure clearly, Yi Fan frowned. "Ma Xiaoxue, what are you doing here?" The Ma Xiaoxue in front of him no longer had her usual delicate features at this moment. She was covered in dirt and had numerous wounds, as if she had experienced a fierce battle. "I encountered a gray bear in the outskirts this afternoon, and I couldn't defeat it in battle, so I lost my backpack, Ma Xiaoxua said somewhat sheepishly, so I had to sleep on the ground. Saying this, she pointed to the side, where a makeshift bed made of leaves and branches was set up in the shadows. What did you gain? Yifan asked. Black iron 4 stars. Not bad, Ma Xiaoxua replied. Hearing this, Yifan was a bit surprised. Ma Xiaoxua had performed quite poorly in her previous life. Although she had entered the secret realm a few times, she had always been at the bottom. Her performance this time was relatively good. Reaching black iron 4 stars at this time placed her in the upper tier among all the newcomers. Fatty, give her your spare backpack and tent. Thinking of something, Yifan casually said. Okay. The fatty nodded, taking out a spare backpack and tent from the beast space and handing it to Ma Xiaoxua. Thank you. Ma Xiaoxua nodded repeatedly, looking at Yifan with a hint of gratitude in her eyes. Always leave room for yourself when doing things. And prepare alternative plans as much as possible. Yifan said calmly. If you want to quickly improve your beast's level, I suggest heading east in this direction. You might find some good opportunities. Hearing this, Ma Xiaoxua nodded repeatedly. Okay. Fatty, let's go. After saying this, Yifan stepped forward, not bothering to check on Ma Xiaoxua, who remained behind. Soon, the two walked quite a distance, and Li Fatty finally leaned in to ask. That Ma Xiaoxua seems pretty decent. Why not let her join us? Just now, you told her that she seemed to have some ambition. I thought I'd say a few words to her. If she can gain something, it would be a favor, Yifan said. A smile appearing on his face as he added with a hint of depth. Sometimes, a seemingly casual act can bring unexpected rewards. I understand. Li Fatty nodded. After following Yifan for a few days, he had gotten a sense of Yifan's way of thinking. Keep strangers at a distance. But if the other person is decent, it's okay to lend a hand. Pat. Just as they were walking, suddenly, a group of people appeared ahead. Clearly having seen Yifan and the others first. 7 or 8 of them stood straight on the narrow path. Damn, are they ambushing us? Li Fatty was startled by this scene and instinctively tried to step back. The Guardians are here. Anyone daring to steal a classmate's spoils would probably get expelled from school. Yifan shook his head, not worried at all, and walked toward the narrow path. Soon, they encountered the group, and at the front of the team was a girl with somewhat exquisite makeup, lazily leaning against a tree root. Seeing 2 people approaching, the girl made a sound that was particularly soft and gentle. Yifan, let's get to know each other. You must be Wang Lingxi from the elite class. After taking a glance at the girl, Yifan calmly spoke. You know me? This surprised Wang Lingxi a bit. Of course. Yifan nodded with a hint of a smile in his eyes. Wang Lingxi was indeed a talented girl. In his previous life, she had formed a group out of dissatisfaction and often clashed with Jijia. Later, during the college entrance examination, she performed poorly, ended up going to a remote city for university, and afterwards, it was said she got married and had children there, losing all contact. At that time, Wang Lingxi was quite famous, coming from a well-known business family in Pingqing, and she had the rare special beast taming talent, Spirit Leader, which allowed her to share vision with her beasts, easily finding opportunities that were hard for others to discover. Before the college entrance examination, she was considered a renowned genius in Pingqing. This girl was quite interesting. Yifan's rise in his last year of high school had some intersection with her, and she could be considered a genuine girl. Then there's nothing more to say. Since you know me, you should know about the Lingxi group. Wang Lingxi spoke. I heard about your conflict with Deng Li. I don't have a good relationship with him either. Why not join me? He definitely won't dare to trouble you then. So it was about this. Hearing Wang Lingxi's words, Yifan shook his head and looked at her, saying, I don't like joining other people's organizations. What's wrong with organizations? Isn't it good to work together? It's safer, and you can gain more. Wang Lingxi countered, we are like-minded people. Upon hearing this, Yifan's expression showed helplessness as he looked at the group of people around Wang Lingxi, and could only shake his head. This was not a proper organization. It was clearly a group of people with various agendas. Some wanted support from Wang Lingxi and her family, some wanted benefits by following her, and others simply wanted to share in the benefits of her special talent. If they had truly worked together, they wouldn't have been so badly suppressed by Ji Jia in the previous life. What's wrong? You don't agree? Seeing Yifan's reaction, Wang Lingxi frowned and pouted. I heard your martial arts skills are impressive, defeating more than 10 of Deng Li's people, but now everyone is at black iron level, and when you reach bronze level, your martial arts skills won't be useful anymore. The strength of 1 or 2 people is limited. If you want to confront Deng Li and his group, joining me is your best choice. Confront Deng Li? Hearing this, Yifan smiled helplessly. He had never considered Deng Li as a threat. From the moment he learned about the dynasty organization's layout in Pingqing, his focus had been on the cult organization that had caused chaos for a period behind Deng Li. Don't doubt it. When you reach bronze level, beasts will indeed be much stronger than humans. It's hard to win using only martial arts. Wang Lingxi, seemingly worried that Yifan wouldn't believe her, emphasized, moreover, we've already confronted bronze level beasts today and almost took them down. That's the power of teamwork. Looking at Wang Lingxi's persistent demeanor, Yi Fan shook his head and turned to the side, saying to Li Pengzi, "Show her." "All right." Li Pengzi responded, took off his backpack, placed it on the ground, and opened it. At a glance, Wang Lingxi saw the flesh and blood of the wicked rhinoceros, and her eyes widened in surprise. "Bronze level. Is it very strong?" Yi Fan asked, and Wang Lingxi suddenly looked up, staring at his calm eyes, and felt her lips dry. "You've already advanced to bronze? There's no need to demonstrate bronze killing bronze." Yi Fan shook his head, giving Li Pengzi a look, and Li Pengzi packed the backpack back up. Wang Lingxi fell silent. Clearly, she understood the significance of a black iron defeating a bronze-level beast. After hesitating for a few seconds, Wang Lingxi was about to speak. But I have Spirit Leader. "I know you have Spirit Leader, but it doesn't mean much. It just means you might have a bit more opportunity than others. But to seize those opportunities, what you need is strength." Yi Fan interrupted Wang Lingxi, stepping forward. "I think you'd better think more about how to become stronger and not waste your talent." After saying this, many people's expressions around Wang Lingxi changed. Some were a bit angry and wanted to speak up, but ultimately remained silent. Yi Fan and Li Pengzi quickly left, and Wang Lingxi watched their backs with a deep gaze. Yi Fan, really quite arrogant. Someone seemed to notice something off about Wang Lingxi and came over, saying, "That outcast. If he joined us, there would probably be fights. It's better not to join." The people here had quite good strength, mostly above Black Iron 5 stars. Yet even this group was still overwhelmed and defeated when facing the skills of bronze-level beasts. Why could 2 levels have such strong combat power? The 5 days in the secret realm quickly passed, and on the morning of the end, the entrance opened, and the students exited in order. At the entrance, the principal personally arrived, and the mentors were all in place, with Pan Zhao and Zhang Hong sitting on either side, not speaking. "Students who came out, please register the items you obtained in the secret realm to calculate the total value," the principal said. "The student who performed the best in this secret realm and obtained the most items will be rewarded with an elite beast." Hearing this, many students were excited, especially those who had gained a lot from the secret realm, beaming with joy. Lu Song, total value of items approximately 11,000. Zhao Li, total value of items approximately 36,000. At a table, an old man wearing reading glasses and with graying hair was responsible for statistics. His eyesight seemed exceptionally good. With just a glance at the students' items placed before him, he could determine their value. Before long, most of the students had been checked, and most of them had values around 10,000 to 50,000. It looks like these students have had quite good harvests. The principal nodded, clearly satisfied with the performance of this new batch of students. Ma Xiaoxue obtained items worth approximately 3,000. This announcement seemed a bit abrupt, and several mentors' eyes shifted, moving towards Pan Zhao when they realized it was a student from the ordinary class. "Most of my things have been used," Ma Xiaoxue explained, looking at Pan Zhao. "Used is used." Pan Zhao nodded, intending to say something, but then heard several more voices. Li Shuai obtained items worth approximately 1,000. Chen Kuan obtained items worth approximately 500. The continuous announcements were all from the remaining ordinary class students, all totaling less than 1,000. Pan Zhao's face darkened. When he heard the last student had obtained items worth 0, he couldn't help but speak up. "Did you just stroll around in the secret realm for 5 days and find nothing?" "Teacher Pan, my beast is only Black Iron 1 star. I can't defeat any beasts," the student said hurriedly. This left Pan Zhao speechless, pouting and cursing. "What are you still doing here? If you know your beast is weak, go practice. Standing here is embarrassing." Yes. Several students lowered their heads and slipped away, while nearby, several teachers around Jiang Hong watched with amusement. "It seems it's not that impressive. I thought ordinary class students could really rise. I think Yi Fan is probably similar. He looks impressive. But going to the secret realm isn't just about fighting. You also have to find things." Before long, the remaining students basically all came out, and as Wang Lingxi appeared, the eyes of several teachers were drawn to her. With Spirit Leader, Wang Lingxi is at a great advantage in this secret realm. Her harvest should be substantial. Absolutely. You know how powerful Spirit Leader is. Treasure hunting is too easy, and Wang Lingxi did not disappoint. After the assessment, she had obtained nearly 110,000 worth of items. 110,000. Hearing this number, many other students showed expressions of astonishment. This trip has brought 10 times the harvest compared to other students. Not bad. Zhang Hong also rarely spoke up, clearly satisfied with such results. Yes, Wang Lingxi nodded, but her eyes glanced back. Yi Fan and the others still hadn't come out. What were those two doing? Everyone was waiting, and not long after, the light gate of the secret realm reacted. Eyes focused, suddenly, a beast corpse was thrown out. A short-legged violent lizard. The moment they saw the beast's corpse, many teachers' expressions changed. They all knew the power of this short-legged violent lizard. It had no brains and charged recklessly. Its awakened skill at the bronze level was a range-based earthquake, quite formidable. Some second-year students had suffered losses after provoking it last month. But it was hunted? Before anyone could speak, the light gate shook, and then Li Pengzi's voice rang out. Wow, this short-legged violent lizard is too heavy, and the beast space is already full. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and when he noticed everyone's gaze on him, he instinctively looked at Yifan beside him. What's going on? Yifan was also surprised to see a crowd here. The air was slightly silent until the principal spoke up with a smile. Liu, did you too hunt this short-legged violent lizard? Yes, Li Pengzi nodded, not thinking much about it. Yifan said the secret realm would open at 10 o'clock today, and we should have time to deal with the short-legged violent lizard. So we went in. I see. Hearing this, the principal nodded. His gaze shifted to Yifan, and he asked, Yifan, we are currently tallying the value obtained from the secret realm. Would you mind if we looked at your harvest? No problem. Yifan shook his head and looked at Li Pengzi beside him. Li Pengzi understood and took down the bag from his back. The moment it was opened, many gasps sounded. Inside the large backpack were various spiritual herbs and medicines, stuffed to the brim. Bang! As each item was taken out, it nearly filled half the table. The old man was silent for a few seconds before announcing a number. Yifan and Liu, the total value of your harvest is approximately 550,000. 550,000. The moment this number came out, gasps erupted. 5 times Wang Lingxi's. 550,000. Hearing this, Wang Lingxi was the first to be shocked. No one knew the situation in the secret realm better than her. There were many spiritual herbs guarded by beasts in there. How could they have obtained so many? Yifan opened his mouth, but Wang Lingxi suddenly recalled what he had said that day. Seizing opportunities relies on strength. It turned out he could kill not just bronze 1-star beasts. Cough. Hearing this number, Principal Pu Mi also coughed, his gaze fixed on the bag behind Yifan. You. Mine are just some beast blood and flesh, not worth much. Yifan quickly interjected. Pu Mi was momentarily speechless, opening his mouth, but ultimately did not pursue the matter, shifting his gaze to Li Pengzi, and smiled again. Liu, did you obtain anything else? I have nothing left. It's all empty. Li Pengzi spread his hands, cooperating. It's all here. The other beasts ate everything. Hearing this, several teachers cursed under their breath. Nonsense. You just said your beast space was full. All I have in my beast space are food. There's nothing else, Li Pengzi emphasized. Shameless. Who the hell fills a space with food? Many teachers cursed again, feeling a bit anxious. Clearly, these harvests couldn't be all. There must be plenty of good stuff in Yifan's bag and their beast spaces. It's already 550,000. How much could their actual earnings be? Did they go to the secret realm to stock up? Well done. Not far away, Pan Zhao exclaimed. Your two's harvest is more than the entire class's income combined. Relying on Wang Lingxi, huh? My two are worth more than your entire class. Jiang Hong's face darkened, his gaze fixated on Yifan. When he saw Yifan's calm expression, he stood up and prepared to leave. Jiang Hong, aren't you going to take a look at the results? Pan Zhao's voice rang out, but Jiang Hong snorted coldly, waved his sleeve, and left. Jiang Hong looked furious. Watching Jiang Hong leave, Pan Zhao was pleased. And looking at Yifan and Li Pengzi, he felt better and better about them. Even Liu, whom he previously thought was terrible at taming beasts, seemed much more agreeable now. Principal, shouldn't we issue rewards? Pan Zhao urged. This. Pu Mi helplessly glared at Pan Zhao, coughed, and looked at Yifan and Li Pengzi, saying, this is what I established earlier. The one with the greatest harvest from this secret realm will receive an elite-grade beast as a reward. However, since there is only one beast, you can decide who gets it. Give it to Yifan. He did a lot of work, Li Pengzi said without hesitation. All right. Pu Mi nodded, looking at Yifan, ready to take out the items from the beast's space, but Yifan's voice interrupted. Can the beast be converted to cash? What? This question surprised Pu Mi, while Pan Zhao beside him couldn't help but anxiously interject. You definitely want the beast. The principal has well-trained beasts, starting at Black Iron 9 stars, which can easily advance to bronze level. My current beast still needs a lot of resources. I shouldn't need a second one in the short term. Yifan shook his head. You, Pan Zhao began, but seeing Yifan's determined expression, he could only sigh in frustration. The beasts offered by the principal would definitely be extraordinary, even if they didn't reach elite peak level with special skills. They would at least be quite good among elite grades and could be raised to a high level without issue. You want to convert it to cash? That's just ridiculous. Are you sure you want to convert it? Pu Mi clearly didn't expect Yifan to say this, surprised. Aren't you going to ask what kind of beast I'll give you? No need. Yifan shook his head. You little guy, you're quite interesting. Looking at Yifan, Pu Mi smiled but didn't say anything more. He waved his hand, all right. An elite-grade beast at Black Iron 9 stars will be valued at the market average price of 600,000. I'll have the finance department tally it up and have your teachers give it to you. Okay, thank you, principal. Yifan cupped his hands and nodded at Li Ponzi beside him. Li Ponzi understood, hoisting the bag from the ground and greeting the teachers. The teachers watched with wide eyes as the two left, while Pumi smiled at their departing figures. Finally, he looked at Pan Zhao and said meaningfully, Pan Zhao, it seems your luck is quite good this year. Bang bang bang. Li Ponzi saw the door was dented and hurried to open it. As soon as he opened it, he heard Pan Zhao say somewhat unhappily, You too. Why didn't you want that elite beast just now? You didn't even listen. Mainly because I still need to train my own beast, Yifan replied helplessly, about to reiterate, but Pan Zhao angrily interrupted him. Nonsense. You two have lousy beasts. What's there to train? Isn't that wasting resources? That's not true. Yifan shook his head and summoned his beast. The hellhound appeared, and the temperature in the dorm room noticeably increased. A bronze-level hellhound. Pan Zhao was stunned, looking at the summoned beast. Is this your newly tamed beast? A mutated fruit? You guys got that. No wonder you didn't want it. Pan Zhao finally stopped dwelling on the beast issue and turned to Li Ponzi. Li Yu, where's your beast? Let me see. Oh, okay. Li Ponzi, who was already afraid of Pan Zhao, hurriedly summoned his two beasts. The black flame snake and the purple patterned snake, along with the two-headed black iron 6-star, looked at Li Ponzi's two beasts. Pan Zhao fell silent and glanced at the packages the two had placed on the ground. You two. How did you manage to get so many things in the secret realm? Mainly luck. Li Ponzi scratched his head, but Pan Zhao spoke up. Did I ask you? Upon hearing this, Li Ponzi quickly fell silent. Pan Zhao looked at Yifan, who just smiled, and said, I guess it's also a matter of luck. Luck, huh? Pan Zhao snorted but didn't probe further. As a teacher, he wouldn't pry into his students' secrets. All right. Hearing this, Yifan nodded and smiled. Li Ponzi also had a big grin but curiously asked, Why did we get a vacation? You're smart. You should understand what I mean, Pan Zhao replied. Got it. Yifan nodded, and Pan Zhao also nodded, then shot Li Ponzi a resentful glance, seemingly annoyed, and scolded. Li Yu, if you could be half as smart as Yifan, I wouldn't have to be annoyed by you twice a day. Li Ponzi was furious but couldn't say anything. Watching Pan Zhao leave, he made a face and leaned closer to Yifan, quickly asking, What does Pan Zhao mean? Why did we suddenly get a vacation? Oh, I see. After hearing this, Li Ponzi nodded, indicating that they were famous now? Very famous. This was still before Yifan opened his bag. If everything was counted, there would probably be a large crowd in the school wanting to rob them. Chapter 35, Going home after saying that. Yifan opened his package and began counting the earnings from this trip. It was indeed a bountiful harvest. The income definitely exceeded 1 million. This was the difference between beast tamers and ordinary people. Once reaching the bronze level, even a random beast was worth several $1,000s. Not to mention they could find better spiritual herbs and medicines, while ordinary people, even if they were skilled beast hunters, could only hunt low-star black iron beasts, risking their lives every time they went hunting. Meanwhile, Li Ponzi leaned over, showing a hint of interest. Yifan, what skill did your hellhound comprehend at the bronze level? I saw it use it today, and flames covered several meters around it. That short-footed violent lizard was instantly killed. That was too fierce. This morning, on the 5th day in the secret realm, his hellhound had completed its breakthrough to the bronze level in the beast space and comprehended its first beast skill, Overheat Burn. This skill allowed the hellhound to temporarily unleash high temperatures from within its body, surrounding part of the space around it with high-temperature flames, depending on the beast's strength. This skill was somewhat similar to self-detonation but wouldn't harm the beast itself. Afterward, it would be momentarily exhausted, making it a large-area destructive skill. With this confidence, Yifan decided to hunt that short-footed violent lizard for the inferior transformation fruit in the last 2 hours, which led to the scene of Li Ponzi carrying the short-footed violent lizard. That skill is so cool. Li Ponzi was a bit envious. I wonder what skill my beast will comprehend at the bronze level. Got it. Li Ponzi nodded. He loved hearing Yifan's teachings. It's fine. I eat a lot anyway. Li Ponzi's words caught Yifan off guard. He paused for a moment before saying, Well, that's all right then. The next morning, Pan Zhao came to deliver the principal's reward of 600,000, 300,000 each, and took them to the bus station. Tap, tap, tap. Soon, the bus drove away. On the platform, Pan Zhao watched the speeding bus and then sighed leisurely. After saying that, Pan Zhao turned around and walked towards the school. However, he hadn't walked far when a long-winged bird flew swiftly overhead, chasing after the direction the bus had gone. In broad daylight. Don't they know that flying beasts are prohibited in Pingxing? They don't understand the rules. Pan Zhao frowned as he watched the long-winged bird fly by. Every city has its own rules. Some cities do not prohibit flying beasts from flying within the city, while others do. Every month, Several out-of-town beast tamers unknowingly violate city regulations and get punished. For such matters, the city has a dedicated enforcement team, and within an hour, the beast tamer using the long-winged bird recklessly in the city will be caught and lectured. Shaking his head, Pan Zhao seemed a bit displeased. There are always such people everywhere. Being a beast tamer doesn't make one special. Just because they have a flying beast, they want to show off. At the restaurant, Ning Qingxia, who was still wiping the tables, heard the sound and froze for a moment. Looking up, she saw Yi Fan carrying many packages and was momentarily stunned. The teacher gave us a vacation. Seeing the slightly older Ning Qingxiao in front of him, Yi Fan didn't say much. He put down the things, reached out, and hugged her, saying, "Mom, you've worked hard." Ning Qingxiao was taken aback by Yi Fan's hug, instinctively patting his back. "What's wrong? Did you suffer at school?" "No." Yi Fan shook his head, releasing his grip. He took out the money Pan Zhao had given him from his bag. "Li Yu and I did well in the secret realm at school, and the principal rewarded us with 600,000, 300,000 each." Seeing the stacks of money taken out, Ning Qingxia felt a bit nervous and quickly packed the money away, her eyes showing panic. "So much money?" "It's not that much. I'm a beast tamer now," Yi Fan smiled. "Can a beast tamer get so much money?" Ning Qingxia seemed skeptical, pulling Yi Fan and quietly saying, "You better not be lying to me. Is this really a reward from your principal? Then I'll ask." Ning Qingxia was a bit uneasy and took out her phone to call Pan Zhao. Yi Fan said nothing. 300,000 is indeed a lot for an ordinary family. So it's normal for his mom to worry. It's good for her to confirm. "Hello, Teacher Pan? Hey, this is Yi Fan's mom." The call was quickly connected. After a few questions and getting confirmation, Ning Qingxia hung up the phone, a smile appearing on her face. "Yi Fan, are you really that amazing? Teacher Pan said you are one of the best beast tamers among this year's new students." "Definitely." Yi Fan felt completely at ease with his mother, smiling proudly. "Mom, don't underestimate me. I'm already a bronze-level beast tamer now." "So amazing?" Ning Qingxia was a bit surprised, clearly aware of the beast tamer rankings. "My son is this impressive now, but the Silver Moon Forest is too dangerous. It's better to go there less often." Ning Qingxia said with a smile on her face, "You just need to study hard and get into a good university. There's no need for you to worry about the family." "Okay, you wait a moment. I'll go find your dad and tell him the good news." "All right." Yi Fan nodded, not saying much, watching with a smile as Ning Qingxiao walked towards the kitchen. According to usual circumstances, within 3 seconds, his dad should come out. What? Bronze level? And he got rewarded 300,000? Clap, clap. Sure enough, a surprised exclamation sounded, and soon, Yi Fan's dad, Yi Linqing, came out of the kitchen, holding a soup spoon. "Dad." Yi Fan called out to Yi Linqing. "Good boy, that's impressive." Yi Linqing quickly walked up to Yi Fan, excited. "Hurry. Let me see what your bronze-level beast looks like." "Okay." Yi Fan nodded and summoned his hellhound. "Wow, such a big one." Seeing the hellhound appear before him, Yi Linqing exclaimed, "It must be several times bigger than our little Bai." "About that." Yi Fan smiled and nodded. Yi Linqing had also been a beast tamer, but his level was relatively low. Little Bai was his beast, a very ordinary white dog among canine beasts, which was his first beast. Now it was probably around black iron 3 stars, very intelligent, and was arranged by Yi Linqing to guard the house. "You brat, not bad, not bad." After circling around the hellhound, Dad was amazed, then patted Yi Fan's shoulder and sighed. "If I had your talent back in the day, I wouldn't have failed to get into college." Hearing this, Yi Fan smiled, pulled Dad over, and said mysteriously, "Dad, do you still want to become a powerful beast master?" Chapter 36. Repaying kindness, become a powerful beast master? Hearing this, Yi Linqing was taken aback, glanced at Yi Fan, and lowered his voice. "Do you have a way?" "I do." Yi Fan nodded and exchanged a look with Yi Linqing. "Good." Yi Linqing nodded, pulling Yi Fan along. Yi Fan carried his bag and went out, directly riding a tricycle home. Yi Fan affectionately hugged Xiaobai for a while, then casually opened the bag and took out an iron bone fruit to give to Xiaobai. "Good kid, that iron bone fruit is worth tens of thousands." Yi Linqing started to speak, but before he could say more, Yi Fan opened the bag. "So much." Seeing the bag full of spiritual herbs and medicines, Yi Linqing was astonished. How strong is an unparalleled powerhouse? Hearing this, Yi Linqing was stunned. Yi Fan revealed a mysterious smile, leaned closer to Yi Linqing's ear, and said, "Dad, have you heard of the king level?" The words king level made Yi Linqing shudder, and his expression changed drastically. "The one above glory?" "Yes." Yi Fan nodded. And without hesitation, Yi Linqing quickly closed the door and pulled Yi Fan into the inner room. Once inside, Yi Linqing's face was filled with joy, and he quickly said to Yi Fan, "You must not tell anyone about you obtaining the king level inheritance." "Definitely." Yi Fan nodded, looking at Yi Linqing again. "But Dad, you haven't said yet. Do you want to become a strong person?" "Of course I do." Yi Linqing nodded. But you know, my Beast Master talent is not good. Just like you. It's just a level. Dealing with ordinary people is fine, but I'm already past that age. Breathing technique? Hearing this, Yi Linqing's expression became serious. Quickly adjusting his state, and then said earnestly, "You say? Don't be so serious." Yi Fan smiled. Dad should be able to learn the breathing technique. What I'm going to tell you next will change the operation trajectory, starting from the heart. In the following time, Yi Fan gradually taught Yi Linqing the breathing technique. Soon, Yi Linqing completed the operation of the breathing technique, and suddenly, he exhaled a breath that was dark, like impurities. What kind of breathing technique is this? So amazing. I feel like my body has become much lighter all of a sudden. After exhaling, Yi Linqing's spirit seemed to improve greatly, looking at Yi Fan in surprise. Good, good. Yi Linqing nodded repeatedly, stood up, and as he moved, there were popping sounds from his body. This breathing technique must be extremely effective. Not bad. Just don't let others know. Yi Fan shook his head. The clear mirror technique isn't the top-level breathing technique, but after thinking for a long time, many top breathing techniques require training from a young age and have special requirements. Since Dad and the others are older, the results may not be good. This should be the most suitable breathing technique for Dad and them, easy to get started. And most importantly, it can prolong life and make them immune to many toxins, greatly ensuring their safety and avoiding the schemes of some petty individuals. Dad, the breathing technique is just a step. To become a Beast Master, the level of the beasts is also extremely important. After saying this, Yi Fan opened the bag and placed it in front of Dad. These are the spiritual herbs and fruits I obtained in the secret realm. Although Xiaobai is relatively old among the white-haired dogs, suitable spiritual fruits can greatly enhance its potential. Give it to Xiaobai? Why not keep it for your beasts? Hearing this, Yi Linqing shook his head. Spiritual fruits are too precious. I have plenty. These are specifically selected for Xiaobai, all the most suitable ones. Hearing this, Yi Linqing hesitated and looked at Yi Fan. Are you serious? Dad, you know that in a place like Pingcheng, a bronze-level beast master can already live a good life. That's true. Yi Linqing nodded. He had once dreamed of reaching the peak of beast masters. And now that there was a way, his heart of a strong person was beating again. But how do I tell your mom? If you go, she'll worry. If I take Xiaobai and go with you, she definitely won't allow it. Is this difficult for Dad? Hearing this, Yi Fan smiled. Dad, you're usually good at making excuses to sneak off for drinks, right? You brat. Hearing this, Yi Linqing scolded, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. All right then. I'll try to go with you when I have time recently. That's good. Yi Fan nodded with a smile, glanced at Yi Linqing, and suddenly said, Dad, I will definitely go to a university in Kyoto in the future. You better prepare and give Mom a heads up in advance. We're all going. At most, I'll reach silver level next year. By then, I can save some money while training, and after graduation, buying a house in Kyoto shouldn't be a problem. Sounds good. Yi Linqing smiled. Your mom was just saying the other day that she wants to travel to Kyoto. Okay. Yi Fan nodded, but his eyes were a bit complicated. He was originally worried that Dad and the others wouldn't want to go. In his previous life, he had also brought up this topic when he was in college, but it was always rejected by his mom, saying it would burden him. Dad also said that living there was not as comfortable as here. It turned out that Dad and the others were willing to go to Kyoto. They just didn't have the means. In this life, since he had shown enough to support the family, everything would be different. Thinking of something, Yi Fan nodded. What he wanted was just like this. Everything could head towards a better place. What he didn't have before, what his family didn't have, could now all be achieved. That feeling is really good. Yi Fan nodded. Regarding Dad, he didn't reveal everything. Instead of telling him that he became a king level in his previous life and was reborn, it was better to directly tell him that he had obtained the inheritance of a king level powerhouse. Knowing too much would make it hard for them to accept and would cause more worry. Chapter 37. The forest. I feel like I haven't been here in many years. At an entrance of the Silver Moon Forest, Yi Linqing looked at the forest in front of him, feeling a bit emotional. Pingcheng is not large. Considered a small city on the 18th tier. The school is less than an hour from Yi Fan's home. But the school requires students to stay on campus for management convenience. In fact, the distance from his home to the Silver Moon Forest is probably even closer than from the school to here. Beast masters and ordinary people are truly worlds apart. The entire Pingcheng has a population of over 300,000, yet the number of high school students in Pingcheng is less than 1,000, a ratio of less than 1 in 300. Even among beast masters, many lack talent and opportunities, and ordinary families cannot afford the cost of upgrading a beast. Upgrading an ordinary beast to bronze requires spending money. It definitely costs hundreds of thousands to millions. How many can afford that? Just like the students in Yi Fan's class who couldn't even compete for the top 10. Without access to secret realms, the Silver Moon Forest is extremely dangerous. Relying on their beasts to grow on their own, they might still be at the black iron level after several years, or even regress if they don't get enough nourishment. In his previous life, they were able to grow up, and even the chubby kid reached bronze level, largely thanks to the 10 slots Pan Zhao fought for them. In previous years, students in ordinary classes had nothing at all. This is also why the gap between beast masters and ordinary people, as well as between weak beast masters, is so significant. A powerful beast master can earn more in a single hunt than an ordinary family does in several years, the stronger the powerhouse. The weaker the weak remain. Many people in this life cannot devote themselves entirely to beast taming. If they fail to get into college, they have to start thinking about family life, spending their whole lives burdened by the need to earn money, and they may not get very far. Dad, this is just the first time. There will be more opportunities in the future. Yi Fan smiled as he looked at the noticeably larger black iron 5-star Xiao Bai next to his father and nodded. The spiritual fruits he prepared for Xiao Bai were mainly focused on muscle and body type, and the future evolution direction would likely be the same. The inferior mutation fruits had already been planted, and it wouldn't be long before they could produce inferior mutation fruits for Xiao Bai to use. For a beast that has no opportunity to control elements to attack, size and strength are the biggest advantages. Did Mom learn the breathing method? Yi Fan asked, thinking of something. She did. Yi Linqing nodded, a smile on his face. I said it was your grandfather who told me in a dream, saying it was only for us. I've already passed it on to you. It's very spiritual. Your grandfather told you in a dream? Dad, you really have your ways. Hearing this from Yi Linqing, Yi Fan couldn't help but chuckle, but he didn't say much more and summoned his hellhound. Xiaohua, come out. The hellhound appeared, and upon seeing Yi Linqing, it froze for a moment, then seemed to catch a scent and affectionately rubbed against Yi Linqing, then lowered its head to sniff Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai also sniffed the hellhound. This is a habit of canines, and soon they would become familiar with each other. Sure enough, after a while, the two canine beasts started to play together. Yi Fan watched them frolic for a while before speaking up. All right, we should get down to business. Hearing this, the hellhound immediately stood up, and Xiao Bai also appeared energetic. Dad, let's go. Yi Fan waved to Yi Linqing. The two entered the beast taming forest, and at this moment, Yi Linqing's shock was just beginning. Yi Fan's hellhound was too strong, and with Yi Fan around, it was almost crushing everything in the entire forest's outskirts. Ordinary beasts couldn't withstand even one bite from it. However, Yi Linqing soon got the hang of it and eagerly directed Xiao Bai to fight, gradually getting into the swing of things. The afternoon quickly passed, and under Yi Fan's guidance, Yi Linqing directed Xiao Bai to single-handedly hunt down a black iron 3-star wild beast for the first time. I hunted a black iron 3-star wild beast alone, Yi Linqing said, looking at the fallen white wolf across from him and exhaling a long breath as he turned to Yi Fan. Good. Yi Linqing replied somewhat reluctantly. As he had once been a beast tamer himself, the feeling of directing a beast was exhilarating. Yi Fan naturally noticed Yi Linqing's expression and smiled. This is the world of beast tamers. If you could choose to become a powerful beast tamer, who would be willing to be trapped in the mundane concerns of life? In the city's butcher shop, upon seeing Yi Fan arrive, the shop owner was all smiles. The owner wasn't foolish. He knew this seemingly ordinary young man was definitely not ordinary and was likely to achieve great things. Little brother, long time no see. The owner greeted enthusiastically. And when he saw Yi Linqing beside Yi Fan, he was momentarily taken aback. Old Yi, you're here too. Huh. Yi Linqing hadn't expected Yi Fan to come to this meat shop either. He ran a restaurant and bought meat from here, specifically ordinary pork and chicken beast meat. After more than 10 years, the two had become old acquaintances. Yi Fan glanced at Yi Linqing, smiled, and said to the owner, "This is my father. He just happened to have some free time today and is coming with me to hunt in the Silver Moon Forest." Oh, hearing this, the owner was astonished and looked at Yi Linqing. Wow, old Yi, this little brother is your son? Yeah, Yi Linqing nodded, appearing calm. But inside he was overjoyed at the owner's expression. Your son is remarkable. Young as he is, he can already hunt bronze beasts. And he is so young. The owner's various praises followed, and Yi Linqing went from initially holding back to laughing heartily, and the two engaged in pleasant conversation. I'll take all the beast meat today. We're old friends, so give me the top price. In the end, the shop owner, unable to refuse the warm invitation, personally saw Yi Linqing to the street corner, even shoving a pack of good cigarettes into Yi Linqing's pocket with a round of compliments. Dad, how does it feel? At the street corner, Yi Fan looked at Yi Linqing, whose mouth was almost unable to close, and teased him. This is just an ordinary person. Wait until later. There will be beast tamers who will compliment you like this. Yi Fan spoke, hoping that his father would also become stronger, so that when he wasn't around, others would still respect him. Absolutely. Yi Linqing nodded repeatedly. Tomorrow, we'll come again. Tomorrow? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. You're going out every day? Aren't you afraid Mom will find out? Yi Fan had always had a good relationship with his father, and there were no barriers between them. Honey, that Li Diyun said he is moving today. At the breakfast table, Yi Linsheng picked up a piece of meat and, while eating, casually said, "You know, we've always had a good relationship, and I'm planning to take Yi Fan to help him out today." Moving again. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxia furrowed her brows and looked at Yi Linsheng with a scrutinizing gaze. "Your good friends have all gotten rich recently. Why do they move so often?" "I don't know, maybe." Yi Linsheng felt a bit guilty. "Are you planning to go out for drinks again?" Lin Qingxia seemed to see through something. "No. Why would I take Yi Fan out to drink?" Yi Linsheng defended himself, glancing at Yi Fan. Yi Fan understood and quickly raised his chopsticks. "It's true. We ran into Uncle Li while going out to buy groceries, and he told Dad." "Good." Upon hearing this, Yi Linsheng hurriedly finished the rice in his bowl, stood up, and said, "Yi Fan, let us hurry. Don't be late to help." "Okay." Yi Fan agreed, quickly eating a few large bites, wiped his mouth, and stood up as well. Looking at the hurried figures of Yi Linsheng and Yi Fan, Lin Qingxia shook her head. She didn't believe they were moving. She thought they were just going out to play for a day. After all, Yi Fan had now reached the bronze level. So at least their future life would be fine, and Lin Qingxia felt much more at ease. Letting them relax a bit was fine. The restaurant wasn't busy all day. Just then, as Lin Qingxia picked up her bowl and was about to grab some vegetables, she noticed that Xiaobai, who had been sleeping at the door, shook its head and followed them out, revealing a look of doubt in her eyes. "Am I seeing things?" Xiaobai seems to be growing bigger every day. Chapter 38. Longevity Fruit. A few days later, one morning, Yi Linsheng was quickly eating breakfast. Just as he put down his chopsticks and was about to speak, Lin Qingxia beat him to it. "Today is your uncle's birthday. Aren't you going?" "My uncle's birthday?" Yi Linsheng was taken aback for a moment, but quickly looked troubled and said, "Maybe I shouldn't go." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's ears perked up. He didn't remember having an uncle. Yi Linsheng hesitated, but eventually glanced at Yi Fan and nodded. "It's fine to take Yi Fan to see. After all, his cousin has a good relationship with us. Last time, his cousin came to our house for a few days. Then you should go early today and buy some decent gifts." Lin Qingxia stood up. "Don't worry about the shop." "Okay." Yi Linsheng nodded, stood up, and beckoned to Yi Fan. Seeing this, Yi Fan followed him. At the door, noticing Yi Linsheng's frowning expression, Yi Fan curiously asked, "Dad, do you really have an uncle?" "Of course. Your uncle is quite powerful and has been good to us. He just went outside a few years ago," Yi Linsheng said, recalling something from the past, shaking his head. "Forget it. Let us go buy some things." Hearing this, Yi Fan became increasingly certain that something was going on. He suddenly thought of what Fatty Li had said that day about having a cousin who was a dragon eye, combined with what his father and the others had said before about having a cousin aunt. Could it be that Fatty was right and he really had a cousin who was a dragon eye? A family with a dragon eye. That family must have something special. In his previous life, his father was so successful, yet he hadn't risen at the beginning. In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan seemed to understand some of the connections. Looking at Yi Linsheng, he suddenly spoke up. "Dad, do the people from your uncle's family not treat you well?" Upon hearing this, Yi Linsheng's expression froze. Then he smiled helplessly. "You brat, can you not be so straightforward? So that's it." Yi Fan smiled and patted Yi Linsheng's shoulder. "It's okay, Dad. I'm here now. We have some face." "Of course." Hearing this, Yi Linsheng nodded, then revealed a hint of worry. "But the gifts they sent are quite precious. What should we buy?" "That does sound a bit embarrassing." Hearing this, Yi Fan pondered for a moment, then quickly made a plan. He waved his hand to hail a taxi. "Let's go to the Spirit Herb Hall, Dad." "Spirit Herb Hall?" Yi Linsheng was somewhat puzzled. "Are we going to buy spirit herbs and fruits?" "We have some at home. We could just take some. What we have at home is for feeding the beasts. The ones I want to buy are definitely different. They need to be of higher quality," Yi Fan replied. "Higher quality?" Hearing this, Yi Linsheng was taken aback and hesitated. "Isn't that a bit expensive? I didn't bring much money." "Buying spirit fruits doesn't necessarily require money. Bartering is also possible," Yi Fan said with a mysterious smile. Coincidentally, the inferior mutation fruits he planted in his beast space had matured that morning. There were 6 in total, each worth around 500,000. Buying a spirit fruit for a birthday celebration would be more than enough. Saying this, Yi Fan got into the taxi. Yi Linsheng hesitated but still followed Yi Fan. The taxi sped along, and soon they arrived at the Spirit Herb Hall. "That's the kid Snow Sister mentioned." Seeing Yi Fan's appearance, the receptionist at the door immediately recognized him and hurried inside to inform. "That little brother has arrived?" Inside, Ning Shui, who was feeling quite bored, was slightly surprised by the news. It had been more than 10 days since Yi Fan last visited the Spirit Herb Hall. She thought he wouldn't come again. Just as she was thinking this, Yi Fan walked in with Yi Linsheng. Ning Shui smiled and welcomed them. "Little brother, it's been a while. What a kid. You seem to know people everywhere." Yi Fan didn't explain anything to Yi Linsheng, but looked at Ning Shui and pondered for a moment. "Do you have longevity fruits here? I want the highest quality." "Longevity fruits?" Upon hearing the name of this spirit fruit, Ning Shui was momentarily stunned. Longevity fruits are not for feeding beasts, but are specifically for people, known for their effects of prolonging life. They are often used as gifts for powerful elders and carry significant status. One piece is worth 1,000,000. Little brother wants longevity fruits? Ning Shui didn't ask further, but felt a surge of excitement in her heart. Just as Ning Qinghai said, this little guy really has a big background. Sending longevity fruits as birthday gifts for elders shows great generosity. Please wait a moment. I'll ask our home master. Suppressing the excitement in her heart, she spoke to Yifan. Yifan nodded, and Ning Shui quickly went upstairs. At this time, Yi Linqing leaned over. Yifan, what are longevity fruits? This was the truth. Longevity fruits were indeed overrated. They just looked good, tasted good, and had some spiritual energy. For humans, the effect was comparable to good beast meat. As for prolonging life, that was completely exaggerated. If it truly had that effect, it wouldn't be classified as a common grade item. It would at least be a spirit grade item, and a highly sought after one at that. Little brother, we have longevity fruits. Let's talk upstairs. Soon. Ning Qinghai came downstairs with a smile. Yifan nodded to Yi Liqing, and the two went upstairs. This time, it wasn't on the second floor. They went to the third floor, which was a private compartment. Tea was served, and soon the server brought out the longevity fruits. The longevity fruit looked like a large peach, looking full and crystal clear, and it emitted a delightful fragrance. Little brother, this is one of the best from our batch of longevity fruits. Looking at Yifan, Ning Qinghai smiled. If you're giving it as a birthday gift for an elder, it's definitely a top choice. I'll also give you the best price, 880,000 each, a lucky price. Good. Upon hearing this number, Yifan nodded, seemingly not surprised, and looked at Ning Qinghai. Can we barter? Hearing this, Ning Qinghai was slightly surprised but quickly smiled and nodded. Of course, little brother. Just bring out any suitable spirit fruits you have. This should be enough. Yifan responded and took out 2 inferior mutation fruits. He had 6 in total, leaving 3 for Xiaobai. The excess wouldn't be of much use. Inferior mutation fruits. Seeing this fruit, Ning Qinghai's expression slightly changed. Then he nodded repeatedly. That's enough. Completely enough. In terms of rarity, inferior mutation fruits are far more rare than longevity fruits. Altering bloodlines, even if it's a lowly bloodline, is a completely different concept. Take it. He instructed the server to collect the inferior mutation fruits, and Ning Qinghai's gaze toward Yifan changed completely. Before, it was just a guess that the other party's family had a powerful figure. Now, it was almost certain. Ahem. Hesitating for a few seconds, Ning Qinghai cautiously asked, "May I ask your name, little friend?" Hearing this, Ning Qinghai pondered, then seemed to remember something, his expression changing as he hurriedly said, "So it's you, young Master Yi." Hall Master, Yifan seems to be the one making waves among this year's freshmen at Pingqing High School. I heard he's already a bronze rank. Ning Shui said from the side. The Spirit Herb Hall is well informed and quickly learned about Yifan's news. Are there any prominent families with the surname Yi in Pingqing? Hearing this, Ning Shui was puzzled, but soon she thought of something, her face changing dramatically, her voice lowered. Could it be that one? After saying this, Ning Shui looked at Ning Qinghai, wondering if Yifan's background was a bit too formidable. Chapter 39. Gift Giving After Collecting the Longevity Fruits. Yifan and the others headed to the place where their uncle lived. The location was in Morning Breeze Village, which sounded like a real urban village. However, upon arrival, looking at the medieval palace-style buildings in front of him, Yifan was stunned. This was no urban village. It was at least a nobleman's castle. What exactly does my uncle do? Looking at this scene, Yifan couldn't help but look at Yi Linqing beside him. Is he a strong figure in the military? Hearing this, Yifan frowned. He knew many strong figures in the military, but they were all active in his era. Let's see him first. Yifan didn't dwell on this question and followed behind Yi Linqing, his eyes deep in thought. Moving next year, shedding armor and returning to the fields. With the surname Yi, in Pingqing, with Dragon Eye bloodline. So many clues are connecting, yet I still can't find a corresponding figure in my memory. It shouldn't be. Old Ye's birthday, no entry for idle people. At the door, 2 guards-like individuals blocked their path, asking for identification. Hearing this, Yi Linqing felt a bit awkward. I'm Old Ye's nephew, Yi Linqing. Old Ye's nephew? Upon hearing this, the guards hesitated, took out a nearby roster, and quickly found Yi Linqing's name at the bottom. They nodded and stepped aside. Please enter. Good. Yi Linqing nodded and led Yifan inside. Dad, you're really something. I saw your name at the very bottom of the list, Yifan said with a smile. Brat, at least I'm on the list, Yi Linqing retorted. Before he could say more, a person walked over, dignified and imposing, likely Old Ye's son, there to welcome the guests. Big brother. Upon seeing the arriving person, Yi Linqing greeted him with a smile. Linqing. Seeing Yi Linqing, the other party seemed a bit surprised, slightly furrowing his brows. However, he didn't say much. Just waved his hand and said, "Go in." It was a simple 2 sentences, without any other words, and his gaze didn't even glance at Yifan. From this action alone, Yi Fan already sensed the other party's attitude towards their family, and his dislike for this family surged instantly. Yi Linqing didn't say anything either, just nodded and pulled Yi Fan inside. Soon, a large hall appeared ahead, and Yi Linqing pushed the door open. Inside, the spacious living room was already filled with guests. A group of people dressed elegantly, bustling with excitement. Hearing the door open, many people's gazes turned over, but upon seeing it was Yi Linqing, many turned their heads back and continued with their lively conversations. It seemed that the old man was indeed not very well received. This scene made Yi Fan shake his head involuntarily. Dad, let us find a place to sit. All right. Yi Linqing nodded and searched around the gathering, finding a spot in a corner to sit down. As the two of them took their seats, everyone looked at Yi Linqing and Yi Fan but remained silent, with some showing somewhat contemptuous expressions. Yi Fan sensed the atmosphere and looked at the person opposite him, vaguely noticing a golden light swirling in his eyes. Dragon eyes. Yi Fan's expression changed slightly. It really was dragon eyes. At this moment, Yi Fan suddenly fell silent, looking around at the guests in the hall under the lights. Amidst the eager conversations, many people had golden light swirling in their eyes. This scene made even Yi Fan gasp in surprise. The Dragon Slayer's family. There are so many with dragon eyes. How could the next generation possibly have so many dragon eye users? Yi Fan was secretly alarmed. The bloodline of dragon eyes would gradually fade, and the number appearing among descendants would become fewer and fewer. Yet here, there were no less than 30 dragon eye users. How could there be such a number? Dad, are all these people from the Yi family? Yi Fan suddenly asked Yi Linqing beside him. Your grandfather and your great-grandfather have the same mother, so we are quite close. Hearing this number, Yi Fan felt somewhat helpless. Then it's no big deal. Old Yi is here. Soon, amidst the noise of the guests, an elderly man walked onto the stage. The old man had white hair but a youthful appearance, looking quite spirited despite his age. He walked steadily onto the stage, with a sharp brow that exuded some authority. Compliments poured in endlessly, and soon, someone took the lead, one by one bringing gifts onto the stage. A nearby attendant shouted loudly who was sending what gift, and those going up either called him grandpa or ancestor, each with their own way of addressing him. Old Yi chatted briefly with each person before moving on to the next. This scene made Yi Linqing's expression somewhat unnatural, as if he thought of something. Meanwhile, Yi Fan felt a bit sorry for his dad. Such a grand occasion was indeed under the spotlight. And holding fruits to go on stage, it was no wonder his dad said he wouldn't come. For an ordinary person, he could have changed cities to live. It's fine, Dad. Patting Yi Linqing's shoulder, Yi Fan smiled and took out the box containing the birthday fruit, thinking that this year wouldn't be embarrassing. All right. Comforted by Yi Fan, Yi Linqing felt reassured, holding the box of birthday fruit. Okay. Yi Linqing nodded, and when most of the Yi family members had gone up, he stood up, holding the box and taking Yi Fan with him. Once on stage, many gazes turned towards them, with smiles in many people's eyes. Obviously, they all wanted to see what this descendant of the Yi family, who had brought fruit last year, would bring this year. As soon as they got on stage, Old Ye's gaze turned towards them, glancing at Yi Linqing and giving a slight nod. Then, he waved to a nearby servant, seemingly saying something. The servant nodded, came over to take the item from Yi Linqing's hands, quickly set it aside, and didn't say anything. Hey, watching this scene, Yi Linqing felt somewhat helpless, already knowing what Old Yi was saying. He was probably worried about him making a fool of himself, asking the servant not to open the box to announce the gift. As long as you came, that's enough. Old Ye's voice rang out. Hearing this, Yi Fan looked up and saw the warm gaze Old Yi cast towards Yi Linqing, filled with affection. No matter what you bring, you are all my family. This statement was very gentle, causing Yi Linqing to be momentarily stunned as he looked at Old Yi's kind face, instinctively nodding. Old Yi's gaze then focused on Yi Linqing, seemingly noticing something different about him, and slowly nodded. You've changed a lot this year. Very good. Uncle, you flatter me. Yi Linqing nodded, pulling Yi Fan beside him. Greet Grandpa. Hello, Grandpa. Yi Fan spoke. Good. Old Yi nodded, shifting his gaze to Yi Fan, his eyes slightly changing. Fanner, you've changed a lot too. I heard about your situation at Pingqing High School. You are quite impressive. Thank you for the compliment, Grandpa. Yi Fan nodded. He didn't have much dislike for this kindly old man. You and Linqing both look like your grandfather. Old Yi seemed to be somewhat emotional. Rare to say. It's a pity he was too reckless back then, otherwise he would have left you some things. After saying this, Old Yi seemed a bit unwell and suddenly started coughing violently. Old Yi, you've talked too much today, you're tired. A nearby servant hurried over, but Old Yi waved him away, saying quite firmly, I don't need anyone to serve me. I know best how my body is. As he spoke, Old Yi's demeanor was dignified, his eyes filled with anger. At this moment, Yi Fan clearly saw the golden light in Old Yi's eyes, which was much brighter than those present, looking as if he had glowing eyes. This dragon eye on the side made Yi Fan slightly surprised at this scene. Such a bright dragon eye. The proportion of the dragon bloodline in his body seemed quite high. I'm old, and my body is somewhat unwell. Old Yi soon became gentle again. The golden light in his eyes disappeared, and he looked at Yi Linqing, asking, "Next year we will be moving to Kyoto as a family. Do you want to go with me?" Yi Linqing was taken aback, then looked at Yi Fan and shook his head. Yi Fan is still in high school. I can find him a high school in Kyoto. Old Yi spoke again. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Old Yi's face as he praised, "You young man, you have ambition. In that case, we will wait for you in Kyoto." After saying this, Old Yi waved his hand, and Yi Linqing quickly said goodbye, heading down to the stage. Originally puzzled, Old Yi's expression suddenly changed upon hearing this, looking at Yi Fan and lowering his voice. "Do you know about my hidden illness? Most dragon eye users have this symptom. I just observed that Grandpa seems to have a much richer dragon eye than ordinary next-generation users. He must have encountered some fortuitous event that enhanced his bloodline concentration." Yi Fan spoke, seeming quite confident, but dragon blood is highly toxic. Unless it's the first-generation dragon slayer, if the bloodline concentration of the next generation exceeds a certain limit, it will backfire due to the inherited blood. Grandpa must have already suffered from this backfire. If this situation is not remedied in time, his body will deteriorate until he is completely eroded by the dragon blood and dies. As these words came out, Old Yi's expression changed again, the golden light in his eyes flickering, glancing at Yi Fan, and whispered, "Do you have a solution?" "Yes, but there are too many people here. If Grandpa has time in the near future, he can come to my house to find me." "What did you just say to Grandpa? Why did I see him staring so wide-eyed?" During the gathering, Yi Linqing lowered his voice and asked Yi Fan, "I said I know how to treat Grandpa's illness." Yi Fan casually replied, "Illness?" Hearing this, Yi Linqing's expression changed. Did Grandpa get sick? Of course, otherwise, how could he have retired from the front lines? Yi Fan shrugged. "Then how do you know you can treat it?" "TSK. This statement left Yi Linqing speechless for a moment. After a while, he muttered under his breath, "You little brat. You don't even care about your old man's face now." "No way." Yi Fan shook his head, suddenly recalling something, and asked, "Didn't Dad say we have a cousin who's on good terms with us? Why isn't she here?" Hearing this, Yi Linqing lowered his voice again and leaned closer to Yi Fan's ear. "You know your cousin isn't favored by your uncle, so she probably didn't come today." "My cousin isn't favored by uncle either." Yi Fan was somewhat surprised. "Isn't my cousin a dragon eye wielder? After all, your uncle is in charge of this big family. And such families are prone to conflicts. Plus, your cousin has married far away to Beihai, so she has even less standing in the family. It's normal for her not to come. She probably informed your uncle in advance." Yi Linqing explained, picking up a piece of food from the dishes that were served, and continued, "Your cousin has it tough too, marrying to Beihai alone with no acquaintances. I heard she's not doing well over there." "I see." Yi Fan nodded, not saying much more. Soon, the banquet ended, and the guests left one after another. It was obvious that most of them were not from Pingqing, as the sounds of helicopters could be heard outside the banquet hall. Yi Fan and the others went to bid farewell to Old Yi, waved with smiles, and then left. It's a pity for that kid Linqing, almost 40 years old and finally getting a bit of opportunity. Old Yi sighed as he watched the two leave, then furrowed his brows. "But my grandson seems a bit extraordinary." "No matter how extraordinary, it's just a level, not even the dragon eye bloodline of the Yi family." A middle-aged man's voice came from the side. He was Yi Guihai, Old Yi's eldest son, who had always had a poor impression of Yi Linqing over the years. "The dragon eye isn't necessarily a good thing." Old Yi shook his head and didn't continue, instead looking at the gifts. "Let me see what Linqing sent. What good things can they send? Last time it was watermelon, this time it might be pineapple." Yi Guihai spoke, seemingly seeing through Old Yi's thoughts. "It's better not to look. Your health hasn't been good lately, and it's not wise to get angry. Even if it's a stone from family, I still think it's great." Old Yi replied, shaking his head. "Moreover, that's the youngest son's gift. Your father's former glory is all going to be overshadowed by him." Yi Guihai said. Seeing that Old Yi was insistent, he didn't say more and picked up the box that Yi Linqing had sent, bringing it in front of Old Yi. "Open it." Old Yi said. Yi Guihai opened the box, and when the abundant longevity fruit appeared, he was immediately stunned. "What?" He seemed somewhat incredulous. "Where did that guy Linqing get the money to buy this longevity fruit?" Old Yi was also slightly taken aback, as if recalling their previous conversation. A meaningful expression appeared on his face. "Sending longevity fruit on a birthday, this etiquette doesn't seem to be popular in Pingqing." "Dad, why do you look so gloomy?" Walking on the main road outside, Yi Fan noticed Yi Linqing's sullen face and asked with a smile, "Is it because you spent a lot of money on something but uncle didn't appreciate it?" "Well, it's not your dad's money, it's my money." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan nodded and, like performing a magic trick, took out a piece of inferior transformation fruit, saying, "And I still have the kind of fruit I spent today." "Still have?" Yi Linqing was shocked. "Good kid." Seeing this, Yi Linqing quickly grabbed a piece of inferior transformation fruit. This thing is incredible. It can enhance beast bloodlines. Not an ordinary item. For an ordinary family, working a lifetime might not even buy a few. This is for your dad. Yi Fan shook his head and took out another piece of inferior transformation fruit, stuffing all three into old Ye's hands. These are for Xiao Bai to enhance his bloodline level. For Xiao Bai, Yi Linqing quickly waved his hands, but Yi Fan spoke first. My beast has already reached elite level. It wouldn't be useful for me. Yi Linqing was stunned, then helplessly put away the inferior transformation fruit. You little brat. Now you have all the good stuff. That's for sure. Yi Fan nodded, then suddenly thought of something and asked, Dad, do you know about our family's history? Family history? Hearing this, Yi Linqing showed a thoughtful expression, and after a few seconds, shook his head. I don't know. Dad, next time if you don't know, just say you don't know. No need to pretend to think. Chapter 41. The Dragon I Turmoil Strong Ones. There are many more. Your great-grandfather, second grandfather, and fourth grandfather. Yi Fan hurriedly waved his hands as Yi Linqing was about to recite them. Anyway, the Yi family members of their generation are all quite strong. Yi Fan summarized. I just heard Uncle say that something seems to have happened to my grandfather. So he didn't take care of us? I was only a little over 10 when I was in charge. During this time, didn't other Yi family members help us? Yi Fan asked. It's just that your cousin's family has always been good to us. So that's how it is. Yi Fan nodded thoughtfully. The general idea is that uncle and grandfather were brothers, and after grandfather died, his family initially took care of dad, but as dad gradually became mediocre. That care became less and less, eventually turning into neglect and mockery. Dad, it's okay. Patting Yi Linqing's shoulder, Yi Fan said, in the future, we will become strong and make everyone see us in a new light. Creak. That's still good. Did Lena go? Lena didn't go. She hosted a banquet at my elder brother's place today. Yi Linqing shook his head and suddenly spoke to Lin Qingxia, who was looking forward to it. Qingxia, I want to continue being a beast master. Continue being a beast master? Hearing this, Lin Qingxia was taken aback, instinctively looking through the window at Xiao Bai, who was knee-high at the door. Could it be that Xiao Bai, at this moment, perhaps influenced by some things from the banquet? Yi Linqing suddenly laid it all out, looking at Lin Qingxia with serious eyes. Fanner has received the inheritance of an extraordinary powerhouse. The breathing technique I told you about before is what he gave me. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxia was stunned. Qingxia, I don't want to be content with mediocrity anymore. Yi Linqing's tone was deep. Do you know how I felt at the banquet today? What? I couldn't give my son face, and instead, I needed him to comfort me. Yi Linqing spoke, shaking his head. In the past, it would have been fine if I was alone, but Yi Fan shouldn't have to suffer because of me. This made Lin Qingxia somewhat silent. After a while, she spoke. Have you thought it through? Yeah. Yi Linqing nodded. Being a beast master was once my dream. And now Fanner has opened a path to strength for me. If I don't seize it, I'll regret it. If you've thought it through, then it's fine. Lin Qingxia nodded. Embracing Yi Linqing, when the store's rent is due this month, we'll close it down, and I'll accompany you. Since we got married. It seems like I haven't seen you be a beast master for a long time. In another bedroom, Yi Fan naturally didn't know about his parents' conversation and didn't expect that today's banquet would have such a big impact on his dad. In terms of mindset, having been a century-old monster in his past life, he was already indifferent to the opinions of these outsiders, so he only felt that his dad was somewhat pitiful. For him, it was nothing. At most, he was curious about what kind of family this was. What family is it anyway? On the bed, Yi Fan showed a thoughtful expression again. Dragon Eye, Kyoto, Pingcheng. No way. After a while, he suddenly thought of something, sitting up straight in bed, and a memory of a huge upheaval surfaced in his mind. The Dragon Eye Turmoil. It can't be. As soon as this term popped up, Yi Fan found it hard to believe. Dragon Eye wielders are all killed. The rebels are all exiled. This message was suppressed at the time. Yi Fan happened to be studying at university in Kyoto and witnessed this rebellion with his own eyes. Later, it was announced by the government, which claimed it was deliberately instigated by the dynasty organization, so he didn't think much of it. But now, all the clues have piled up. And the only event that fits this characteristic is that rebellion. The Dragon's Eye Rebellion actually started with the Yi family. Yi Fan gasped at the thought of the kind-hearted elder Yi at the banquet, who was a military bigwig retired from the front lines. A person like that, who dedicated his life for the people of the nation, would never initiate such a rebellion. Unless Elder Yi is dead. Although Elder Yi's hidden illness was severe, it shouldn't have prevented him from living for another 4 years. Yi Fan speculated, but the more he speculated, the more alarmed he became. Someone had killed Elder Yi and even joined the dynasty organization. This was almost earth-shattering news. Families with the Dragon's Eye bloodline had ancestors who were all honored first-generation dragon slayers. They were the pioneers and practitioners of this era. No one would doubt that their descendants would join the dynasty organization to restore the feudal ancient dynasty, and this was precisely a very dangerous omen. He must tell his uncle to be wary of those around him. Yi Fan silently decided as he raised his eyes to look out the window. Suddenly, a shadow flashed by, like a huge bird beast swooping low. Woof, woof. The little white dog at the door stood up, barking alertly at the sky as if sensing something. Yi Fan's brows furrowed immediately, and he rolled out of bed. Just as he stepped out of the room, across from him, Yi Linqing was also about to open the door, but Yi Fan pressed him against it and whispered, "Dad, you and Mom stay in the room. Don't come out unless I call you." Inside, Yi Linqing, who initially thought there was something outside, became tense upon hearing this and wanted to push the door open. Yi Fan spoke again, "You must listen to me." "Okay." Yi Linqing fell silent and released his hand from the door. Outside, Yi Fan stepped lightly toward the yard. His footsteps very soft, not looking up like the little white dog. He didn't linger in the yard, but opened the door and instead walked toward a remote street. Soon, under the moonlight outside, Yi Fan gradually arrived at a small alley. Facing the dead end ahead, Yi Fan stopped and spoke, "Come out. Is it interesting to stay up there?" Thud. As the sound fell, the flapping of bird wings echoed, and a person in a black robe landed in front of Yi Fan. "You are very bold," Yi Fan began, his eyes scanning the long-winged bird beside the black-robed figure. Frowning slightly, a bronze 5-star elite beast that could still fly. After a moment of thought, Yi Fan raised his hand. "Don't you know it's restricted airspace in Pingqing?" "I know, but it's just a fine. How many law enforcers are still awake in the dead of night?" The black-robed person responded, looking at Yi Fan with a slightly mocking smile. "You do have a heart to protect your family, bringing me to such a remote place." Yi Fan nodded, looking at the black-robed person, suddenly speaking, "Is there no one else in the dynasty organization? Just you?" Hearing this, the black-robed person's gaze suddenly turned sharp. "Kid, you know about the dynasty organization? What's the matter? Too scared to make a move at school? Are you provoking me, kid?" The black-robed person said, his gaze fixated on Yi Fan. "I know your background very well. The son of the most useless person in the Yi family. No one will help you." "Angry?" The black-robed person mocked, "But that's the truth. You are very bold." Yi Fan spoke again, and the next moment, the hellhound appeared from the beast space. "Beast, ascend." Yi Fan raised his hand, light gathering, and when he saw the hellhound, which was taller than a person, the black-robed person was slightly surprised. "Bronze 2 stars?" But soon, the black-robed person laughed. "Kid, I'm not a rookie like those at your school." Saying this, the black-robed person also raised his hand, light gathering. "Beast, gale." As he spoke, the light did not envelop the beast, but spilled outwards. The gale suddenly howled, blowing both their hair around. The wind was so strong that a sign from a barber shop at the other end of the alley was blown away like a ball. A rare talent that can change the weather at this level. Yi Fan steadied himself in the wind, feeling the changes in the nearby weather, narrowing his eyes slightly. Another relatively special beast talent. If such a person were to enter the front lines as a warrior, they could create excellent area disruption. Logically speaking, they would be a rare military talent. But now, this talent was being used as a distraction to cover up for killing. Is the restoration of the dynasty really that appealing? Yi Fan spoke, and at this moment, he no longer hesitated. If the other party wanted to kill him, he would not hold back either. Little fire, pounce and bite. Roar. A low growl erupted from the hellhound's mouth as it moved quickly, almost in the blink of an eye, pouncing towards the long-winged bird. The black-robed person reacted swiftly, leaping onto the bird. The long-winged bird flapped its wings and flew back into the sky. "Kid, you can't win against me." The black-robed person did not fly too high. At least Yi Fan could clearly hear what he said. "Long-winged bird, use falling leaf feather." The black-robed person's voice rang out, and the next moment, the long-winged bird flapped its wings again, spreading them wide. Its feathers seemed to be drawn as if they were small swords falling from the sky. With such a dense number, it covered several meters around Yi Fan, creating a shocking scene. Clearly, the black-robed person knew he couldn't tangle with Yi Fan. He immediately used the beast skill of the long-winged bird. A deadly strike right from the start. Humph. Yi Fan looked at the sky full of feathered swords and smiled. Almost as soon as the black-robed person finished speaking, he let out a soft snort and quickly retreated. His speed was fast, clearly exceeding the black-robed person's expectations. This strike missed, and in the sky, the black-robed person stared in disbelief at Yi Fan, who had safely retreated from the danger zone. "What you just said is very true. You're not one of those rookies from school." Yi Fan's voice rang out, but unfortunately for the black-robed person, "I'm not a rookie either." On the ground, standing in the gale, Yi Fan patted the hellhound beside him, letting out a cold laugh. He had experienced countless beast battles in his past life, some purely against beasts, some life and death struggles, and his combat experience was rich and varied. How could he not see through a young man? This black-robed person in his 20s, with just a flicker of his gaze. Yi Fan knew exactly what he wanted to do. Birds are most vulnerable to counterattacks when they are hunting. "Do you dare to come?" As these words left his mouth, the black-robed person's eyes shifted slightly, looking at the ground at the fearless boy who was mocking him. feeling a strange sense of panic. From a kid just starting out, he unexpectedly felt the bizarre sensation of being scolded by a teacher for his weaknesses in school. He is so confident that my long-winged bird can kill him, and he could counter-kill me? In the sky, the black-robed person, who had initially received the task with determination, hesitated for the first time. Clearly, he understood this point. In the sky, the long-winged bird was in an invincible position, but if this dragged on for too long, he would be exposed. The most effective and fastest method was to strike. Once he chose to strike, it would be like gambling, betting that Yi Fan could not seize this opportunity. I know you are afraid of death. It's okay. I won't blame you. Bastard. Hearing this, even though he knew Yi Fan was provoking him, the black-robed person still became angry, waving his hand, long-winged bird, pounce and bite him. Whoosh. The next moment, the long-winged bird flapped its wings, its massive body gliding straight towards Yi Fan with an intimidating momentum. Come on. The black-robed person's voice rang out, a hint of anger on his face. He did not believe that a little brat at the bronze level could kill his long-winged bird with a hellhound of 2 stars in the midst of a fierce wind. This strike was also a guaranteed kill. The howling sound from the sky rang out as Yi Fan looked at the long-winged bird flying straight towards him and suddenly smiled. You said you thoroughly investigated my background, but how come you don't know my nickname at school? After saying this, Yi Fan's expression changed, and he suddenly spoke coldly. Xiaohua, lock its throat. As his voice fell, Yi Fan stepped back, and at the same time, the hellhound opened its mouth and lunged forward. At this moment, the long-winged bird had not even reached him yet. He predicted my attack in advance. At this moment, the man in the black robe's face changed. He had fallen into a trap. This Yi Fan was waiting for such a full-force battle. The long-winged bird flying straight at him simply could not change its direction in such a short time. Roar. The roar sounded, and this scene was extremely bizarre. In the next second after the hellhound lunged, the long-winged bird seemed to have its throat shoved into its mouth. Thud. With its throat locked, the immense force took both the long-winged bird and the hellhound straight out. The man in the black robe rolled on the ground, looking at the long-winged bird with its throat locked, and hurriedly rushed up with his fists raised. This scene made Yi Fan, not far away, laugh and shake his head again. How dare he say he knows me well when he doesn't even know my beast taming skills? After saying this, Yi Fan raised his hand once more. Xiaohua, use overheat burn. Roar. The roar echoed, and the hellhound's body was engulfed in a lava-like red color. Terrifying flames brewing, spreading like a bomb in an instant. No. Watching the flames rushing towards him, the man in the black robe's eyes widened in horror. The next second, the flames engulfed him. Yi Fan stood in place, and the wave of fire finally stopped less than 5 centimeters in front of him. This was the limit distance of overheat burn, and that was why he chose to step back just now. From the moment the black-robed man chose to attack, Yi Fan had already planned everything afterward. That was not the black-robed man's guaranteed kill, but rather his own. At such a close distance, even if the beast could withstand it, the beast master would definitely die. Sizzle. Soon, the flames disappeared, and not far away, a charred corpse and the remains of a blackened bird lay there. Xiaohua, well done. Yi Fan walked over and patted the somewhat weakened hellhound, casually taking out a spirit fruit to give to it. The hellhound emitted a gentle sound, but did not take the spirit fruit from Yi Fan's hand. Instead, it nudged its head towards the ground, indicating for Yi Fan to place the fruit down. This was a habit it had recently learned from Xiaobai, not eating off tables or from a person's hand or chopsticks, with clear etiquette. Seeing this, Yi Fan smiled and shook his head, ruffling the hellhound's head and feeding it the spirit fruit. You are my beast, in my eyes. You are my best partner. No need to be polite. Woof woof. The hellhound barked and rubbed against Yi Fan again. Yi Fan then squatted down, looking at the charred black-robed man, smirking slightly, as if delivering a eulogy. He said, in your next life, remember not to provoke others without your parents. Clap, clap, clap. Just then, suddenly, the sound of applause came from behind Yi Fan. What an astonishing Beastmaster duel. As soon as the sound emerged, Yi Fan sprang up like lightning, quickly assuming a defensive posture. His body tensed in an instant. Fists clenched, veins bulging in his arms. Someone had approached him without him noticing. This was definitely a strong opponent. But when he turned around and saw the person, Yi Fan was a bit stunned. Grandpa, why is it you? Chapter 43 source saying this. Yi Fan's poised heavy punch stopped in midair. This scene seemed somewhat awkward. After a brief pause, Yi Lao's eyes glimmered with golden light. Fanner, your beast taming strength doesn't seem like that of a newly initiated beastmaster. Fortuitous encounter? That explained why he nodded slightly upon hearing this, not probing further, but rather, there was some joy in his eyes. Having a fortuitous encounter for one's descendants was something to be happy about. Having a fortuitous encounter is a good thing. We must seize the opportunity. Understood. Yi Fan nodded, pointing to the corpse behind him. Don't you want to know who that person was that came to fight me today? Someone from the Dynasty organization? Yi Lao's brows furrowed slightly as he pondered, and after a moment, he spoke. I will have the higher-ups pay attention to Ping Qing. I do not recommend you do that. Grandpa, Yi Fan shook his head. This person appearing here at this time represents something. You should know that, right? Ever since Beast Masters appeared, various places have strengthened their control over them. No matter how backward Ping Qing is, it is impossible for a Beast Master with a flying beast to appear here so easily at this time. It has already been 20 minutes since we started. Even with the black-robed man's storm, it would have been enough for someone to notice. Yet, there is still no movement at all. Clearly, the enforcement agencies in Ping Qing, at least near my home, have deliberately concealed or ignored the appearance of this black-robed man. Yi Lao fell into deep thought again, but soon. He seemed somewhat furious. The enforcement agencies in Ping Qing are actually colluding with the Dynasty organization. How dare they? Yi Lao, we underestimated the Dynasty organization too much. Yi Fan spoke from the side. From what I understand, the Dynasty organization has already gathered all the underground gangs in Ping Qing. They are not just openly organizing rebellions as we think, but are also laying out plans in many places. In big cities, it's fine. But in a place like Ping Qing that is already lax in defense, it is likely that many enforcement agencies have been infiltrated, and even some local families have participated. The black-robed man today is the best example. Is that so? Yi Lao nodded, glancing at Yi Fan's eyes, which seemed sincere and did not doubt too much. Instead, he continued to ask, how did you learn that the Dynasty organization has gathered all the underground gangs in Ping Qing? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan smiled, looking at Yi Lao, and said with some depth, Yi Lao, we are now at different heights, and we see different things. You see the upper part of the Dynasty organization as high ground, while I see the root of this tumor that is the Dynasty organization. This statement stunned Yi Lao for a moment, but soon he revealed a smile again, nodding appreciatively at Yi Fan. Fanner, having such insights is good. So your suggestion is for me not to alert them? Yes. Yi Fan nodded. Grandpa should know how cunning and difficult the Dynasty organization is. Once they sense danger, they will quickly retract. A few rounds of purging would be of no consequence. To truly hurt them, we must find the opportunity, follow the clues, and slowly draw them out from the underground gangs I know. I am just a bronze beast master, and with Yi Lao being ill, they will not take me seriously. With repeated testing and provocation, by the time they react, we will already know who in Ping Qing is colluding with the remnants of the dynasty. At this point, Yi Fan's voice turned cold as he glanced at Yi Lao and whispered, by then, we will capture them all and eradicate the roots. This cold statement, with its iron-blooded intent, even moved Yi Lao slightly. He looked at Yi Fan, clearly sensing the incredible change in his grandson, wanting to ask, but not knowing where to start. But how can you ensure your safety? This time it was a bronze 5-star, next time it might be silver. That can work. Yi Lao was not a hesitant person. Since Yi Fan's words had moved him, he would naturally act decisively. Within a year, you will provide me with a specific list, and I will handle it. Old Yi opened his mouth, glanced at Yi Fan, and his expression turned somewhat cold, saying, I am still in Ping City, and the Dynasty organization dares to extend its tentacles here. Since that's the case, let them pay a sufficient price. Good. Yi Fan nodded, a hint of a smile in his eyes. With Old Ye's assistance, his plan to eliminate the Dynasty organization in Ping City would be much smoother. Uncle, now it's time to discuss serious matters. Serious matters? Old Yi frowned slightly. About treating your hidden ailment. Yi Fan spoke, a smile in his eyes. Isn't that why you came to find me? Hearing this, Old Yi was taken aback and instinctively said, Fanner, do you really know how to treat my hidden ailment? Of course, I happen to know some methods for treating the backlash of the Dragon Eye. Yi Fan looked at Old Yi, but first, you need to tell me how you supplemented the bloodline of the ancient species that caused your bloodline concentration to exceed the limit. Old Yi hesitated but didn't hide it, saying, I obtained a precious dragon blood from a secret realm, and I coincidentally acquired a formula on how Dragon Eye users can enhance their bloodlines, so I used that ancient dragon blood. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan remained calm, but internally he was somewhat shocked. A secret realm that could yield dragon blood must be of a high level. Being able to enter such a place and obtain dragon blood indicates that Old Ye's strength is quite considerable in the military's upper echelons. Fortunately, the method of supplementation was through direct blood transfusion. Yi Fan nodded. For such a special ancient species bloodline descendant like the Dragon Eye user, the usual method of supplementation is indeed with the blood of ancient dragons. However, there are other methods, such as some special heavenly materials, unique beast tamers, or even some ancient weapons, all of which are possible. Since it is of this nature, it will be easier to handle. Yi Fan nodded. Extending his finger, there are two methods. One is fast-acting but will result in some loss of strength, while the other is slower-acting but has minimal impact on strength. There are two methods? Old Yi was slightly taken aback. Yes, Yi Fan was confident. Both methods could ensure the treatment of the Dragon Eye backlash. and it was up to Old Yi to decide. This made Old Yi hesitate for a while, and after some time, he said, "What is the fast-acting method?" "Of course." Yifan nodded. The Dragon Eye user relies on their own toughness, and the foundation of that toughness is the ancient species bloodline within. If the bloodline is lost, their strength will naturally be inferior to before. Upon hearing this, Old Yi decisively shook his head. What is the slower-acting method? To modify the breathing technique. Hearing this, Old Yi's brow furrowed again. The breathing technique is essentially the foundation of beast tamers. The beast taming space and the combat ability of the beast tamer themselves are primarily due to their mastery of the breathing technique. At high levels, there are many capabilities, such as the thunder breathing technique that Ma Dafei acquired, which can even carry faint thunder in its attacks. Modifying the breathing technique would mean a significant decrease in one's combat capabilities, as they would be unable to utilize those abilities. This damage seems greater than the damage from blood transfusion. No, this is the best treatment plan. Yifan shook his head. Dragon Eye users do not rely on beast taming. Most modern Dragon Eye users grow using a similar breathing technique to ordinary beast tamers, and this growth plan is flawed. The combination of medicine I mentioned, along with modifying the breathing technique, is meant to help you transform into a true Dragon Eye user. In the short term, your strength will decline, but once you adapt, you may even become stronger than before. A true Dragon Eye user. Upon hearing this, Old Yi's pupils contracted slightly. Clearly, he understood the true meaning behind Yifan's words about a true Dragon Eye user. The original Dragon Eye users specialized in themselves, their bodies like dragons, able to split mountains with strength. Chapter 44, True Dragon 9 Transformations. I choose the second method. Soon, Old Yi nodded. It was almost immediately clear which of the two methods was superior. Good. Yifan nodded, looking at Old Yi across from him. After a slight pause, he suddenly spoke. Uncle, I need you to use the bloodline of the Dragon Eye to make a vow of origin. Swearing not to disclose the breathing technique I imparted to you today in any way, nor to harm me or my family in any manner. A vow of origin. This caused Old Yi to pause. A vow of origin is essentially an oath directed at ancient species and those with ancient species bloodlines. Ancient species are considered favored by the heavens, and as such, they are innately powerful but also have corresponding constraints. Among them, the vow of origin is one. Once an ancient species uses their bloodline to make this vow, the oath will condense within the bloodline. If violated, the bloodline will explode, and the violator will surely die. Originally, this kind of oath was discovered accidentally by the first generation of beast tamers to restrain and subdue those ancient species. In modern times, aside from ancient species and those with ancient species bloodlines, very few people know about this, as neither beast tamers with bloodlines nor humans would disclose the existence of the vow of origin. Good. Hearing this, Old Yi did not say much, closing his eyes. Soon, the sound of a dragon's roar echoed, and a dragon-shaped figure appeared at his heart. I, Yi Mao, vow with my bloodline's origin, I will never disclose in any way. As Old Yi's vow was completed, the dragon's roar gradually subsided, and the dragon-shaped pattern at his heart turned red before disappearing. This signifies that the vow has been established. Good. Old Yi nodded, watching his grandson leave, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. What is this breathing technique that would drive all Dragon Eye users mad? Uncle, what brings you here? Inside the room, Yi Linqing was stunned to see Old Yi entering with Yifan, sitting upright in the hall. I have some matters to discuss with Fanner. Old Yi coughed, glancing awkwardly at the little wight beside Yi Linqing. Oh, all right then, Yi Linqing replied, turning to head towards the room, while Lin Qingxia stayed behind, politely saying, Then uncle, you and Fanner take your time to talk. There are fruits on the table. Good. Old Yi nodded, a smile on his face. As the door closed and the two entered Yifan's room, Yifan's expression gradually became serious. Uncle, the next technique I am going to speak of is the technique practiced by the first generation of Dragon Eye users, specifically designed for those with dragon bloodlines. This technique is called True Dragon 9 Transformations, consisting of 9 levels. With each level practiced, the dragon blood within will become more vigorous, and the physical strength brought by the ancient bloodline will also strengthen. At higher levels, one can even exert power comparable to that of an ancient dragon. True Dragon 9 Transformations. Hearing this name, Old Yi's expression slightly changed. He had heard of this breathing technique and knew it was indeed the breathing technique of the first generation of Dragon Eye users. Is this technique also part of your adventures? In his previous life, he had slain a true Dragon Eye user and obtained the True Dragon 9 Transformations. Therefore, he was not overly concerned about the so-called Dragon Eye users. He still believed in Old Yi, but was not fully at ease, which is why he had Old Yi make the vow. The more powerful a beast tamer was, the more tempted they would be by what he could offer. Aside from his parents, he could not afford to let anyone have their guard down. Uncle, please listen carefully to the following method. Saying this, Yi Fan began to explain the true Dragon 9 transformations, while old Yi concentrated and synchronized his practice with Yi Fan's words. As time passed, old Yi suddenly let out a muffled groan, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. This was a minor backlash from modifying the breathing technique. After all, people of their level had considerable mastery of breathing techniques, and changing them would come with some small costs. After this mouthful of blood spilled out, old Yi's breath soon stabilized. Not long after, he suddenly exhaled, opening his eyes. Within his gaze, golden light flowed, lingering and not dispersing. I have successfully entered the first transformation of true Dragon 9 transformations. Old Yi spoke, standing up. A magnificent aura surged from him, and then Elder Yi raised his hand, revealing a faint smile on his face. This feeling of comfort had not appeared for a long time since I began to suffer backlash. Congratulations, Grandpa, Yi Fan said with a smile. Your strength is there. Although it has declined a bit now, once you enter the second and third transformations, you'll quickly recover, even surpassing your previous state. I can feel it. Elder Yi nodded, looking at Yi Fan, who remained neither servile nor overbearing, with a hint of astonishment in his eyes. I have a prescription here, specifically for blood energy, Yi Fan said, taking out paper and pen, writing down the prescription, and handing it to Elder Yi. Elder Yi took the prescription and looked at it for a while before looking up. Such a precious technique, and such a rare prescription, I won't take it for free. Fanner, whatever you need, just tell me. Once my strength is restored, even in the capital, they will have to give me some face. Most of what you want, I can fulfill. I promise you, within the allowed conditions, I can find 3 items for you. Let's talk about it later. Yi Fan shook his head. I'm still too weak now. Many things would be useless to me. When I get to the capital in the future, if I need anything, I will bother you. No problem, Elder Yi readily agreed, realizing why Yi Fan had made him swear that oath earlier. For those with dragon eyes, this true Dragon 9 transformations held an irresistible allure. Even he would definitely be tempted. Fanner, are you really not going to the capital with me? After a moment of thought, Elder Yi asked again, there's still over a year. We can eliminate the royal organization here. You must have obtained something incredible. In a place like Pingcheng, it can't be fully utilized. Yi Fan shook his head. I still have some ties here in Pingcheng. I need to finish what I have to do before I can go to the capital with peace of mind. In that case, I won't ask more, Elder Yi nodded. Standing up. In the future, I will send someone to protect your family. Here is my communication talisman. Take it with you. In case of any trouble, you have a backup. Hearing this, Yi Fan did not refuse again, taking Elder Yi's communication talisman and putting it in his pocket. As he was about to leave, he escorted Elder Yi to the door and hesitated before finally saying, Elder Yi, be careful of the people around you. This made Elder Yi pause, turning around with a hint of confusion in his gaze. He was, of course, perceptive. Meeting Yi Fan's eyes, he revealed a slightly incredulous expression. Are you implying that the Yi family also, shoo? Yi Fan made a silencing gesture, his eyes deep. It's just a guess. Elder Yi, just be more cautious. Black is black, and white is white. It can't be disguised. There will definitely be differences. Chapter 45 Return. Hearing this, Yi Fan smiled and shook his head. Not mentioning the royal organization. Some things were better kept from them. Less worry is also good. With Grandpa's guarantee, he didn't have to worry about his parents' safety. Dad, let Xiaobai eat the inferior mutation fruit and see how it evolves. Thinking of something, Yi Fan called out to Xiaobai, who was guarding the door. Xiaobai quickly ran over, and Yi Linqing promptly took out the inferior mutation fruit. Soon, 3 inferior mutation fruits were consumed by Xiaobai, and a radiant light enveloped it. Before long, a beast with fur radiating a metallic sheen appeared before them. Steel Hound. Looking at this little guy that was almost the same as a hellhound, Yi Fan nodded in satisfaction, considering it a powerful type among elite-grade beasts. Steel Hound. Hearing this new name, Yi Linqing was slightly surprised, but then he looked at Xiaobai and called out, Xiaobai. Woo woo. Xiaobai made a low sound, lowering its head and rubbing against Yi Linqing, who was sitting. The bond between a beast and its beast master does not change with the beast's strength. Yi Fan spoke from the side. Dad, in Pingcheng, you can be considered a decent beast master now. Okay. Yi Linqing nodded, and then suddenly said to Yi Fan, by the way, your mom agreed for me to continue being a beast master. Really? Yi Fan raised his eyebrows. Is mom not worried about you? Mom said she's worried that you go out drinking every day, Yi Fan replied, a smile appearing on his face. In his memories, his parents had a good relationship. And although life had been ordinary and somewhat difficult in the past life, they had always loved each other. A love that was quite enviable. Dad, when you become a powerful beast master in the future, don't be like the ancestor and marry 7 or 8 wives, Yi Fan joked. In Qinfeng village, seeing the old man walking from afar, Yi Guihai showed a somewhat surprised expression. Father, where have you been so late? Guihai, what do you think the royal organization is? The royal organization? Upon hearing this, Yi Guihai was stunned and then quickly replied, "A cult organization that harms the common people under the guise of restoring an ancient dynasty." "Yes, it is indeed a cult organization that harms the common people," Elder Yi nodded, then sighed softly. "But why are so many people willing to join it?" This question made Yi Guihai hesitate. "I know this." Yi Guihai nodded, looking at Elder Yi, seemingly sensing his bad mood. He whispered, "Father, what's wrong with you today? Did you see something outside? Recently, send some trusted confidants to thoroughly investigate all the members of the Yi family and their interactions over the past year. Record all anomalies and verify them one by one. I will determine whether these people have connections to the royal organization. Once confirmed, kill them on the spot." Elder Ye's voice was not harsh, but his words carried a thunderous killing intent. This killing intent made Yi Guihai beside him shudder, and his face changed dramatically. Clearly, Elder Yi implied that there were traitors in the Yi family who had joined the royal organization. "Go." Elder Yi waved his hand, watching Yi Guihai leave. He seemed to suddenly remember something and added, "Guihai, in the future, make more connections with Lynching and the others." This caught Yi Guihai off guard, but soon he stiffly responded and left. Watching this scene, Elder Yi shook his head slightly. He could see that Yi Guihai did not harbor much malice toward Yi Lynching. He was just filled with a desire to protect the honor of the Yi family and could not bear to see such a pitiful descendant of the Yi family. Especially since Yi Lynching was the only spark left by his renowned brother. Everything should change in the future. Thinking of something, Elder Yi spoke, clasping his hands behind his back, walking towards Qinfeng village. His aged figure seemed to carry a hint of regret, which drifted away with the wind. The following time passed peacefully. Apart from a visit from the fat guy's father to thank Yi Fan for his care at school, no one else came to visit. The royal organization had also been silent since their last defeat. Before leaving, Yi Fan advised Yi Lynching, "You don't know the habits and territorial ranges of those beasts. It's easy to encounter accidents in battles. Usually, you can go to the beast arena in the city center. There, you can have Beastmaster duels, which will improve your level. And if you win, you can also get rewards." "I understand," Yi Lynching nodded, accepting Yi Fan's advice. "Also, practice the breathing technique you have. It's very good for your body. Eat well, don't worry about money. It's more than enough. Keep your wealth hidden. Try not to let others know about our Xiaobai situation, but you don't need to worry too much about your beasts being seen by others. Although Pingxing is small, the system is still sound. Beastmasters and ordinary people are protected, and ordinary people generally don't dare to provoke you. If you really encounter trouble and can't handle it, you can call me." As they were about to leave, Yi Lynching and Lin Qingxia didn't have the chance to say much, while Yi Fan was meticulous, giving detailed instructions from big to small. It wasn't until the car was about to drive away that he finally bid farewell to the two of them. Yi Lynching and Lin Qingxia stood at the bus station, watching the car drive off, exhaling deeply, and then exchanged glances. In the end, it was Yi Lynching who spoke up. "Why do I feel like our roles as parents have somehow switched? He seems to be talking more than we do." Chapter 46. At the school gate, Li Pengzi, who had been waiting for a long time, hurried forward when he saw Yi Fan arriving leisurely. "Yi Fan, why are you only arriving now? Didn't we agree to meet at 10 o'clock? If the Wang Dynasty organization was going to make a move on him, he wouldn't just sit around like a fool waiting for them to come to him." As soon as he got out of the car, he found a secluded spot and called Ma Dafei to understand the recent activities of the Wang Dynasty organization. As for the so-called adult they mentioned, if nothing unexpected happened, it was likely the bronze-level Beastmaster who had come to assassinate Yi Fan before. "What's wrong?" Yi Fan asked, looking at the chubby guy. "Nothing, just asking," Li Pengzi replied, nodding. He didn't press further, but instead pulled Yi Fan aside and whispered, "Yi Fan, what level is your Beastmaster now?" "Bronze 4 stars, why?" Yi Fan turned to look at him. Li Pengzi originally wanted to say a couple of cautious words, but seeing that Yi Fan seemed to be interested, he hesitated for a moment before saying, "He is very strong. Yesterday, he broke your previous record of 300 points and scored over 370. Yi Fan nodded. After all, it was a level. Without that level of strength, one wouldn't deserve the title. "Aren't you worried?" Li Pengzi asked. "It feels like he could become your rival." Hearing this, Li Pengzi scratched his head and looked at Yi Fan's expression, pondering. "It seems my perspective hasn't opened up yet." "Haha, you will open up in the future." Yi Fan nodded, looking at Li Pengzi with a hint of inquiry. "What level are your two beasts?" "Black Iron 8 stars. Then you're almost at bronze." Yi Fan nodded, took out the inferior transformation fruit, and said, "This is the inferior transformation fruit I got. Give it to your purple pattern snake, and your strength should reach another level." Inferior transformation fruit. Li Pengzi was a bit surprised when he saw the fruit in Yi Fan's hand. "How do you have this?" At the school, as Yi Fan arrived at the training room, many people came to hear the news. When the bronze 4 stars Hellhound appeared, gasps of astonishment erupted. "How is that possible? In just 1 month, he reached bronze 4 stars? That's 2 levels higher than Jijia's Beastmaster level? And he has a new Beastmaster now. So he can control 2 beasts? No, this Hellhound should have evolved from his previous fire dog. Discussions erupted in the background. But Yifan smiled as he watched the beast appear on the training device, shaking his head. The higher the level, the harder it is. But you still have to reach that level. How hard could it be for a bronze-level Beastmaster? Moreover, his Hellhound was one he had put great effort into training. Xiaohua, show them. Yifan smiled as he looked at the Hellhound not far away. A low, hoarse roar echoed as the Hellhound opened its mouth, flames spilling out. Looking at the elite-level beast that emerged from the training device, it opened its mouth, and flames shot out like rays. That beast seemed to freeze. And faced with the flames, it didn't evade. The moment it was engulfed in flames, it was instantly covered. Soon, the flames burned out, leaving behind a charred training device beast. The air fell silent, and after a while, the device slowly displayed a score of 100. Many people were stunned by this display. What just happened? Was that the Hellhound's skill? That fire-breathing skill is too impressive. Before the sound faded, the next training device beast appeared. The Hellhound opened its mouth again, shooting the same flames, effortlessly destroying this beast as well. At this point, many people's expressions changed. It can continuously use skills. What is this? Didn't they say that most bronze-level beast skills can only be used once for a short time? Why can he keep using it? Soon, the third beast appeared. And the result was the same. The fourth, still the same. For 100, turning back, everyone was dumbfounded. Today, a score is 400 points. If someone can break this score, I will return. Looking at the crowd, Yifan slowly spoke and stepped down from the stage. Pan Zhao had also arrived at some point. Watching Yifan as he stepped down from the stage, his gaze slightly changing. This brat has encountered another fortuitous event. As a mentor, his perspective was naturally different from these students. It was clear that the fire breathing was not the Hellhound's skill at all. It was its innate fire bloodline. It could originally breathe fire, and the power in this bloodline usually only activated at the silver level. This was also why they said silver was the starting point. Only upon reaching silver could the bloodline shackles of the beast be unlocked, allowing the use of powers of different attributes, like breathing fire, spitting water, calling thunder, and dropping stones, etc. What had he given the beast to activate the fire power in its bloodline, allowing the Hellhound to break the bloodline shackles at the bronze level? Pan Zhao felt a bit apprehensive. There were indeed spiritual fruits that could break the bloodline shackles of a beast in advance, but they were at least spiritual level. This kid was still at the bronze level. Where did he get spiritual level fruits? Teacher Pan. While Pan Zhao was still in a daze, Yifan had already arrived in front of him, greeting him with a slight smile. So, how was my performance? Are you satisfied, Teacher Pan? Not bad. Pan Zhao suppressed his emotions and said calmly, but he couldn't help but ask, how did you do it? Getting the Hellhound to use the attribute power in its bloodline ahead of time was something he had only recently achieved. This was something he had planned long ago. He had prepared the fire fruit early on and later also prepared the white jade fruit, fire mushroom, and several other spiritual fruits specifically for the Hellhound to plant in the beast space. These spiritual fruits could accelerate the growth of the beast. Although the enhancement for a bronze-level beast was not significant with ordinary materials, the key point was the activation of the bloodline shackles. Every spiritual fruit it consumed was loosening this shackle, and with the 30-to-1 flow rate in the beast space. Such a long time was enough to unlock the shackles in advance. The increase in strength might not be much, but the activation of the flames was real, and the lethality it brought was evident. With this ability, your Hellhound will be quite strong before reaching the silver level. Pan Zhao spoke, a hint of joy in his eyes. Having something usable at the silver level while still being at the bronze level was extraordinary. And even though the fire power at the bronze level might not be strong, it was enough for him to dominate in battles against other bronze-level beasts, not including Yifan's terrifying combat experience. What if you have a terrifying bonus at the silver level and an elite peak beast? Every attack feels like using a beast skill. How will you fight? After all, in a few days, it would be time for the monthly secret realm. Looking at Pan Zhao, Yifan wore a faint smile. I hope to gain something greater. Chapter 47 complains hearing this. Pan Zhao's expression slightly changed as he looked at the 400 points on the stage, gaining some clarity. He wanted to suppress this bronze level that hadn't appeared in the city for decades. Jijia would also be in this secret realm, and he had 2 beasts. You should be more careful if you face him. Understood. Yifan nodded. Looking at Yifan, Pan Zhao hesitated and said, the talent of a silver-level beast is terrifying. Don't let a moment of pride lead to a conflict. I want to engage in a conflict with him out of pride. Yifan shook his head, but his eyes held a hint of coldness. Good. At this point, Pan Zhao didn't continue speaking. He looked at Yifan, who was leaving with Fatty Li, and his expression was somewhat surprised. He clearly sensed Yifan's hostility towards Jijia, a kind of animosity that felt less like competition between 2 students and more akin to the hostility he had with Jiang Hong, which made him feel somewhat familiar. Their growth trajectories shouldn't have intersected, so why was there such intense hostility? Jilauda, how is it? Is the force appropriate? In the Yingjia class, Ji Jia was sitting in his seat, while beside him, a sycophant was diligently massaging his shoulders. This sycophant was not ordinary. He came from a wealthy family and had outstanding beast taming talent. Yet, in front of this genius who hadn't emerged in Pingxing for decades, he still kept a low profile. The person before him was terrifying not only for his talent, but also for his immense family background, which should have allowed him to study in Kyoto. For some unknown reason, he ended up in Pingxing for high school. Pingxing was too small and backward. These individuals were hailed as the most talented beast tamers of this generation in Pingxing, but in his eyes, they were nothing to speak of. The children of the great families in Kyoto, regardless of their talent, would not fall behind at the starting line with the use of spirit fruits and spirit herbs. He broke Ji Lao Da's record in the training room, scoring 400 points, and even boasted that if anyone could break this record, he would come back for more. Two voices rang out, like a thunderclap, causing some people to stand up, their expressions filled with surprise. 400 points? Bronze level? How could anyone possibly score 400 points? 400 points? Ji Jia, sitting in his seat, seemed surprised as well, but soon asked, what was the battle process like? Continuous use of fire spray? Hearing this, Ji Jia's brows furrowed slightly. However, being from a prominent family, Ji Jia naturally had a broad perspective. It was likely that he had chosen a fire dog, adjusted its best evolutionary direction using spirit fruits, and then used special spirit fruits at the bronze level to unlock the bloodline shackles of the Hell Hound in advance. This way, the Hell Hound's fire abilities would be unleashed, giving it a significant advantage among bronze-level beast tamers. This Yi Fan indeed had some guts. He must have someone guiding him. Ji Jia smiled at this thought. No wonder he is a direct descendant of that person, even in such a decline. He can still give me some pressure. Direct descendant of that person? A student nearby looked somewhat puzzled. Isn't Yi Fan just a student from an ordinary family? I heard his parents run a restaurant in the western district of Pingxing. What do you know? Ji Jia scoffed, then stood up. Get ready. You might run into him in the secret realm. You are all the geniuses of Pingxing. Don't end up worse than that fatty beside Yi Fan. Others already have 2 beast contracts, and they are all at Black Iron High Star. After all, your family has never produced a beast tamer, so it's normal for your father to be a bit happy. Yi Fan nodded, teasingly saying, don't get lost in the compliments of ordinary people. You are a beast tamer now. I know. I need to have a broader vision, Fatty Lee replied. Winning by quantity, that's the essence of the Tao Time method. In a few years, I should have 7 or 8 beasts. Getting into college will be a piece of cake. Have you opened a second beast space yet, Yi Fan? Fatty Lee asked, somewhat surprised. I have. Yi Fan nodded, a hint of a smile in his eyes. His space wasn't layered. It was just one large area, without restrictions on the number of contracts. However, Yi Fan certainly wouldn't contract recklessly. He sought the best quality and the most compatible combinations. Everything needed to progress according to the most perfect pairing. That's great. You don't know, while you were gone these days, I went to the Silver Moon Forest alone and was chased by bronze-level beasts for several kilometers. Fatty Lee said, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Why do I feel like those beasts are so docile when I go with you? They don't attack people randomly at all. How familiar this is. The Beast Tamer Encyclopedia. Yi Fan said, patting Fatty Lee. It's about $50 a book. If you memorize the content in it, you should be fine. The Beast Tamer Encyclopedia? Fatty Lee scratched his head. Isn't that the content we learned from that book back in middle school? Yes. That book is thousands of pages thick, my ego. Fatty Lee chuckled. Isn't there a simpler method? There are simpler methods too. Yi Fan nodded. Just go out and explore more. Once you've been gored by an evil rhinoceros a few times, you'll probably get familiar with it. Goodness, isn't this like the Shinnong tasting 100 herbs, Beast Tamer edition? Fatty Lee shook his head repeatedly, glancing at Yi Fan, and then said, I think I should stick with you, Yi Fan. It's safe and reliable. Sticking with me is fine too. Yi Fan smiled, but you need to work harder. Don't let me down. I hope we can be partners fighting side by side. You should understand, right? Okay. Fatty Lee nodded repeatedly, looking at Yi Fan. You know, if Pan Zhao could speak like you, it would be great. So pleasant to listen to. Every day, he just points at my nose and curses that my beast looks like a pile of crap. Cursing me every day. It makes me doubt my life. Cursing you is also for your own good. Yi Fan said with a wry smile. I know he's well-meaning, but he curses so harshly. It's as if he's afraid I might thank him. Fatty Lee said, then suddenly whispered, Yi Fan, do you think Pan Zhao's bad tone is the main reason he's still single? He must have been a straight guy when he was young. Probably no girl liked him. At the door, Pan Zhao, who was about to knock, froze with his hand in midair, the veins on his arm gradually bulging. My being single is due to other reasons. Who says no girl liked me when I was young? I was quite popular back then. Okay. Chapter 48. Rock Python. The next day, The two got up early and headed to the Silver Moon Forest. Fatty, what has your purple patterned snake evolved into? Yifan asked on the way. Ghost Serpent. Fatty Li summoned his beast, a small black snake with some red spots on its body. Not bad. Looking at this beast, Yifan nodded. The Ghost Serpent is considered quite troublesome among snakes. It has long fangs and very potent venom. At the bronze level, it would probably master some ambush-type skills, and after breaking the bloodline shackles at the silver level, its toxicity would be exaggerated. Even the venom produced by its fangs could be collected to create top-grade poison. What about my black flame snake? Fatty Li asked eagerly. At the bronze level, it will most likely learn stealth or self-defense skills. Yifan nodded. Once it reaches the silver level and breaks the bloodline shackles, the black flame snake can easily use some fire-type skills, which is also pretty good. From what you're saying, it sounds like the black flame snake is really useful. Fatty Li said helplessly and then asked, what is the bloodline shackles? All right. Fatty Li nodded, thinking of something, and looked back. Fatty, what are you looking at? I'm checking if Pan Zhao is followed. After saying this, Fatty Li touched the big bump on his head, which was the price he paid for being caught cursing Pan Zhao in the dorm yesterday. Go on, call your grandmother. Say, isn't Pan Zhao a bit perverted? He doesn't have any special hobbies, does he? Fatty, don't say that. Yifan said, his eyes filled with helplessness. It's no wonder Pan Zhao always curses Fatty, generally. When they go out, Pan Zhao will secretly protect him, and everything Fatty says during the day is heard clearly. Just those two sentences alone are enough for Pan Zhao to curse him for a week. Fatty, what are your thoughts on your third beast? In the Silver Moon Forest, Yifan was observing the surrounding forest while looking at Fatty Li and asked. Fatty Li, with a big bump on his head, hesitated for a moment upon hearing Yifan's question and said, Yifan, you can just choose for me. I can't help you choose for a lifetime. Yifan shook his head, looking at the fat man, and said somewhat seriously, you are going to step out into the world to have your own space. You must learn to think for yourself and start to judge on your own. Upon hearing Yifan's words, Li Fatty was taken aback for a moment and then nodded. I have two beast companions. One is a black flame snake, which has decent defense but average attack power, and the other is a phantom snake, which is highly toxic but weak in itself. Right now, I need a beast companion with strong frontal attack power. What does strong frontal attack power mean specifically? Yifan asked. What type of snake beast fits this description? If I can have a beast that can hold the front line, my beast companions will be well-rounded, with offense, defense, and poison. Hearing this, Yifan nodded and said to the fat man, Fatty, you see, when you start to think about your beast companions, the future path of your beasts will gradually become clearer. What you see yourself is different from what others illuminate with a lamp. I think I understand a bit. Li Fatty scratched his head. So should I capture beast companions according to this structure in the future? You practice the gluttonous law? And having a sufficient number of beast companions will allow you to cover all your shortcomings. All right. Li Fatty nodded repeatedly, looking at Yifan. But it's difficult to find python-type beasts in this forest, right? Not really. As they grew, their hunting coordination improved, and along the way, they occasionally captured some beasts guarding spiritual herbs. Now, they could move freely around the outskirts of the forest and even in the inner areas. There were rarely any beasts to impede them. Soon, they crossed a thicket and pushed aside some weeds, revealing a long river. The dark river in the Silver Moon Forest. Seeing the river, Yifan nodded secretly and turned to Li Fatty, saying that there is a type of python in the Silver Moon Forest that likes to inhabit the banks near this dark river. If we follow this dark river, we should easily find it. Is it that type of python? Li Fatty beside him spoke up, pointing ahead. Yifan followed his gaze and saw a large gray python coiled on a big rock above the river, seemingly resting. That's it, the rock python. Looking at the python curled up like a big tire, Yifan nodded. This beast is of elite quality, with a tough body, a large size, and strong attack power. It can even bind a gray rhinoceros larger than itself at the same level. It's exactly the type of beast you want. It looks quite scary, Li Fatty said, but still silently summoned his two beast companions. The level of this rock python is not high. Black iron 7 stars, clearly not grown for long. You will capture this beast yourself. Yifan did not take action, watching Li Fatty command his two beast companions to attack the rock python. The two elite-level black iron 8 stars beasts were not inferior in level or quality to the one opposite, making it not difficult for Li Fatty. However, when the battle broke out, Yifan shook his head at Li Fatty's flawed command of the beasts. Any one of these two beasts could contend with the rock python. Yet together they could barely entangle it. Although the rock python had a size advantage, Fatty's command was indeed a bit lacking. No wonder teacher Pan Zhao scolds him every day. Yifan felt somewhat helpless. Usually, he didn't notice this flaw, but it became quite apparent when Fatty fought alone. At least he was still making progress. Thinking of how Fatty struggled to command two beasts during his first attempt, Yifan smiled again. It doesn't matter if the beasts are weak now, People need time to grow. Boom. Defeating the opponent before capturing it has the highest success rate. Because beasts also possess intelligence, when you try to capture them with your mouth, they choose whether to follow you based on the advantages for them. But when you bring them down, their choice becomes life or death. So tiring. After finally capturing the rock python, Leaf Fatty took a deep breath and came to Yifan's side, smiling. But I finally have my third beast companion. Saying this, Leaf Fatty summoned the rock python. And when the large rock python appeared beside him, Yifan nodded. In the future, you can appropriately differentiate the spiritual fruits you use to train your beasts, strengthening the defense or fire attributes for the black flame snake, and enhancing the size and weight for the rock python. For python-type beasts, size is king. The stronger they are, the larger they become. The stronger they are, the larger they are? Leaf Fatty nodded. Then how big would a dragon python be? Hearing this, Yifan smiled, pointing to the dark river in front of them, saying that this dark river is twice as wide and 3 times as long. Good heavens! How big would that be? Looking at the river, Leaf Fatty was somewhat astonished. If it appeared, wouldn't it just trample a building? Of course. Yifan nodded. And after thinking of something, said solemnly, however, beasts of that level will never have a chance to appear in the world of ordinary people. Chapter 49. Gale Eagle Why? Leaf Fatty asked. Later on, the emergence of the first generation of beast masters broke this balance, sparking a wave of resistance. Later, dynasties fell, and those ancient beasts were either expelled beyond the realm or hid in ancient secret realms. It has been a long tug-of-war, even today. The front lines are still battling those ancient beasts, and no powerful ancient beast can breach these defenses, which is why we have a peaceful and harmonious modern society. Is that so? Hearing this, Leaf Fatty seemed lost in thought. So, we rarely see strong beast masters because those strong ones have gone to the front lines? We are all struggling to obtain a piece of pure land. It sounds like we've learned some secrets. Leaf Fatty scratched his head, wondering how, after so long, and with so many strong people, they still couldn't completely annihilate the ancient beasts beyond the realm. It will get better. Good. Hearing this, Leaf Fatty nodded. In the future, I will also go to the front lines to fight. Then you need to become stronger first. Being at the black iron level means you're not even cannon fodder on the front lines. Yifan said with a smile, waving his hand. Alright. It's time to find the beast I want. What beast do you want? Leaf Fatty showed an interested expression. You'll find out when we get there. Yifan smiled mysteriously and walked into the forest. Fatty quickly followed, and the two swiftly darted through the forest, picking some spiritual herbs and fruits while slaying some beasts. Yifan, we're getting close to the core area of the forest. Seeing Yifan continue forward, Leaf Fatty spoke with some concern. When we reach the core area, silver-level beasts will appear. It's fine, it should be nearby. Yifan nodded, stopped, and walked along the bushes, slowing down. Leaf Fatty imitated him and also slowed down. In the jungle, there were only the chirping sounds of insect-type beasts. At a certain moment, a gust of wind swept through the jungle, and Yifan's voice rang out at that moment. Fatty, get down. Hearing this, Leaf Fatty was startled, and the prickling sensation on his back left him no time to think. He suddenly dove into the nearby bushes. Caw! A sharp bird cry sounded, and Leaf Fatty looked up to see a large eagle-type beast brush past his face, its sharp claws nearly grabbing him. Failing to strike, the eagle quickly ascended and soared into the sky. It's indeed here. Beside him, Yifan's voice sounded. Gale Eagle, Bronze 6 stars, an elite peak beast. Fatty, move aside. I want to have a good match with this Gale Eagle. Elite peak, Bronze 6 stars. Upon hearing these two keywords, Leaf Fatty felt a surge of fear, rolling on the spot and tumbling into the bushes. Yifan, do you need support? In the bushes, Fatty Lee revealed a pair of eyes. No need. This Gale Eagle is quite troublesome. Your beast taming skills are too poor, and your beast strength is insufficient. Just hide well. Yifan said to Fatty Lee, then lifted his head to look at the sky, where he vaguely saw a figure flashing through the forest. It's observing me, trying to find my flaw. Yifan stood still, gently flicking his fingers, and the hellhound came to his side, ears perked up and looking vigilant. Whoosh! In the next moment, the wind stirred again, and the Gale Eagle swooped down, its wings spread wide like a massive shadow, its immense momentum pressing down. This strike was clearly not an ordinary attack. Yifan stood in place, and the surrounding weeds were pressed firmly to the ground by the strong wind. Self-sacrificing attack. Realizing the technique the Gale Eagle was using, Yifan quickly twisted his body. Whoosh! A pair of glowing sharp claws suddenly came toward Yifan, tearing away a large patch of earth. Xiaohua! Use fire to attack it. At the moment the Gale Eagle missed, Yifan's voice rang out. Roar! The hellhound opened its mouth and flames surged forth. But this fire attack had no effect. The Gale Eagle was too fast, dodging this attack with a swift maneuver and soaring into the sky again. If that claw had landed, not to mention Yifan, even the hellhound would have been in trouble. This is a bit tricky. Watching the Hellhound's attack miss again, Yi Fan gritted his teeth, but his eyes were filled with excitement. This Gale Eagle was a flying beast, extremely fast, with formidable attack power and a vast field of vision, perfectly suited for him. I must capture this Gale Eagle. Ground to air, as always. The opponent's dive is the best opportunity for a fatal strike. Xiaohua, back up a bit with me, Yi Fan commanded, shifting his feet and keeping his gaze fixed directly above him. The Hellhound beside him was also very obedient. Clearly, it felt the pressure facing such a formidable beast. Right here, stopping next to a rock, Yi Fan suddenly made a motion as if losing balance and falling backward. It's coming. Watching the eagle claws rapidly expand in his vision, Yi Fan took a deep breath, feeling as if his heart had stopped at that moment. In less than a centimeter's distance, the eagle claws brushed past Yi Fan's throat, and just then, Yi Fan swung his fist, delivering a heavy blow to the Gale Eagle's head. With a muffled sound, the power of this punch was considerable. After a month of training in the beast taming space, Yi Fan's physical strength was at least at the level of Black Iron 7 or 8 stars. The punch landed on the Gale Eagle's head, knocking it off balance and causing it to crash heavily into a nearby rock. Now, Xiaohua, lock its throat. Yi Fan's voice rang out as the Hellhound let out a roar, leaping onto the Gale Eagle's back and biting down. This was clearly not a fatal attack. The Gale Eagle struggled, its wings spread wide, and a faint glow began to appear on its wings. This was a sign that it was about to use its innate skill, which was often very powerful and had terrifying lethality once unleashed. I advise you not to continue. Yi Fan's voice echoed, seemingly interrupting the Gale Eagle's casting. The Gale Eagle's movements abruptly halted, appearing somewhat abrupt. All of this was due to the Hellhound biting its throat, the flames in its mouth growing increasingly intense. Before you use your innate skill, my Hellhound is more than capable of melting your throat. Yi Fan squatted down, looking at the Gale Eagle with its eagle eyes fixed on him, and praised, "You are a natural jungle hunter, with outstanding speed and attack power. However, there is one thing that cannot be overlooked as a hunter, the strength of the prey." Chapter 50. Taming in the Jungle. There are never true hunters. Perhaps one moment you are the prey, and the next your identities may reverse. Once more, Yi Fan extended his hand, and a beast taming contract formation appeared in his palm. Submit, you have no other choice. Caw. The Gale Eagle held its neck high, its eagle eyes fixed on Yi Fan, but it was still unwilling to sign the mark. Until the flames from the Hellhound's mouth overflowed, it finally surrendered with a cry. In the next moment, the contract formation succeeded, and it was instantly captured into the beast taming space. A smile appeared on Yi Fan's face as he raised his hand, summoning the Gale Eagle. At this moment, there was a hint of human-like shock in its eagle eyes. Clearly, it had seen the vast array of spiritual herbs and fruits in Yi Fan's beast taming space. Having lived in the Silver Moon Forest, where it constantly fought for survival, it had never seen such a place. Follow me. It's not a humiliation for you. Rather, it's your future glory. Yi Fan spoke, raising his arm. The Gale Eagle hesitated in the air for a moment, but not long after, it quickly descended, folding its wings and landing on Yi Fan's shoulder. Yi Fan's lips curled into a smile as he called the Hellhound to his side, patting its head before looking at Fatty Lee in the bushes. "Fatty, come out." "Wow. Yi Fan, you were too awesome." Fatty Lee's face was filled with astonishment. He had witnessed the entire battle between Yi Fan and the Gale Eagle. The thrill of it made Fatty's heart race. Just one mistake from Yi Fan in any of his attacks could have resulted in being pierced by the Gale Eagle. But from start to finish, Yi Fan stood there. Aside from that last rock, there were no obstacles around. And it was only with that fatal heavy punch that he achieved victory. Terrifying confidence. "Oh, okay." Fatty Lee nodded, somewhat dazed as he walked alongside Yi Fan, occasionally glancing at the Gale Eagle on his shoulder, still feeling it was a bit unreal. A month ago, Yi Fan had just acquired the Fire Hound, and now, after a month, such a strong beast had been defeated head-on by Yi Fan, who hadn't even had to use its innate skill. Peak elite level. This is already the best beast a common person can encounter. When will I be as strong as you, Yi Fan? Walking behind Yi Fan, Fatty Lee sighed. "I feel like our gap has widened even more than before. Look ahead. You are the first in this year's new students to have 3 beasts. In that respect, you are also a top-tier genius. Don't underestimate yourself. But it's because of the techniques you gave me. Look at that Deng Chong. He could once humiliate you by stepping on your chest, but now, would you still pay him any mind? Have confidence." "All right." Fatty Lee nodded, clenched his fist, and encouraged himself. "I can also become strong. That's the spirit." Yi Fan nodded, a hint of a smile in his eyes. To be honest, Fatty Lee's current strength was not weak among the new students. It was just that he had always been timid and lacking in confidence. How could a timid person ever become a true strongman? This was why Yi Fan often gave Fatty motivational talks, encouraging him and guiding him to become a strong person. Whether it was about Fatty's father or the dynasty organization, Yifan had planted some seeds. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before these seeds took root and sprouted. This kid is a bit too confident. In the forest behind, watching Yifan, who was leading the way, Pan Zhao furrowed his brows tightly. In the recent battle, he had nearly been unable to restrain himself from intervening several times. The Gale Eagle was incredibly fast and had strong lethality. Yifan's combat style was such that with just a slight error, he could have faced dire consequences. Although Yifan ultimately succeeded in taming the Gale Eagle, Pan Zhao was somewhat dissatisfied with this combat method. He knew this kid had a terrifying battle instinct, but instinct was not always reliable, and battles were ever-changing. Any unstable factor could alter the battle's outcome. How can one walk by the river without getting their shoes wet? If you keep putting yourself in danger like this, aren't you treating your life as if it means nothing? After saying this, Pan Zhao couldn't help but praise Yifan again. This kid is really something. It feels like his progress every day is astonishingly impressive. A hellhound that has unlocked its bloodline shackles at the bronze level, plus a peak elite level wind eagle. Such a combination is certainly not inferior to that kid from the G family. In fact, his beast taming level is even higher. He also has a wind eagle, which is a powerful aerial combat beast. In terms of combat power, he could easily overwhelm the opponent. At this point, Pan Zhao couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement, and there was a strange smile in his eyes. That bastard Zhang Hong thinks he can crush me just because he has a higher level. But if he sees a kid at that level suppressing his pride of being a higher level, I wonder what his expression will be. Oh right, that Li Yu is also somewhat formidable. He even opened 3 beast taming spaces. A few days ago when I asked him, he didn't say anything. This rascal. Does he not trust even his own mentor, aside from Yifan? As night fell, Yifan and Fatty Li ended a day of hunting. At their level, their hunts mainly revolved around bronze-level beasts. They had caught quite a few bronze low-star beasts, as well as many 5-star and 6-star ones. Fatty, you also hunted a bronze beast on your own today. How does it feel? Yifan teased while watching Fatty count their spoils. Not bad. It seems that bronze level isn't that impressive after all. Fatty Li scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. But I was 3 against 1. It feels a bit unfair. Yifan stopped in his tracks, pulled Fatty closer, and looked ahead at the dense trees. Come out. We're all on the same path. There's no need to hide. As soon as he finished speaking, more than 10 people walked out from behind the trees. They were all wearing leather armor, holding rifles, and had knives at their waists. Clearly, they were beast-hunting hunters living by their skills. Little brother, you have a good eye, said a one-eyed man with a big knife at his waist, accompanied by a fierce-looking white wolf. Upon hearing this, the leading man was taken aback. You know about our lone wolf team? Not all beast hunters operate alone. Many form teams to hunt together. These beast hunting teams are often mercenary groups, taking on jobs from employers or hunting in the forest to make a living. There are quite a few such beast hunting teams in Ping City, and among them, the lone wolf team is the most notorious, founded by a self-proclaimed lone wolf. He is a beast master, with strength that is quite good for an ordinary person, and his white wolf, which has been fed on stolen goods for many years, has the strength of a bronze 3-star. Black eats black, robbing passers-by, and even killing to silence witnesses. These are the things the lone wolf team loves to do. However, the peculiarities of the Silver Moon Forest make it impossible for the law enforcement team to gather evidence, instead fostering the bandits' arrogance. Hand everything over. I won't make things too difficult for you today. Otherwise, you should know what will happen. You think too highly of yourself. Fatty Li muttered under his breath and raised his hand, the glow of his beast illuminating. Click, click, click. At the same time, the sound of guns being readied echoed from the opposite side. This scene stunned Fatty Li, who turned to look at Yifan. Yifan, that gun. It's nothing. Within 7 steps, the gun is fast. Yifan shook his head. As for within 7 steps, I understand. Fatty Li nodded, the glow in his hand brightening again. Just a mere gun. How bold. We're about 70 steps away from them. Yifan's voice rang out. If you rush over, you'll probably be turned into a sieve. Chapter 51. The Lone Wolf Mercenary Team. Ha. You kid do have some guts. Hearing Yifan's words, the lone wolf grinned, his big knife stuck in the ground. I, the lone wolf, am a man of my word. Leave the goods behind, and I guarantee I won't touch you. Fatty, give it to them, Yifan suddenly said. Fatty Li was taken aback by this and looked at Yifan with surprise. He understood Yifan's temperament. He would never take such a loss. It's 70 steps now, Yifan said in a deep voice, taking the bag from Fatty Li's hand and walking toward the lone wolf. Soon, Yifan stopped a few steps in front of the lone wolf, reached out, and said, the things are here. If you want them, come take them. Hearing this, the lone wolf's expression changed slightly. However, when he saw Yifan's youthful face and the ordinary student uniform, he lowered his guard. A normal class student in his teens, how could a beast master do anything to him? All right. The lone wolf raised his big knife. and the white wolf beside him followed as they approached Yi Fan. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Soon, the lone wolf reached out to grab Yi Fan's bag. Pulling hard, but it had no effect. The bag remained firmly in Yi Fan's grasp. You little brat, are you trying to play tricks on me? The lone wolf realized what was happening and glared at Yi Fan, not saying much more as he swung his big knife. I'm not just trying to trick you. I'm going to kill you, Yi Fan's cold voice rang out. In the next moment, in the lone wolf's incredulous gaze, Yi Fan raised his arm and slammed it against the blade. Clang! The blade tilted, and Yi Fan released the bag, using his other hand to grip the lone wolf's throat. Roar! The lone wolf's white wolf howled and prepared to charge, but at the same time, the hellhound roared in anger, pouncing directly on it. The difference in size and strength allowed the hellhound to pin the white wolf down instantly. Meanwhile, Yi Fan had a firm grip on the lone wolf's throat, his other hand blocking the blade. You are incredibly bold. At this moment, the lone wolf's expression changed as he spoke with a hint of fear. After hunting in the forest for so many years, didn't he know that one should never let their guard down? Once you knew I was a student from Ping City High School, you should have been on high alert. Yet you relied on your gun, not only neglecting to avoid danger, but also wanting to get close to me. Yi Fan spoke, staring at the lone wolf, a smirk appearing on his face. Surrender your weapon, or you'll die. Upon hearing this, the lone wolf gritted his teeth, just as they were in a stalemate. A cry from a bird echoed, followed by a panicked voice from one of his subordinates. The lone wolf turned to look, only to see a winged eagle had directly grabbed one of his men and was flying off into the sky. At the same time, the sound of a massive serpent could be heard, with gigantic rock pythons, the black flame snakes hidden in the grass, and the ghostly snakes with their heads raised and tongues flicking out all appearing. You two actually have 5 beasts. Watching this scene, even the lone wolf realized that these 2 students in ordinary class uniforms were no ordinary opponents. Realizing something, the lone wolf trembled, looking at Yi Fan's cold face and stammering slightly. Why, you are Yi Fan? You know me? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan frowned, but after glancing at the people behind the lone wolf, he spoke again. I'll say it again. Surrender your guns, or you will die. Saying this, Yi Fan increased his grip, the strength of his black iron high star instantly turning the lone wolf's face red. Put down the rifle. He struggled to wave his hand, and all his subordinates surrendered their guns. Yi Fan nodded at Fatty, and soon, Fatty Lee gathered all the rifles together. There are a total of 15. Fatty Lee walked over with the rifles and smiled at Yi Fan. He knew that Yi Fan was always uncompromising. Robbing them was just asking for death. The lone wolf, hesitate, but the next second, the pressure on his neck nearly rendered him speechless. I won't ask you a second time. You can certainly try lying in front of me, Yi Fan said, his gaze seeming to penetrate the heart. As long as I think you're lying, I won't give you a chance to argue. Yes, it was the lone wolf above who spoke, his body trembling slightly. The adults above, the dynasty organization? Yi Fan asked. So, you came to find me for the bounty. If he had known this was Yi Fan earlier, he wouldn't have said so much. He would have just used a firearm to cover the distance. What a coincidence that I happened to be robbed by you. Hearing this, Yi Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. It really was quite the coincidence. Besides you, which other mercenary groups have joined the dynasty organization? Dawn Mercenary Group, Strong Brother Mercenary Group, the lone wolf said, hesitating for a few seconds before adding, and also, the Aurora Mercenary Group. Aurora is also in. Yi Fan was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. He had actually joined the dynasty organization. Yi Fan's expression turned slightly cold. Indeed, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. After saying this, Yi Fan fell silent for a moment, but soon shook his head and smiled. If even the descendants of the Dragon Slayer could betray their ancestors' glory, then a hypocritical righteous gentleman wasn't so hard to accept. Can I leave now? The lone wolf asked cautiously from the side. I've told you everything I know. Do you think you can leave? Yi Fan's eyes revealed a hint of coldness. Hearing this, the lone wolf's expression changed, and with all his strength, he raised his big knife high. I'll fight you. Crack. The sound of bones shattering echoed, and the lone wolf's voice abruptly stopped. His eyes wide open as he watched Yi Fan fall to the ground. Yi Fan had crushed his throat. Fatty, make your move. Turning his head, Yi Fan shook his hand and looked at the fatty. Meanwhile, Li Fatty trembled slightly, looking at Yi Fan's icy gaze. Yi Fan, are we going to kill? Each of them has blood on their hands from many innocent lives. They deserve to die. Yi Fan shook his head, looking at Li Fatty, and slowly spoke. Never be merciful to your enemies. If you kill, eradicate them completely. Leave no future troubles. Li Fatty hesitated but eventually nodded. Roar. In the jungle, hellhounds charged towards everyone. And in the sky, swift eagles swooped down while 3-headed serpents moved quickly through the grass. Wails echoed in the forest. These ordinary people, without firearms, faced 5 ferocious beasts. And the outcome was already determined. On the side, Li Fatty was evidently killing for the first time. His body felt slightly unwell, and he looked at Yi Fan. Hesitating for the first time, Yi Fan, we just killed a lot of people. Understood. Li Fatty nodded, suppressing his discomfort and moved to the bodies to collect items from their bags. Clearly, they had not just worked a day here. Many of the bags were full, and the total items even surpassed what Yi Fan and his group had obtained. How many people did they rob? Looking at the full bags in front of him, Li Fatty spoke, then opened one pocket and discovered a woman's body, bruised and battered. Clearly a poor soul who had been tormented by this group, and even tortured to death. These guys really deserve to die. Seeing this scene, Li Fatty couldn't help but turn his head and spit. Simply a bunch of beasts. Chapter 52. Deception and trickery. After saying this, Yi Fan felt a surge of anger. He couldn't imagine that such a believer was secretly engaging in such vile acts. In his past life, he had regarded the other party as a brother. Dawn. The mercenary group, named after Dawn, had ironically become the greatest darkness before dawn. Yi Fan said, shaking his head, and looked at Li Fatty beside him. Fatty, once you have the ability, make sure to eliminate these tumors as much as possible. Li Fatty quickly followed, and soon, a pack of wild beasts that smelled blood entered the forest. Aside from some mottled bloodstains on the ground, the forest returned to calm once again. Pat, pat. Not long after, Pan Zhao arrived here and looked at the scene before him, his expression slightly changing. He had seen the whole process and Yi Fan's response. At this moment, he didn't feel that Yi Fan was quick-witted or decisive, but rather found a sense of resonance in him. A resonance of hatred towards the dynasty organization. This kid looked down at the ground. Pan Zhao's eyes deepened slightly. The conversation had not been long, but it was clear that this kid seemed to be dealing with the dynasty organization and had already attracted their attention. How massive of an organization is the dynasty? This kid, only at the bronze level, actually dared to provoke them? After saying this, as if he thought of something, a cold smile appeared on Pan Zhao's face. These people from the dynasty organization truly deserve to die. In Ping City, wanting to kill Yi Fan? Did they ask me first? A few days later, the secret realm opened once again. Yi Fan and Li Fatty naturally made the selection list, but this time, it was somewhat unexpected that Ma Xiaoxue did not qualify. It was said she was seriously injured while hunting in the beast forest a few days ago and was sent to the hospital. Deng Chong and others had their spots revoked by Pan Zhao under the pretext of internal strife. Thus, this time, many new faces entered the ordinary class members of the secret realm. Teacher Pan is really tough. Just a word about internal strife was enough to revoke Deng Chong's spots. Isn't he afraid Deng Chong will cause trouble? During the wait to enter the secret realm, Li Fatty spoke, recalling Deng Chong's almost unbelievable expression earlier, finding it somewhat amusing. It's rare, but his mouth is too poisonous. As Li Fatty was speaking, he suddenly noticed Pan Zhao's sharp gaze directed at him from the side and hurriedly shut his mouth. The awards are pretty good, you get money and face. It's unwise to expose your strength and gains for that little bit of money, don't you think? The two bantered as they entered the secret realm. At the entrance, Pan Zhao watched the two go in, then shifted his gaze to the other side, just as Zhang Hong also looked at Pan Zhao. The two locked eyes in the air, and the tension instantly rose. Brother Jiang, the weather is nice today. Shall we go for tea? Brother Pan, someone recently gave me a bottle of fine fruit wine. Let us go have a taste. Before the two could speak, the teachers who had long been worried about their conflict were already well prepared, each speaking up to hold the two back. Pan Zhao, who had originally been brewing how to confront Jiang Hong, was interrupted, his accumulated anger only halfway built up. He glanced at Jiang Hong, saw that the other party had no intention of speaking, and thus decided not to continue. It didn't matter if this 1 or 2 secret realm trips were missed. In 2 months, after the new student secret realm trial opened, it would be followed by the new student competition and teacher competition. That would be the main event. A verbal spar could at most annoy the opponent for a day, but winning the competition head-on could annoy them for half a year. In the past, no matter what Pan Zhao said, Jiang Hong would never get angry. Instead, he would occasionally make sarcastic remarks that would infuriate Pan Zhao. But since Pan Zhao won the teacher competition last year, Jiang Hong couldn't hold back at the slightest provocation and often engaged in verbal battles with Pan Zhao. The reason was simple: losing was frustrating. I'll prepare well. At that time, not only will my students crush you, but I will also crush you. Glancing sideways at Jiang Hong, Pan Zhao muttered, then looked at the teacher in front of him with whom he had a good relationship, suddenly opening his arms. Since there is good wine, let us go drink and relax today. Hearing this, the teacher beside him was somewhat surprised. He had invited Pan Zhao many times, and this was the first time the other party agreed. What are you standing there for? Let us go? Pan Zhao didn't care, patting the teacher on the shoulder, and then turned to another person. Zhao Ji, come along. Zhao Ji, who was called out, was also somewhat surprised, feeling flattered, and nodded. Pan Zhao was known for being a lone wolf. Why was he suddenly inviting him? All right. After a moment of surprise, Zhao Ji nodded. He would help Pan Zhao speak, and naturally wanted to build a good relationship with him. He was quite eager for such an opportunity. Last year, before the big teacher competition, I had a bit of a strange encounter and just happened to win once. No one would really think they have such luck every year, right? Pan Zhao has left, while Jiang Hong coldly watched the other person leave, muttering a curse and snorting in disdain. Let's go have some tea, he said. And with his hands behind his back, he stepped away. The teacher who spoke and the other two exchanged glances and followed him. In the secret realm, Fatty Li watched the crowd exploring ahead, turned to Yi Fan, and asked, "Do we have any plans this time? The core?" He inquired. "But there are silver-level beast tamers there." Hearing this, Fatty Li was taken aback and quickly said, "Yi Fan, don't be too reckless. Silver-level beast tamers are genuinely powerful. We definitely won't stand a chance if we go in. I'm not saying we're going to fight silver-level beast tamers." Yi Fan shook his head. "There are many good things in the core, and although they are generally guarded by silver-level beasts, we can think of some ways around it." "What ways?" Fatty Li asked. Somewhat puzzled. After a few idioms, Fatty Li was momentarily stunned, but soon scratched his head as if he understood. "You mean we should deceive them, right? Close enough." "Close enough?" Fatty Li was shocked. "Can silver beasts also be deceived?" "People can be deceived, so why can't beasts?" "It's not just silver-level beasts. Even gold-level and eternal-level ones can be deceived." Yi Fan nodded, seemingly confident, summoning two beasts and walking into the secret realm. Behind him, Fatty Li watched Yi Fan's back, feeling a bead of sweat form on his forehead. He must be joking, right? He wouldn't really go and deceive silver-level beasts for their good stuff, would he? Chapter 53. Wine and tea. The first day's hunting was quite easy. With the help of the Gale Eagle and Hellhound, along with 3 near-bronze-level snake beasts, Yi Fan and Fatty Li carried out a sweeping hunt on the outskirts of the forest. Additionally, Yi Fan was already familiar with the environment of this secret realm, and by the end of the day, they had made a substantial profit. "Hunting feels so easy now," Fatty Li said with a smile by the campfire at night. "Roasting meat. Now, those bronze-level beasts, as long as they aren't 8-star or 9-star ones close to silver, we can take them down quite easily." "Hey Yi Fan, I've heard you talk about the bloodline levels of beasts, but it seems I've only heard you mention inferior, elite, and elite peak. What are the bloodlines above elite peak?" Fatty Li scratched his head. "Above elite peak?" Yi Fan smiled upon hearing this. "Above that is the exceptional level, and then there's the extraordinary level. If you go even higher, there are the direct descendants of ancient species, which can be called the relic level. Do these bloodline level beasts have any special traits?" Fatty Li pressed on. "The elite peak ones have innate skills, right? Do the exceptional and extraordinary ones have even more innate skills?" "Wow. So a black iron can fight against a bronze?" Fatty Li was shocked. "Not quite that exaggerated." Yi Fan shook his head. "After all, the growth of beasts is there. It just doesn't take too much time. Plus, the stronger the bloodline of a beast, the stronger it might be from birth. Most extraordinary beasts are born at bronze or silver levels. It's just that most beasts start from black iron. Bronze unlocks the first skill, silver unlocks the bloodline shackles. But beasts with stronger bloodlines can often ignore these limitations that nature imposes on beasts. Elite peak beasts come with innate skills, exceptional ones ignore bloodline shackles, and extraordinary ones are not weak at birth. As for the relic level, they can summon the spectral forms of their bloodline ancestors, which is really powerful." "I see." Fatty Li nodded. "So, we might find it easy to deal with an elite peak bloodline beast at the bronze level, but if it's exceptional or extraordinary, it would be much harder?" "That's one way to understand it." Yi Fan nodded, thinking of something. He said to Fatty Li, "That's why the college entrance exams now test the combat abilities of beast tamers. At the same level, most beast tamers actually find it hard to defeat a wild beast whose bloodline level exceeds that of their own beast. But if you can reach a certain standard, a qualitative change will occur. For instance, a couple of days ago, I defeated the Gale Eagle with the Hellhound. From then on, the minimum standard for the beasts I tame became elite peak. When that number accumulates, if one day I can defeat an exceptional beast at the same level, wouldn't the quality of my beasts undergo a leap?" "Now I understand." Fatty Li nodded repeatedly. "What about the affinity you mentioned earlier? Why don't you focus on that?" Yi Fan asked. "I don't need to focus on it." Yi Fan shook his head. "As long as I can win once at a higher level, I can win a second time. If that one doesn't work, I'll change to another." "That's true." Fatty Li nodded, looking at the Gale Eagle on Yi Fan's shoulder with some envy. "Your Gale Eagle is so cool. It's fast and has that innate skill. What's it called?" As he spoke halfway, Fatty Li paused. Yi Fan glanced at him and said, "Divine Bird Assault, right?" Yes, that's the one. It suddenly disappears for a while and then suddenly reappears." Fatty Li nodded repeatedly. "It's just like a blink." "Definitely, flying beasts are just too cool," Fatty Li said emphatically. Hearing this, a barely noticeable smile appeared on Yi Fan's face. To be honest, flying snake-type beasts usually have some body mutations, with protrusions that look like wings. But they actually look quite ugly. While the two were talking, A rustling sound came from the nearby bushes. Several beasts instantly raised their heads with wary eyes. In their line of sight, a small beast was rubbing its paws as it entered view. That should be. Yifan smiled and nodded. A month had passed, and this little badger hadn't grown much, now at the bronze 2-star level. Chirp. Clearly, this little badger recognized Yifan and Fatty Li, momentarily startled. It looked up and saw the Gale Eagle on Yifan's shoulder. That would be its natural enemy. The Gale Eagle's speed is extremely fast and could easily pierce through its skin armor or find its weak defensive spots. It looked somewhat pitiful. Come here. Yifan smiled at the scene, waving at the little badger, while also patting the Gale Eagle on his shoulder to signal it to be quiet. The little badger hesitated, but soon, after realizing the two had no hostility, it approached the campfire. Here, eat some meat, Yifan said, cutting off a piece of meat and tossing it to the little badger. The little badger clutched the meat, first glancing at the Gale Eagle on Yifan's shoulder. And when it saw that the eagle wasn't looking at it, it began to eat. After all, having a natural enemy is very normal. Yifan smiled and shook his head, reaching out to pat the little badger's head. Beasts with such a cautious nature often die in conflicts with other beasts. And coupled with having natural enemies, their numbers are quite low. For instance, in Silvermoon Forest, you basically can't see the little badger's figure anymore. Chirp. When Yifan's big hand stroked it, the little badger paused, but soon seemed to not care much and continued eating the meat in its paws. At the small campfire at night, after a hearty meal and basking in the warmth, the little badger stood up, called out to Yifan and Fatty Li, then turned and dashed back into the jungle. It even learned to say goodbye, Yifan said with a smile, watching the little figure leave. I think it's quite pitiful. Fatty Li remarked, looking at Yifan. How about in the future, when there's a beast space, we capture this little badger? It wouldn't accept your taming. After 2 meals like this, at most it wouldn't bite you when it sees you. Yifan shook his head, his tone becoming somewhat serious. And beasts like the little badger actually have the jungle as their best home. It has become accustomed to a life of daily competition and fighting with other beasts. Taking it away to live under the control of a beast master may not necessarily be good for it. In fact, it could have the opposite effect. Some beasts are born for endless battles, not for anyone else, but solely for themselves. After saying this, Yifan stood up, stretched his body, and walked towards the tent. It has recognized us. Next time we come, we can bring it some more food, and maybe some spiritual herbs and fruits to feed it. Who knows? One day it might fight its way to become the ruler of this secret realm, and that would be interesting. Chapter 54. Bloodline of the Kuei Neo in the Sky. The 2 guardians from last time were still overlooking the ground. When they saw the 2 of them leisurely roasting meat by the campfire before heading to their respective tents to rest, the male guardian showed a hint of helplessness. Yifan and Li Yu were indeed quite relaxed. While others were busy hunting a beast all night, they were enjoying a vacation-like experience. Sweeping the mountains by day and roasting meat at night. Yifan was too strong, with that hellhound that had unlocked its bloodline shackles. And somehow he managed to get a Gale Eagle. In the forest, there was no beast that could limit him. The female guardian couldn't help but say, could this kid really be from that family? His progress seems a bit too fast. The talents of the same generation in Kyoto might only be at his level. The male guardian nodded, and at that moment, he couldn't help but say, I looked into this kid's background, but I couldn't find anything. Someone has encrypted all the family information above his father. Isn't his father the brother of that general from Ping City? The female guardian was somewhat surprised. Didn't he go to the front lines at 20? I never heard he had any children. Calculating the time, if the seed was left in a certain year, then Yifan as father should be around 40 now, having given birth to Yifan at 25. The female guardian speculated, this data should be traceable, shouldn't it? Do you want to check it out when you have the time? Maybe. The male guardian nodded slightly, his gaze moving through the forest. And he said with a hint of complexity, if that's the case, then there is some connection between this Yifan and us. Gale Eagle, use the Divine Bird Strike. In the forest, the Gale Eagle's figure flickered and arrived, its sharp screech briefly stunning the nearby giant brown bear, and in the next moment, the Gale Eagle suddenly appeared. Its claws piercing through. This was a fatal strike. The Gale Eagle soared into the air, and the giant brown bear fell to the ground. That's too strong. Beside him, seeing the Gale Eagle's performance, Li Fatty was somewhat amazed, but didn't say much, picking up his bag and knife to approach the giant brown bear. Such coordination had become second nature. At this moment, Li Fatty's 3 beasts had reached the black iron 9 stars, and with the help of spiritual fruits. Within 1 or 2 days, all 3 of Li Fatty's beasts could reach bronze. Currently, their combined strength was formidable, making them almost invincible at the bronze level. Suddenly, while cleaning up the remains of the giant brown bear, footsteps echoed in the jungle. Li Fatty immediately stood alert, his 3-headed snake circling around him, while Yifan also raised his hand, with the hellhound and Gale Eagle guarding beside him. The jungle was rustling, and soon, a man appeared, looking disheveled. Upon seeing this person, Li Fati exclaimed, Wang Lingxi? Hearing Li Fati's voice, Wang Lingxi was also taken aback. Yi Fan, Li Yu, what are you doing here? Hunting. Yi Fan replied, his gaze fixed on Wang Lingxi. What's wrong? Long Wu. Upon hearing this name, Yi Fan frowned slightly. He had some impression of this person. He was the son of a servant from the Ji family, here as a companion, with a beast that was generally powerful but himself was quite strong, preventing 3 to 5 ordinary people from approaching. Ji Jia was still as cautious as ever, afraid of being driven away by the guardians. He sent his servant to do the work for him. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, looking at Wang Lingxi. Where are your people? Those who vowed to protect you? Biting his teeth, Wang Lingxi's expression turned somewhat ugly. Facing Ji Jia's pressure, I suppose no one dared to speak up for you. Yi Fan seemed to have seen through something. Now, you should understand what I said last time. Wang Lingxi opened his mouth, and behind him, a tall figure gradually walked out of the jungle. Wang Lingxi, you can run pretty well. The sound of footsteps intensified, and 7 or 8 people followed the burly man out. This man was indeed fierce. At first glance, he was nearly 2 meters tall, robust like a yak. As the group emerged, Wang Lingxi tried to flee but was grabbed by the opponent, lifted up like a chick. Where's the stuff? Hand it over. He shouted at Wang Lingxi, but Long Wu noticed Yi Fan and Li Yu standing in the forest, narrowing his eyes. What class are you two from? Have you surrendered your earnings? Brother Long, that one is Yi Fan and Li Yu. One of Long Wu's companions whispered. Oh, so these are the two my young master mentioned. Upon hearing this, Long Wu nodded, casually tossing Wang Lingxi aside, and instead approached Yi Fan and Li Yu. Seeing this, Li Fati whispered, should we take action? At this moment, Li Fati was different from before, faced with such a situation. He no longer thought of fleeing, but rather felt eager to try. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't back down, nodding slightly, and looking at Long Wu who was approaching him. He suddenly spoke, are you Long Wu? Upon hearing what seemed like a rhetorical question, Long Wu was taken aback. What? Do you have an opinion? I have no opinion. Yi Fan shook his head, looking at Long Wu as if recalling something. He suddenly smiled, and said, isn't your ancestral bloodline said to come from the Kuei Nyo? Why are you called Long Wu? Shouldn't it be Nyo Wu instead? You. Hearing this, Long Wu was momentarily stunned, his eyes wide as saucers, staring at Yi Fan incredulously. How do you know? Heh. Hearing this, Yi Fan revealed a faint smile. Of course, he knew this loyal lackey of Ji Jia quite well. He was somewhat familiar with him and was indeed a descendant of a bloodline, though it was relatively distant and not very powerful. I've always been curious about what the Ji family can offer you distant descendants of the Kuei Nyo bloodline that makes you so devoted. Yi Fan seemed to ponder, looking at Long Wu and smiling slightly. Your ancestors were great figures who slaughtered ancient remnants. As their descendants, don't you feel ashamed to serve others? You're looking for death. Upon hearing this, Long Wu was enraged. He had heard many rumors, but the thing he least wanted to hear was this. I'm going to turn you into minced meat today. Boom. With a punch thrown, Long Wu's physical power was well demonstrated, his muscles bulging. The force of this punch made many people's faces change slightly. Clap. But in the next second, Yi Fan firmly caught this punch, and in Long Wu's shocked gaze, he spoke again, seemingly pitying, a descendant of the ancient bloodline is surprisingly weak. No wonder you're treated like a servant by the Ji family now. Shut up. Long Wu swung his fist again, still being met with Yi Fan's steady block. The two quickly exchanged blows, their fists colliding, and after several rounds, Yi Fan pushed Long Wu back with both hands, nearly causing him to fall. You were pushed back by someone with physical strength. Long Wu was somewhat annoyed, ready to charge again, but Yi Fan's voice rang out. You are not my opponent. If you continue fighting, you will only end up dead. Chapter 55. Look at the owner when beating a dog. As soon as the words were spoken, Long Wu froze, glancing at the still calm Yi Fan, his hands trembling slightly. He was completely suppressed in physical strength by a peer. Do you also have the bloodline of the Yi species? Long Wu suppressed his emotions and spoke in a low voice while looking at Yi Fan. Me? I shouldn't have any. Yi Fan shook his head. Now that he knew his background, it was impossible to say he had no bloodline of the Yi species. It could only be said that he did not inherit it. If he had the Dragon Eye bloodline and combined it with the breathing technique, his physical strength at this moment would probably be at the bronze level. Without a bloodline, how can your body be so strong? Long Wu asked again. I have a breathing technique. Didn't your master give you descendants of the Kuei Nyo bloodline an appropriate breathing technique? Yi Fan retorted. This left Long Wu stunned. Can we practice breathing techniques? Long Wu was speechless, looking at his slightly trembling fists. It seemed he thought of something and then glanced at Yi Fan. Finally, he shook his hand. Let's go? After speaking, Long Wu took the lead and left, while the group stood there in confusion. Their big brother had left. It was unlikely they would confront Yi Fan, so they hurriedly followed Long Wu out. In the jungle, Only Wang Lingxi was left sitting there, seemingly just having been picked up and thrown down by Long Wu. Still not coming to her senses. Yifan, what is the Kuei Nyo bloodline? Li Fati moved closer, asking if it was similar to the Dragon Eye bloodline. No wonder Long Wu looks like a big fool, Fati nodded, seeming somewhat envious. Those with innate bloodlines seemed so strong, naturally better than others. It was equivalent to their ancestors fighting for them. When one person ascends, the whole family benefits, so it's normal for descendants to have some advantages. Yifan nodded and then commented, but it's just that. Most bloodlines have limitations and are not necessarily powerful. Even the descendants of the strongest Dragon Eye bloodline of the dragon species have to worry about the backlash of dragon blood. If they were that powerful, would Long Wu, a descendant of the E species, still need to be a servant to others? That is true, Li Fati nodded. Let us go hunt the next beast. Yifan shook his head and stepped forward. Yifan. Wang Lingxi's voice rang out at this moment. Yifan stopped, looking at the still dazed Wang Lingxi. His brows slightly furrowing. What? You're not leaving? No. Wang Lingxi shook her head, glancing at Yifan, seemingly hesitating. Yifan, thank you. It's just a small effort. Yifan waved his hand. I have many people. This time, there are probably about 40 to 50 of my people. They might come looking for trouble with you later. Looking for trouble with me? Upon hearing this, Yifan sneered. He was eagerly awaiting the other party to come looking for trouble. Now with the Hellhound and the Gale Eagle, he could easily deal with anyone below silver level. In his past life, he had experienced countless betrayals and schemes, ultimately being betrayed and killed by a dog that had called him brother for decades. If they came, it would be a good opportunity to vent his anger. I'm just afraid they won't come. Yifan shook his head, glanced at Wang Lingxi, and said, here's a piece of advice. Don't think about forming some Lingxi group. A group of people with differing thoughts is just a pile of loose sand. They scatter at the slightest touch. Wang Lingxi hesitated at this, looking at Yifan and Li Fati beside her. After a while, she said, do you still need more manpower? Just as Yifan was about to refuse, Wang Lingxi hurriedly added, I have Ling Kuei. I can help you find treasures. This time, it's because of me that you got involved with Jijia. So it's only fair that I repay you. I don't want any rewards. Upon hearing this, Yifan's brows furrowed slightly, but he quickly waved his hand and turned around. Come along. The rewards will be divided based on effort. Hearing this, Wang Lingxi was taken aback, then looked at Yifan and Li Fati, her eyes revealing a hint of a smile. Okay, Ji Laoda is amazing. The bronze 4-star illusion spirit deer in your hands is like a little chick. With the thundering fall of an illusion spirit deer in the forest, the flattery of the crowd rang out. Ji Jia was among this group, and hearing the compliments, he also had a smile on his face. What is so great about a bronze 4-star? Beside him, someone said eagerly, today, only the Lingxi group is left. They might be encountering some resistance. Lingxi group? Upon hearing this name, Ji Jia snorted coldly. A woman from a small family in Pingqing. If it weren't for their family's ancestral Ling Kuei being somewhat useful, would I let her linger in the secret realm until now? Just then, a group of people came out of the jungle, led by Long Wu, who had just been beaten up by Yifan. Young master. Upon seeing Ji Jia, Long Wu knelt on one knee without saying a word. Long Wu has not performed well. Please punish him, young master. Not performed well. Upon hearing this, Ji Jia frowned. Seeing Long Wu's bruised fists and some injuries on his body, he said in a deep voice, did someone from the Lingxi group win against you? Not someone from the Lingxi group. I defeated the Lingxi group. Long Wu shook his head. It was Yifan. I encountered him while chasing Wang Lingxi and lost to him in battle. Yifan. This made Ji Jia slightly stunned. He intervened to protect Wang Lingxi. No. I challenged him voluntarily. You fool. Hearing this, Ji Jia immediately became angry. Don't you know that Yifan has bronze strength? I know. Long Wu opened his mouth, wanting to explain, but before he could say anything, Ji Jia coldly snorted again. You got beaten, so you got beaten. Just right. I haven't found their whereabouts these past 2 days. They came right on time. It gives me a reason. Ji Jia spoke, looking at Long Wu with a somewhat cold expression. You remember where you encountered them, right? Lead the way and find their traces along the path they took. Ji Jia commanded, and a group of people responded one after another, seemingly eager to hunt down Yifan. Young master. This made Long Wu hesitate slightly. Yifan is difficult to deal with. He has 2 powerful beasts. No matter how strong, he's just one person. I don't believe he can do much. When beating a dog, you have to look at the owner. Without paying a price, how could it be possible? Yes. Hearing this, Long Wu could only nod, bowing while his expression showed subtle changes. Chapter 56. Display Yifan. There is a spirit herb under the stone 15 meters ahead. In the jungle, Wang Lingxi's voice suddenly rang out. At this moment, she was activating her Ling Kuei, her eyes glowing with a faint blue light. Eek. Yifan moved upon hearing this and indeed found a mid-grade, ordinary level concentration herb under the stone. Beside him, Li Fadi was choked by the sight of the spirit herb. This was the 14th spirit herb or fruit they had found today, and they had hardly exerted any effort. Aside from 2 that were guarded by beasts, the rest were all found in the wild. This is too exaggerated, Li Fadi exclaimed, making eye contact with Yifan. Yifan also showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. His sense of smell for spirit herbs could be considered very keen, but compared to the Jinmao mouse, which was known as the treasure-hunting beast, he was still lacking. Finding so many spirit herbs effortlessly surprised even him. The Jinmao mouse can maximize the potential of your Ling Kuei. Yifan spoke, asking curiously, this shouldn't be the beast you chose at school, right? No. Wang Lingxi shook her head. It was specially trained by my family. My Ling Kuei is a talent that can be inherited. My father and grandfather both have this talent. Inherited beast talent. Upon hearing this, Yifan nodded slightly. There are indeed a small number of beast talents that are inherited, but such inheritance is not stable. It is extremely rare for a beast talent to be inherited continuously for 3 generations. Your Wang family should be a family that lives by treasure hunting, right? After a pause, Yifan asked. I know this. Yifan nodded, looking at the smiling Wang Lingxi, but he thought of some other things. After pondering for a while, he waved his hand and said, the purpose of treasure hunting is to enhance strength. Don't get it wrong. Your talent is indeed very useful, but it does not enhance your own combat power. A black iron 6-star Jinmao mouse is still just a level. It seems your strength is far behind that of students your age. This statement pointed out Wang Lingxi's Achilles heel. She was stunned for a moment. So, I've gone in the wrong direction? There was a problem from the start. Logically speaking, with so many spiritual herbs and fruits you've found, you should at least have bronze-level strength even if you just stack them up, but you created a Lingxi team and distributed a lot of your resources to others. Yifan shook his head. Creating a team is not wrong, but a good team should be able to help you, not drag you down. That's true. Wang Lingxi slowly nodded, then looked at Yifan with a smile in her eyes. So I think being able to join you is a great and wise choice. This made Yifan a bit speechless, but he quickly waved his hand. Let us go? We'll hunt in a place closer to the core and try to get some good stuff. In the inner jungle, a hunt was taking place around a bronze 8-star giant brown bear. This was considered a very powerful beast in the inner area, known as the king of the inner circle, but at that moment, it was charred and in a rather embarrassing state, burned by the flames of hellhounds. If it were just one hellhound, the giant brown bear would not be in such a predicament, but from time to time, a venomous fawn ghost snake would emerge, along with a rock python as hard as stone and a black flame snake that occasionally ambushed from the grass at its feet. These things were unpredictable, preventing it from escaping the entanglement of the hellhounds. The most critical factor was the swift-winged eagle circling in the sky. Its innate instinct as a beastmaster told it that the hunter from the sky posed a deadly threat, and its instinct was very accurate at one moment. The swift-winged eagle swooped down from the sky. Its iron claws empowered by beastmaster skills tore through its fur, piercing flesh and reaching the heart, delivering a fatal blow. Boom. The giant brown bear crashed to the ground, and in its nest behind it, a spirit fruit resembling a racier mushroom was revealed, quietly growing on the cliff behind the nest. Half of the spirit fruit had already been eaten, and there were some incomplete roots nearby, clearly. This was the main reason the giant brown bear could grow to bronze 8-star. Blood spirit mushroom, a top-notch item among common-level materials, could even rival some ordinary low-tier spiritual treasures and was capable of rapidly improving beastmaster levels. Looking at the half-eaten blood spirit mushroom, Yifan's eyes lit up. Good stuff. Fatty, hurry up and collect it. With this half-blood spirit mushroom plus the many herbs in your backpack, it should be enough for your 3 beasts to reach bronze. Okay. Hearing this, Li Fadi nodded repeatedly and quickly walked up to pick the blood spirit mushroom. Yifan also walked over to pull out some incomplete roots of the blood spirit mushroom. Meanwhile, Wang Lingxi took out a small knife to collect the body of the giant brown bear. Bronze 8-star giant brown bear, just like that, died? Looking at the giant brown bear, Wang Lingxi was filled with surprise. It was her first time seeing Yifan and Li Yu exert their full strength against a beast. It was evident that their cooperation was quite tacit, and they appeared calm during the battle, even joking with each other. The hellhound was responsible for the frontal firepower. The rock python attacked from the side. The black flame snake and the ghost snake waited for sneak attacks. And the swift-winged eagle was always ready to launch a fatal strike from the sky. Such tacit cooperation clearly indicated that they were not hunting such high-level beasts for the first time. This is a beastmaster. Looking up at Yifan and Li Yu, Wang Lingxi was somewhat taken aback, and at the same time, she seemed to crave such battles. I need to practice the breathing method well, and strive to have a second beast space as soon as possible to tame a beast that can fight. Having made a secret determination, Wang Lingxi had already collected the body of the giant brown bear and said to Yifan, Yifan, what are we going to do next? Next? Hearing this, Yifan looked at Li Fadi, paused for a moment, and then said, "Next, we'll just look for some spiritual herbs and fruits. Once Fatty's beasts reach bronze, we'll prepare to do something big." Something big? This made Wang Lingxi somewhat puzzled. "What big thing? Let Fatty tell you," Yi Fan said, taking a step forward. Wang Lingxi turned her gaze to Li Fatty, who scratched his head and leaned in. Speaking softly, "Are you guys really going to the core?" Hearing Li Fatty's words, Wang Lingxi was shocked. The core had silver-level beasts, and the environment was completely different from the inner area. "What strategy?" "I don't know." Li Fatty scratched his head, glanced at Yi Fan's back, and then said, "But since Yi Fan said it can be done, then it definitely can." After saying this, Li Fatty chased after Yi Fan, leaving Wang Lingxi behind, looking at their figures, suddenly feeling a bit unreal. Just yesterday, she was fighting wits and courage with black iron beasts at the forest's edge and being chased. And today she was hunting high-star bronze beasts in the inner forest. Not only that, but they were soon going to enter the forest's core to find trouble with silver beasts. This nearly earth-shattering change in treatment was entirely because she joined Yi Fan. Who exactly is Yi Fan? Looking at the two gradually moving away, Wang Lingxi thought to herself, the level of these beast masters and the level of the beasts really do not match at all. Chapter 57 Core Boss G. We found Yi Fan and the others. On the fourth day in the secret realm, the news finally reached Jijia. Found them? Hearing this news, Jijia looked at the person with shifty eyes. Where are they? They entered the core of the secret realm? Upon hearing this, Jijia's brows furrowed. Are you sure the news is reliable? Once this was said, Jijia no longer doubted, but there was some confusion in his eyes. There are silver-level beasts in the core. Do they dare to go in? This remark eased some of Jijia's doubts, but he remained cautious. He waved his hand. Long Wu, you take 20 people to the edge of the core to investigate and confirm whether they are in the core area. You go with Long Wu. Glancing at the person with shifty eyes, Jijia added, once the location is confirmed, use a signal flare to notify us. Understood. Long Wu nodded, saluted. And soon a group of people gathered, heading into the forest. Yi Fan, are we really going to target silver-level beasts? Walking in the jungle, Li Fatty lowered his footsteps to the minimum and quietly asked Yi Fan, now that we're here, why are you still asking if it's true? Yi Fan said with a hint of a smile, looking at the timid Li Yu and Wang Lingxi, as long as we use the right method. Silver beasts are not that difficult to deal with. Saying this, Yi Fan stopped. Look, the grass ahead has obvious signs of being trampled. Yes, Li Fatty nodded. Then that's right, there are beasts roaming in this area. Yi Fan spoke, looking at the jungle ahead. Doesn't it look like the entrance to a cave? Such entrances are generally beast nests. Next to him, Wang Lingxi answered quickly. She had experience in finding spiritual herbs and was inexplicably familiar with such places. Yes, this is the habitat of the silver-level beast, the colorful cloud leopard. The colorful cloud leopard is an elite peak level, very fast, and has excellent sense of smell. Yi Fan nodded, looking at Li Fatty. Fatty, where's the stinky fruit I asked you to prepare? Here. Li Fatty took out a small bag of light yellow fruits. The juice of these stinky fruits has a strong odor, which works well on the colorful cloud leopard, a beast with keen smell. Yi Fan spoke, taking the stinky fruit. So, we're going to rub the juice on ourselves, and the colorful cloud leopard will ignore us because of the smell, allowing us to sneak past. Li Fatty added. That is partly correct. Yi Fan spoke up, shaking his head as he shared his plan. We need to spread the stinky fruit juice in many places outside, and we should have it on us as well. In a moment, I will let the Gale Eagle rush in and provoke the Rainbow Leopard. Once the Rainbow Leopard chases my beast out and runs away, we will quickly go in to take the spirit fruit. The Rainbow Leopard is very alert and won't chase too far. We have about 1 or 2 minutes to grab the spirit fruit, and after that, we must run like crazy, continuously throwing the stinky fruit juice behind us. Within half an hour, we must reach the river to wash off the smell, otherwise, the Rainbow Leopard will sniff out the stinky fruit juice and lock onto the scent, chasing us until we are sent out of the secret realm by the Guardian. What does this plan have to do with my beast reaching the bronze level? Li Fatty suddenly asked. Yi Fan was taken aback. Is there still a chance for the plan to fail? This Rainbow Leopard guards a very special spirit fruit, and the rewards will definitely justify the risks we are taking. All right. Upon hearing this, the three quickly sprang into action. Although they were mentally prepared, when faced with the green, gooey, stinky fruit juice, Wang Lingxi's expression still changed. This is too stinky. After saying this, Wang Lingxi didn't hesitate too much and applied the juice to her body. Yi Fan was no exception, and soon, all three were covered in green, splattering the juice all over the jungle, creating a foul odor. It should be fine now. Yi Fan clapped his hands and summoned the Gale Eagle, patting its head as he whispered something, then raised his hand. And the Gale Eagle let out a cry and dashed into the Rainbow Leopard's lair. Hide, Yi Fan instructed, and the three hid in the nearby jungle. Soon, the Gale Eagle rushed out, followed by a thunderous roar. Roar! In the dappled view of the jungle, they saw a rainbow leopard over 3 meters tall charging out. Its massive size and ferocious appearance caused it to swipe a paw, uprooting a large tree, and in the blink of an eye, it leaped over 10 meters away. This scene caused Li Fati and Wang Lingxi's expressions to change. In just a few seconds, they could feel how strong this beast was. How can we kill it? Yi Fan's words echoed in Li Fati's mind, making him tremble slightly. Don't be dazed. Now's the time. Hurry in and grab the spirit fruit. Yi Fan's voice rang out a few seconds after the rainbow leopard charged out. He stepped forward and leaped into the rainbow leopard's lair. Li Fati and Wang Lingxi were momentarily stunned but quickly rushed in after Yi Fan. What the heck is this? Li Fati exclaimed, staring at 4 or 5 golden spirit fruits beside the rainbow leopard's lair. Harvest fruit, low-grade spirit fruit, bears fruit every 3 years, can be consumed below silver level. And eating one increases level by 1 star. Yi Fan didn't say much, grabbed the harvest fruit stem, and pulled hard, uprooting a large mass of stems, causing several fruits to fall to the ground. Li Fati and Wang Lingxi hurried to pick up the fruits. We must store them in the beast space. We can't leave any scent. With a forceful swing, Yi Fan tossed the stems to Li Fati and then took out 7 or 8 stinky fruits, throwing them around. Li Fati was flustered, still not done collecting the spirit fruits when Yi Fan's voice rang out again. Roar! Yi Fan, being the last, after a brief hesitation, released the Hell Hound, which breathed fire, turning the entire lair into a sea of flames. Chapter 58. Call for help. What is going on? In the sky, the Guardians were stunned to see the sudden fire in the forest. Is there a fire-type silver beast fighting in the core? The male Guardian asked, squinting his eyes. After focusing his gaze, his expression changed drastically. This Yi Fan, he burned a rainbow leopard's lair. What? The female Guardian was also shocked, looking down. At this moment, the rainbow leopard was at its doorstep, watching the fire in its lair and the surrounding green stinky fruit juice, seemingly lost in thought. However, it quickly caught a scent, focusing its gaze on the direction where Li Fati and the others were fleeing, letting out an angry roar. At this moment, it had not yet picked up Yi Fan and the others' scent. It was merely a brief contemplation that led it to discover 3 moving large stinky fruits, combining that with the green juice at its doorstep to arrive at a conclusion. It's wondering why there are stinky fruits at its doorstep. Damn it. Stealing things and burning my home. Roar. The roar echoed as the rainbow leopard began to move, seemingly with thunderclouds rolling beneath its feet, moving at an incredible speed, covering dozens of meters in a breath. Along the way, trees were knocked down haphazardly. The rainbow leopard was filled with rage, wanting to tear apart these thieves. We're done for. They've been discovered. In the sky, seeing this scene, the female Guardian panicked. This Yi Fan is too bold. Last time he provoked a bronze level. This time a silver level. Next time, is he going to provoke the overlord of this secret realm? Don't panic. The male Guardian's voice rang out at this moment. It seems Yi Fan has prepared a backup plan. Most of these beasts were high-star bronze level, although they were not a match for the rainbow leopard. Their instinctive territorial awareness led them to attack the rainbow leopard anyway. This Yi Fan is really annoying. After watching for a while, the female Guardian seemed to realize something was off. He deliberately chose to pass by those beast lairs, letting the Gale Eagle spray the stinky fruit juice on those beasts. The rainbow leopard had not yet distinguished their scent, so it attacked upon smelling the moving stinky fruit. He must be after that harvest fruit. The female Guardian said, if he gets that fruit, he should be able to quickly level up to silver. Success, success. The river was rushing. When Li Fati climbed up, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, sitting beside the package, feeling as though he had survived a disaster. Boom, boom. Looking at the various roars coming from the bushes across the way, Li Fati shrank his head and glanced at Yi Fan beside him, asking, Yi Fan, we just stole a few spirit fruits from it, and they can only be eaten by those below silver level. Why does it react as if someone burned its home? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan revealed a smile and shook his head. I don't know, maybe it's just petty. After saying this, Yi Fan added, if it weren't so petty, it wouldn't be attacking indiscriminately. It might catch up to us soon. Is that so? Li Fati nodded. Anger can lead to impulsiveness. Wait for me. A soft voice came from Wang Lingxi beside them. I didn't bring extra clothes. As her voice fell, Yi Fan glanced over and saw that after falling into the water, Wang Lingxi's clothes clung to her body, revealing her curvaceous figure. I have extras. Glancing around, Yi Fan tossed a piece of clothing over, then turned around to hurry up. Okay. Wang Lingxi received the clothes, looking at Yi Fan who had already walked ahead. Momentarily stunned. Isn't he a man? Why doesn't he even glance? Dragon Wu, I sense Yi Fan and the others' tracks. In another patch of grass, Dragon Wu led his team forward quickly when suddenly, the previously sneaky-looking person spoke up. Where? Dragon Wu asked. Just then, after crossing a slope, Yi Fan and the others were slowly walking toward them from the opposite side. Both sides were momentarily stunned. Dragon Wu, Looking at the large group opposite them, Yi Fan's gaze focused on Dragon Wu at the forefront. Do you need something from me again? I, Dragon Wu. He started, but hesitated as tough words hung on his lips. At this moment, the sneaky-looking person stepped forward, pointing at Yi Fan, and said, It was Boss G who sent us to find you. Yeah, I know him. Where is he? Is it just you guys? He hasn't arrived yet. What qualifications do you have to stop me? Yi Fan's voice sounded, and then the Hell Hound and Gale Eagle appeared beside him. The secret realm in these days is not wasted. The Hell Hounds have reached bronze 5 stars, and the Gale Eagles have reached bronze 7 stars. Meanwhile, Lee Fatty's beast also appeared, a 3-headed bronze level. The appearance of these 5 beasts instantly made the air feel a bit tense. 5 bronze-level beasts could crush all of them at this moment. Long Wu felt a bit helpless at this point, looking at Yi Fan and cupping his hands. Saying that the young master mentioned to beat the dog, one must look at its owner, so he wanted to talk to Yi brother. This made Long Wu grit his teeth. It was just a metaphor. Metaphor? Don't you know if it's a metaphor, Long Wu? Yi Fan snorted coldly, saying that being someone else's servant, even if it's for a lifetime, is still a servant. Who fired the signal flare? Long Wu's expression changed immediately. Brother Long. It was me. In the back row, someone raised their hand, saying that didn't he big brother G say to find Yi Fan and then notify him? Why should we be afraid of him? Fool. Long Wu scolded. Yi Fan is right here. You fire a signal flare. Aren't you afraid he'll get angry and send us all out? Fool. Really a fool. Calling for people? Looking at the signal flare in the sky, Yi Fan revealed a cold smile, saying it's not just you who can call for help. Saying this, Yi Fan looked at Lee Fatty beside him. This action stunned Lee Fatty. What was he doing? Asking me to call someone. I don't have anyone to call. Stinky fruit. Take it out. Throw it at them. Yi Fan lowered his voice and slowly spoke. Oh, Lee Fatty suddenly understood, and without saying much, he directly took out the stinky fruit and threw it towards Long Wu and his group. You scoundrels, watch me call someone to deal with you. A few people were hit directly by Lee Fatty's stinky fruit, and the foul smell spread, causing many to curse loudly. Go, Yi Fan shouted, and the 3 quickly dashed into the nearby forest. Don't chase. Long Wu stopped someone who was hit by the stinky fruit, his gaze a bit intense. If we chase, we can't win. They are nearby. We wait for the young master to come. But that fat guy threw poop at me, the person said angrily. The stinky fruit smelled too overwhelming, really reminiscent of something. Long Wu also turned his head away from the smell. But there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. Why didn't Yi Fan attack them at this time, instead only throwing 2 stinky fruits? Can this stinky fruit also call for help? This doubt didn't last long. Suddenly, a roar that shook the entire inner area erupted. Roar. Chapter 59. Fatty's Sigh by the river. The colorful cloud leopard leaped across the big river, chasing after those few stinky fruits to the riverbank. Originally, the smell had disappeared, and it was anxiously wandering by the riverbank. But in just a moment, that smell reappeared. You can't escape. With its massive mouth open, the colorful cloud leopard ran swiftly through the jungle, now close to the outskirts, where those black iron and low bronze level beasts sensed its aura and fled in all directions, afraid to get too close. Roar. A furious roar erupted as it crossed a high slope. Long Wu and the others were stunned to see this silver beast charging out. How could there be a silver-level beast at the forest's edge? Looking at the colorful cloud leopard that appeared, Long Wu's eyes were filled with shock. Retreat. Roar. The colorful cloud leopard's speed was too fast. Just as Long Wu's voice echoed, it locked onto those few people who had been hit by the stinky fruit. At this moment, it regarded this group as thieves invading its home. As the angry roar sounded, its claws swept in, and some people hurriedly commanded their beasts to block, but could not stop running. A group of 20 people faced a silver-level colorful cloud leopard, almost a one-sided slaughter. Jun, we should take action. Watching the scene on the ground, the female guardian spoke, calling out the male guardian's name. If we don't act now, those people will die. It's not time yet. The male guardian named Jun replied, glancing at the female guardian. Our duty is to ensure their safety without interfering with the original order of the secret realm. This colorful cloud leopard isn't killing. It's just chasing those with the stinky fruit. We will act at the last moment. Fine. You nodded, her eyes focused below, slightly tense. Clang. In a collision, the colorful cloud leopard's claws swept in, and Long Wu braced himself to withstand it. The force of one claw directly slammed him against a nearby tree, causing him to slide down. Roar. Looking at Long Wu, the colorful cloud leopard let out a low growl, seeming to sense the bloodline of ancient species on him. And didn't he continue its attack, turning its head to focus again on the fleeing figures with the stinky fruits. In the next moment, it seemed to transform into the wind, sweeping through the outskirts of the forest, a casual strike able to take down a black iron-level beast. The fleeing group realized something was wrong. It was evident the colorful cloud leopard was coming for them. It must be that fat guy who threw the fruit. One person cursed, tearing off their clothes and tossing them aside, and others followed suit. They discarded their clothes, but the colorful cloud leopard continued to pursue. In their panic, they even threw away their pants. Why is it targeting us? Feeling the colorful cloud leopard's relentless pursuit, several people were almost in tears. We're doomed. We're totally doomed. The colorful cloud leopard was extremely fast, and it was clear they couldn't outrun it, seeing death approaching. Big Brother G. Big Brother G is coming. One person shouted in surprise, wildly waving their arms as they saw the large group ahead. Big Brother G. We're here. We're here. Upon hearing the voice, on the other side, Jia, who had quickly brought people over due to the signal flare, was stunned when he saw the few naked figures in front of him. You just said that. Suddenly, the colorful cloud leopard charged out from behind. Jia's face changed instantly. Silver-level beast. Fool. I told you to find Yifan. Why did you provoke a silver-level beast? Jia cursed angrily, not hesitating to wave his hand. Quick, retreat. As the command fell, the group paused, and one person quietly said, Big Brother G, aren't we going to save them? They are fools. Are you a fool too? That's a silver-level beast. How to save them? Jia shot back at that person. The Guardians will step in to ensure their safety. If we don't retreat, are we waiting to be sent out with them? This retort made that person shrink back, not daring to speak again. The group retreated like a tide, while the few naked people were left stunned. Big Brother G, where are you going? We're right here. Save us. Before the voice could finish, the colorful cloud leopard had already arrived, and facing such overwhelming strength, two of them collapsed on the spot, while another ran a bit but was directly pinned down by a claw. Roar. Opening its massive mouth, the colorful cloud leopard roared angrily at the few people, ready to slap one of them to vent its anger. However, a powerful aura surged in next, causing the colorful cloud leopard to be knocked back several meters. Just as it was about to pounce again in anger, upon seeing the man standing quietly across from it, it immediately became cautious, closing its mouth and moving cautiously in place, seemingly a bit timid. Clearly, it recognized the man across from it, sensing an unresistible power emanating from him. Retreat. Jin spoke coldly while watching the colorful cloud leopard. Upon hearing that, the colorful cloud leopard immediately flattened its ears, lowered its head, and quickly left, seemingly afraid of Jin taking action against it. Jin merely stood in place, watching the colorful cloud leopard leave before turning to the few people behind him. You few have lost your qualification for the trial. Report your names to be sent out of the secret realm. At this moment, the few people were still in shock, and upon hearing this pronouncement, some were dissatisfied. We were harmed by Yifan. Are we still being expelled? I don't want to reiterate the rules within the secret realm. Jin opened his mouth, his eyes displaying a hint of indifference. If you have objections, you can go find your teachers to complain about me. Damn, Yifan, that cloud leopard is too fierce. Killing Long Wu and his group without them having any chance to fight back. Not far away on the high ground, Yifan and the other two witnessed the entire process of the cloud leopard sweeping through Long Wu's group. Li Fati said with a hint of surprise. Injuring so many people and their beasts, Jia is definitely going to hate you for this. They didn't suffer any serious injuries. Yifan shook his head, seemingly dissatisfied with the outcome. Jia is too cowardly. I thought he would at least try to intervene, but he just retreated. There are still 2 days left in the secret realm. Jia probably doesn't want to risk fighting the cloud leopard for just a few lackeys. They may have the numbers, but winning against a silver-level beast is still quite difficult. Wang Lingxi, who was analyzing the situation, was draped in the coat Yifan had given him, and after this, he shouldn't come looking for trouble with us, considering how many people were hurt. He won't come looking for us. Yifan coldly snorted at this, but that doesn't mean we can't go find trouble with him. Wang Lingxi hesitated slightly. Yifan, are you going to make a move against Jia? Hearing this, Yifan felt a surge of anger, but looking into the distance, he suppressed the flames in his heart and lowered his voice. We'll talk about it when the opportunity arises. For now, let's go. With that, Yifan stood up and stepped deeper into the forest. Yifan, where are we going next? Li Fati quickly asked. That cloud leopard has fought several battles while chasing us and is injured. Plus, its lair has been destroyed, leaving it with nowhere to rest. Right now, it's at its weakest point. We need to prepare quickly and capture this cloud leopard tonight. Li Fati was momentarily taken aback by this statement. His mouth opened as if to say something, but seeing Yifan already moving forward, he could only take a deep breath and look at Wang Lingxi beside him. Wow. I suspect Yifan has been planning to hunt this cloud leopard from the very beginning. Chapter 60. Setting off. Damn Yifan. Young master, we were too careless. Long Wu said in a lowered voice. It was mainly those idiots who provoked and recklessly fired signal flares, ruining everything. Jia said, not blaming Long Wu, but scolding. Are all the beast tamers from Pingxing such fools? Do they not think before they act? His voice was not low, and many people's expressions changed around them. There are about 2 days left until the secret realm ends. We can continue looking for Yi Fan. Yi Fan won't be as foolish as you, provoking danger. He must be very alert right now. Ji Jia seemed to become more irritated after saying this. If it weren't for those two idiots being sent out by the Guardian, I would have taught them a lesson. Understood. Ji Jia pondered for a moment, finally glancing at the surrounding students and sighed. Forget it. Let's not look for him this time. We'll just get through these 2 days peacefully. After we go out, there will be plenty of opportunities to deal with him. As night fell, the 3 of them were roasting meat by the campfire. Yi Fan was feeding his Gale Hawk some harvest fruits. He had a total of 5 harvest fruits. 3 were given to the Hell Hound, and 2 were kept for the Gale Hawk, which would raise their strengths to bronze 8 stars and 9 stars, respectively, getting quite close to silver strength. Yi Fan, why didn't you leave a harvest fruit for the Gale Hawk? Wouldn't that make it reach silver level? Li Fati asked, looking at Yi Fan's actions with some confusion. Harvest fruits only work for beasts below silver level and cannot help them directly break through to silver. Yi Fan shook his head and explained. Moreover, silver is considered a small threshold. Beasts need to unlock their bloodline shackles and attribute powers at this level. It's not easy to break through. Oh, I see. Li Fati nodded and then hesitated. Why are we choosing to hunt the cloud leopard at night? It's hard to see at night. And since the cloud leopard is a feline, it has good night vision. Isn't that disadvantageous for us? You made a good point. Yi Fan slightly nodded. Then said somewhat helplessly, if I could, I wouldn't choose to hunt at night either. My beast needs time to digest the harvest fruits. But if we wait until after tonight, the cloud leopard's strong recovery ability will allow it to regain its combat power. So isn't this our best plan? Li Fati was momentarily speechless. Wang Lingxi, who was nearby, was taken aback by this. Exactly, Wang Lingxi nodded seriously. I'll keep an eye on things. Understood. Wang Lingxi nodded. What about me? What about me? Li Fati voiced. You? Hearing this, Yi Fan revealed a smile in his eyes. Of course, you'll be fighting alongside me. Fighting alongside me. Li Fati trembled at this, but soon couldn't contain his excitement. Hunting beasts beyond their level. This feeling could excite any beast tamer. Chirp, chirp. As the 3 discussed, a familiar sound echoed out, and a little badger popped out of the nearby forest again. This little guy really knows us, Li Fati smiled. This little badger. Wang Lingxi, seeing the badger, was momentarily stunned, looking at Yi Fan beside him. Do you know it? It didn't bite you. Wang Lingxi seemed surprised, as if recalling something. When we came in last time, it was about half a month ago, right? Your ordinary class didn't come. And someone got curious and teased this little badger. What happened then? It ended up being chased and bitten from the inner perimeter to the outer perimeter. And the person who teased it was sent out by the Guardian, Wang Lingxi said, looking at the little badger being petted by Yi Fan, seemingly tempted to reach out his hand. Hiss. Before his hand could reach, the little badger opened its mouth and made a threatening sound. It's hard for beasts like the little badger to get close to others, Yi Fan said, a hint of a smile in his eyes. It lets me pet it because it's familiar with me, and my Gale Hawk is its natural enemy, which has a certain deterrent effect. Wang Lingxi felt a bit regretful, rubbing his hands while looking at the little badger with eyes full of affection. After a while, he suddenly said, this little badger seems to be injured. Hearing this, Yi Fan squinted his eyes and looked closely. Sure enough, there was a wound on the little badger's leg, which seemed to have been injured for a while. The wound had scabbed over and didn't look obvious. Fatty, get it some spirit fruits, Yi Fan said, looking at Li Fati beside him, bloodgrass and white jade fruit. You can give it some. Okay. Li Fati responded and carefully took out the bloodgrass and white jade fruit from his backpack, placing them in front of the little badger. Chirp. The little badger looked at the spirit grass and fruit in front of it, paused for a moment, then looked at Yi Fan with a human-like, inquiring expression. These are for you. Yi Fan nodded and gently patted the little badger's head before standing up. All right. You can warm yourself by the fire and eat these before leaving. With that, Yi Fan turned to Li Fati. We should set off. If we wait any longer, it won't be easy to find. Got it. The 3 quickly packed their belongings and headed deeper into the forest, while by the small campfire. The little badger watched Yi Fan and the others leave, glancing at the white jade fruit in its hands, looking a bit dazed. What are they up to again? In the sky, as Yi Fan began to move, Zhen's gaze followed. Looking at the direction they're heading, it seems they're going towards the core, you said. Going to the core again? Zhen's expression darkened. Isn't what happened during the day enough? Working overtime at night? This time they should not be looking to provoke other beasts. You seem to have discovered something. Yi Fan fed all the harvest fruits to his beasts, and the path they took seems to be in the direction the cloud leopard left. Cloud leopard? Hearing this, Zhen was taken aback, his gaze moving within the core, and he saw the cloud leopard lying under a large tree on the bare ground, covered in wounds. This scene made Zhen twitch his mouth. Did this cloud leopard have a grudge against him, Yi Fan? He stared at the cloud leopard, feeling that it looked pitiful. Beside him, Yi spoke up, saying that it had done nothing. Its spiritual fruit had been stolen. Its home had been burned down. And now it had to face a surprise attack from Yi Fan at night. It couldn't be called pitiful. This cloud leopard had eaten more than just a handful of people in the Beastmaster Forest. It deserved to die. If it weren't for the principal saying to let it stay in the secret realm for the students to train, I would have killed it in the Beastmaster Forest back then. Yi Fan had a bronze 9-star Gale Eagle and a bronze 8-star Hellhound. So the gap shouldn't be too big. Yu opened his mouth, only regretting that his talent was at level, providing no enhancement. If it were a Beastmaster with a talent above level, with his terrifying battle intuition, he should be able to win. Just wait and see. I think it's very difficult. Jin shook his head, ready to act. Yi Fan and the others would definitely fight to the death with this cloud leopard. Trials involving such talented individuals were the hardest to handle. Act. What if he has a backup plan, and we are unjustly judged and expelled? Don't act. What if he dies? Then that would be even more unjust. This Yi Fan, really, working overtime at night is one thing, but he's making us work overtime too. Chapter 61. Fierce Battle in the Dark Night. The footsteps of the three were very light. Under the dim moonlight, Fatty Li and Wang Lingxi followed Yi Fan, who was in front, seemingly able to hear their own heartbeat. It should be almost there. At a certain moment, Yi Fan suddenly stopped, looking seriously at a large tree not far ahead. The two behind heard this, and their hearts tightened. Wang Lingxi, let your Jinxiao mouse scout the area. Confirm the position of that cloud leopard. Yi Fan instructed quickly. Fatty, let your phantom snake and black flame snake hide in the nearby grass, and have the rock python ready to summon at any time. Good. The two responded in unison, releasing their beasts. The small Jinxiao mouse crept forward quietly along the tree. At this moment, Wang Lingxi activated her spiritual aura, her eyes emanating a faint light, sharing vision with the Jinxiao mouse. As the Jinxiao mouse explored, just after passing the tree, Wang Lingxi suddenly trembled and nearly fell. On the other side of the tree, seeing Wang Lingxi's reaction, Yi Fan spoke up. Yes, right in the center of the trunk. Wang Lingxi nodded, a bit of sweat on her forehead, noting that there was no underbrush around, just some trees, with not many obstacles. Good. Yi Fan nodded. You direct the Jinxiao mouse to hide on a tree further away, try to climb higher. Those who can share vision should hide well too. Besides, when I ask for reports, don't let the cloud leopard notice you. No problem. Wang Lingxi nodded. Fatty, direct your two snakes, get ready to strike. Yi Fan commanded, raising his hand, and the Hellhound and Gale Eagle appeared beside him. Soon after, the enhancement from the Ascension talent was revealed. The level of talent enhancement was indeed small, but Ascension was comprehensive, so it was still acceptable. Let us go? Yi Fan moved his feet. A dagger that he usually used for cutting meat appeared in his hand. The Gale Eagle perched on his shoulder, and the Hellhound at his feet, while Fatty leaned forward. The Black Flame Snake and Phantom Snake quickly moved through the grass beside them. Soon, they were close. And at about 10 steps away, Yi Fan moved. Hellhound, spit fire. As the command fell, the Hellhound opened its mouth, and flames instantly rushed toward the trunk, spreading out the moment it struck the tree. Roar. The next moment, the cloud leopard's roar sounded. It had just barely fallen asleep when it jumped out from the flames, looking at Yi Fan and the fire beside him, immediately identifying him. This guy is the one who burned down my home. Fatty. Yi Fan looked at the rage in the cloud leopard's eyes, his expression calm, simply speaking. Following that, Fatty's voice also rang out. Phantom Snake, use Toxic Mist. Hiss. The Phantom Snake emerged from the grass, opened its mouth, and a large cloud of green toxic mist surged toward the cloud leopard. This was the skill the Phantom Snake comprehended at the bronze level, releasing stored toxic mist, which could deal considerable damage upon direct hit. The cloud leopard reacted quickly, dodging the toxic mist, and instead swiping a paw that sent the Phantom Snake flying, the next moment charging toward Yi Fan. It wanted revenge. It's coming. It's coming. Yi Fan, seeing the cloud leopard easily deal with the Phantom Snake's surprise attack and charging toward them, Fatty panicked. Just assist nearby. No need to worry about the front. Yi Fan slowly spoke, looking at the oncoming cloud leopard, without a hint of retreat in his mind. Hellhound, Gale Eagle. Let us go. Roar. Hiss. The sounds of one dog and one eagle rang out, and Yi Fan quickly advanced with them. The Hellhound colliding with the cloud leopard at an even faster pace. Boom. The two beasts immediately wrestled together. In this pounce, the Hellhound's strength was no match. Being pinned down by the cloud leopard, the cloud leopard raised its paw, ready to attack, but Yi Fan's dagger was already coming. Swish. The dagger cut through, leaving a wound on the cloud leopard, which immediately roared in anger and turned to pounce on Yi Fan. Yi Fan reacted quickly, seeing the cloud leopard's paw coming. He dodged to the side. The moment the paw brushed past, he kicked off the cloud leopard and leaped away. Hellhound, overheat burn. The command sounded, and flames instantly erupted from the Hellhound. Roar. At the same time, the cloud leopard didn't sit idle. As the flames erupted, purple lightning surged across its body. Then, it vanished from its original position, Thunder rumbled, a talent skill, similar to the Gale Eagle's talent skill. With the enemy still in the air, Yifan quickly made a judgment. Wang Lingxi, report the position. To your right rear. Wang Lingxi's voice almost simultaneously rang out, filled with urgency, clearly. The Cloud Leopard had launched a surprise attack. This Cloud Leopard is really smart. In a few seconds, Yifan didn't think much, deliberately sidestepping. Roar. The massive leopard head brushed past Yifan's ear, and in that instant, he could almost smell the foul odor from its mouth. Gale Eagle, Divine Bird Strike. Yifan's dagger lunged forward again, retreating once more. Hiss. In the sky, the Gale Eagle's voice rang out, almost flashing as it rushed down from the sky. Its sharp claws cutting through the wind. This claw landed solidly, leaving a deep gash on the Cloud Leopard, and this strike also triggered the Cloud Leopard's ferocity, which roared in anger. Roar. At that moment, lightning erupted from it, instantly spreading in all directions. The lightning magnetic field could launch lightning strikes over a surrounding area. Yifan thought to himself, he was within the coverage of the static magnetic field. At this moment, he did not choose to retreat, but instead raised his hand. Fatty. Rock Python. Good. Fatty's voice rang out, light flashing as the rock python appeared in front of Yifan, the lightning actually being blocked, while a faint glow lit up on the rock python. This was its bronze-level comprehension skill hardening, turning its body into rock, perfectly countering the Cloud Leopard's lightning attribute attack. There was still one skill left. Yifan bypassed the rock python. At this moment, the Hellhound had charged over again, entangled with the Cloud Leopard. You should have no place to escape today. Looking at the Cloud Leopard clearly struggling, Yifan spoke, his dagger turning horizontally as he charged toward the Cloud Leopard. Gale Eagle, Sacrifice Attack. In the sky, the Gale Eagle circled, its claws descending like steel. This claw once again tore open a wound. As the Cloud Leopard was entangled with the Hellhound, it raised its head to bite, and Yifan's dagger glinted coldly at the same time. With a swish, the dagger grazed the Cloud Leopard's throat, leaving a wound. Roar. The Cloud Leopard roared, blood flowing from the wound, wanting to bite Yifan, but was once again entangled by the Hellhound. Time is passing, and under the relentless attacks, it has gradually weakened. The Rainbow Leopard roars and bites, yet it has never unleashed its final skill. Quite a tough opponent. With a powerful charge, Yifan was knocked back while holding his dagger, pausing at a distance, watching as the wound he inflicted on the Rainbow Leopard's throat surprisingly stopped bleeding. His gaze slightly changed. This Rainbow Leopard truly deserved its status as a silver-level Beastmaster. Its throat was remarkably tough. But this is where it ends. Yifan slowly lowered his body, preparing to unleash a fatal strike once again, staring at the roaring Rainbow Leopard. Yifan, be careful. Wang Lingxi's anxious voice suddenly rang out. Look above you. Upon hearing this, Yifan's expression turned serious as he looked up. Unbeknownst to him, a lightning bolt as thick as a barrel was gathering above him, now charging down with immense force. Just moments ago, it had been secretly accumulating this attack. Yifan reacted quickly, glancing at the Rainbow Leopard, whose eyes revealed ferocity after being besieged. Deep within its gaze was a hint of human-like malice. It had succeeded. Chapter 62, The Plan Boom. As the lightning struck down, at that critical moment, Yifan suddenly smiled. The intelligence of a silver-level Beastmaster is still too limited. No skill is guaranteed to hit. With that, amidst the thunder, a swift wind eagle dashed in, moving at incredible speed, directly knocking Yifan away just as the lightning grazed him. The thunder struck the ground, and terrifying currents spread out, while Yifan rolled rapidly on the ground, always staying ahead of the electrical surge. Roar. Seeing this, the Rainbow Leopard let out an unwilling roar. Almost simultaneously, the Hellhound pounced, locking onto its throat. Soon, entangled in the struggle and out of skills to use, the Rainbow Leopard fell silent under Yifan's command, collapsing to the ground. It's over. Watching the fallen Rainbow Leopard, Fatty Li let out a sigh of relief, while Wang Lingxi beside him appeared somewhat excited. We won. We really won. We have hunted a silver-level beast. In the arena, Yifan looked at the two who were somewhat happy, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he discreetly put away his dagger. Fatty, go collect the corpse. Yifan stood up, glancing at Fatty Li, his eyes slightly changing. Silver-level beasts have corresponding attribute spirit pearls inside them, which are expensive and highly beneficial for beasts with matching attributes or for beastmasters practicing compatible breathing techniques. Spirit pearls? Upon hearing this, Fatty was stunned, quickly walking towards the corpse of the Rainbow Leopard. In no time, he held up a purple pearl. The pearl was crystal clear, and within it, there were faint lightning flashes, seemingly corresponding to the Rainbow Leopard's lightning attribute. Is this the one? Yes. Yifan nodded, taking the spirit pearl. A lightning attribute spirit pearl is quite rare. This one alone is worth over 300,000. In a place like Ping City, it is extremely difficult to purchase. 300,000. Upon hearing this, Fatty was taken aback. 300,000 didn't seem too expensive, even less than a well-tamed elite beast. The silver-level beast spirit pearl is certainly not cheap, but all silver-level beast masters have a high demand for corresponding attribute spirit pearls, and they generally do not sell them. Even if they do sell, it is usually in exchange for spirit pearls that meet their own needs. Yifan shook his head, explaining slightly. As the level of beast masters increases, many things are often traded in an equivalent barter system. I see. Fatty Lee nodded, pondering for a moment, then scratched his head. Bartering feels so primitive. Whether for the beasts or for ourselves, it's very useful. So what spirit pearl should I use? Fatty Lee asked. You? Upon hearing this, Yifan pondered slightly. If you want to use it for practicing breathing techniques, it's best to use a non-attribute spirit pearl. Your breathing technique primarily affects the physical body. So a non-attribute spirit pearl is the most suitable for you. Non-attribute? This made Fatty pause. Isn't it said that once a beast reaches silver, it unlocks its bloodline shackles and gains attribute powers? Non-attribute is also a kind of attribute power. To be precise, non-attribute can be referred to as flesh and blood attribute. Many beasts are non-attribute, relying solely on their robust physical bodies for survival. Non-attribute spirit pearls are not difficult to purchase and have a high applicability. They are generally used by beast masters to assist in practicing breathing techniques. In trading markets, many people exchange non-attribute spirit pearls for the attribute pearls their beasts need. I see. Fatty Lee nodded, thoughtfully saying, it feels like the higher our realm, the more we encounter, and these things were never mentioned by Pan Zhao. If you don't reach the realm, it won't help to talk about it. Yifan shook his head. In the future, there will be more things waiting for you to understand. Entering silver, we have truly stepped into the door of beast masters. At this moment, we have merely caught a glimpse of some scenery inside. What about me? What should I use to practice? Wang Lingxi raised her hand. Right. This is our family's breathing technique. After reaching a high level, it can make you as light as a swallow, allowing you to hide your presence well and prevent others from prying. Wang Lingxi didn't hide it, quickly saying, like this. Yifan nodded slightly, glancing at Wang Lingxi, who seemed a bit embarrassed, and suddenly spoke. In the future, you will be the first. Huh, me? Wang Lingxi was taken aback, then nodded. I will work hard. Yeah. Yifan nodded, not continuing the topic, waving his hand. Fatty, hurry up and collect the rainbow leopard's corpse. This is the core, and there are many other silver beasts residing here, so be careful. Understood. Fatty Lee responded, while he and Wang Lingxi quickly collected the corpse of the rainbow leopard. Soon, the three of them, laden with spoils under Yifan's lead, retreated into the forest. It has only been a little over a month since the school started, and yet there are already new students capable of hunting silver-level beasts. Not really hunting, it's more like murder. One side, Jin shook his head, noting that the rainbow leopard was injured and unable to use much of its attribute power. But it's still impressive. A bronze defeating a silver. In Ping City for so many years, this is the first time I've seen it. You spoke, his eyes flickering with light. Especially that Yifan, he's strong. If we ignore his beast master talent, I even think he's on par with the prodigies of the same age in Kyoto. That terrifying combat instinct, control over beasts, and timing is completely unlike what a teenager beast master should possess, mature to a frightening degree. Perhaps he is a natural-born combat genius, and he has sufficient knowledge of beasts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dodged that lightning strike. Jin spoke, his gaze fixed on Yifan, gradually changing in expression. This kid really has some resemblance to the former general. I think so too. You nodded. Now that the secret realm has ended, you can check. What if he really is of the general's bloodline? As former members of the Battle Heaven Army, we should take good care of him. If he really is of the general's bloodline, I actually advise against paying too much attention to him. Instead, we should maintain some distance. Jun shook his head. We represent the will of the higher-level guardians. If we intentionally favor him, it might make some people with ulterior motives suspect something. Ping City is too small. There are many strange characters. Be cautious and keep a low profile. Chapter 63. Grandpa Wang. As many students returned, word spread that Yifan had provoked a silver beast in the secret realm, resulting in Ji Jie and his group suffering the consequences. You three hunted a silver-level beast? In the dormitory, Pan Zhao, who had originally come to inquire about the secret realm's harvest, was stunned as he watched Yifan pull out a lightning attribute spirit pearl. After getting a definite answer, Pan Zhao took a deep breath and immediately patted the shoulders of the fat guy and Yifan repeatedly, saying, you two kids are not bad. 2 people. 5 heads of bronze beast tamers. This progress is impressive. It was rare for Li Fatty to receive Pan Zhao's praise, and he scratched his head a bit shyly, saying, well, this is basically all thanks to Yifan. Hearing this, Li Fatty was stunned. Aside from the secret realm every month, the facilities at school have limited benefits for our improvement. Well, that's true. Pan Zhao nodded, looking at Yifan. So what's your plan next? Are you going to Silvermoon Forest? A mercenary group? Upon hearing this, Pan Zhao's brows furrowed. Are you going to the mercenary group just to make some extra money? All right. Seeing Yi Fan confirm, Pan Zhao didn't say much more, but instead advised, the mercenary group is a mixed bag. If you go, be extra careful. People's hearts are hard to read. You should know this. Yeah, Yi Fan nodded, reassuring him, you don't have to worry too much, Teacher Pan. Fatty and I are already bronze level. We have some ability to protect ourselves. Just don't be reckless when things happen, Pan Zhao said, pulling out a communication talisman from his pocket and tossing it to Li Fatty. He then told Yi Fan, your combat ability is very strong, far exceeding ordinary beast tamers of the same level. But when facing a strong enemy, your first consideration should be your own safety. Clearly, he also knew that Pan Zhao was saying his fighting style was too dangerous and that he should be a bit more cautious and flexible. I won't do anything I'm not confident in that would put me in danger. After thinking for a moment, Yi Fan looked at Pan Zhao and said, you can rest assured, Teacher Pan. All right. Hearing this, Pan Zhao nodded. Although he wasn't very satisfied with the answer, it was still acceptable. Hey, how does this thing operate? Just as Pan Zhao was about to continue advising, Li Fatty's voice sounded from the side. Pan Zhao turned his head to see Li Fatty fiddling with the communication talisman, not knowing when he had pulled out a wrench. Smack! Just as the wrench was about to hit the communication talisman, Pan Zhao reacted quickly and snatched the talisman away, immediately scolding Li Fatty. Communication talisman. This is a communication talisman. It's worth 100,000 each. Do you know you can call me at any time and place when you're in danger? 100,000. Others just need to press a button. Why are you trying to use a wrench to operate it? Li Yu, are you a tiger? Are you a tiger? Yi Fan, Li Yu. Outside the gate of the Wang family, Yi Fan and Li Yu, who had been waiting for a long time, finally heard Wang Lingxi's voice. They looked up to see Wang Lingxi wearing a small floral dress and with delicate makeup. At first glance, she looked very pure and cute. This scene left Li Fatty stunned. Wow, you can't say Wang Lingxi doesn't look quite impressive. Yi Fan, what do you think? Not bad. Yi Fan nodded, but his eyes didn't show much fluctuation. In his 100 years of life, he had seen too many beauties pass away and had encountered many stunning women. A teenage girl didn't spark much interest in him. Sorry for coming out a bit late. Wang Lingxi came in front of the two and explained. I just told my dad I wanted to follow you guys to the mercenary group, and he absolutely refused, saying it's too dangerous for a girl to go out. It was only after my grandpa intervened that he let me come. Your grandpa? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Just then, the gate of the Wang family opened, and an old man walked out with a golden-haired mouse on his shoulder, followed by a large yellow dog. This large yellow dog, known as a guardian dog, is a very common beast. It has a gentle temperament and is easy to train, making it a popular choice for guarding homes. Your grandpa is quite devoted. Looking at the bronze 9-star guardian dog, Yi Fan smiled slightly. It was clear that the reason Wang Lingxi's grandpa was stuck at bronze 9 stars was largely due to the low bloodline of the guardian dog. Even using a considerable amount of spiritual herbs and fruits wouldn't break through the silver-level bloodline shackles. Lingxi, be careful on the road. At the entrance, Grandpa Wang waved to the three, buy some food on the way, don't go hungry. De Huang, Lingxi is going on a long trip, don't be troublesome. Wait a moment. Yi Fan raised his hand and walked towards Grandpa Wang, bending down and gently saying, Grandpa, you can feed De Huang about half a pound of strong life fruit, heart-protecting grass, and 100-flavor fruit daily in a 1:1 ratio. It's not far from silver level. It just lacks some things to enhance its bloodline. After about 7 feedings, De Huang should be able to advance to silver without changing its bloodline form. Is that so? Hearing this, Grandpa Wang was momentarily stunned. Looking at Yi Fan with some surprise, how do you know? In reality, there are many beast tamers like that. They are devoted to one beast and don't want it to change appearance due to bloodline changes. They stick with it for life, even if it means being stuck at one level. I see. Hearing this, Grandpa Wang nodded. This prescription. As soon as these words came out, Grandpa Wang's eyes changed slightly. Having been in business and treasure hunting for years, his thoughts were sharper than most. In just a few seconds, he said, then thank you. Young friend, it's nothing. Yi Fan waved his hand and added with a smile, Grandpa, Wang Lingxi will be very safe with me. You can rest assured. All right. Grandpa Wang nodded and didn't say much more. Then I won't delay your journey. Be careful. The mercenary group in Ping City is somewhat deep. Yi Fan nodded, turned around, and left with Wang Lingxi and Li Fatty. At the entrance, Grandpa Wang watched the trio's backs, pondering slightly. This method to break through silver without changing the bloodline form. I've been searching for years, and it turns out to be composed of just these 3 ordinary spiritual fruits and herbs. Chapter 64. Mercenary group. The 3 of them walked together into the city, and soon some tavern-style buildings appeared. Is this the mercenary group? Li Fatty asked curiously. watching various people carrying cannons and long knives, accompanied by their beasts, coming in and out of the tavern. Of course, aside from selling items and posting tasks, everything else requires membership in the mercenary group. There should be a dozen or so mercenary groups in Ping City, most led by some beast tamers, with members mainly being beast hunters looking for teammates. A powerful mercenary group can provide many guarantees and various benefits to its members, serving as a strong backing. Oh, I see. Leaf Fatty nodded. Meanwhile, Wang Lingxi was somewhat sharp and asked, what benefits does forming a mercenary group bring to the leader? They wouldn't just give so many benefits to the members for no reason, right? The commission can be tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Leaf Fatty's expression changed upon hearing this. That's just for low-level tasks. For high-level ones, the commission might be a substantial amount, plus transaction fees and various costs for recruiting and posting information. Yi Fan shook his head. A large mercenary group, overall, has very good income. Look at the lone wolf we encountered before. His mercenary group only has a few dozen people, but estimated, his group's annual income could be close to 1 million. Hearing this, Leaf Fatty became somewhat tempted. Since that's the case, why don't we also create? Creating a mercenary group requires at least 5 people. Yi Fan shook his head. Plus, it needs a large amount of money to set up the mercenary tavern and manage other things. It's too much effort. Unless you have professionals. Okay, Leaf Fatty nodded. So which mercenary group are we going to? Just follow me. Saying this, Yi Fan walked towards a mercenary tavern that looked quite large and comfortably decorated. The sign above the entrance had 2 large characters, Dawn. Dawn. Seeing this name, Leaf Fatty seemed to remember something. Isn't that the Dawn mercenary group that the lone wolf mentioned? Yeah, didn't they say they? Creak. As soon as the door opened, many people's gazes in the tavern turned towards the entrance. When they saw 3 young boys, they merely shook their heads. We don't serve minors here. A server quickly walked over, holding a tray with 2 glasses of red wine. This remark immediately sparked a burst of laughter in the tavern. Little buddy, do you know what a mercenary group is? You didn't just hear about it on the street and come here thinking you could make money, did you? Various voices chimed in, and the people in the tavern particularly enjoyed teasing such newcomers. Faced with the crowd's taunts, Leaf Fatty remained unfazed, while Wang Lingxi frowned, clearly uncomfortable with the scene. The server, though smiling, politely said, Little buddy, we don't accept minors into the group. We are beast tamers. Yi Fan's expression remained calm, and without saying much, he waved his hand, summoning the Hellhound beside him. Bronze 8 stars. At this moment, the Hellhound had long shed its juvenile appearance. Its fangs were sharp, flames surrounded its 4 paws, and it stood taller than Yi Fan, looking quite fierce. The appearance of this beast drew gasps from many in the tavern. 4 hunters frequenting Ping City, a high-ranking bronze was considered strong. A young bronze 8 stars beast tamer like this clearly had a bright future ahead. My bad. Many who had mocked them earlier quickly shut their mouths. The server's expression changed dramatically, repeatedly smiling and apologizing, realizing the young boy was an accomplished beast tamer. Quickly, little brother, please follow me. Saying this, the server led Yi Fan and the others further inside. Yi Fan followed the server, his gaze sweeping over the tavern's patrons, many of whom were engrossed in their drinks and did not meet his eyes. After taking a look around, Yi Fan shook his head. He didn't take these hunters to heart. He just wanted to see if there were any acquaintances from his past life. In his previous life in the mercenary group, he had encountered several good partners, and in this life, he might have the opportunity to recruit a few. Besides his own strength, gathering some people to establish a similar mercenary group was a pretty good choice. You guys need to register your information here. We will help you get the mercenary group's ID. The server brought Yi Fan and the others to a table and said, while also adding, This is our group's 6th leader, Zhao Kuei. Good. Yi Fan nodded, looking at the person behind the table with a hint of a smile. There are multiple leaders in the Dawn mercenary group, formed by 6 pledging brothers. The 6th leader, known as Xiao Liuzi, is relatively young, in his 20s. Also a beast tamer, with solid strength and a straightforward personality, at the bronze level. 6th leader, these guys are also beast tamers. The server quickly spoke to Zhao Kuei. I saw it just now. Zhao Kuei smiled broadly and said to Yi Fan, a bronze 8 stars hellhound, little brother, you have impressive strength. You must be a student from Ping City High. Yeah, ordinary class. Yi Fan replied without trying to conceal anything, revealing his real name. Yi Fan. A high school student, huh? Zhao Kuei nodded slightly. Oh, hello to you too. Zhao Kuei waved at the 2 others, quickly registering them in the notebook in front of him. Zhao Kuei continued, his eyes full of smiles. Little brother, you can rest assured. The Dawn Mercenary Group is the largest in Ping City, and we operate fairly and justly. If there are any disputes during a mission, or if you are bullied by other mercenary groups, you can definitely come to us. Dawn will never stand by and do nothing. It's nothing. Yi Fan shook his head. Since there was nothing to ask, he had no further inquiries. Seeing Zhao Kuei looking a bit puzzled, Yi Fan smiled slightly and took out a lightning attribute spirit pearl. I have a silver 2 stars lightning spirit pearl here. I need to exchange it for a non-attribute spirit pearl. Upon seeing the spirit pearl in Yi Fan's hand, Zhao Kuei's expression changed slightly. What a big deal. Let me ask around for you. Taking the spirit pearl, Zhao Kuei stood up from the table, cleared his throat, and shouted in the tavern. Here is a silver 2 stars lightning attribute spirit pearl for exchange. Who needs a non-attribute spirit pearl? Damn. Watching Zhao Kuei's reaction, Li Fati was taken aback. Wasn't this a bit too straightforward? Chapter 65, Transaction Lightning Attribute Spirit Pearl. As the words fell, many people's gazes turned towards Yi Fan and his group. Can these people even have spirit pearls? Li Fati leaned closer to Yi Fan's ear. Some do, Yi Fan nodded. A hint of a smile at the corner of his eye. Most people who came to the mercenary group were here to take on missions. They wouldn't have time to drink and rest during the day. Except for some looking for teammates. Most were middlemen or from various families. There were also people from out of town. They're all middlemen. Upon hearing this, Li Fati understood. Exactly. Yi Fan nodded, adding, of course. There could also be some strong individuals. Many beast tamers who didn't get into college stick around, and occasionally some silver-level beast tamers appear. Not long after, someone stood up from their seat and walked over to Yi Fan's group. This person had a hooked nose and a somewhat gloomy expression. Approaching the three, he whispered, "Little brother, I can offer 3 silver 1 stars non-attribute spirit pearls in exchange for that lightning spirit pearl." 3. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan snorted. The market price for a lightning spirit pearl is 3 non-attribute spirit pearls of the same level. If it's a lower level, the price would be about 30% higher. Since lightning spirit pearls are valuable yet rare, it should be possible to exchange for 5 to 6 silver 1 stars non-attribute spirit pearls. Hearing this, the hook-nosed man froze for a moment, his face showing some embarrassment. Jean Bo, it's obvious that this little brother is quite extraordinary. You're offering a heartless price. That's a bit excessive. Someone stepped forward, teasing. Little brother, I'll offer 6 silver 1 stars non-attribute spirit pearls. You're everywhere, Jean Bo said, somewhat irritated. Glaring at the other person. Seeing him produce 6 non-attribute spirit pearls, he said nothing more, flicked his sleeves, and left. Little brother, is that acceptable? The other person, clearly not afraid of Jean Bo, turned to look at Yi Fan with a beaming smile. Sure. Yi Fan didn't say much and accepted the spirit pearls, casually handing over the lightning spirit pearl to the man, whom Yi Fan nodded, glancing at the fat guy beside him. The fat guy understood and quickly took out his phone to exchange contact information with the other person. Let's go. Yi Fan nodded and headed toward the mission board. Yi Fan, what is the Ningnan Chamber of Commerce? The fat guy caught up from behind. It's a large chamber of commerce in the south, somewhat similar to Wang Lingxi's family. They've been collecting materials and reselling them for years, with their headquarters in Nanjing, the largest city in the south. This is where the mercenary group posts missions. The missions are categorized by reward, with different colors indicating difficulty levels. Wow, 10 million for a superior beast egg. Li Fati exclaimed as soon as he saw the red-marked task at the top of the mission board, realizing that the commission alone was 1 million. This task must be sought after by some big families. Such tasks are available in mercenary groups everywhere. Yi Fan shook his head. They probably receive a dozen or so each year. Why would someone sell a superior beast egg? With a superior level beast, they could at least reach the golden level in the future. A golden level powerhouse should have no trouble making 10 million. Wang Lingxi, beside him, was puzzled. We're here to make some extra money, not to get rich. Most of the good missions have already been snatched up. What's left isn't of high quality. Yi Fan waved his hand, casually tearing off a few mission papers before heading out. We're leaving to stay in Silvermoon Forest for a few days. Fatty, you take 2 of these. I need the remaining 4. Walking in the forest, Yi Fan handed 2 spirit beads to Li Pengzi. Li Pengzi didn't hesitate, took the 2 spirit beads, and swallowed them without a second thought. The next moment, Li Pengzi's face turned red, and his whole body quickly inflated like a balloon. Activate your breathing technique. Yi Fan's voice came from the side. Cultivating with spirit beads isn't something you can do casually. Eating 2 at once shows you're quite bold. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Li Pengzi hurriedly activated his food-eating technique, and he gradually began to calm down. However, his body was noticeably swelling. Half an hour later, Li Pengzi finished his cultivation, let out a long breath, and his eyes showed surprise. Wow, I feel like I have almost the strength of bronze now. Saying this, Li Pengzi slammed his fist against a nearby tree, and the big tree was almost penetrated by his punch. You can eat more suitable spirit herbs and fruits. No problem. Li Pengzi nodded, took out 2 white jade fruits from his bag, and ate them. These spirit herbs and fruits are really good for alleviating hunger. Meanwhile, Wang Lingxi watched this scene with some astonishment. Aren't white jade fruits spirit fruits meant for beast tamers? Can humans absorb them? My breathing technique is quite special. I can absorb spirit herbs and fruits. Li Pengzi scratched his head, glanced at Yi Fan beside him, and didn't say much more. Wang Lingxi, being perceptive, guessed that the breathing technique was likely given to him by Yi Fan and didn't ask further. She had much more insight than Li Pengzi. Just this small act made her aware of how precious this breathing technique was. Only a small portion of spirit herbs and fruits can be used by humans. But a breathing technique that can transcend this limitation and absorb spirit herbs and fruits meant for beast tamers to strengthen oneself is incredibly valuable. Yi Fan is really impressive. He can even produce such a breathing technique. Wang Lingxi thought to herself, her gaze subtly changing as she looked at Yi Fan ahead. Wang Lingxi, is your breathing technique about to open the second beast taming space? Just as she was lost in thought, Yi Fan's voice rang out. Ah, will you help me capture one? Hearing this, Wang Lingxi was a bit flustered. Yi Fan nodded and continued. What are your thoughts on your next beast? Ah, I haven't thought about it in detail. Wang Lingxi felt a bit embarrassed. As long as I can help, that's fine. A lot. Yes. Yi Fan nodded. The rating of talents is very strict. Just sharing vision isn't enough to be rated as high level. You might want to think about it in terms of combat. For example, if you share vision with your beast, doesn't that mean the beast can also share your vision? In battle, can it radiate that vision across the battlefield? Or could you learn some physical techniques and, in the spirit state, use those techniques to feed back to your beast, allowing it to have more counterattack or attack options? Hearing these words, Wang Lingxi's eyes lit up slightly, as if she suddenly thought of many things. Think more about it. Special types of beast taming talents can have many effects. Yi Fan didn't continue, but waved his hand. Don't limit yourself. Have a broader perspective. Chapter 66. By you big brother Ji, it seems Yi Fan and the others are not at school. At the school, a student reported to Ji Jia, looking somewhat anxious. We've been squatting at Yi Fan's dormitory door for the past few days and haven't seen them come out. Not at school. Upon hearing this, Ji Jia's face showed slight displeasure. After searching for several days, this is the conclusion you've come to? That's right. The student shrank his shoulders. Yes, yes. Hearing this, the student nodded repeatedly and quickly left. Watching the person leave, Ji Jia's expression darkened. After a moment, he spoke. Long Wu, young master, a tall figure, Long Wu, appeared and bowed. Find some people to check Yi Fan's whereabouts. Ji Jia ordered. No need to look among these idiots at school. Go to the mercenary group in Pingsheng and find someone capable. Since Yi Fan and the others are not at school, they must be training in Silver Moon Forest. Once you find them, teach them a lesson. The word lesson made Long Wu slightly stunned. Young master, do you want to kill them? Understood. Long Wu nodded and was about to bow and leave, but as he looked at Ji Jia's back, he seemed to think of something, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke up. Young master, can the Kuei Nyo clan really not cultivate breathing techniques? Upon hearing this, Ji Jia squinted his eyes slightly, turned to look at Long Wu, and asked, why do you ask this? And no reason. Long Wu shook his head repeatedly, saying softly, I heard someone say a while ago that our Kuei Nyo clan can also cultivate breathing techniques, and I was a bit confused. The Kuei Nyo clan cannot cultivate breathing techniques. Your father should have told you this. Ji Jia replied, if you don't believe it, you can verify it yourself. I can teach you a set of breathing techniques, the dragon elephant skill, which is very rare. You can try it yourself. Okay. Hearing this, Long Wu was delighted and thanked the young master for bestowing the technique. Listen carefully. In the following time, Ji Jia taught Long Wu a set of breathing technique methods. Long Wu listened intently, accurately memorizing every word, and immediately began to practice. But before long, Long Wu's face changed drastically, and the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his energy and spirit instantly waning. See, whether you can cultivate or not, you should understand now. Ji Jia spoke, his eyes cold. As a servant, you dare to doubt me. Long Wu didn't dare to. He shook his head repeatedly and knelt on one knee. All right, it's normal not to believe. Now that you've tried, you should believe it. Ji Jia waved his hand. Go, proceed with what I've told you. Understood. Long Wu stood up and quickly walked out, anger showing on his face. That Yi Fan actually deceived me. He made me incur young master's wrath. I must teach him a good lesson. Fool. Watching Long Wu storm away, Ji Jia snorted coldly, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light. If you let those with hybrid bloodlines cultivate breathing techniques, how would my Ji family control them? In the forest, Wang Lingxi was using a beast taming contract on a round bird while demonstrating her spirit state to showcase her advantages. The Poby bird on the opposite side had clearly taken a beating and was now lying on the ground, weak. Faced with Wang Lingxi's contract, it showed no resistance and chose to submit. Soon, with a flash of light, the Poby bird was summoned from the beast taming space by Wang Lingxi. Success. Wang Lingxi was a bit excited as she looked at Yi Fan and Li Pengzi waiting nearby. As long as it's successful. Yi Fan nodded, looking at the Poby bird summoned by Wang Lingxi with a somewhat helpless expression. This is a 2-star bronze Poby bird, with the beast taming skill of emitting a piercing cry. At the elite level, It's a type of warning beast that can sense the presence of enemies over a large area and is very alert. Even Yi Fan had a rare misstep once and let it escape. He only caught it the second time. With this beast, it can provide vision in the future. Yi Fan said, looking at Wang Lingxi, who was holding the Poby bird and seemed reluctant to part with it. You chose the Poby bird. You must have a clear idea of your future beast taming path. Yes. Wang Lingxi nodded. Now I have the golden mouse for treasure hunting and the Poby bird for scouting. In the future, I plan to find some support-type beasts that can heal injuries or restrict opponents' movements. Support types. Yi Fan pondered for a moment, but still nodded. Support types can indeed play a strong role in a team. Exactly. Wang Lingxi nodded, looking at Yi Fan. I feel like our team is missing a support-type beastmaster. You and Liu are both main combatants. You will focus on the frontal assault, while the fat guy will handle harassment and sneak attacks. With me assisting, we will form a complete team. A complete team? Hearing this, Yi Fan's eyes slightly changed as he looked at Wang Lingxi, preparing to say something. Suddenly, sounds of pursuit came from the nearby bushes. Hee, girl, where do you think you're running? This jungle is so complex. Can you escape? Two somewhat lewd voices rang out. Yi Fan raised his eyebrows, and before he could make a move, a bloodied white wolf rushed out of the jungle. Following closely behind was a familiar girl, stumbling along. Ma Xiaoxue, looking at the girl who appeared, Yi Fan frowned. Yi Fan. Upon seeing Yi Fan, Ma Xiaoxue was slightly startled and quickly said, Yi Fan, save me. A group of mercenaries is hunting me. Hunting a student from Pingxing High School? Hearing this, Yi Fan narrowed his eyes and exchanged glances with the fat guy. The fat guy quickly helped Ma Xiaoxue up, while Yi Fan patted the hellhound, signaling towards the bushes. With a rustle, the bushes were quickly pushed aside. And at the same time, the hellhound let out a roar and pounced, directly knocking the person down. What the hell is this thing? The person who was knocked down exclaimed in shock, struggling under the hellhound's jaws, while a few others who rushed out saw their leader being captured and hurriedly came to help. But how could a few people compete against the hellhound? Seeing they couldn't pull the hellhound away, one person panicked and pulled out a firearm, ready to shoot. If you shoot, it's like declaring war on me. Yi Fan's voice rang out. The few people froze, instinctively halting their movements as they looked at Yi Fan. At that moment, the hellhound dragged the leader's clothes, directly pulling him in front of Yi Fan. Mercenary group? Hearing this, Yi Fan raised his hand, and the hellhound released its grip, standing alert to the side. The others stood there, watching the several beast tamers beside Yi Fan and did not dare to breathe. You people, are you all from Dawn? Isn't Dawn strictly forbidden from attacking others in the forest? Yi Fan retorted, his eyes sharp. You all didn't know? It was our leader who sent us here. He is also from Dawn. Your leader? This made Yi Fan's brows furrow. Bai Chun, the leader of Dawn? Bai Yu? Hearing this name, Yi Fan's expression darkened slightly. So it's that bastard. Chapter 67. Attack no. 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 The fourth deputy. The person opposite shook his head repeatedly, wanting to explain, but Yi Fan just waved his hand, casually kicking the person on the ground towards the others. Take him away. If there's anything, let Bai Yu come find me. All right. The few quickly helped the person up and fled in a sorry state. Yi Fan watched them leave, his expression cold, saying nothing more. Yi Fan, who is Bai Yu? The fat guy leaned over. A bastard, Bai Chin's younger brother, the leader of Dawn. Yi Fan shook his head. Bai Yu burns, kills, and plunders, letting his subordinates run wild like bandits. If it weren't for having such an older brother, he would have been killed long ago. Younger brother? Hearing this, Li Fati was somewhat surprised and looked at Ma Xiaoxue beside him. Ma Xiaoxue, how did you get involved with him? I, Ma Xiaoxue, spoke but shifted my gaze to Yi Fan. You went to the mercenary group last month. Realizing something, Yi Fan said, so, you didn't participate in the secret realm this time because of Bai Yu? Saying this, Ma Xiaoxue picked up her white wolf, which was a black iron 6-star, covered in blood, clearly having experienced many battles, with numerous scars from knives and firearms on its body. Li Fati and Wang Lingxi watched from the side, their eyes filled with pity. Yi Fan, Li Fati began to speak, but Yi Fan raised his hand and suddenly asked Ma Xiaoxue, what kind of person do you want to become? 2 bronze-level beast tamers are nothing special. Yi Fan shrugged, turning around. Keep up. To become a strong person. It's not enough to just talk. Keep up? Hearing this, Ma Xiaoxue was taken aback, looking at Li Fati and Wang Lingxi beside her, only to see them both smiling in unison. Let's go. Li Fati was the first to speak, taking out 2 blood herbs and handing them to Ma Xiaoxue. Welcome to our team. Go for it. Wang Lingxi squatted down and patted the white wolf, saying, when I have a healing beast in the future, I can help you heal your beast. Looking at Wang Lingxi, Ma Xiaoxue was a bit dazed. From now on, we are partners. Wang Lingxi smiled, glancing at Yi Fan ahead. That guy is very strong. If you stick with him, you will definitely become powerful. Boss. Upon hearing this voice, many gazes gathered. And when they saw who it was, there was a hint of mockery on their faces. Bai Yu's people are causing trouble again. At the registration desk, Zhao Kuei also saw these people, but merely curled his lips and lowered his head, pretending nothing happened. Bai Chen was not around, and they had no way to deal with Bai Yu's group, so they could only let them run amok. Boss, we were blocked. The leader spoke, saying they were about to catch Ma Xiaoxue, but a mercenary from their group rushed out, a beast tamer with 2 beasts, and they were no match for him and got taught a lesson. Our mercenary group's beast tamer? Hearing this, Bai Yu was taken aback, then became somewhat displeased. Didn't you tell him it was me, Bai Yu? Who wanted that person? Hearing this, Bai Yu became even more displeased. Who doesn't know his reputation in the Dawn mercenary group? Even beast tamers wouldn't dare to meddle with him. For someone to dare say that, they completely looked down on him. What was that beast tamer's name? After thinking for a while, Bai Yu spoke. I don't know. The person shook his head. He has a Hell Hound and a Gale Eagle. Both are bronze 9-star. 2 bronze 9-star beasts. This made Bai Yu's expression change slightly, and he gasped. When did our mercenary group have such a figure? As soon as this was said, Bai Yu was puzzled, while Zhao Kuei's expression changed slightly. Hell Hound, bronze 9-star. Isn't that the kid from a few days ago? That kid doesn't seem like someone easy to provoke. Forget it, no matter how high his bronze level is. No one can protect the person Bai Yu want. Bai Yu's voice rang out. Go call the brothers. Everyone grab your weapons. All right. The person repeatedly agreed. Ahem. Meanwhile, Zhao Kuei quickly spoke up, saying, Bai Yu, he's a beast tamer. Is it really necessary to cause trouble for a little girl? What's wrong with being a beast tamer? Can a beast tamer take away someone's beloved? Bai Yu replied displeasedly. Who isn't a beast tamer? My brother is a silver-level beast tamer. This made Zhao Kuei shut his mouth, glancing at Bai Yu who was walking out, and could only shake his head helplessly. Boss, that guy is in the forest. We remember the location. Let's teach him a lesson. And as for Ma Xiaoxue, the boss has given her several chances. She is ungrateful. On the street, a large group of people was marching towards the forest, all carrying firearms. With such a show, one would think they were going to fight some silver-level beast. While walking, suddenly, as they passed by the Dawn mercenary group, the door opened, and another group of people charged out, led by Long Wu. The narrow street could not accommodate 2 groups of people, and Bai Yu immediately spotted the tall Long Wu, squinting his eyes. Such a big guy, doesn't he have eyes? This made Long Wu somewhat unhappy. He was about to raise his hand, but recalling Ji Jia's instructions, he just gritted his teeth and signaled for everyone to retreat. Humph! Bai Yu snorted, and his group swaggered away. What a thing! If it weren't for his brother, I'd beat him to death sooner or later. Bai Yu is just a bully. Some people in the Dawn mercenary group cursed. Is he Bai Yu? Hearing the words of these people, Long Wu snorted coldly and shook his head. A brother of a silver beast master is nothing in Pingqing. If it were in the capital, my family's young master could easily crush him. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent and followed Long Wu towards the forest. Chapter 68. Strike first in the forest. Yi Fan and his group were hunting an iron-skinned wild boar. This iron-skinned wild boar was of low rank, black iron 7 stars. Yi Fan did not make a move, watching Ma Xiaoxue command the white wolf and the iron-skinned wild boar in combat, his brow gradually furrowing. Soon, after some time had passed, the white wolf, being a star lower, was clearly no match for the iron-skinned wild boar and was at a disadvantage, while Ma Xiaoxue gritted her teeth and continued to command. All right. At a certain moment, seeing the white wolf in danger, Yi Fan raised his hand. The Hellhound, which had been prepared for a long time, rushed out and directly pounced on the iron-skinned wild boar, finishing the battle with a simple throat lock. In the recent battle, you had 7 opportunities to turn the tables. Looking at Ma Xiaoxue, who was panting beside him, Yi Fan spoke. First, during the first charge of the iron-skinned wild boar, you could have commanded the white wolf to dodge and launched a counterattack, but you chose to take it head-on, clearly not considering the power levels of both sides. Second, Yi Fan's tone was not soft, and beside him, Ma Xiaoxue felt somewhat ashamed, nodding repeatedly. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoxue's expression changed slightly. I'm only black iron 6 stars. Your rank can be quickly improved. Before silver, relying on spirit herbs will suffice. Yi Fan waved his hand. The most important thing is that you have enough combat power to face strong enemies. I can provide you with spirit herbs, but I don't want you to become mere decorations. Good. Hearing this, Ma Xiaoxue nodded. Then should I also participate in the battle? Wang Lingxi, who seemed somewhat dissatisfied, asked nervously from the side. In the following battles, Yi Fan did not participate as he said he wouldn't. Analyzing the flaws and shortcomings in the battles after each one ended and offering suggestions for improvement. They fought until nightfall, and only then did Yi Fan let them stop and set up tents and a campfire on the outskirts of the forest. I feel like I've learned a lot today. By the tent, while tidying up, Ma Xiaoxue said to Wang Lingxi, Yi Fan's combat experience is so rich. He is on a completely different level than us. Indeed, Wang Lingxi nodded, looking at Ma Xiaoxue with a thoughtful expression. You might not know, but we previously hunted a silver 2-star colorful leopard in the jungle. Silver 2 stars? Hearing this, Ma Xiaoxue was taken aback. How is that possible? Can bronze kill silver? That's right. Ma Xiaoxue nodded. Then I need to learn more from him. Why would he value me so much? Ma Xiaoxue found it hard to believe. Really, trust me, Yi Fan definitely values you a lot. By the campfire, Yi Fan naturally heard their whispered conversation, shaking his head with a slight smile. Yi Fan, do you really value that Ma Xiaoxue a lot? Li Pengzi, who had come over, asked curiously. Oh, I see. Li Pengzi nodded, glancing at Yi Fan. So are you investing in advance? We can't always passively wait for trouble to find us. With 2 or 3 people facing dozens or hundreds, we will always suffer losses. If we have some power in our hands, we can take the initiative. Establishing a mercenary group sounds good. Hearing this, Li Pengzi was somewhat excited. Then I'll be an elder member. That's fine. Li Pengzi agreed, patting Yi Fan. After all, I'm the one who will catch the dragon python in the future. If I'm not strong enough, how can that work? Then the dragon python will come. Hearing this, Yi Fan had a hint of helplessness in his eyes and nodded. Boss, why are those Dawn people always following us? In another part of the forest, Baiyu was approached by a sharp-nosed person who whispered to him. Hearing this, Baiyu frowned, looking towards a distance where there was indeed some firelight. From the number of people, it was clearly the group from the Dawn mercenary team they had seen in the afternoon. For the entire afternoon, this group from Dawn had been following them since they left the city, and now it was already night, yet they were still following. What do they want? Baiyu felt a bit vigilant and silently signaled to the members. Upon seeing this, they quietly loaded their firearms. The Dawn and Aurora mercenary teams were originally at odds, and in this Silver Moon forest, if they wanted to make a move, they really wouldn't have too many scruples. Are they trying to attack me while my brother is not here? Baiyu thought to himself. After walking for a while, he turned his head, and when he saw the group's torches still not far behind him, his suspicions grew. This group from the Dawn mercenary team is really coming for us. Boss, what should we do? They have quite a few people. One of the subordinates said a bit fearfully. Strike first. Baiyu, who is usually ruthless, quickly made a judgment and nodded. Since they want to move against us, then we should strike first. We have about the same number of people. Whoever strikes first has the advantage. Upon hearing this, one of the subordinates hesitated. But what if they are not coming for us? How do we explain that? Explain what? Hearing this, Baiyu sneered. They from Dawn have been following us all this way. What do we have to explain? At that time, we can just insist that they acted first. Just right. Since Yi Fan hasn't found them, these blind fools from Dawn want to attack me? Then let us sharpen our blades on them. After his voice fell, the group following Baiyu quickly hid to both sides of the forest. They were all experienced hunters, very familiar with ambush tactics. On the other side, Long Wu, looking at the disappearing firelight ahead, let out a sigh of relief. Finally, these people are on a different path from us. Saying this, Long Wu looked suspiciously at a scrawny boy beside him. Are you sure Yi Fan and the others are taking this path? After explaining, it seemed he noticed Long Wu's doubt and added. The Aurora team might be here to hunt the nearby rock pythons, so their route is similar to ours. However, after this point, they will need to head towards the Dark River. All right. Hearing this, Long Wu nodded, pondering for a moment before whispering, spread out the people. Try to extend the search range as much as possible and conduct a sweeping search. It's night now. Yi Fan and the others shouldn't continue moving in the forest, but should choose to set up camp. Once we find their camp, we'll relay the information to each other and encircle them. Be careful not to alarm them. Yi Fan is very alert. Be more cautious. Understood. Chapter 69. Plans at night. Yi Fan and the others set up their tents and did not choose to rest immediately. Instead, under Yi Fan's command, they hunted around to ensure the safety of the camp. Yi Fan, what is that? In the darkness, Li Pengzi looked at a cluster of faintly glowing fruits not far away, curiously asking. Bioluminescent mushrooms. They glow at night and have no other use, just ordinary. After glancing at the fruit, Yi Fan said, squatting down to collect them. Why collect ordinary ones? Li Pengzi was somewhat puzzled. Oh, I see. Li Pengzi suddenly understood. Yi Fan had a hint of a smile in his eyes. Many things have their uses. Some ordinary crops can be useful in special circumstances. Then the explosive mushrooms we saw a few days ago also have other uses? Upon hearing Li Pengzi's question about the explosive mushrooms, Yi Fan showed a contemplative expression. Explosive mushrooms can be used in cooking. Li Pengzi was momentarily speechless, just about to say something when suddenly, the sound of gunfire echoed from the distant jungle. Bang! The sound of the gunfire was like a fuse being lit, followed closely by a flurry of gunfire and various noisy arguments and disturbances. What is going on? Li Fati was startled and shrank his head. Wang Lingxi, send the Poby bird to take a look. Yi Fan listened to the sound, slightly furrowing his brows as he looked at Wang Lingxi beside him. Be careful, they have guns. and the Poby bird's defense is weak. Don't let it get shot down. Okay. Wang Lingxi nodded repeatedly, commanding the Poby bird to fly out. At the same time, a light gradually appeared in her eyes, indicating she had activated her spirit core. The Poby bird flew quickly, and before long, Wang Lingxi spoke up. There are two groups of mercenaries exchanging fire. One side is from Dawn. Dawn people? Hearing this, Yi Fan squinted. What does the leader look like? Slim build, not tall, heavy dark circles under his eyes, with a tear mole at the corner, Wang Lingxi said. Halfway through her sentence, Ma Xiaoxue interjected. That person is by you. Yi Fan nodded. If it's by you, then that group from Dawn is probably here to cause trouble for us. What about the group they are fighting? What are the characteristics of their leader? Long Wu? This remark stunned Li Fatty beside them. Isn't he Ji's servant? Why is he here? He should also be here to cause us trouble, Yi Fan replied, looking towards the distant jungle, his eyes showing a rare hint of confusion. How did these two groups end up fighting? By you, are you crazy? Ambushing our Dawn people in the jungle? In the jungle, gunfire rang out continuously. A small leader from the Dawn side shouted angrily, your brother is not here. Do you Bai Yu want to represent Dawn and declare war on us? Stop threatening me. Bai Yu retorted, you brought so many people to track us down. Weren't you just planning to ambush me? Now that I've seen through you, you're starting to pretend. Who is tracking you? We are. The small leader started to speak, but was shot and fell dead on the spot. In the field, several people were protecting Long Wu, and the situation was clearly unfavorable for Dawn. They never expected Dawn would suddenly attack, and they had scattered their formation, suffering significant losses in this ambush. Lord Long Wu, let's retreat first. That mad dog by you is ready to attack us, one person said to Long Wu. We're at a disadvantage like this. We can only retreat and find trouble with Bai Yu later. Hearing this, Long Wu felt a bit unwilling. The young master was already very dissatisfied with their recent failures against Yi Fan, and if they returned empty-handed this time, the young master would surely be even angrier. I'll talk to him. After hesitating for a while, Long Wu stepped out. Bai Yu, I am from the Ji family in Kyoto. Bang! Halfway through his sentence, a bullet exploded on Long Wu's shoulder, causing his face to change drastically as he quickly retreated. Just as he stepped back, bullets hit the ground where he had just stood. What Kyoto Ji family? I've never heard of it. Bai Yu's voice rang out from the other side. Truly a mad dog. Long Wu gritted his teeth, looking at the blood blooming from his shoulder, his face darkening. If it weren't for his hybrid bloodline, which made his reactions and body stronger than ordinary people, just that moment of inattention could have meant a similar fate to that small leader. Lord Long Wu, let's retreat first. We can inform young Master Ji and let him deal with him. One person quickly helped Long Wu up. Bai Yu is going crazy again. At this moment, Long Wu could only nod. A few people protected Long Wu as they quickly retreated along the path they came from. However, they didn't get far before the Dawn people appeared again, having stealthily approached from behind. It's over, we're surrounded. The faces of several people changed dramatically as Bai Yu's voice rang out from behind them. Dawn's descendants, none of you can escape today. Long Wu and his group were surrounded. Not far from the battle circle, on a hillside, Wang Lingxi spoke to Yi Fan behind her. It seems Bai Yu has taken us as enemies and is fighting fiercely. Yi Fan nodded, his gaze focused on the distance, deep in thought. He knew Bai Yu's character well. He was highly suspicious and ruthless in his actions. Since he had already opened fire, he would definitely not leave any survivors. Long Wu revealing his identity would not only fail to stop Bai Yu, but also make him think of exterminating them completely. Yi Fan's gaze slightly narrowed as he looked at the injured Long Wu in the crowd. Long Wu was quite decent. The Kuei Nyo clan had fallen under the control of the Ji family, with many secrets involved. However, in the previous life, no one guided him. And he remained blindly loyal, never knowing the truth until death. If he could awaken Long Wu, it would plant a seed. Yi Fan thought to himself, a smile appearing in his eyes. The Ji family was one of the 8 great families in Kyoto, and their power was immense. Among them, the Kuei Nyo clan was an indispensable part of their vast influence. If this part could be mobilized, its role would not be small. Just right. Since Dawn and the Wolves had some connections with the dynasty organization, if they could fight, it would reveal the tumors hiding within. With a decision made, Yi Fan no longer hesitated and raised his hand. Fatty, prepare to act. Are we going to strike? Fatty was taken aback, but said nothing, nodding his head as the 3-headed snake-type beast quietly infiltrated the grass. You two stay here first. Your strength is not enough and you might get accidentally injured by gunfire. Yi Fan said to Wang Lingxi and Ma Xiaoxue before quickly heading down the hillside. Beside him, the Gale Eagle and Hellhound swiftly followed. Bang! Bang! In the battle circle, Long Wu grabbed a person rushing up and slammed him heavily to the ground, but immediately afterward, gunfire erupted, and he was shot in the back. Dropping to his knees. It's over. Beside him, the few people protecting Long Wu were a bit frightened, looking at the many Dawn mercenaries surrounding them, unsure of where to retreat. Long Wu, will not die at the hands of these people. Long Wu, who had been hit multiple times, felt slightly dazed as he looked at the approaching crowd, seemingly unwilling to accept his fate, and clenched his fist. Just as he was about to swing that fist, a panicked voice suddenly rang out from the crowd ahead. Is the young master here to save us? Looking at the chaotic Dawn mercenaries in front of him, Long Wu's expression changed slightly. Before he could speak, suddenly, a fireball rapidly expanded and exploded ahead. Boom. In just a few seconds, a large crowd was cleared out, and many who could not retreat in time were ignited by the Hellhound's intense flames, fleeing in panic as nearby trees were instantly set ablaze. The scene turned into a purgatory. Hellhound, seeing the beast in the field, Long Wu was stunned, looking up to see a familiar figure standing by a nearby tree. His expression suddenly changing. Yi Fan, how could it be you? Chapter 70. Impact Yi Fan? As this voice rang out in the jungle, Bai Yu looked at Yi Fan beside the Hellhound, his expression shifting. You are the one who saved the person I wanted? You have some guts. Bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted as Yi Fan dodged to the side of a tree, while the flames from the Hellhound swept through a path. Screech. The Gale Eagle's cry sounded, and then it rushed down from the sky. How dare you? Bai Yu panicked, trying to dodge, but the Gale Eagle was incredibly fast, and in an instant, its claws slashed across Bai Yu's face, leaving a wound. Yi Fan leaped out, casually grabbing a person trying to ambush him and throwing him aside. The Rock Python and Hellhound moved through the crowd, both possessing immense strength that ordinary hunters could not withstand. In no time, everyone around Bai Yu was pushed back, and the Gale Eagle rushed in again, causing Bai Yu to panic and fall to the ground. Bai Yu, having a brother like you, Bai Chun, is truly a misfortune for the family. Yi Fan's voice rang out. Bai Yu looked up and saw Yi Fan standing in front of him, the Gale Eagle, resembling the Grim Reaper in the air, now quietly perched on his shoulder. From a high vantage point, Yi Fan's eyes held little emotion as he looked at Bai Yu and coldly spoke, retreat, or die. I retreat, I retreat. At this moment, Bai Yu dared not say anything more and stumbled backward. Yi Fan did not stop him, merely watching Bai Yu leave quietly, his hand resting on the head of the Hellhound beside him. Soon, the remaining members of the Dawn faction evacuated the forest, at which point Yi Fan turned around to look at Long Wu and the others. Seeing Yi Fan's gaze, the few people beside Long Wu showed unusual expressions. They had originally come to kill Yi Fan, but instead, they were saved by him in the end. Thank you for your help, brother Yi Fan. One person cupped his hands, his face somewhat awkward. Hearing this, the person choked, wanting to explain something, but Long Wu raised his hand. You all can leave. Okay. Seeing Long Wu speak, the already fearful group breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly fled into the distance. Soon, apart from some corpses left from the battle, the jungle was left with only Long Wu, who was half kneeling on the ground. The scene was somewhat silent, but ultimately, Long Wu raised his head and spoke firmly, let's fight. My Kuei Nyo clan's members will not become captives. Do you think I saved you because I want to kill you myself? Hearing this, a slight smile appeared in Yi Fan's eyes as he shook his head and said, if your Kuei Nyo clan truly had such backbone, how could you have become servants? This statement darkened Long Wu's expression, rendering him momentarily speechless. As servants, they would never be able to stand tall again. Yi Fan spoke, looking at the silent Long Wu, and slowly continued. Do you know how your Kuei Nyo clan became servants of the Ji family? Is it really as the outside world says, that your Ji family voluntarily surrendered? After your Kuei Nyo clan submitted to the Ji family, why has your bloodline grown weaker? Yi Fan, a soldier can be killed but cannot be humiliated. Hearing Yi Fan repeatedly mention the Kuei Nyo clan's matters, Long Wu seemed somewhat angry, raising his head and wanting to stand, but his injuries prevented him from doing so. I wasn't insulting you just now. Yi Fan shook his head, just like I asked you about the breathing technique last time. Did you get any results? Dragon Elephant skill? Hearing this, Yi Fan revealed a playful smile. Does Ji Jia dare to give you the real Dragon Elephant skill? What do you mean by that? Long Wu raised his eyebrows. Did you save me just to sow discord between me and the young master? Do you know what the Dragon Elephant skill is? Yi Fan interrupted Long Wu's words. The Dragon Elephant skill is just the name of a breathing technique. Humph. Hearing this, Yi Fan laughed. Long Wu, does your Kuei Nyo clan even forget the techniques created by your ancestors? Our ancestors created techniques? Long Wu's expression slightly changed at this statement. Otherwise, how could your Kuei Nyo bloodline be that strong? Yi Fan retorted, looking at Long Wu. Those who could slaughter ancient relic species and become the first beast masters were all extraordinary individuals. It wouldn't be difficult for them to create a suitable breathing technique for their descendants. Upon hearing this, Long Wu hesitated. If you don't believe me, you can tell me the breathing technique Ji Jia gave you, and I can point out the differences on the spot. Yi Fan spoke, glancing at Long Wu, who was about to shake his head, and continued, you must know some things about me since you follow Ji Jia. A Dragon Elephant skill isn't worth my effort to save you. Long Wu remained silent for a while before finally speaking. The technique the young master gave me is like this. Soon, Long Wu recited the breathing technique formula Ji Jia had given him. Yi Fan listened beside him, and gradually, a smile appeared in his eyes. Based on what I said, change these 3 steps of the breathing technique and adjust the acupoints, which are. Hearing this, Long Wu was stunned and instinctively followed Yi Fan's instructions to run the breathing technique. Soon, a cracking sound came from Long Wu's body, and his injuries visibly began to heal at a rapid pace. Boom! Like the sound of a cow stamping, Long Wu stood up, his hair seeming to wriggle, and faintly, a small cow horn began to sprout. This is truly our Kuei Nyo clan's ancestral technique. Long Wu felt the dramatic change in his body and looked at Yi Fan with an expression full of disbelief. How is this possible? You should know how important the Dragon Elephant skill is to your Kuei Nyo clan. Yi Fan looked at Long Wu and spoke lightly, then continued. Not to mention the Dragon Elephant skill, as long as you practice an ordinary breathing technique, your Kuei Nyo clan wouldn't be as weak as before. So, the young master deliberately gave me a wrong breathing technique to make me think I really couldn't cultivate the breathing technique? Long Wu retorted, seemingly greatly shocked, unable to accept it, and looked at Yi Fan. But why would the young master do this? Wouldn't it be more beneficial for him if I became stronger by practicing the breathing technique? Long Wu, even at this point, you still don't understand? Yi Fan said somewhat helplessly, looking at Long Wu. The Kuei Nyo clan was truly too simple-minded. Some things couldn't even be hinted at. 100 years ago, your Kuei Nyo clan had to submit. For such a long time, the Ji family has been finding various reasons to continuously oppress and weaken you. Yi Fan spoke plainly. They want you to become true servants, not a potential threat that might seek revenge. Revenge? This made Long Wu pause. Revenge for what? Of course, for the grievances of your clan members. Yi Fan opened his mouth, his eyes cold, unlike the Dragon Eye users and other bloodline relics. Your clan doesn't have various obvious shortcomings. The inherited relic bloodlines are gentle and non-toxic. By rights, your clan's population should be the largest among all humans with relic bloodlines. Not to mention 10,000, there should definitely be thousands. But my clan members, up to my generation, number only a few dozen. Chapter 71. Change. Long Wu fell silent, not speaking for a long time. Clearly, at this point, he had fully understood. Why? After a while, Long Wu raised his head and asked, but only posed this one question. Long Wu fell silent again, and after a few seconds, he looked up. What should I do? If you give me the Dragon Elephant skill and tell me about the blood feud of your clan, I can serve you. Serve you? As the conversation reached this point, a hint of a smile appeared in Yi Fan's eyes as he glanced at Long Wu but said nothing, just shook his head. Long Wu, I'm not like Ji Jia, needing servants to shield me from arrows and fight for me. The Kuei Nyo clan is meant to stand tall. The blood flowing in you is that of heroes. After saying this, Yi Fan patted Long Wu's shoulder. What you should do is far more than just follow me. Long Wu hesitated for a moment, then nodded heavily. There will be a day when you will take revenge. Understood. Long Wu nodded, cupping his fists toward Yi Fan, then walked toward the edge of the forest. After taking a few steps, Long Wu seemed to think of something, suddenly stopping and turning to look at Yi Fan, asking, Yi Fan, how did you know about our Kuei Nyo clan's Dragon Elephant skill? Hearing this, Yi Fan revealed a smile and casually replied, does the answer matter? As these words fell, Long Wu was taken aback, then shook his head with some self-deprecation. Compared to the hatred of my Kuei Nyo clan, these things are nothing. After saying this, Long Wu turned around and left without any further hesitation. Soon, Long Wu disappeared into the jungle, and beside him, Fat Li approached. Looking at Yi Fan with a smile in his eyes, curiously asking, Yi Fan, what did you just say to Long Wu? You seem a bit happy? Not bad. Yi Fan nodded, looking at Fat Li, seemingly recalling something, and smiled as he shook his head. It's quite funny. Ji Jia and Bai Yu both wanted to cause me trouble and each gathered a group of people to ambush me, but they hadn't found me yet. And they ended up fighting each other first. Is his brother a burden? On the side, Fat Li spoke up, noting how his younger brother had been spoiled by him. Meanwhile, the employer was injured, and more than half of the mercenaries sent on the mission were either dead or wounded. Naturally, the members of the Dawn mercenary group couldn't swallow this grievance and gathered a large group of people to block the entrance of the Shuguang mercenary group to seek an explanation. The conflict between these two major mercenary groups quickly changed the situation for the Pingxing mercenary group, and under the demands from both sides, other mercenary groups chose sides, turning the situation into a large-scale brawl. They might not care about the face of a silver-level beastmaster, but if it was Bai Chun, the leader of the Shuguang mercenary group, it was a different story. After receiving an explanation, the Dawn mercenary group did not continue to pursue the matter, and the conflict ended in a whimper. Night fell, and in the Ji family courtyard, Ji Jia was resting. It had been 7 or 8 days since he sent Long Wu to cause trouble for Yi Fan, and he had not received any news from Long Wu. Recently, he had been in seclusion to improve his Beastmaster skills, and during this time, he was too lazy to send anyone to check on Long Wu. As days passed, Jie began to feel something was off. Creak. Just as he hesitated whether to call someone to check on Long Wu's news, the door suddenly opened, and Long Wu walked in. Did someone hurt you? Hearing this, Jie narrowed his eyes and asked, Did you not tell Bai Yu that you are my Ji family servant? So bold. Upon hearing this, Jie's expression turned cold. This Bai Yu is really someone who doesn't know to look at the master when hitting a dog? Long Wu spoke, lowering his head, and asked the young master to help him out. Of course. Jie stood up and walked outside. Passing by Long Wu, Jie suddenly stopped, looking at the horns that were faintly sprouting from Long Wu's hair, and was taken aback for a moment. Long Wu, have you grown cow horns? Did the injury trigger your bloodline awakening? Upon hearing this, Jie seemed unfazed, his eyes showing a hint of helplessness. You members of the Kuei Nyo clan really have it good. You've learned to flatter now, huh? At this, Jie smiled, and then stepped outside. All right, let us go. I want to see just how bold that Bai Yu is to dare not give my Ji family face. Sure. Long Wu nodded, slowly rising in the night, watching Jie walk ahead with tightly clenched fists. However, after a while, he relaxed his fists and caught up. Chapter 72, Conspiracy Against Creek. Just as he hesitated whether to call someone to check on Long Wu's news, the door suddenly swung open, and Long Wu walked in. Someone hurt you? Hearing this, Jie squinted his eyes and asked, Did you not tell that Bai Yu that you are a servant of the Ji family? So bold. Hearing this, Jie's face turned cold. This Bai Yu is also someone who doesn't know how to recognize the master when beating a dog? Long Wu spoke, lowering his head, and asked the young master to help him. Of course. Jie stood up and walked outside. As he passed by Long Wu, Jie suddenly stopped, staring at the horns that were faintly growing from Long Wu's hair, and was taken aback. Long Wu, have you grown cow horns? Has your injury triggered the awakening of your bloodline? Hearing this, Jie didn't seem surprised. There was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. You members of the Kuei Nyo clan really have it easy. How did you learn to flatter? Upon hearing this, Jie smiled, and then stepped outside. All right, let us go. I want to see just how bold that Bai Yu is to dare not give the Ji family face. Good. Long Wu nodded, slowly getting ready in the night, watching Jie walk ahead with his fists tightly clenched. However, after a while, he relaxed his fists and followed. Young Master Ji, please have a seat. In the Dawn mercenary group, Jie sat at a table. Opposite him, the tall and sturdy Bai Chun was politely serving tea, while Long Wu stood beside Jie, his face solemn, not saying a word. At the entrance of the mercenary group, Li Ming and a group of mercenaries were gathered around, looking like they were enjoying the spectacle. Where's your brother Bai Yu? Glancing at the tea on the table, Jie didn't drink it. He looked at Bai Chun and asked, Your little brother is being inconsiderate. I hope young Master Ji can be magnanimous. Humph. Seeing Bai Chun's lowly posture, Jie snorted and didn't continue to reprimand him. Instead, he moved the teacup on the table slightly, his gaze becoming a bit more focused. The teacup, made of white jade, was quite nice. It seemed that your Dawn mercenary corps was doing well. As he said this, Jie looked at Bai Chun, somewhat taken aback. This guy's skill in finding an opening was somewhat impressive, making it difficult for him to know how to proceed with his reprimand. This matter, you should know, won't be so easily settled. After a moment of silence, Jie spoke in a low voice. Bai Chun, you don't think that by lowering your posture like this, you can calm my anger, do you? Hearing that familiar name, Bai Chun was momentarily stunned. Is he the member who had a conflict with my little brother? Jie nodded. He is in your mercenary group, so it shouldn't be difficult for you to target him, right? Bai Chun, even at this point, are you still saying this? Jie interrupted Bai Chun's words, his expression seeming a bit gloomy. Or do you think I'm discussing this with you? This left Bai Chun somewhat speechless. He looked at Jie, remained silent for a while, and finally nodded. Since young Master Ji said so, then I will follow suit. After saying this, Bai Chun glanced at Jie and whispered, Then the unpleasantness I had with young Master Ji before is hereby resolved. Chapter 73. Come along, young Master Ji, please sit. In the Dawn mercenary group, Jie sat at a table, while opposite him, the tall and sturdy Bai Chun was politely serving tea. Long Wu stood beside Jie with a serious expression, not uttering a word. At the entrance of the mercenary group, Li Ming and a group of mercenaries surrounded them, looking like they were enjoying the spectacle. Where's your brother Bai Yu? Glancing at the tea on the table, Jie did not drink it. He looked at Bai Chun and asked, My little brother is inexperienced. I hope young Master Ji can be magnanimous. Humph. Seeing Bai Chun's humble demeanor, Jie snorted, but did not continue to question him. Instead, he moved the teacup on the table slightly, his gaze sharpening a bit. The teacup made of white jade is quite nice. It seems your Dawn mercenary group is doing well. As these words left his mouth, Jie looked at Bai Chun, somewhat taken aback. This guy's skill in finding openings is quite impressive, making it hard for him to voice his grievances. This matter, you should know, won't be so easily resolved. After a moment of silence, Jie spoke in a low voice. Bai Chun, you don't think that lowering your stance like this will quell my anger, do you? Yi Fan heard this familiar name, and Bai Chun was momentarily stunned. Is he the member who clashed with my little brother? Well, Jie nodded. He is in your mercenary group, so targeting him shouldn't be too difficult, right? Bai Chun, even at this point, are you still saying this? Jie interrupted Bai Chun's words, his expression seeming a bit gloomy. Or do you think I am discussing this with you? This left Bai Chun somewhat speechless. He looked at Jie, remained silent for a while, and finally nodded. Since young Master Ji said so, then I will do as you say. After saying this, Bai Chun glanced at Jie and quietly said, then the unpleasantness between my younger brother and young Master Ji can be considered resolved. Jie waved his hand and stood up. Captain Bai Chun, you better keep your word. If I find out. Don't worry, young master. Long Wu bowed and saluted, watching Jie leave until he suddenly broke into a smile. Long Wu's brother, seeing Long Wu smile suddenly, was taken aback. What's wrong with you? What should we do? Looking at Long Wu across from him, Bai Chun sighed and finally shook his head. His younger brother really knows how to cause trouble. Bang! In the jungle, accompanied by a heavy blow, a bronze 5-star beast was knocked to the ground, struggling for a moment before falling silent. We won. Looking at the wild beast lying on the ground, Ma Xiaoxua let out a deep breath. A hint of excitement on her face as she glanced at Yi Fan. Finally won. Beside her, Li Pengzi wiped the sweat from his forehead. Yi Fan nodded, surprisingly not correcting their mistakes, a smile appearing in his eyes. In just half a month, Li Pengzi's 3 beasts had all reached bronze 3 stars, while Ma Xiaoxua's white wolf had eaten a mutated fruit and evolved into a sharp-toothed wolf, now also at bronze 1-star level. Hearing this, Ma Xiaoxua and Li Pengzi, still excited, paused for a moment. What's wrong? Getting used to living in the forest? Yi Fan asked with a smile, observing their reactions. Not really used to it. But I feel like my strength is improving quickly while staying in the forest. Li Pengzi scratched his head. But doesn't the mercenary group need 5 people? Wang Lingxi asked. It seems we only have 4 here, still 1 short. Not short. I've already decided on the last member. Who is it? Li Pengzi asked. You'll find out when the time comes. Yi Fan waved his hand and stepped forward. The others exchanged glances but tacitly said nothing more. They all followed Yi Fan's decision. Just now, when she commanded the white wolf to lock the throat, she really showed some of your style. In such a short time to achieve this. It proves her combat talent is quite good. A one-hit kill is the most lethal and effective way to resolve a battle. All attacks before this strike are to pave the way for it. You should develop this kind of mindset too, during battles. Consciously think about how to launch attacks and achieve a one-hit kill. Understood. Li Pengzi nodded, pondering for a moment before hesitantly saying, I feel like Ma Xiaoxua has much more potential than I do. Yi Fan, why did you choose to help me back then? Hearing this, a hint of amusement appeared in Yi Fan's eyes as he looked at the chubby guy and replied, helping you has nothing to do with talent. That's what you say, but I feel like it's a waste to give me these resources. What kind of waste is that? Yi Fan shook his head upon hearing this. At least, you're no longer that timid Liu who was afraid of everything. You have started to aspire to become a powerful beast master and dare to strike back against injustice and oppression. With these changes, it can no longer be considered a waste. After saying this, Yi Fan stepped forward, and beside him, the Hellhound quickly carried Yi Fan and raced through the jungle. Chubby, keep up, our journey is still long. Chapter 74. Establishing a mercenary group on the street of the mercenary group, Li Pengzi looked at the familiar buildings ahead, feeling a bit emotional. The figures of the 4 did not stand out among the crowd, but soon, someone noticed Yi Fan and their presence. Quick, look. That person seems to be Yi Fan, the one who clashed with Bai Yu and took down a dozen people from dawn. Yes, that's him. The unusual reactions from those around caught Li Pengzi's attention, and he leaned closer to Yi Fan, whispering, Yi Fan, it seems we are famous now. Yi Fan nodded. The mercenary group in Pingcheng is essentially a small circle, and if something happens, the whole circle will know about it by the next day. No way. Yi Fan shook his head, stepping into the Dawn mercenary group. As he entered, many eyes turned towards him. And when they saw this boy who had left a deep impression on them, many faces changed. In the crowd, many mercenaries stood up, some of whom had escaped from Yi Fan's hands, their faces filled with anger. Yi Fan naturally noticed the reactions of the crowd, a cold smile on his face, saying nothing, as if their reactions had no impact on him. I'm here to hand in a mission. Approaching Zhao Kuei, Yi Fan took out the mission sheet he had brought back, nodding to Li Pengzi beside him. Li Pengzi understood and took out a bag, tossing out a pile of items, all of which were needed for the mission. After saying this, glancing around, Zhao Kuei lowered his voice and said quietly, a few days ago, Jie came to find our captain. using the matter in the forest to pressure our captain to target you. Jia looked for your captain? Upon hearing this, a hint of amusement appeared in Yi Fan's eyes as he glanced at Zhao Kuei and nodded. Zhao Kuei is still as warm-hearted as ever. First, let me settle my task. After pausing for a few seconds, Yi Fan spoke up. Seeing Yi Fan's indifference, Zhao Kuei had no choice but to take the mission sheet. Soon, after verifying the mission, Zhao Kuei took out a stack of cash and handed it to Yi Fan, saying, "This is your commission, after deducting the handling fee. A total of 110,000. Good." Yi Fan nodded, while Li Panzi quickly took the commission and stuffed it into his bag. Looking at Zhao Kuei, who was nervously watching the back, Yi Fan felt somewhat helpless and waved his hand. "Then I'll prepare to leave." Leaving? Hearing this, Zhao Kuei repeatedly agreed, saying, "Good. Hurry up and go. Help us with the withdrawal procedures." Yi Fan spoke. Okay, wait." Zhao Kuei suddenly realized, looking at Yi Fan in shock. "You want to withdraw from the group?" "Yes." Yi Fan nodded, not explaining much. "Just a formality, no need to withdraw from the group. A bronze-level beast master. And a strong one at that. Such strength is quite an important member for the mercenary group. This kind of member can bring in hundreds of thousands in income just from mercenary missions in a year, not to mention other benefits. I was just scaring you." Thinking of this, Zhao Kuei seemed a bit annoyed and said, "It's not that I'm afraid of being targeted. I just have other plans." Yi Fan shook his head. "Just process it." Seeing Yi Fan's resolute attitude, Zhao Kuei hesitated. Really going to withdraw from the group? Zhao Kuei didn't expect Yi Fan to be so decisive. He kept watching Yi Fan leave, finally seeming to react, looking at the information in front of him. A bit stunned. This is a mess, caught in the middle. "Is Yi Fan here?" A gentle voice sounded, and Bai Chen's tall figure appeared, followed by Long Wu. Zhao Kuei looked up, and at a glance, he saw Bai Chen's expression was somewhat conflicted, obviously troubled about Yi Fan's situation. "He is here," handed in the mission, and withdrew from the group. Zhao Kuei raised the mission sheet and the information sheet in his hand. Withdrew from the group? Hearing this, Bai Chen was taken aback. When did this happen? This caught Bai Chen off guard, and subconsciously, he looked at Long Wu beside him. Long Wu hesitated slightly at Bai Chen's look, eventually nodding. "I'll tell the young master that it was Captain Bai who let Yi Fan withdraw from the group. What a pity, such a powerful beast master. If he stayed with us at dawn, it would greatly enhance our surface strength. Are you sure you want to establish a mercenary group?" At the mercenary group notarization office, the elderly notary looked at the four young boys, seemingly uncertain. "Yes." Yi Fan nodded, looking at the notary across from him, summoning the Hellhound. "I am a bronze 9-star beast master, which should be sufficient in qualifications." Bronze 9-star. Seeing the beast summoned by Yi Fan, the notary's expression changed slightly, then nodded. "Since that's the case, it's enough. But you only have 4 people. The most basic mercenary group requires 5 people. Seeing the middle-aged man's appearance, a smile appeared in Yi Fan's eyes as he waved his hand and said, "Dad. Coming quickly. Coming." Hearing Yi Fan's call, Yi Linqing walked into the room, slightly surprised to see Yi Fan and the others. "Yi Fan, what are you doing?" "Establishing a mercenary group. Come over quickly. Dad, we just need you." Yi Fan waved his hand, and upon seeing this, Yi Linqing hurried over. "Is it okay now?" He patted his father, then spoke to the notary. "All right." Seeing Yi Fan bring his father over, the notary seemed a bit helpless, but still nodded, took out a form, and handed it to Yi Fan. "Let's give your mercenary group a name." Chapter 75, Spending Money Name. Hearing this, Yi Fan hesitated slightly, seemingly thinking of something. But soon he smiled and shook his head. "Let's call it Xunyi." As he spoke, Yi Fan picked up a pen and wrote the powerful characters Xunyi on the notebook in front of him. "Xunyi?" The old man in charge of the rankings was taken aback, glancing at Yi Fan. "Is that such a casual name?" "That's fine." There was a hint of a smile in Yi Fan's eyes. "Xunyi is not a casual name. In my past life, it was one of my code names. I'm registering you now." The old man didn't say much more, took the name list, and quickly logged everyone's names. He then continued, "The registration fee is 100,000. The Mercenary Guild will assign you a base and issue an announcement. There will be dedicated personnel to guide you on subsequent operations and precautions." "Okay." Yi Fan nodded and looked at the chubby guy beside him. The chubby guy was in a daze, painfully pulling out a card from his pocket. This card was their startup capital. After hunting for more than half a month, aside from keeping the spirit herbs and medicines, they had sold off everything else for a total of over 300,000. Seeing the chubby guy's expression, Yi Fan teased, "What's wrong? Are you still fond of money? This is the hard-earned money we made this month. How could I not feel heartache?" Li Fatty said as he handed the card to the old man. Soon, the card processing was completed, and the old man called over an assistant, a graceful and dignified beauty named Xiuqin, who held a rental contract and led Yi Fan and the others toward Mercenary Street. Bronze 2 stars. Hearing this, Yi Fan nodded. "That was pretty good. Hello, uncle." Wang Lingxi said sweetly, and beside her, Ma Xiaoxua chimed in. After responding, Yi Linqing leaned in closer to Yi Fan's ear again. These two girls are not bad. You're quite popular, huh? Yi Fan felt a bit helpless, but didn't say anything further. Along the way, it was Li Fatty and his father who were chatting happily. After all, Fatty had grown up with him, and they were quite close. When he learned that Yi Linqing had also broken through to the bronze level, and that the beast he controlled was the little white dog guarding their home, Li Fatty was astonished. Wow, I really didn't expect this little white to reach the bronze level. Looking at the little white dog squatting in front of him, wagging its tail, Li Fatty sighed. Every tamed beast has endless potential, as long as you can find a way to unlock it. Yi Fan smiled and said, your fiery sun snake is the same. Collecting money? What money? Li Fatty was taken aback. Haven't we already collected 100,000? Damn, do we need to pay for everything? At the end of Mercenary Street, in the newly opened Mercenary Tavern, Li Fatty sat on a rickety wooden stool, looking at the list Xiuqin had given him, and exclaimed, cough, cough. Halfway through reading, Li Fatty started coughing. Looking around the dusty Mercenary Tavern, he couldn't believe it. This tavern has nothing, and the hygiene hasn't been cleaned. They want to charge 10,000 ren a month? First, tell Xiuqin to prepare a package for renovation. Let her find someone to fix it up. We need to discuss our plans today, because we have to start operating the mercenary group tomorrow. All right. Li Fatty nodded, painfully pulling out his bank card again. While not far away, Xiuqin seemed to have anticipated this, and was ready with the card reader. Okay, now we can assign our tasks. Do I come too? Wang Lingxi said hesitantly. What's my task? It doesn't sound too complicated. Wang Lingxi nodded thoughtfully. No problem. Good. Yi Fan nodded. The second task is to lead daily missions. In the initial phase, it will be about casually leading some members of the mercenary group to complete some missions and distributing suitable rewards to the members. Later, when there are more members, we can select some to become core members. Is that the fixed team of the mercenary group? Ma Xiaoxua, who had been silent, spoke up. Yes. Yi Fan nodded. The fixed team is an important component of the mercenary group and also part of its hard power. We must select reliable members, and I will personally oversee the selection. As for leading the team, it will temporarily be me, you, and Li Yu taking turns. When we have more members, we can split into several fixed teams. No problem. Ma Xiaoxua nodded, clearly satisfied with the task, as she was already keen on beast battles. Me too. Li Fatty nodded in agreement. What about me? Yi Linqing spoke up. As for Yi Fan's father, upon hearing this, Yi Fan looked at Yi Linqing with a hint of a smile. Dad will be responsible for overseeing the tavern. Chapter 76. Red Ghost overseeing the tavern? Upon hearing this, Yi Linqing was taken aback. What will I do? Just supervise. Li Fatty chimed in. Oh, I see. Yi Linqing nodded, hesitantly saying, I'm not really good at these things. Just focus on improving your beast taming skills. That works. Yi Linqing agreed. Then our initial task distribution is complete. Yi Fan clapped his hands. I will hire a few people for the front desk, cash register, etc. Remember, the mercenary group is for making money and training personnel. These things should primarily focus on self-improvement. Don't lose sight of the main goal, and just think about making money. Captain Bai. It seems a new mercenary group has opened at the end of the street. In the dawning mercenary group, it seemed they heard the sound of renovations, and a group of people came out to take a look. A new mercenary group? Upon hearing this, Bai Chun was not too surprised, just shaking his head. There are quite a few mercenary groups established in Pinching every year, but most of them cannot last long and dissolve within a year. Brother, I think I saw Yi Fan. On one side, Zhao Kuei looked at a few people walking out from the street corner, and those seemed to be his previous partners. Yi Fan. Upon hearing this name, Bai Chun was a bit surprised and glanced at the group. Did they establish a mercenary group? It seems so. Zhao Kuei nodded. I saw the guild personnel hand something over to him, and the renovation workers have arrived. I see. Bai Chun pondered for a moment. No wonder he wanted to leave the group before. It turns out he was preparing to go solo. 5 people, 4 of whom are beast masters. And one of them is a beast master with 2 bronze 9-star beasts. Zhao Kuei lowered his voice, leaning closer to Bai Chun. If they succeed, it could be significant and might even affect our mercenary group's mission volume. The Dawn is vast, and having one more mercenary group isn't a big deal. Bai Chun shook his head, seemingly unconcerned. He watched as the group moved away, deep in thought. However, Qi Jie seemed to have some hostility towards Yi Fan. If he opened a mercenary tavern, would it bring some trouble? That's true. Zhao Kuei scratched his head. So what should our attitude be towards their newly opened mercenary group? Should we try to win them over? It would be good to have some help if they get established. Let's not take a position. Bai Chun pondered before saying. We should stick to our usual approach. Don't provoke others, and others shouldn't provoke us. After saying this, Bai Chun seemed to have seen enough and walked toward the mercenary tavern, while at the entrance, Zhao Kuei watched Bai Chun's departing figure with a slightly helpless expression. Sometimes, I really can't understand Bai Chun. Dawn has been around for so many years, and he clearly had the opportunity to unify the mercenary groups in Pingcheng. But he doesn't do anything and neither allies with others nor prevents others from rising. The situation improved later on. Dawn and Aurora were at odds. And the group leader had a look that suggested, "You don't provoke me, I won't provoke you." In recent years, Dawn gradually grew stronger, seemingly on the verge of matching Aurora. As a member of Aurora and the sixth leader, Zhao Kuei was truly anxious about this. Yifan had previously helped someone from Dawn, so perhaps they had a good relationship. If Dawn managed to win over Yifan, thinking of this made Zhao Kuei sigh. He really couldn't understand what the group leader was thinking. In Pingcheng, at an underground casino, what should have been a night filled with revelry was instead lacking the fervent gamblers. Only a group of people dressed in various outfits were waiting, heads down and silent, appearing cautious as if they were anticipating the arrival of some important figure. Clack, clack. Soon, footsteps echoed from the other side of the casino, and a masked figure in black appeared. The mask was hideous, a bright red, resembling a demon from hell. "Master." Upon seeing this person, everyone spoke up. "You can just call me Red Ghost, Master." "Yes, Red Ghost, Master," the crowd responded. Yifan. Hearing this name, the atmosphere in the room fell into a slight silence. Quickly, someone stepped forward. "Master, he had a conflict with Ma Dafei before." "I know, he was found by Deng Li." The Red Ghost nodded, looking at the crowd. "Ma Dafei, do you know any recent news about Yifan?" "Yes, Master, I know." A sharp voice responded. "Yifan established a mercenary group today, and many from the mercenary group saw it." "Established a mercenary group?" Upon hearing this, the Red Ghost appeared somewhat surprised, looking at the one who spoke. "Can you confirm this news?" "Bronze level. Even if he's strong, he's still bronze level." This remark made the Red Ghost scoff, and then he waved his hand. "Recently, the situation in Pingcheng is quite tense, as if someone is investigating our affairs. I can't act recklessly, since he has established a mercenary group. Let the mercenary group deal with him." After saying this, the Red Ghost looked back at the person. "You should know what to do, right?" "Yes." "Then I'll leave this matter to you," the Red Ghost said, standing up. He then seemed to think of something, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. "I heard that the kid from the G family isn't on good terms with him. If possible, you can team up with him. The G family is also quite a good family." Chapter 77. Recruiting people in the beast taming space. Yifan had his eyes closed, practicing the Saint entry technique. He was using the spirit pearl he had exchanged for earlier, and at this moment, he was consuming the energy from the spirit pearl. Soon, some time passed, and Yifan opened his eyes, a glimmer of light flashing within. He stood up, feeling a powerful force surging within him. The second layer of the Saint entry technique, Devour, could rapidly consume energy for personal use. Clenching his fist, Yifan carefully sensed it, a smile appearing in his eyes. Now, relying solely on his physical body, he possessed the strength of a bronze 7 or 8 star. Progress is good. Exhaling, Yifan looked at the nearby field, which was lush with greenery. Among them, many spirit herbs and fruits had already grown. The harvest fruit he had seized from the colorful cloud leopard a few days ago was also beginning to show signs of bearing fruit. There were many types of fruits, many of which Yifan couldn't use, but there were plenty prepared for his father and the fat guy. His father didn't participate much in battles, but his strength had to keep up. Fruits like harvest fruit and white jade fruit were essentially for his father. As for other spirit herbs and fruits, Yifan would allocate them according to the needs of his beasts. The Hellhound and Swiftwind Eagle were currently stuck at bronze 9 stars. If they stayed in the beast taming space, they would probably naturally break through in about half a month. Once they reached silver, there would be even more things they could do. Patting the Hellhound beside him, Yifan's eyes showed a hint of a smile. As for Ma Xiaoxue and Wang Lingxi, thinking of these two, Yifan had a slight contemplative look in his eyes. Wang Lingxi didn't need mentioning. She was a support-type talent, which greatly benefited the team. In comparison, he was more optimistic about Ma Xiaoxue. The other party's fighting desire and survival instinct were both cultivable traits. In such a short time, she had already broken through to bronze, and her beast taming skills had advanced by leaps and bounds. Given time, she might even surpass the fat guy. She could be cultivated more. After a bit of thought, Yifan nodded. Over the next few years in Pingcheng, he needed to precisely find some promising talents to cultivate and lay a foundation for future power. However, as time grew, such children from big families would gradually become difficult to deal with their backing forces, strong allies, and even their own growth being quite troublesome. To deal with him, one would have to be prepared to confront the entire G family. It might be better to find an opportunity to kill him in one stroke. Thinking of something, Yifan spoke, then shook his head. He had considered taking the initiative to find Jie and even killing him directly. But based on his understanding of these big families, Jie came to Pingcheng to study with an eternal level protector certainly behind him. To kill him forcefully would require bringing in a big boss, but that would bring no benefits and instead spark a war between the two families. In this life, His goal was to reach the peak of beast tamers. Dealing with Jie could only be a side task, not worth such a high price. This was also why Yifan hadn't acted against Jie these past few times. Taking it slow, eventually swallowing the entire Ji family would be enough. Humph. That Jie, in my past life when I rose, he already learned to hide, but in this life, he sees me shine brightly, and his true colors are evident. If it were the same in my past life, how could he have pretended to be close to me for decades, only to end up like that? It was also laughable. On the first day of the Shun Yi Tavern's opening, it was already midday, but no mercenaries had come to join the group. The few of them sat in the tavern, looking somewhat bored. This situation was strange. Logically, on the first day of a newly established mercenary group, there would be many mercenaries asking about the benefits and other details. It shouldn't be this desolate. Yifan, why isn't there a single person here? Wang Lingxi asked quietly, feeling a bit bored. I don't know. Yifan shook his head, finding it strange as well. I'll go take a look in a bit. After a while, he stood up, silently exiting through the back door and heading to a nearby tavern. Yifan practiced the Saint entry technique, and his senses were sharper than most. From a distance, he silently locked onto two mercenaries by the window. At that moment, the two mercenaries were drinking in a corner, talking about something. Yifan's ears twitched, capturing the content of their conversation. Hey, what do you think of that Shenyi mercenary group? Why do our boss and the leaders of several mercenary groups join forces to resist them? No mercenary is allowed to join in the fun. If they do, they will be directly expelled from the group and never hired again. I don't know. I heard it's formed by a few beast tamers. Maybe our boss feels threatened. A few beast tamers? That's impressive. Should we sneak over to take a look? Are you crazy? That's just talk. What if they are black iron level beast tamers? If you go over there, you'll be expelled and no one will help you. Are you going to starve? Several mercenary groups are joining forces to resist us, prohibiting any mercenaries from coming to watch the fun. Yifan said, sitting down. Resist us? Hearing this, Wang Lingxi was stunned for a moment. Why? What should we do now? Wang Lingxi became a bit anxious. If no one comes, we won't be able to complete the mercenary group's tasks every month. Don't worry. Yifan shook his head, standing up and waving to a few of them. Follow me. Saying this, they followed Yifan to the entrance. At this moment, many from other mercenary groups had noticed them, but most were just looking from afar, with no one speaking. Yifan, what should we do? At the entrance, facing the gaze of the crowd, Li Fati felt a bit awkward and glanced at Yifan beside him. As he spoke, Yifan raised his hand, summoning the Hellhound and Gale Eagle, two bronze-level 9-star beasts, causing many people's expressions to change. Li Fati quickly followed suit, summoning the Rock Python, Sun Snake, and Ghost Snake, three serpentine beasts swirling around him, flicking their cold tongues. Wang Lingxi also released two beasts, the Boppy Bird and the Golden Mouse. Finally, there were Ma Xiaoxue and Yi Linqing, who summoned the Fong Wolf and Iron Hunting Dog, emitting low growls. 5 people, 9 beasts. And the appearance of these 9 beasts elicited gasps from many. Wow, are the leaders of Shinai all bronze-level beast masters? Isn't this paper strength a bit too strong? Damn, this is not just a bit strong. Among the mercenary groups in the city, who besides Dawn and Dusk can bring out 5 beast masters with 9 bronze beasts. Should we go take a look? Following these beast masters should be pretty good, right? At the entrance, after releasing a wave of beasts, Yifan observed the reactions from all sides and let out a slight cold snort. Not long after, the Shinai Tavern was packed. And when it was learned that Shinai would send beast masters to lead a fixed team on missions every month, many people were excited and rushed to sign up. Wow, these people are really fickle. Watching the bustling scene at the registration desk, Li Fati quietly said to Yifan, these people don't seem reliable. They are just here to take advantage of us. Understood. Li Fati nodded, looking at the congested crowd with a rare, thoughtful expression in his eyes. After a while, he suddenly spoke. This is like an emperor selecting concubines. Isn't it? First, gather a few thousand, then pick a few decent ones to enter the harem. Fatty, your analogy. Hearing this, Yifan was momentarily speechless, and after a while, he said, that's a great analogy, but please don't use it next time. Soon, the first day ended, and Wang Lingxi came to Yifan with a full page of names. A total of 33 mercenaries registered today. Looking at Yifan, Wang Lingxi was slightly happy, saying, now we have people for our tavern. Let me take a look. Yifan took the list, glanced at the brief information on it, took out a red pen, circled 7 or 8 names, and then handed the paper to the plumply Fatty and Ma Xiaoxue, saying, these people have some issues. Prioritize excluding them for future missions. Issues. Hearing this, Wang Lingxi was taken aback, asking, why? Why would they come to our mercenary group for no reason? They aren't thinking of making us lead them, are they? Wang Lingxi hesitated. Upon hearing this, Wang Lingxi realized, so, they are spies from other mercenary groups? Yes. Yifan nodded. Close to a quarter are spies? Li Fati was shocked. Not just that, I haven't looked closely. It might be close to a third who are spies. Yi Fan shook his head, looking at the astonished Li Fati, and said, it's normal, after all. It's the initial stage. What should we do? Li Fati asked, seeming a bit indignant. We can't let these people from other mercenary groups take advantage of us for free. Understood. Ma Xiaoxua spoke up. So, are we going on our first mission tomorrow? Yes, we'll go tomorrow and choose some decent people. Yi Fan nodded, saying, let us announce the news. Mercenaries are well informed. As long as the first hunt makes a name for itself, it will be much easier afterwards. Early the next morning, when Yi Fan and the others arrived at the tavern, many people had been waiting for a long time. Captain Yi, are we going on a fixed team mission today? A scar-faced man stood up as he saw them enter. Yes. Yi Fan nodded, narrowing his eyes at the scar-faced man, asking, what, do you want to go? Hearing this somewhat familiar line, Yi Fan glanced at Koro, a slight smile on his face, saying, if I'm not mistaken, you were a worker at the pig slaughterhouse in the east of the city before, right? How did you become a hunting expert now? Koro was stunned, seemingly not expecting Yi Fan to know his previous identity. Yi Fan looked at Koro and smiled, shaking his head. He indeed remembered this guy. In his previous life, he had worked in the mercenary group, believed Koro's words about being a hunting expert, teamed up with him, and nearly got himself killed. This guy was fine with killing raised meat pigs, but couldn't he even lift a knife against wild beasts? Forget it, I'll take you. After a brief pause, Yi Fan patted Koro on the shoulder. All right. Koro was somewhat surprised, nodding repeatedly, feeling pleasantly surprised. You this guy. Yi Fan helplessly shook his head, continuing to walk forward. The two of them had some fate. At least this guy's background was definitely clean, with Yi Fan personally overseeing the recruitment. It was completed quickly. For the first mission, Yi Fan selected 15 people from the 33, excluding not only those clearly problematic, but also some suspicious ones. The remaining 15 were basically wild root mercenaries who had only stayed in various mercenary groups for a few days. All right, let us set off. Looking at the important task before him, Yi Fan's gaze didn't linger for long. He waved his hand and led Ma Xiaoxua and Li Fati toward the Silver Moon Forest. The others followed, and on Mercenary Street, many people stood at the entrance, watching the hunting team led by 3 beast masters, discussing among themselves. This Yi Fan has some skills. In the Chong brother mercenary group, Sun Chong, known as Chong brother, looked at the spies he had carefully selected being excluded by Yi Fan, feeling somewhat surprised. Perhaps we have some intel. Another smaller mercenary group leader spoke up. This Yi Fan doesn't seem like a rookie who just came to the mercenary group for a few days. Should we go all out against them? No need to go all out. Sun Chong shook his head, saying, they just want to make a name for themselves on their first try. We'll just annoy them a bit so they can't make that name. Okay. One person agreed, but was a bit hesitant. Just blocking this time, but next time. They go out on 4 missions a month, while we go out on 8. Let us see who can outdo whom. Chapter 79. Hunting in the Silver Moon Forest. Everyone followed behind Yi Fan and the others, hunting along the way. With beast masters on the mission, everyone's enthusiasm for hunting was high, and they all rushed at black iron beasts. Oomph! Hearing this, Koro let out an angry huff, raising the knife in his hand, saying, this big knife of mine just hasn't found an opportunity to strike. Dealing with ordinary beasts would tarnish my reputation. These people have pretty good combat power. Watching the performance of many hunters, Li Fati was slightly surprised. Many could handle black iron low-star beasts alone, and this performance surprised Li Fati. He originally thought these hunters could only rely on guns to suppress some beasts. Some are trained fighters. Yi Fan observed from the side, saying lightly, ordinary people might not access precious breathing techniques, but martial arts training is still not hard to obtain. Martial arts? Hearing this term for the second time, Li Fati was somewhat curious. Yi Fan, what are martial arts? It sounds impressive. I want to learn a bit. Li Fati asked. Yi Fan, do you know martial arts? I know some, but I'm not specialized in martial arts. Yi Fan shook his head. The myriad forms technique I practice every day can also be considered a type of martial arts. Is it that fist technique that looks like a turtle one moment and like a tortoise the next? Hearing this, Li Fati hesitated. That martial arts. I'm afraid I can't practice. Saying this, Li Fati patted his round belly. With my figure, I can only learn to be an elephant. The myriad forms technique is definitely not suitable for you. Yi Fan looked at Li Fati's belly, shaking his head helplessly. After a moment of thought, he said, you probably want to adapt to close combat. There's no need to learn martial arts. Just be a meat shield, and stay behind the beasts as a meat shield. Once the battle begins, releasing a bunch of beast tamers makes it impossible for others to handle you, and they will have to face a group of beasts. As a result, your physical strength is so overwhelming that they can't do anything about you. After a few rounds of this, others will see you and run away. Yi Fan, what you said is so despicable, Li Fati said, his forehead covered in black lines. but a smile appeared on his face. However, I think this method is powerful. It can really disgust others. How did you think of it? In his previous life, he was also disgusted like this by the master of the gluttonous law, fighting many battles, and in the end, he had to break the pot and sink the boat, forcibly beheading despite being heavily injured, which led to his victory. It was indeed quite disgusting. Otherwise, he wouldn't have pointed out this growth path to Leafati. And it was still a specialized flow, which could become even more disgusting than that person. Ahead was the inner circle. There should be bronze-level beast tamers. Just as he was thinking, a mercenary came to report, "Captain Yi, should we continue moving forward?" Of course. Hearing this, Yi Fan nodded. "We came here to hunt bronze-level beasts." Captain 6, bronze 9-star beast tamer, truly different. Following the captain, there's meat to eat. Charge. Leafati asked. "Isn't it okay to take the lead?" Hearing this, Leafati was taken aback, seemingly not understanding. "Don't just look at the surface of things." Yi Fan shook his head. "Those two didn't contribute anything along the way, but as soon as I speak, they start to show enthusiasm. Those who make noise without contributing are generally the tumors of the team." "Got it." Leafati nodded. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaoxua thoughtfully spoke up. "What about the others? Is there anything to watch out for?" "The pressure guy and the credit seeker. It's best not to have these two types of people in the team," Yi Fan said. "What is a pressure guy and what is a credit seeker? For a team to function effectively, the atmosphere must be carefully managed. You can't be too relaxed. But you also can't have people creating internal strife as if they were enemies." "I think I understand." Leafati nodded, and Ma Xiaoxua also nodded. "Captain, look. I just killed a bronze 1-star beast and knocked it down with one shot." A team member shouted, raising his gun. Not far away, a gray-haired bear lay on the ground, with many traces of firearms on it. Upon hearing this, several people around him clearly had awkward expressions. Some cursed this guy for hogging the credit, while others regretted not firing the last shot. "This is a credit seeker." Leafati and Ma Xiaoxua both turned their heads to look at Yi Fan, both with a hint of amusement in their eyes. "Shoo." Yi Fan made a silencing gesture, waved his hand to signal the team to continue moving forward, and watching Leafati and Ma Xiaoxua walk ahead, a faint smile appeared in his eyes. Li Yu and Ma Xiaoxua, these two were now his left and right arms. Although they were still quite immature, with him around, they would soon grow rapidly. A little snake can still become a dragon. An earthworm isn't just chicken feed. Saying this thoughtfully, Yi Fan turned around and looked at the path they had come from, inadvertently noticing some figures flickering in the distance. This group of people really dared to follow. Seeing these people trying to hide, Yi Fan's gaze turned cold. He had already noticed this group of hunters following him and roughly guessed their intentions. However, he didn't expect that they really dared to follow a bronze 9-star beast tamer. "I let you go for the sake of not teaming up against me, but you still dare to actively chase me?" Yi Fan's voice was slightly hoarse as his eyes narrowed. "But with a few insignificant characters behind you, where do you get the confidence to think I would tolerate your probing?" Chapter 80. Taking action, Captain. Will following like this provoke that, Yi Fan? In the bushes, a few people were hiding, and one of them spoke up, seemingly worried. "The captain told us to take the black shot. If we provoke him, what if a double bronze 9-star beast tamer gets angry? What are you afraid of? It's not just us here." The one referred to as captain was somewhat unconcerned, pointing behind him. "We still have a large force behind us. Even if he is a bronze 9-star beast tamer, can he be invulnerable? If it were just us alone, we might worry a bit, but with so many mercenaries here, we're about to go to war. Once we finish off his men, who would dare to come with him again?" The others nodded, still feeling a bit uneasy. They glanced back at the distant large force, but when they turned back, their faces turned pale. Captain, that Yi Fan seems to be gone." "Gone." Hearing this, the captain was stunned and quickly picked up a nearby binoculars. Looking through it for a few seconds, his expression also changed. He really was gone. "Let me take another look." This time, the captain became a bit flustered. The disappearance of a beast tamer in the jungle was no small matter. After looking for a while and still not finding Yi Fan's trace, the captain dropped the binoculars and said to a nearby team member, "Get me another binoculars." "Which binoculars do you want?" A somewhat cold voice sounded. The captain was taken aback and turned his head, only to find that the hellhound had appeared less than a meter away from him, and at that moment, his surrounding team members had already fainted without him noticing. "Why, Yi Fan?" This scene scared the captain so much he stuttered, trying to retreat while crouched in the bushes. Around him, several team members instantly felt as if facing a great enemy, quickly raising their firearms. "What are you doing here?" Yi Fan caught up to the retreating captain in 2 steps, crouched down, and looked at him with a mocking expression. "You don't mean to come here for a black shot, do you?" Hearing this, the captain's expression changed drastically as he looked up at Yi Fan. "Why, you heard that?" It seemed the captain had begun to realize. "Let go of the captain." A team member shouted angrily, the sound of bullets being chambered echoed. "You can certainly try to see if you can get your gun out." Yi Fan looked at that person, his icy gaze sweeping over. That team member trembled, gritting his teeth, wanting to pull the trigger. Caw! The eagle's cry rang out. The swift-winged eagle rushed by and instantly snatched the gun from that team member's hand, shattering it in midair. Then, it circled back, landing on a branch above Yi Fan's head, wings spread, clearly still in a state ready to attack at any moment. This scene caused everyone's expressions to change. Someone took advantage of the chaos to fire, but Yi Fan merely turned, and the bullet swept past him. In the jungle, at such a close distance, you want to hit me with a firearm? Very difficult, Yi Fan said coldly, snorting. In your next life, you might as well buy some good guns. That way, maybe I won't react in time. With that, Yi Fan no longer looked at them, snapped his fingers, and stepped forward, walking into the distance. The next moment, the roars of two beasts echoed in the jungle, and only one person's painful cry was heard, followed by dead silence. Why, you're crazy. In Yi Fan's hand, the captain was being lifted, his eyes witnessing the horrific scene behind him, his face turning pale as he spoke. We just came to observe you. We didn't do anything. Do you not understand the need for emergency evasion? Yi Fan said leisurely, continuing to walk forward. Soon arriving at a small hillside. From a high vantage point, he could see about 30 people gathering in the distant forest. You still have quite a few people. Yi Fan casually tossed the captain aside and sat down carelessly, clapping his hands. What do you want to do? Seeing Yi Fan's expression, the captain's face kept changing. And as he saw the smile emerging on Yi Fan's face, he gradually became terrified. That's our mercenary group's fixed team. If you kill them, the Mercenary Association will punish you. Don't say such nonsense to fool outsiders. Hearing this, Yi Fan waved his hand dismissively. I killed them all. Who can prove that I did it? Perhaps sensing the killing intent in Yi Fan's words, the captain trembled slightly, gritting his teeth. We're just a group of mercenaries working for others. There's nothing wrong with working for others, but it depends on who it is. Yi Fan spoke, his eyes gradually turning cold. Dying for the Dynasty organization is not worth it. You, how did you know this? The captain choked on his words. What's wrong? Curious how I know? Yi Fan revealed a mocking smile. Did you really think that an organization made up of scum could be that tight-knit? You have informants in the Dynasty organization. The captain's body began to tremble involuntarily. Looking at Yi Fan, who seemed completely unconcerned, he suddenly realized how absurd their mistakes were. This young beast master had never regarded them as mercenaries, always focusing on the Dynasty organization behind them, and even planted informants within it. Who exactly are you? The captain stuttered, but Yi Fan once again made a gesture for silence. All right, I didn't keep you here to hear you talk nonsense, but to let you enjoy the scenery. A hellhound and a swift eagle headed towards the distant mercenary troop. Not long after, a great fire broke out in the jungle, and the wails of the crowd began to rise. The captain froze, watching the distant flames, his lips trembling slightly. A hellhound that could unlock bloodline shackles at the bronze level, and an elite-level peak flying beast, such a configuration was as threatening as a silver beast. Any mercenary group would find it hard to resist such an attack. See, isn't this scenery beautiful? Just as the captain was frozen, Yi Fan's voice came from the side as he leaned against a rock, looking at the distant flames with a smile. The flames of hell rise, and the scum of this nation suffer and die in agony. Doesn't this scene resemble the fate of your dynasty organization behind you? You. The captain looked at Yi Fan's smile, listening to the wails in the distance, and his body trembled violently again. You're a devil? I'm a devil? Yi Fan couldn't help but sneer. As far as I know, the Dynasty organization has assassinated countless local officials and key students in schools over the years, probably more than 1,000. Not to mention the ordinary people who died in the Beast Tide. Together, that's tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands. You say I'm a devil for killing dozens of people, so what is your Dynasty organization? The captain was left speechless, looking at Yi Fan's cold eyes. He could only say, but we are innocent. We can only work for the Dynasty organization. If we don't, we will die. Innocent? Yi Fan laughed, patted the captain, and once again made a gesture for silence. All right, there's no need to say more. Let's enjoy this scene first, and we can talk after. Chapter 81, Shock Soon. The sounds in the forest gradually faded away, ultimately turning into silence. The hellhound and the swift eagle returned, staying by Yi Fan's side. Injured? After glancing at the wounds on the hellhound, Yi Fan frowned slightly, saying nothing more. He casually took out a blood-replenishing herb, handed it to the hellhound, and rubbed its head before looking at the captain beside him. At this moment, the captain had long been dazed, feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Trembling violently as he met Yi Fan's gaze. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Having witnessed 2 massacres, his mental defenses had completely collapsed, filled with the fear of death. Not saying you're innocent anymore. Not going to explain. Yi Fan said with a hint of a smile. What? Do you let others go when they say don't kill me? It's me begging you. I beg you. Let me go, don't kill me. I will never tell anyone. I swear. If I do, I won't have a good death. The captain was babbling in his pleas for mercy, while Yi Fan merely watched coldly, remaining silent. After a while, he waved his hand. Forget it. I don't want to hear the pleas of scum like you. Saying this, Yi Fan spoke coldly. I kept you alive until now because I didn't plan to kill you. Upon hearing this, the captain stopped his movements, revealing an expression of having survived a disaster. Not killing you proves you are still useful. Yi Fan glanced at the captain and continued. I want you to find the list of all the people in the mercenary group who have sided with the dynasty organization and give it to me without alerting them. Hearing this, the captain hesitated, but the next moment Yi Fan's gaze swept over, and he nodded repeatedly. I promise I can do it. Then that's fine. Yi Fan nodded, a slight smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. I'll teach you a method for refining souls. After you practice it, you can leave. Refining souls. What kind of method is that? A method that puts your life in my hands. Yi Fan spoke, seemingly unwilling to elaborate further. So will you practice it? I will practice. I will practice. Listen carefully. Soon, the great Zhou Tian soul refining method was completed, and the captain's body trembled slightly, clearly feeling something was off. His face changed a bit, but looking at Yi Fan, he still bowed down, thanking Yi Fan for sparing his life. This doesn't seem reasonable. Yi Fan shook his head. If you really faced a silver-level beastmaster, you should have all died. Why did you survive? Then what should I say? The captain was at a loss for words. Looking at Yi Fan, he stiffly said, Are you joking, Yi Fan? Sounds good. The captain was somewhat embarrassed, thinking Yi Fan really intended to fight with everyone. After hearing this, he shook his head repeatedly. Yes, yes. Only then did the captain breathe a sigh of relief and hurriedly head off into the distance. Don't make yourself look clean. You were the last one fighting in the slaughter, not someone with just a palm print on you. It wasn't until this moment that Yi Fan stood up, turned around, and stretched. He knew a bit about these people's information last night. Ma Dafei had secretly come to inform him that the higher-ups wanted the mercenary group to find a way to take him down. He had been wondering who those people were when they had come forward. The dynasty organization was too arrogant in doing things. Snorting softly, a chill appeared in Yi Fan's eyes. Such a dull reaction speed. By the time they reacted, they would already face a disaster. Captain! Captain! Yi Fan and his beasts have killed all of us. Zhou Tsang shouted. At this moment, he was being held by Yi Fan by the life vein, performing dramatically. Looking terrified. He didn't listen to our explanations. We didn't even have a chance to say anything, and he directly ordered his beasts to attack us. There were more than 40 of you. Didn't you have any chance to resist? Sun Chong spoke up. Yi Fan is only at the bronze level. How could he be strong enough to crush you? Hearing this, the bronze-level beast master who had unlocked the bloodline shackles showed a slight change in expression. Glancing at Zhou Tsang, hesitating, then how did you survive? Yi Fan is simply insane. Upon hearing this, Sun Chong cursed loudly. This is Ping City. The lives of mercenaries are protected by the higher-ups. Is he not afraid of being investigated for saying such things? Upon hearing this, Zhou Tsang paused slightly, then spoke in a somewhat quieter tone. He said there are no witnesses in the forest, so he isn't afraid of us investigating. Upon hearing this, Sun Chong was momentarily speechless. This phrase had always been something they said, and now he heard it coming from someone else's mouth. Yi Fan is too arrogant. After a while, Sun Chong finally spoke. Captain, what should we do? Zhou Tsang took the opportunity to strike while the iron was hot, and said quietly, Are we just waiting for him to come to us? I've been in Ping City for over 10 years. When did it become your turn to let a young kid come to us? Sun Chong cursed angrily, waving his hand to call for the pigeon team leader, Lin Yi. I want to see, even Bai Chun, who has been at the silver level for so many years, wouldn't dare to say such things. What right does a bronze-level beast master have to say that? Does he really think that just because he is a beast master, he can treat us, who live on the edge, like ants? Chapter 82. Maintenance. As night approached, the team stopped near the core of the forest. In this hunt, they had killed dozens of bronze beast masters and even more than 30 black iron beast masters, and they had harvested a lot of spiritual herbs and fruits. Coming back fully loaded, many people's backpacks were stuffed to the brim. Captain, our harvest today is just too much. A mercenary exclaimed, shouldering a phantom deer. His expression very excited. Such a harvest is comparable to what many excellent hunters would gain in half a year. Even if divided among the people present, everyone would still get a pretty good share. They all seemed very happy. Walking beside Yi Fan, Li Fatty was somewhat surprised. It's normal. Hearing this, Yi Fan nodded, his gaze dropping to Li Fatty. Many of them are new to the hunting profession and have obviously not been in other mercenary groups. By following us, this trip's income will allow many of them to have a good month, to support themselves and their families. Of course, they're happy. I see. Li Fatty nodded, pondering a bit, as if he thought of something, and said, It's all for survival. Yes. Yi Fan nodded. In fact, it wasn't just the struggle between humans and ancient beast masters. There were also struggles between humans and between beasts that were endless and never stopped. We all have to compete to be the best in this world. To be the best, one must be very strong. Hearing this, Leaf Fatty seemed to make some connections. Is it about glory? I see. Leaf Fatty nodded, inadvertently glancing at the side where Ma Xiaoxue was. At this moment, unlike himself, Ma Xiaoxue had a deep gaze, looking at Yi Fan as if lost in thought. Leaf Fatty was taken aback. Has she gained some insights? Just then, Ma Xiaoxue suddenly woke up, looking at Leaf Fatty beside her in surprise, and then seemed a bit embarrassed as she spoke to Yi Fan. I just zoned out. Is a mercenary group causing us trouble? Leaf Fatty asked, confused. Why? No reason. Yi Fan waved his hand casually, pointing not far away. They sent people to follow us and prepare to ambush us. I killed them all. Killed them all. Hearing this, Leaf Fatty gasped. When did this happen? How come I didn't know? There are law enforcers in the city. They don't dare to act. At most, they would just threaten us verbally. Yi Fan shook his head, a slight smile appearing on his face. Just letting you know in advance, so you won't be at a loss later. You guys are the face of the mercenary group. When something happens, you can't act timidly. Even if you're really afraid, you have to hide it in your heart. Understand? And there's no need to be so constrained. Just be natural. Looking at the two of them, Yi Fan spoke with a hint of a smile. No matter what happens, I'm here. Yi Fan, give us an explanation. On Mercenary Street, a large group of people blocked the entrance of the Shunyi Tavern. Sun Chong held a big knife. With more than 100 people behind him, all armed with guns, and 7 or 8 of them had beasts. Inside the Shunyi Tavern, it was dead silent. Many of those who had just joined the team today were so scared that they wished they could bury their heads under the table. Brother, what's going on? Wang Lingxi and Yi Linqing came out, looking at the mercenaries who had almost blocked the street. Yi Linqing spoke politely. What's going on? Yi Fan killed more than 20 of our brothers. What do you think? Sun Chong glared at Yi Linqing. Where is he? Didn't he say he would kill us all? Now we are right here. Let him come out and kill us. Yi Fan said he would kill all of you? Hearing this, Yi Linqing's expression changed slightly. This brat, how could he say such things? Where is he? Sun Chong spoke again, pushing and shoving as he tried to barge into the Shunyi Tavern. A gentle voice rang out. Sun Chong, this is the city. Fighting is not allowed here. Upon hearing this voice, Sun Chong stopped, turned his head, and when he saw who it was, his eyes narrowed. Bai Chun, are you trying to meddle? I'm just stating the rules of the city. Bai Chun shook his head, glancing at the furious Sun Chong. If you want to cause trouble, go find Yi Fan. Blocking other mercenary groups here is not right. It's useless to make things difficult for these unrelated people. Blocking here prevents other mercenaries from coming and going. This meddling bastard. Hearing this, Sun Chong's face turned a bit ugly, and he muttered a curse but didn't pursue it further. After all, Bai Chun was the leader of the Dawn. A solid silver-level beastmaster. He had to give him some face. After a brief pause, Sun Chong glared fiercely at Yi Linqing and said, Where is Yi Fan? Where is he? After saying this, a group of people sat down on the street opposite the Shunyi Tavern. After saying this, Bai Chun didn't say anything more and walked into the mercenary tavern. Zhao Kuei watched from the side, his eyes somewhat helpless. The captain really helps with everything. Chapter 83. Retreat. Not long after, when Yi Fan and his group appeared at the other end of the street, someone quickly spoke up. With a wave of his hand, a large group of people followed him and charged straight towards Yi Fan and his group. They're coming. Yi Fan naturally saw Sun Chong and his group, his eyes narrowing slightly. Behind him, many mercenaries, unaware of the situation, felt scared upon seeing the aggressive Sun Chong and others. Captain Sun, you brought such a large group to welcome me? Stopping not far from Sun Chong, Yi Fan looked at him with a hint of mockery. Where do you get your courage? As he spoke, the sound of guns being cocked echoed in unison. Hundreds of dark gun muzzles were aimed at Yi Fan and the others, cutting off their escape route. Seeing this scene, many mercenaries turned pale, and some were so scared they fell to the ground, while others took the opportunity to drop their prey and try to blend into the crowd nearby. Yi Fan observed their reactions but only shook his head with a slight smile, glancing at Sun Chong as he slowly spoke. Sun Chong, do you dare to shoot? You brat, you're seeking death. Sun Chong cursed angrily. You can come and try to see if I dare to shoot. Good. Yi Fan snorted coldly, not saying much more as he stepped directly towards Sun Chong. In an instant, the atmosphere in the field became tense. Leaf Fatty and Ma Xiaoxue were slightly stunned, but in the next moment, they braved the pressure and pretended to be calm as they followed Yi Fan. 1 step, 2 steps. Soon Yi Fan reached in front of Sun Chong, and as Sun Chong looked at the approaching Yi Fan, his expression shifted from ferocity to shock, even disbelief. By the time Yi Fan stood before him, the palm holding the gun was already slick with sweat. This brat, so bold. Feeling a bit pale, Sun Chong tried to make himself angrier to scare Yi Fan off. Yi Fan watched this, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, and took another step forward, coming right in front of Sun Chong. With this step, he seemed to exude an unnamed aura. That cold gaze, combined with this inexplicable aura, made many mercenaries instinctively take a step back. Go ahead and shoot. This voice made Sun Chong freeze for a moment. He looked up and met Yi Fan's cold gaze. At that moment, Sun Chong's heart tightened, and he unconsciously took a step back. With this retreat, the atmosphere in the field changed, and many mercenaries began to step back, subtly making way in the middle. Seeing this scene, Yi Fan coldly snorted, taking a step forward, directly walking past Sun Chong, and simultaneously spoke coldly. Having a lot of people doesn't necessarily mean having power. If you want to compete with me, then don't act so imposing. There's no use in relying on mere words. Show some real skills instead. After saying this, under the gaze of the crowd, Yi Fan led Li Fati and Ma Xiaoxue through the mercenary group. Soon after, some brave mercenaries from Shun Yi began to follow, starting with one, and eventually, except for one who quietly slipped away, everyone else joined in. A group of people made their way through the crowd, while Sun Chong and the others held their guns tightly, remaining silent the entire time. Brother Chong, are we just going to let them go like this? A leader of a small mercenary group besides Sun Chong finally couldn't hold back. With so many guns pointed at him, isn't he afraid at all? That look had an overwhelming sense of pressure. Just making eye contact felt like staring into the eyes of some ancient beast, making one involuntarily want to step back. Yi Fan remained silent for a moment. And then Sun Chong spoke up. We might not be able to handle him. We need to think of a way. Yi Fan, weren't you a bit too bold just now? In the tavern, Li Fati leaned closer to Yi Fan, seemingly still shaken. With so many guns, weren't you afraid they'd shoot? But you weren't scared, right? What if? Li Fati asked. And even if Sun Chong fired, at that distance, I'd have enough time to react. So that's how it is. Li Fati nodded thoughtfully. No wonder you were so confident. Hearing this, Yi Fan shook his head. I won't do anything without certainty. Yi Fan, I have a question. Ma Xiaoxue, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. Go ahead, Yi Fan said, looking at her. That's quite simple, Yi Fan smiled. There's something called momentum. Momentum? Ma Xiaoxue's expression changed instantly, as if she felt a great mountain pressing down on her, and she instinctively took a step back. Stepping back, Ma Xiaoxue realized and looked at Yi Fan, astonished. Is this momentum? Yes. Yi Fan nodded, seeing Ma Xiaoxue's curious expression. He pondered for a moment and explained, momentum is something that can't be quickly acquired. It can be considered a profound thing. You can understand it as the authority accumulated over time by a strong person, like a lion glaring at other beasts. Is it similar to the aura of someone in a superior position? Ma Xiaoxue seemed to understand and curiously asked Yi Fan, how do you have such momentum? In his past life, he had personally slain ancient royal-level strong beings, and now that he had returned, the authority he had accumulated in his previous life remained. Even if he wasn't as strong as before, he was not someone an ordinary person could withstand. Yi Fan, what should we do next? Li Fati looked at the group of Brother Chong's mercenaries walking past the door with some worry. I feel like Brother Chong won't just let this go. He might come looking for trouble. Upon hearing this, Li Fati shrank back. Yi Fan, there are only a few of us. If a real battle breaks out, we might not be able to handle it. Chapter 84. Secret Talks at Night. The strong mercenary group was lit by dim lights, and from time to time, someone came in through the back door, slender, and with a somewhat gloomy expression. By phone. Seeing this person, Sun Chong nodded slightly, then sighed helplessly. That Yi Fan. I think he's quite formidable. In front of so many people, I find it hard to take action. How formidable can he be? By phone snorted. The red ghost is not as easy to deal with as before. If we fail to complete our tasks, we'll be punished. You say it's simple. Sun Chong was somewhat dissatisfied. The higher-ups want you to take Bai Chun down quickly. It's been half a year, have you succeeded? If it weren't for Bai Chun blocking me today, I would have destroyed the Shun Yi Tavern long ago. To deal with him, we can only use strategy. And we must ensure those mercenaries are convinced. Use strategy? Sun Chong laughed suddenly and said coldly, I know Bai Chun's character well, just poison him. If it weren't for the higher-ups assigning this task to you, I would have acted long ago. In my opinion, you can't bear to act against Bai Chun, right? Sun Chong sneered. After all, you're Bai Chun's sworn brother, one of the 4 leaders of Dawn. Wouldn't you feel guilty attacking your own brother? Sun Chong, what do you mean? This statement infuriated Bai Feng, who stood up abruptly, his aura surging as if he wanted to summon beasts. Sun Chong naturally wouldn't sit back and do nothing either. He also stood up, his aura shining brightly. Don't start fighting among yourselves. The sturdy man beside them quickly intervened. And for a moment, they were all caught up in a tug of war. Enough. Just as they were entangled, the sturdy man spoke with a steady voice. We're not here to fight today. If you have something to discuss, let's do it later. Fighting among ourselves is inappropriate. Hearing this, Sun Chong and Bai Feng exchanged glances and seemed to reconsider, their expressions softening a bit. They each snorted and sat down. Once the two sat down, the sturdy man continued, from the intelligence we currently have, Yi Fan's surface strength is quite strong. He is a bronze 9-star beast master with a hellhound that has broken its bloodline shackles and an elite peak-level Gale Eagle. His strength is certainly comparable to silver. That fat guy beside him is also a strong beast master, with 3 snake-type beasts, all at bronze 5-star. The middle-aged man in the tavern is at bronze low star, and his exact strength is unknown. The 2 women are fairly average, both just past bronze for a short time. One is supportive, and one has a bronze 2-star white wolf. After discussing this, the brows of those present furrowed. The sturdy man continued, he's quite troublesome. To kill him head-on, we would need at least 100 mercenaries to form an ambush, and we must strike first. Otherwise, if he counterattacks, the casualties will definitely be high. 100 mercenaries isn't hard. Sun Chong spoke up. But my men lost over 40 to him today, and the others aren't from the organization. It's hard to ask them to risk their lives. After all, in Dawn, I have the final say. Li Ming waved his hand. The fixed team from Shun Yi rotates for missions. That fat guy and the girl with the white wolf each go on a mission once. Yi Fan should lead a team once a month. When he leads the team, we can take action. With those 120 people, plus the ones we can mobilize here, we might have close to 200, all equipped with guns. Even if Yi Fan can match Silver, he will definitely die. Sun Chong spoke, seemingly relieved. In that case, we just need to wait for him to go into the forest. As long as Bai Chun is dead, Dawn will fall. And the mercenary groups in Ping City will be under our control. The meaning of this was very clear. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu's expression changed slightly. But after a moment, he just gloomily replied, I'll do it as soon as possible. It really needs to be done soon. Li Ming added, glancing at Bai Yu. The higher-ups have received news that the situation on the front lines is tense. Next year, the Longtong family in Ping City will move away, and the Guardians will also be reassigned to the front lines in the following year. In these 2 years, Ping City will gradually become a shell. This is our best opportunity. By then, the higher-ups will control Ping City, and we will all be considered contributors. In the future, we might even be conferred as kings and nobles. I know you have some brotherly feelings for Bai Chun and might be reluctant to take action, but you need to think it through. Do you want to be a mercenary for life in Ping City? Or do you want to become a new lord of the dynasty? This statement once again left Bai Yu silent, and as he lowered his eyelids, his eyes displayed a slight but intense fluctuation. After a while, Bai Yu raised his head, seeming to sigh helplessly, and said, just give me a little more time. Xiaohua, come over and eat some fruit. In the Beastmaster space, Yi Fan held a newly harvested harvest fruit and waved at the Hellhound. Eat up, he said, handing the harvest fruit to the Hellhound, a smile in his eyes as he patted the Hellhound's head. It wasn't difficult for the Hellhound to reach the silver rank. It had already unlocked its bloodline shackles at the black iron and bronze levels by consuming a large number of fruits infused with elemental power. The greatest benefit was not that it gained elemental power early, but rather that its path to advancing to silver would no longer be constrained by the bloodline shackles, allowing it to avoid lingering too long at the bronze level. Good boy. Watching the Hellhound devour the harvest fruit, Yi Fan felt a sense of satisfaction and took out some meat from a nearby bag, placing it in front of the Hellhound. The harvest fruit was the highest quality fruit he had, and while it couldn't help the Hellhound advance, the energy it contained was substantial. If it ate 2 more, the Hellhound could advance to silver, and in about 2 months, the Gale Eagle would also be close to silver. Chirp! The Gale Eagle rushed in from a distance and landed on Yi Fan's shoulder, affectionately rubbing against his face. Yi Fan smiled and handed a piece of wild beast meat to the Gale Eagle, which took the meat and soared into the sky. The habits of beast companions varied greatly. The Hellhound, raised by Yi Fan since it was young, was very close to him and preferred to be near him when eating or doing anything else. In contrast, the Gale Eagle was much more aloof. Although it would also get close to Yi Fan, it preferred to eat alone. Still, there's nothing like the bond formed from raising them since they were young. Yi Fan thought, patting the Hellhound in front of him. Wong, the Hellhound, which had been eating, looked up at Yi Fan, who was watching the Gale Eagle eating in the distance, displaying a puzzled expression. After a few seconds of confusion, it seemed to understand, picked up a large piece of meat, and approached Yi Fan. At this moment, the Hellhound was quite large, and as it stood up, the meat was almost at Yi Fan's mouth. Seeing that Yi Fan remained indifferent, the Hellhound tried to nudge closer. I'm not eating, I'm not eating. Seeing the Hellhound with the meat, Yi Fan shook his head repeatedly. Wong Wong. The Hellhound shook its head and nudged closer again. Okay. Watching the persistent Hellhound, Yi Fan quickly pulled out a fruit from his pocket, took a bite, and said, I'm eating this. Wong. Seeing Yi Fan eating the fruit, the Hellhound showed a confused expression. However, after a moment, it shook its head, dropped a piece of meat in front of Yi Fan, and lowered its head to eat the other meat. This, looking at the bloody piece of meat in front of him, then glancing at the Hellhound that was enjoying its meal in the distance, Yi Fan's expression turned a bit helpless. I can't eat this. Chapter 85 Unexpected Candidate. The following days passed peacefully, with no one causing trouble, which was quite pleasant. Yi Fan's performance during the first hunt also earned him a growing reputation. in a single hunt. He had dealt with over 10 bronze-level beast companions and dozens of black iron-level beasts, annihilating 40 members of the Strong Brother mercenary group. The substantial gains, along with a formidable leader, led to an increasing number of mercenaries signing up in the following days. Although Sun Chang and others had imposed strict restrictions, some other mercenary groups and independent mercenaries were not affected by such limitations. Yi Fan, here is the list of mercenaries who have registered with us recently. In the back of the tavern, Wang Lingxi brought over a registration book and placed it in front of Yi Fan. Okay. Yi Fan took the list, as usual, took out a red pen, and began marking some suspicious individuals. Flipping through the pages, suddenly, Yi Fan's movements came to a halt. Chen Peng. Looking at this name, Yi Fan slightly furrowed his brow, put down the pen, and looked at Wang Lingxi. Is this mercenary named Chen Peng currently in the tavern? Chen Peng. Is he really here? Glancing at the simple introduction on the list, Yi Fan's expression changed slightly. This Chen Peng was no ordinary mercenary. In his previous life, he was known as a task fanatic within the mercenary group. Not only was he powerful, but he also completed no less than 300 tasks in a year. He was straightforward and grateful. Once, Bai Chen saved his life during a mission, and thereafter, whenever Bai Chen was in trouble, he would come to help. Ultimately, he died protecting Bai Chen from a hidden weapon during the battle between dawn and twilight. More importantly, he was a lone wolf. In his previous life, he had never registered with any mercenary group, but would go to the Dawn mercenary group to take on missions. Yi Fan had crossed paths with him several times. Not closely acquainted, but he still had a very good impression of him. At this time in his past life, Chen Peng had just recently entered the mercenary business and had not yet gained fame. Captain, Chen Peng has arrived. While Yi Fan was lost in thought, Wang Lingxi's voice rang out. Yi Fan looked up to see a middle-aged man in a black trench coat standing quietly behind Wang Lingxi, with a hawk nose and a scar running diagonally from his forehead to his jaw. It's really this guy? Seeing the familiar face, Yi Fan was slightly surprised but did not show it. Instead, he waved at Wang Lingxi. Seeing this, Wang Lingxi quickly stepped back. Captain. Upon seeing Yi Fan, Chen Peng was quite polite and greeted him. Yi Fan nodded, sizing Chen Peng up, and asked, "Why did you join my mercenary group?" Now I see. Hearing this, Yi Fan nodded slightly. This made sense. To attract mercenaries, their group had set a lower commission rate. Usually, it was 10%, but they only took 8%. For ordinary mercenaries, 2% might not seem like much, but for a task fanatic like Chen Peng, it was a significant income. After a moment of thought, Yi Fan suddenly said, "Hit me." Huh. Upon hearing this, Chen Peng's expression changed slightly. What? I said punch me. Hit me. Yi Fan continued, standing up. Why? Chen Peng did not move, but instead stood still. For no reason. Yi Fan got into stance. I'm right here. If you can push me back, I can personally lower your commission by 2%. Is this true? Upon hearing this, Chen Peng became interested and quickly asked. Of course. Yi Fan nodded. Seeing Yi Fan agree, Chen Peng no longer hesitated, cupped his fists, and said, I'm sorry. In the next moment, Chen Peng threw a punch. A straight jab coming straight at Yi Fan's face. Boom. This punch was accompanied by a thunderous sound and a powerful gust of wind. Good one. Seeing this punch, Yi Fan's eyes sparkled slightly. This punch held at least the power of a bronze level 4 or 5. This Chen Peng was truly exceptional. With that thought, Yi Fan also clenched his fist, activated his holy law, and moved his fists like swimming dragons, a surge of power rising. Yi Fan threw a punch. Also a straight jab. Bang. The two fists collided, producing a muffled sound, and Chen Peng staggered back 4 or 5 steps. Captain, your physique is incredibly strong. Chen Peng spoke, not giving up, and swung his fist once more. However, this time, his punch not only carried thunder but also a faint glow. This is a body technique. Watching this scene, Yi Fan's eyes shone even brighter, and he clenched his fist again, activating the myriad forms law, manifesting the form of a fierce tiger. Bang! This punch collided, and Chen Peng was sent flying, crashing straight into the wall beside him. Yi Fan's figure shifted slightly, but did not retreat. Cough! As he landed, Chen Peng coughed and looked at Yi Fan, who stood unmoved, with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. However, he did not strike again, instead cupping his fists. The captain's close combat ability is much stronger than that of an average beast master. I cannot match him. Your abilities are also much stronger than those of ordinary people. After saying this, Yi Fan glanced at Chen Peng and suddenly said, if I'm not mistaken, you should be practicing the thunder breathing technique, right? Hearing Yi Fan's direct statement, Chen Peng's expression slightly changed, and he was about to say something when Yi Fan waved his hand. The fist is like thunder. This is the mark of the 3rd level of the thunder breathing technique. After saying this, Yi Fan continued, the thunder breathing technique isn't particularly rare. Many people have it. So you don't need to worry about me telling others you practice it. Besides the breathing technique, it seems you've also learned a body technique. And you've practiced it quite well. Yi Fan spoke, pondering for a moment before shaking his head. I don't have much knowledge in body techniques, so I'm not sure which one it is. Upon hearing this, Chun Peng fell silent for a while before saying, Captain, what exactly do you want to say? Chun Peng was taken aback by Yi Fan's sudden invitation. Follow me, and you will have a greater future. Yi Fan glanced at Chun Peng without saying much. But he slowly added, the thunder-breathing technique has more than 3 levels, and I also have better body techniques. This statement made Chun Peng hesitate again, asking, Captain, why is it not possible? Hearing this, and looking at Chun Peng's expression, Yi Fan speculated slightly. Is there something difficult? I appreciate the captain's good intentions, but... Chun Peng didn't continue. Yi Fan raised his hand and asked, what illness is your mother suffering from? Fire poison. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's brow furrowed slightly. Fire poison is considered a very difficult illness to treat. Since the revival of spiritual energy and the great changes in the world, while spiritual herbs have increased, the fruits and vegetables suitable for human consumption have decreased. Even if artificially grown, they still contain trace elements. For beastmasters, trace elements may not be a problem, but for ordinary people with normal physiques, it can be a hidden bomb. Accumulated over time, if the content of these elements exceeds the limit and becomes unbalanced, it can explode into toxins, harming the body. Fire poison is one of them. Has your mother's fire poison affected her internal organs? After thinking for a moment, Yi Fan looked at Chun Peng. If not, then it's good. Yi Fan nodded. The consequences of elemental imbalance are quite serious. Once it affects the internal organs, it is basically fatal, and it becomes very difficult to save her. If not, then that's good. How about this? After a brief silence, Yi Fan looked at Chun Peng. I can save your mother. After saving her, you will follow me. How about that? Hearing this, Chun Peng was slightly stunned and looked at Yi Fan. Captain, do you have a way to treat my mother? This statement made Chun Peng pause. Looking at Yi Fan's confident demeanor, he gasped. He was knowledgeable and knew what dragon blood backlash meant. It was the death knell for humans with dragon blood. Once it backlashes, it is certain death. This person before him actually dared to say he could treat the poison of dragon blood backlash. If this is true, then fire poison is indeed a minor illness. Please, Captain, save my mother. Without further hesitation, Chun Peng immediately cupped his hands and said quickly. Chun Peng responded and hurriedly walked outside. Yi Fan looked at Chun Peng's back. His expression thoughtful and quickly followed. Fan, are you going out? In the tavern, watching the two leave, Yi Linqing spoke from the bar. Yes, Yi Fan nodded. That's fine. Yi Linqing nodded, still somewhat worried. Just as he was about to remind them of something, Yi Fan spoke again. Dad, Mom said she would come today to check the accounts you're responsible for. Have you prepared everything? Huh. Hearing this, Yi Linqing was immediately taken aback. Didn't your mom say she would come tomorrow? Clatter, clatter. Speaking of this, Yi Linqing panicked and quickly walked towards the back. Watching this scene, Yi Fan smiled. In the current Xinyi, Ning Qingxia is considered the chief manager. She comes to check on the work of various departments every few days and has even established a reward and punishment system, making her Yi Linqing's direct superior. If things are not handled well, he will get scolded. Dad is most afraid of being scolded. Hearing that Mom was coming, looking at his expression, it seems he forgot to handle logistics again these past few days. Yi Fan didn't continue, looking at Chun Peng beside him, and nodded. Let's go. Following Chun Peng, the two quickly arrived at their residence, located in the east of the city, in a very remote old building. The walls of the house had many patches of peeling paint, looking like a dangerous building. Of course, not just this building, but the surrounding houses were basically the same, with various wires and garbage piled up, looking very chaotic. This place is essentially equivalent to the slums of Pingqing. Looking at Yi Fan beside him, Chun Peng explained, originally, this was a set of unfinished buildings. Later, a developer took over, made some repairs, but no one bought them. So they were taken over by some gangs and sold to us at a very low price. A single room cost less than 30,000 at that time. Hearing this, Yi Fan frowned slightly. Would the gang members be so kind? After all, it's remote, and the law enforcement's attention to this area is very limited. It's as if these gangs have taken root and flourished under the guise of a slum. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan understood and nodded slightly, not asking further. Let us go see your mother's condition first. Chun Peng nodded and led Yi Fan through the buildings until they arrived at his home. Right here. Standing in front of the door, Chun Peng took out his keys and quietly said to Yi Fan, Captain, can you not tell my mother that I became a mercenary? She is older and might worry. No problem. Hearing this, Yi Fan nodded. Chun Peng opened the door, and the scene inside revealed itself. A pile of chaotic items were placed together. The room was relatively tidy, but there were many mixed herbal smells. Due to poor conditions, they usually brewed medicine for his mother at home. Chun Peng felt a bit embarrassed and explained, leading Yi Fan into the inner room. Creak. The door to the inner room opened, and in the bedroom, an elderly woman with gray hair was lying on the bed, her face pale. Mother. You don't need to get up, just lie down. Chun Peng hurriedly went over to support his mother, quickly saying, Mother, I've brought a skilled doctor to treat you. Treat me? Hearing this, Chin's mother shook her head repeatedly. No need. We have no money. It's all right, Auntie, I won't charge you. Yifan spoke, stepping in front of Chin's mother. No charge. Upon hearing this, Chin's mother was slightly taken aback, looking at Chun Peng beside her. Hearing this, Chin's mother finally breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Yifan with gratitude in her eyes. Thank you, doctor. No problem. Yifan nodded, indicating for Chin's mother to lie flat, then placed his hand on her pulse. As soon as he touched Chin's mother's pulse, it was scorching hot. Indeed, it was fire poison. Yifan frowned slightly, calming his mind to sense for a while, then exhaled. Fortunately, it was only a little away from affecting the internal organs. Doctor, does my mother still have hope? Chin Peng asked anxiously from the side. She can be saved. Yifan nodded, signaling Chin Peng to help his mother sit up. Yifan placed his hand on Chin's mother's shoulder, took a deep breath, and then activated the breathing technique. Light shone from his hands, almost visible to the naked eye, as some glowing points were released from Yifan's palm, spreading along the meridians within Chin's mother. This is the second layer of the sacred technique, Devour, which allows one's spiritual energy to differentiate into points, generally used for quickly digesting various heavenly materials and external spiritual energy. Of course, for ordinary people with excessive internal fire elements, it also has remarkable effects. All right, standing up, Yifan spoke. This is it done? The treatment process took less than 10 minutes, leaving Chin Peng stunned as he asked and quickly went to check on his mother. At this moment, Chin's mother indeed looked much better. Her spirit and energy had changed, and when she touched her forehead, her temperature had returned to normal. Doctor, I feel my body has recovered a lot. I no longer feel so uncomfortable. Chin's mother spoke, looking at Yifan, wanting to bow in gratitude, but instead got out of bed herself, saying, Thank you, doctor. All right, now that your mother's illness has been cured, I will take my leave. Yifan said as he walked towards the exit, waving his hand at Chin Peng, who wanted to follow. You should stay home and accompany your mother today. It's a joyous occasion for the elderly to recover from a serious illness. Let's talk about anything tomorrow. Okay. Hearing this, Chin Peng hesitated, looking at Yifan with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Yifan smiled slightly, said nothing, and pushed the door open to leave. As a son, being filial is a great quality. Chapter 87. Fulfillment. Clack, clack. Walking through the corridor of the building, Yifan was curious about the situation of the gang in this impoverished area when suddenly he saw a familiar figure. Ma Dafei? Seeing the noticeably taller and sturdier person among the 3 to 5 people gathered in the alley, Yifan called out. Huh. Ma Dafei was startled when someone called him. Just as he was about to jump up, he saw it was Yifan and immediately shrank back. He quickly greeted the few people beside him before coming in front of Yifan, hurriedly pulling him to the side of the building and whispering, Brother Fan, what brings you here? I have something to do. Yifan replied, looking at Ma Dafei with a scrutinizing expression. S-tier gang based near the school? Why are you here? Hearing this, Yifan revealed a faint smile and teasingly said, So it turns out I'm the one dragging you down? Oil. This made Yifan ponder slightly. Where's the oil coming from? Black market transactions. Ma Dafei explained. Here is the famous black market of Pingqing, where many questionable items that can't be showcased are sold. For example, some breathing techniques strictly prohibited by schools and certain martial arts not passed down by sects and organizations are traded here. Our gang acts as middlemen, receiving items from sellers and selling them, while taking a cut in the process. I see. After hearing this, Yifan nodded slightly. So, what were you guys preparing to trade just now? A breathing technique passed down through generations. Ma Dafei continued. It said the seller obtained it from a prominent family. A breathing technique from a prominent family? Yifan frowned slightly. Which prominent family? Just as Ma Dafei was about to speak, he suddenly thought of something, and his face turned slightly pale. Speak. Yifan urged. Yi family. This made Yifan pause. Which Yi family? The Yi family of Pingqing. Ma Dafei spoke, lowering his voice. Hearing this, Yifan's expression changed slightly. The breathing techniques from such prominent families are quite powerful and serve as a family's reputation. The inheritance is very strict. Not everyone gets to learn it, and usually only a few exceptionally talented individuals in each generation are qualified. Moreover, hereditary succession is not allowed. If your father is outstanding but you are not, you still don't qualify to learn it. Trying to learn it secretly is a severe crime. But now, it's not just about secretly learning it. Someone has directly taken the Yi family's breathing technique and is selling it. Is it possible that a descendant of the Dragon Slayer could be so disgraceful? Can a descendant of the Dragon Slayer truly do something like this? Can we find out who is selling it? After a moment of silence, Yifan asked, looking at Ma Dafei. Investigate? Ma Dafei's expression changed slightly as he glanced at Yifan. This seller has a huge background. If we investigate, I'm afraid investigate. Yifan said nothing more. Glanced at the fearful Ma Dafei, thought for a moment, and then said, you don't need to investigate it yourself. Just send someone to check. If the other party discovers it, you just escape and come find me. But if I escape to find Brother Fan, what about the organization? Ma Dafei hesitated. Do you really think the person selling you something has no connection to your dynasty organization? Yifan countered, narrowing his eyes. Other status is different from yours. They can't possibly be unaware of who stands behind you. Otherwise, they wouldn't choose to let you trade. Brother Fan means that hearing this. Ma Dafei's expression changed slightly, and he didn't continue. Just be careful in your investigation. Yifan replied, if they discover you, you won't be able to stay in the dynasty organization either. If you don't come to find me, how will you survive? Understood, understood. Ma Dafei nodded repeatedly. Hearing this, Ma Dafei shivered but just kept agreeing as he walked away in another direction. Yifan observed him and nodded slightly, pondering. Letting Ma Dafei investigate is akin to self-detonation. However, sacrificing one pawn to exchange for another traitor from the Dragon Slayer is also appropriate. He has already planted 2 pieces in the dynasty organization and has learned a lot of information. He was originally just waiting to reap the rewards, and now, with multiple candidates for the Yi family traitor, it's a pleasant surprise. Shaking his head, Yifan turned around and walked back the way he came. Fortunately, my uncle has already been cured. Otherwise, if he heard that someone was selling a breathing technique passed down for thousands of years from the family, he would probably be furious to death. The next day, around noon, Qin Peng arrived. As soon as he saw Yifan in the backstage, he didn't hesitate and immediately knelt on one knee. Thud. Captain, save my mother. From today on, Qin Peng is willing to be at your service. Get up. Looking at Qin Peng in front of him, Yifan had a slight smile in his eyes and waved his hand. I just want you to follow me. As for being at my service, that is not necessary. No, we agreed long ago. Qin Peng is not someone who doesn't understand gratitude. Qin Peng stubbornly replied without getting up, saying, from now on, my life belongs to the captain, to be at your command. This guy hearing this, Yifan felt somewhat helpless. He glanced at the other party and thought for a moment before saying, you seem to have deep feelings for your mother. This kind of gratitude may not mean much to the captain, but to me, it is as heavy as Mount Tai. I see. After hearing this, Yifan nodded slightly and didn't say anything more. He helped Qin Peng up and then asked, I see your family situation seems average. How did you come by your breathing techniques and martial arts? You can kill a bronze-level beastmaster with your bare hands. That's not bad. Yifan shook his head. Your strength doesn't seem like someone who can't find a good job. Why upon hearing this? Qin Peng hesitated for a moment before saying, my father was competitive and ultimately died in a fight with others. My mother is worried that I will follow in his footsteps, so she doesn't want me to tread the same path as my father. Although I practice breathing techniques and martial arts, I don't work in a fighting-related job. I see. After hearing this, Yifan nodded slightly. It's normal to be worried, but this way, you are cutting off your path to becoming a strong person. Are you not worried about your mother opposing you following me? Qin Peng hesitated, unsure of how to speak. Yifan, however, spoke first. Becoming strong is the foundation for better protecting your family. Speaking of filial piety without strength only adds to the troubles. If you were a silver level, or even a gold level strong person now, would your mother's illness be hard to treat? Upon hearing this, Qin Peng was taken aback and then seemed to realize something. Yes, I can now teach you better breathing techniques and martial arts. Chapter 88. Volume Breathing Techniques and Martial Arts. Hearing Yifan's words, Qin Peng's expression changed slightly. Captain, are you really going to give them to me? Of course. Yifan nodded. To become strong, these are the fundamentals. My growth is very fast. If you want to help me, you need to be strong enough. You are not a beastmaster, so breathing techniques and martial arts are extremely important. Listen carefully to the following mantra and operate according to my instructions. Yifan began to explain the methods of the breathing technique. Qin Peng synchronized his operation, and soon, as Yifan finished teaching, he also completed his practice and opened his eyes, looking slightly puzzled. Captain, what you just gave me is the thunder breathing technique, right? Why does it feel much more complex than the thunder breathing technique I practiced before? Of course not. Hearing this, Yifan smiled and shook his head. They are just similar. Your thunder breathing technique is a simplified version of the breathing technique I gave you. Simplified version? Hearing this, Qin Peng was taken aback. What is the name of the breathing technique I just practiced? It is the ultimate version of thunder breathing, consisting of 9 layers. It is the ancestor of all thunder attribute breathing techniques. Your thunder breathing technique should correspond to the intermediate level of the 2nd layer of the Jingxia technique. Once you reach the 3rd layer, you will have silver level strength. At that point, it won't just be a punch like thunder, but you'll truly unlock elemental power. Able to use thunder attribute elemental power like a beast master. If you reach a very high level, you can even change the weather. calling down lightning over thousands of miles. Listening to Yi Fan's words, Chen Peng was stunned, looking at his own hands, seemingly in disbelief. Is there really such a precious breathing technique in the world? Breathing techniques are indeed precious, but how much power you can unleash still depends on yourself. Yi Fan said, patting Chen Peng's shoulder. Work hard. I will write a copybook for you later called 100 Battles Fist, which is a martial technique that improves through combat and is also very suitable for you. Thank you, Captain. I am never stingy with my own people. Yi Fan waved his hand. For the time being, you can go on missions with Li Yu and the others. It will be a good way to practice your breathing technique and earn some income. Become stronger as soon as possible. You've managed to reach this level with just an ordinary breathing technique and martial arts, which proves that you are suited for this path. Just having a breathing technique and martial arts won't make you a strong fighter. You need to compete and strive to become stronger. Only strength is the fundamental solution to everything. Yi Fan, Chen Peng is amazing. Half a month of hunting quickly passed, and finally, on this day, seeing that Yi Fan was free, Li Fatty couldn't help but say to him, how amazing is he? How amazing? Yi Fan asked, smiling at the surprised Li Fatty. Just yesterday, we went hunting together, and I saw him directly confront a bronze 9-star gray bear and single-handedly take on a bronze 8-star fawn wolf. His actual combat power is probably higher than all 3 of my beasts combined. That's outrageous. Well, he's not bad to begin with. Hearing this, Yi Fan was not too surprised. Chen Peng was originally strong, with a power level around bronze 4-star, and with his mature martial arts. His combat power was close to bronze 5 or 6-star. Now that he had unlocked the 3rd layer of thunder breathing with the Jingxia technique, combined with a powerful martial art, his combat power would definitely see a significant increase in the short term. After all, he was someone Yi Fan personally selected. If he didn't have strength, he wouldn't have caught his eye. I've never seen someone who isn't a beast master be this strong. Li Fatty was still shocked and whispered, Yi Fan, is Chen Peng also a descendant of some ancient bloodline? Self-disciplined and hard-working. As long as there is a suitable opportunity, why wouldn't such a person be strong, right? Hearing this, Li Fatty was momentarily speechless, and after a while, he finally spoke up. That's just too impressive. If it were me, I wouldn't even be able to get up at 5. Ma Xiaoxue is already bronze 5-star. How did she get there so quickly? Hearing this, Li Fatty couldn't sit still. Yeah, others go on 4 or 5 missions a week. Seeing the anxious Fatty, Yi Fan smiled and said, originally, our fixed team went out once every half-month. But now Ma Xiaoxue and Chen Peng are going out 4 or 5 times a week, and together they go out basically once a day, sometimes even twice. Wow, that's too intense. Li Fatty exclaimed, thought for a moment, then immediately stood up. I'm going to take the fixed team out on missions too. I'll go out once a day, 7 times a week. Saying this, Li Fatty went to the bar, calling out for mercenaries for the fixed team. While many mercenaries who had just completed a task with Chen Peng were a bit stunned. Didn't we just go out? Why are we going out again? They were just saying this, but soon enough, the 30-person mercenary team was fully assembled. Earning money, who would complain about being tired? After all, we came to be mercenaries just to make money. Yi Fan, we're leaving. Yi Fan waved his hand, and before he could put it down, Ma Xiaoxue walked in again. We're going out with the fixed team. Who on the list wants to go? As her voice fell, everyone present was stunned. Going out again? What's going on with these big shots today? God Ye's fixed team is going out again. At the entrance of Strong Brothers' mercenary group, several people watched the group leaving God Ye Tavern and exclaimed, going out 3 times a day with big shots leading each time. This is too good. If I could stay with God Ye's fixed team for a month, it would probably be worth several years of income. Someone spoke up, and immediately many people sighed in agreement. Many were tempted. Under such a system, naturally, many would flock to God Ye. In the blink of an eye, the registered mercenaries surpassed 1,000, about to exceed the number of Strong Brothers' mercenary group, becoming the 3rd largest mercenary group on Mercenary Street. Is God Ye's group going crazy? In the background, Sun Chong also saw that God Ye's 3rd fixed team was going out on a mission today, and his expression darkened. Strong Brother, this won't do. Beside him, the second-in-command of Strong Brothers' mercenary group, Feng Mi, spoke up, feeling helpless. God Ye is getting more and more aggressive, and our numbers are dwindling. Many of our people have gone to God Ye, and with Yi Fan not going out, if this continues, by the time we think of dealing with Yi Fan, our mercenary group will have run out of people. Shut up. Hearing this, Sun Chong was somewhat angry, cursing, seemingly exasperated. Isn't God Ye just relying on competition? Going out 3 times a day is impressive, as if no one else can do it. Starting tomorrow, our Strong Brothers mercenary group will also go out 3 times a day. Oh no, for times. Let us see who can outdo whom. Chapter 89, Sun Chong's collapse. In the following time, the mercenary street in Ping City became lively. Ever since God Ye took the lead in going out on multiple fixed team missions in a day, Strong Brothers mercenary group followed closely behind. At first, this situation was manageable, But as personnel dwindled, other mercenary groups had no choice but to imitate, vigorously promoting the frequency of fixed team missions. This system even affected the usually laid-back Dawn, which changed from going out once a month to once every half-month, and finally to every 3 days. Personally led by Chun, the entire mercenary street was bustling with merchants coming and going, and the missions posted were quickly snapped up, even attracting merchants and employers from other places to post tasks in Ping City. The Mercenary Guild also issued rewards, announcing a huge cash prize for the top 3 mercenary groups in terms of completed tasks each month, further igniting the enthusiasm of these mercenary groups. The mud on the outskirts of the forest was almost turned over. With daily hunting like this, even beast masters would be exterminated. The Silver Moon Forest is vast, and with just these people, there are tens of thousands of wild beast masters on the outskirts. How could we possibly exterminate them? Yi Fan shook his head. However, excessive hunting isn't good either, as it can easily trigger revolts among some inner and core beast masters. Saying this, Yi Fan felt a bit helpless. He originally just wanted to push Li Fatty a bit, but it led to a series of chain reactions that surprised him. Rest? Hearing this, Li Fatty was taken aback, wiping the sweat from his forehead, seemingly not processing it. Why? Has hunting become an obsession? Seeing Li Fatty's reaction, Yi Fan smiled. There are quite a few good things in this trial secret realm. Each batch of students can only enter once during the first semester of their freshman year. If they perform well and get some good things, it can lead to a significant improvement. No problem. Upon hearing this, Li Fatty nodded repeatedly, then asked, "Can Shinpeng go too? He doesn't seem to be from our school." "Oh, there's such a rule?" Hearing this, Li Fatty scratched his head. "This is the first time I've heard of the academy allowing payment for accompanying students. Many high schools have this kind of unspoken rule. After all, some descendants of big families can't be allowed to go out and train alone." Yi Fan explained, waving his hand. "But this is only in high school. It won't be allowed in college." "Colleges are stricter?" Li Fatty asked. "That's right." Li Pengzi nodded, and only then did Yi Fan nod and step outside. Outside, at the entrance of Changji's mercenary group, many people became excited when they saw Yi Fan come out. He is out. Someone hurried to inform Sun Chong, and upon hearing the news, Sun Chong also stood up abruptly. After nearly 2 months, Yi Fan finally came out. As he spoke, Sun Chong's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. They had been waiting for Yi Fan to leave the city to hunt, and then execute their plan to kill him. "Yi Fan, you bastard, we finally waited for this day." Letting out a long breath, Sun Chong's gaze turned cold as he looked at Feng Mi beside him. "Go find Bai Yu and Li Ming. Tell them to bring people." "Good." Feng Mi also became excited and hurriedly walked out. Soon, a group of people quietly gathered on Mercenary Street, like a group of venomous snakes searching for food, all flicking their tongues. This past month has been painful for everyone, and the source of this pain was the Yi Fan they gritted their teeth over. "Yi Fan must die. Kill him. I can't continue living this life of working 9 to 9 and going on 28 missions every month." At Pingqing High School, Yi Fan stood at the school gate, looking at the familiar 4 big characters on the gate, letting out a sigh. "That Jia hasn't come to trouble me for so long. He must be in seclusion. I actually can't wait for him to grow up quickly. Right now, killing him wouldn't be enough to vent my anger. This time in the secret realm, he will definitely come out." In the distance was a marketplace, bustling with activity. But Yi Fan could naturally see the people hiding among the crowd. "What are these guys doing following me to school?" "Rarely." A look of confusion appeared on Yi Fan's face. "Aren't we not going on a mission today? So idle?" After thinking for a moment, Yi Fan didn't pay much attention, waved his hand, and walked into the school. In a corner of the marketplace, seeing Yi Fan enter the school, a group of mercenaries fell silent. "Our scouts just sent the news over," a mercenary spoke. "Get out of here." Sun Chong kicked the mercenary down and stood up abruptly. Remembering the hard hunting in the Silver Moon Forest over the past month, competing for the dangerous hunt of the Silver Beast almost cost him his life. Scenes flashed through Sun Chong's mind. He looked at his hand, gripping the big knife, and couldn't help but tremble. "Yi Fan, don't you know it's over 10 kilometers from the Mercenary Street to the school?" "Damn bastard." In the afternoon, everyone gathered at the school, and Pan Zhao learned the news and came to the classroom. "How's it going? How much has your strength improved recently?" Pan Zhao asked, his gaze sweeping over everyone. When he saw Chen Peng, he was taken aback. "This is my follower. I plan to get him a companion status so he can accompany me to the secret realms and such." Yi Fan spoke. "Oh, I see," Pan Zhao nodded, not asking much, and turned his gaze to the remaining 2. "What? Originally, you were like a pile of crap with Beast Taming, and now you've improved a lot." "You're not like a pile of crap anymore," Pan Zhao retorted, leaving Li Pengzi nearly speechless. His gaze shifted to Ma Xiaoxue, somewhat surprised. "You've been following Yi Fan lately? Such great progress?" Hearing this, Pan Zhao nodded repeatedly. "Good, with such progress, very nice." This level of paper strength should be enough for you to get some good things in this trial secret realm. The new student trial secret realm is different from the usual secret realms you enter. It's very dangerous, so listen to Yifan. Don't be greedy for achievements when you encounter danger. Preserving yourself is the most important. After giving a few pieces of advice, Pan Zhao didn't say anything more, letting everyone rest and leaving the classroom. This Pan Zhao, Yifan, do you think he is deliberately targeting me? In the classroom, seeing Pan Zhao leave, Li Pengzi leaned over to Yifan and whispered, Ma Xiaoxue gets praised for her progress, but I get scolded for mine. Look at his smug face. It's so annoying. This is teacher Pan Zhao encouraging you. If you want his recognition, you need to work hard. Yifan smiled and patted Li Pengzi's shoulder. Him scolding you means he has expectations for you. If he didn't, he wouldn't even talk to you, right? Hearing this, Li Pengzi fell silent, glancing at Yifan, and said, if we're talking about motivational talk, it's still you, Yifan. You say it so nicely every time without repeating yourself. Look at Pan Zhao. He just says my beast taming is like a pile of crap, with no originality at all. I suggest he take a course in language expression. Bang. Suddenly, the classroom door shook violently, followed by Pan Zhao's voice. Liu, what are you mumbling about over there? As soon as the voice came out, Li Pengzi immediately shrank back, saying, I didn't say anything. Upon hearing this, the others looked at Li Pengzi's embarrassed state and burst into laughter. The new student trial unfolded as scheduled, and this time the location was noticeably different, situated in the senior area. When Yifan and the others entered, they saw many upperclassmen. Yifan, do you think that's the cousin of Deng Chong? On the way, Li Pengzi whispered while looking at an upperclassman standing by the road with his hands behind his back, quietly watching them. Does he just stand there all day? Hearing this, Li Pengzi was taken aback and looked at Ling Long, saying something inexplicable, not talking, pretending to be a master. The voice wasn't too small, and Ling Long naturally heard it, with his expression slightly darkening. Don't talk nonsense. Yifan helplessly patted Pengzi and cupped his hands in apology to Ling Long. Seeing Yifan's gesture, Ling Long slightly nodded but didn't say anything. This guy is still quite good. He is a nice person. Don't talk nonsense about others, Yifan said to Li Pengzi in a low voice. Understood. Li Pengzi nodded, feeling a bit embarrassed, waving at Ling Long seeing this. Ling Long also waved back. This guy is still the same as always. Walking along the road, Yifan couldn't help but smile. Ling Long is really a good person. He knows that in his past life, after university, Ling Long joined the army and later became a small leader of a regiment, fighting enemies on the front lines with beasts, bringing glory to his hometown and benefiting the area. Such a person, even now, has a good temperament. The only thing is that this guy loves to stand with his hands behind his back, watching others as he walks. I don't know what kind of habit that is. He was even nicknamed the Owl General because of it in later years. I hope to meet this Owl General again on the battlefield in the future. Thinking of this, Yifan's smile deepened slightly. Before long, everyone arrived at the entrance of the trial's secret realm. It was clear that this time the school was taking it very seriously. Not only did many new student mentors come, but also the principal, grade directors, and some higher-ups from the school were all present. Yifan, you're here. In the team, seeing Yifan arrive, Wang Lingxi quickly walked over with a smile. I transferred from the elite class to the ordinary class. That's good. Hearing this, Yifan nodded slightly. It's more convenient to be in the same class. As for the difference between the ordinary class and the elite class in daily secret realms, that doesn't matter much. Their income in the mercenary group isn't necessarily lower than that of going to the daily secret realms. Whereas Jijia, that guy didn't come? After looking around the team and not seeing Jijia, Yifan frowned. I don't know, maybe he hasn't arrived yet. Wang Lingxi shook her head. The new student trial is only open once every year, such an important opportunity. Even if he is from a wealthy family, he wouldn't miss it, right? Hearing this, Yifan nodded slightly and didn't say much. After all, they could enter at any time today. Going in a bit earlier just meant more time for exploration. Soon, a series of high-level presentations were held at the school, covering everything from national righteousness to precautions for the secret realm. Discussing every detail for over an hour before the crowd finally entered the secret realm. Young Master Jijia, I hope this cooperation will be pleasant. Outside the city, in a tea house's private room, Jijia looked at the red ghost opposite him, his expression somewhat unpleasant. You want me to help you set up to kill a descendant of an ancient species, and it's in the secret realm, taking such a huge risk. And you only give me a map? Upon hearing this, the red ghost smiled slightly and took out a map, placing it on the table. Young Master Jijia, your family is so powerful, yet you lower yourself to come to a place like Ping City. Isn't it just for this once-in-a-century creation fruit? I am indeed looking for the creation fruit, but a map is not worth taking such a big risk. Jijia shook his head again. A descendant of the Dragon Slayer, and cooperating with you. If discovered, my family can't bear it. How could it be discovered? Hearing this, the red ghost snorted coldly. The guardian of this secret realm is one of us, as long as young Master G dares to act. Who could find out? Is this true? Upon hearing this, Ji's expression changed slightly. Halfway through speaking, the red ghost stopped, revealing a playful smile. The map is here. Whether to cooperate or not depends on how young Master G considers it. After this, Ji fell silent, looking at the map on the table without speaking. After a long time, he silently nodded, looking at the red ghost with a gradually cold smile on his face. I hope for a pleasant cooperation. Chapter 91. Planning in the Trial's Secret Realm. The new students of this session were exploring, with many students pairing up to explore the secret realm. However, Yi Fan and his group did not rush into the inner area like the others. Instead, under Yi Fan's command, they stayed put, resting leisurely. Yi Fan, why aren't we rushing into the inner area? On the outermost edge of the secret realm, Li Fati sat on a pile of stones, seemingly puzzled by Yi Fan's decision. Not looking for it. Upon hearing this, Li Fati was taken aback. Does that good thing fly over by itself? Of course, it's impossible for it to fly over. Yi Fan shook his head, a meaningful smile appearing in his eyes, patting Fati's shoulder. Rest well, save your energy, we have something big to do tonight. Something big? Seeing Yi Fan's demeanor, Li Fati was curious and leaned closer. What big thing? Shoo. Yi Fan made a shushing gesture. Goodness, you always make it so mysterious. Li Fati muttered quietly. Just as he was about to say something else, suddenly, the nearby teleportation portal shook. In the next moment, two figures appeared from the portal. And upon seeing these figures, Yi Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. Ji and Long Wu. Seeing that the newcomers were Ji and Long Wu, the other three immediately became serious. At the same time, Ji, who had just exited the portal, paused instinctively upon seeing Yi Fan and the others, but quickly adjusted himself. Yi Fan, what are you doing here? Is there a problem with me being here? Yi Fan countered, his eyes carrying a hint of coldness. Is this secret realm opened by your family? Ji's expression was somewhat displeased, but after glancing at Yi Fan, he didn't say much more, waving his hand. A wind wolf appeared, carrying him deeper into the secret realm. Long Wu followed closely behind, glancing at Yi Fan as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately remained silent and followed. Ji has reached the bronze 8-star level. Watching the departing wind wolf, Li Fati spoke, his tone slightly surprised. This progress is faster than ours. Ji, when he first saw us, his emotional fluctuations were quite strong, his aura unstable. It's as if he has done something shameful. What scheme is he up to this time? A peak elite beast tamer of bronze 8-star level ISNT, even the best beast in his hands, right? On the side, Li Fati was somewhat astonished. Didn't they say he only had 2 beasts, 1 elite and 1 peak elite? That's what others said. Hearing this, Yi Fan waved his hand, looking at Li Fati, and said, do you think those big families are buying beast eggs in the mercenary guild for millions for whom? Upon hearing this, Li Fati gasped. Are you saying Ji might have an extraordinary grade beast? Not might, but definitely. The children of these big families have been practicing breathing techniques since childhood. And when their beasts awaken, they can already open the 2nd and 3rd beast spaces. Hiding an extraordinary grade beast as a trump card is very normal. Yi Fan spoke, glancing at the seemingly startled Li Fati, revealing a smile. What? Are you scared? Not scared at all. Hearing this, Li Fati quickly denied it, pausing for a moment before saying somewhat quietly, then his strength last time must have been very strong. Why didn't he dare to act against us? Hearing this, Li Fati fell silent, looking at Yi Fan. After a long while, he finally said, it seems my vision is still too narrow. Young Master G, you have finally arrived. Deep in the secret realm, many followers waited eagerly, rushing to greet Ji as soon as he appeared, each one flattering him faster than the last. It's been a month, young master, you've become much stronger. Bronze 8-star, such strength will definitely sweep through your peers. Young Master G is indeed young Master G. Listening to these compliments, Ji's expression did not look good. He scanned the crowd and coldly said, make some preparations. Within today and tomorrow, we will encircle and kill Yi Fan. Upon hearing this, many people were immediately shocked. Among them, a big guy stepped forward cautiously and said, young master, didn't you say last time that we just need to cause some trouble? Am I keeping you just to cause trouble? Ji spoke, staring at the person, coldly reprimanding. The person shrank back, his voice suddenly dropped a notch. Young master. This is the secret realm. The Guardian will be watching this area at all times. To kill him you don't need to worry about the Guardian's business. Ji interrupted the big guy's words. After Ji spoke, many people fell silent. They were all the type to bully the weak and fear the strong. Mostly raised in a sheltered environment, forming cliques to bully individuals and cause some trouble was fine. But asking them to kill someone made this group of 15 or 16-year-olds feel the weight. It's just killing someone. You don't have to take responsibility. shrinking back like a turtle. GGS scolded upon seeing the crowd's reaction, pausing slightly before speaking again. Kill Yi Fan. I'll give each of you 100,000. As soon as these words fell, many were stunned, showing signs of interest. Besides this 100,000, there will be spiritual herbs and medicines. I can make the decision to give each of you one. Seeing this was effective, GGS spoke again. If anyone kills Yi Fan, I can give him an extraordinary grade beast egg. Extraordinary grade. Upon hearing this, everyone's breath became heated. Young master, are your words true? Two cold snorts made everyone tremble. Looking at GGS, they all understood what the second half of the sentence meant. They were not like Yi Fan, who relied on GGS to wield power. If they were targeted by GGS after separating from him, I will definitely follow young master GS lead. One person was the first to voice this, followed by the others quickly expressing their loyalty. With generous rewards and terrifying threats, these sycophants, who had only hesitated a little, could not wait to show their loyalty. GGS did not say much more, watching everyone express their loyalty, nodding, and then said, "Where is the person with the dark vision from last time?" "Young Master G, I am here." A person who looked like a skinny monkey stepped forward. "From today until tomorrow, you will keep an eye on Yi Fan and their whereabouts." GGS instructed, "You don't need to pinpoint their location too precisely. Just confirm the general direction. As soon as they enter the depths of the secret realm, notify me immediately." "Understood. Others are moving nearby. Don't start a fire or set up tents, and leave no trace, lest Yi Fan detects us." GGS spoke again. "As long as we confirm Yi Fan has entered the depths of the secret realm, we will strike with all our might, and we absolutely cannot leave a single survivor." "Yes," everyone replied in unison, then scattered into the surrounding jungle, with over 100 people bowing their heads and walking quietly. This scene resembled a group of dark rats emerging from a manhole. "Young master, is it feasible to have these people encircle and kill Yi Fan?" Watching the crowd leave, Longwu quietly approached GGS and asked in a low voice. "Yi Fan has 2 bronze 9-star beast tamers. His actual combat power must be at the silver level. And those few people around him. I don't need these fools to kill Yi Fan." GGS snorted coldly. "They are just cannon fodder. I will personally take action when the time comes." Hearing this, Longwu fell silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Young master, do you have confidence in facing Yi Fan? He's just a neglected descendant of the Yi family. Even if he has some fortuitous encounters, what can he do? The foundation of the 8 great families is beyond your imagination." After this statement, Longwu's expression slightly changed. But he didn't say anything further and knelt down on one knee as before. The young master has extraordinary talent and is valued by the family. He will surely become an unparalleled powerhouse in the future. That's for sure. GGS seemed a bit pleased with this statement and added, "Just a Yi Fan. He's easy to kill, but this time I'm cooperating with the dynasty, and you must not tell anyone." "Understood." Longwu nodded, hesitated for a moment, and quietly asked, "Young master, what exactly is the fortune fruit that makes the young master willing to take such a big risk to trade with the dynasty organization?" "The fortune fruit." GGS pondered, glanced at Longwu, and then suddenly squinted his eyes. "Longwu, why are you asking about this? Let's go." In the middle of the night, Yi Fan got up and suddenly spoke. Next to him, Chun Peng quickly reacted, just stunned for a moment, then rolled over and stood up. Fatty Li was still in a deep sleep, and upon hearing movement in the tent, he groggily opened his eyes. And as soon as he did, he saw 2 dark figures standing in front of him, scaring him awake. "Oh my God, there are ghosts!" A scream echoed through the jungle, instantly startling some resting birds. In another tent, Ma Xiaoxue and Wang Lingxi heard Fatty shout and hurriedly got up, but only saw Yi Fan and Chun Peng walking out with smiles on their faces. "What's wrong?" Looking at Yi Fan, Wang Lingxi pointed at the tent and said, "I think I just heard you shouting about something." "It's nothing, he was just groggy from sleep." Yi Fan waved his hand, glanced at the 2 women, and continued, "Get ready, we are setting off now." "Setting off now?" Hearing this, Wang Lingxi was taken aback. "Where are we going?" "So, we are going to hunt a silver-level beast?" Wang Lingxi spoke up. "MHM. Yi Fan nodded, not explaining further, and waved to the others. "Hurry up, we need to move quickly. That beast only sleeps completely for 3 hours each day. If we miss that time, it will be very hard to deal with." "Okay." Hearing this, Wang Lingxi and Ma Xiaoxue both became serious and quickly went to pack their things in the tent. "Captain, what do I need to do?" Chun Peng asked, his tone barely hiding his excitement. He was already inclined toward martial arts, and now that his restraints were lifted, his fighting spirit was unstoppable. Challenging powerful beasts in the Silver Moon Forest was almost routine for him, and hearing that they were going to challenge a silver-level beast made him even more excited. "Do what you want to do." Glancing at Chun Peng, Yi Fan patted his shoulder and said, "Just unleash all your combat power." "All right." Chun Peng nodded vigorously. Yi Fan smiled a bit. Chun Peng was indeed a battle maniac. "Fatty, hurry up and get out." After a moment's pause, seeing that Wang Lingxi and the others had finished packing, Yi Fan called out to the 10 again. Soon, Fatty Li came out, looking as if he were still shaken. Why are you so timid? Looking at Fatty's state, Yi Fan said, then stepped forward and walked on. Hurry up and catch up. As the group moved forward, Fatty Li lagged behind. Looking at Yi Fan's back, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. I was sleeping so soundly in the middle of the night, and suddenly two dark figures appeared in front of me. Who wouldn't be scared? If someone with a weak heart were here, they might just drop dead on the spot. In the secret realm, Yi Fan and the others moved silently through the jungle. Following Yi Fan, they did not intrude into any beast territories along the way, and everything seemed to be going smoothly. Yi Fan, I see someone from the hero class. Seems to be sneaking behind us. Walking, Wang Lingxi suddenly spoke, her eyes flashing as if she saw something. Someone is following us. Hearing this, Yi Fan stopped in his tracks. That's the advantage of vision, Yi Fan said, looking up at the Bobo bird in the sky. With talents like Wang Lingxi's, there is no combat assistance from beasts, but being able to reach a certain level naturally has its merits, and being able to control vision is a very important point. The degree of vision control not only determines how much you can see, but also how much others can see, especially in large-scale battles. Those with talents for scouting and vision are very important talents, akin to the eyes of an army. It should be some sort of scouting talent. After pondering for a moment, Yi Fan said, that person must be from Jijia's side. Dark vision, a talent that can detect surrounding life fluctuations, huh? Hearing this name, Yi Fan pondered for a moment. With this talent, it's no wonder he was able to discover our tracks. Last time in the daily secret realm, it should have been him. Only with Long Wu and the others could they find us at the junction of the core and the periphery. After saying this, a smile appeared at the corner of Yi Fan's mouth, and then he quietly turned around and spoke to the others. Let's go. Let's catch this kid and ask him what Jijia is planning. Chapter 93, Bind Up in the Forest. A boy with a sharp nose and monkey-like face leaned against a large tree, blankly smiling, as quiet and still as the tree beside him. But if one got closer, they would obviously hear the sound of his heartbeat. The heartbeat seemed to emanate from him, radiating outwards like a bat's sound waves, and when it sounded again, it seemed to receive information from afar, beating rapidly. What are Yi Fan and the others doing running into the jungle in the dead of night? At one moment, sensing something, the monkey-faced boy spoke, furrowing his brow, and then, once again, a heartbeat echoed from his body. They really came to find me. Just a few seconds later, the monkey-faced boy sensed the rapidly moving heartbeat in the jungle. His face changed drastically, and he quickly retreated. And behind him, those figures followed closely, almost in an instant, closing the distance significantly. This made the monkey-faced boy feel a bit scared. Looking at the distant camp, his footsteps involuntarily quickened. As the distance between him and those few people grew closer, the monkey-faced boy ran faster, almost exerting all his strength. At this rate, I won't reach the camp. At a certain moment, along with the information from dark vision, the monkey-faced boy reached a desperate conclusion, turning around. He almost saw figures appearing at the edge of the jungle. At this moment, he even wanted to close his dark vision, as the information constantly bombarding him while fleeing was shaking his psychological defenses. The monkey-faced boy felt a bit cold in his hands and feet, hurriedly stepping over tree roots, but accidentally stumbled and fell to the ground. Damn! In the next moment, a cry of an eagle echoed, and a massive gale eagle swooped down from the sky, knocking the monkey-faced man to the ground. The eagle's sharp claws, like knives, instantly tore through the monkey-faced man's clothing and embedded themselves into his flesh. Help! The excruciating pain made the monkey-faced man cry out in agony. As he struggled and was about to fight back, a shadow fell over him. If you keep shouting, you might die. Yi Fan's voice rang out as he sat on the hellhound, looking down at the monkey-faced man. I won't shout, I won't shout. The monkey-faced man quickly shut his mouth. Immediately afterward, the gale eagle's sharp claws landed on his throat. You will answer my questions. What I ask, you will say. Yi Fan spoke, his voice icy and his gaze sharp as a sword. The pain in his throat made the monkey-faced man panic. These people who usually followed Jijia, bullying the weak and fearing the strong, had never encountered such intimidation. He hurriedly raised his hand. I'll say anything. I'll say anything. Seeing the monkey-faced man's demeanor, Yi Fan's expression did not change. He would not show any mercy to these scum who acted as accomplices. Humph. With a cold snort, Yi Fan continued. What did Jijia send you to do? I need you to tell me this, Yi Fan said, his gaze turning even colder. You should know what I want to know. It's best to say it all at once. I don't like to keep asking. I understand, I understand. The monkey-faced man nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Young Master Ji sent me to check on your whereabouts. As soon as I find out you entered the inner circle, I'm to notify him, so he can lead everyone to surround and kill you. Surround and kill? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan squinted his eyes. Ji Jie dares to kill under the eyes of the guardians of the secret realm? Guardians, are they from the Ji family? Hearing this, Yi Fan pondered for a moment, his eyes reflecting some thought. The guardians in these small towns and cities were not of ordinary origin. Each one was an elite warrior from the frontline demon-slaying corps, sent down by the higher-ups after retirement. In addition to maintaining the operation of the school's secret realm, their main role was to ensure the safety of the city, and their strength was absolutely formidable. Logically speaking, these warriors should have no affiliations, as their name suggests. Their duty is to guard, and they will not obey anyone's orders except for the higher-ups. If I remember correctly, there shouldn't be anyone from the Ji family in the frontline demon-slaying corps. Speaking to himself, Yi Fan felt something was off. He glanced at the monkey-faced man, thought for a moment, and then said, "Do you know anything else?" "Yes," the monkey-faced man replied. Ji Jie said that everyone participating in the encirclement to kill you would receive spiritual herbs, and those who personally kill you would get an extraordinary grade beast egg. Extraordinary grade beast egg? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan squinted his eyes, looking at the monkey-faced man, and suddenly laughed. "What? Do you really believe he will give you an extraordinary grade beast egg?" The monkey-faced man felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. The 8 great families have money, but they're not crazy. Yi Fan shook his head, and didn't he continue. Hatching from a beast egg is the easiest way to tame a beast. The egg is more valuable than the beast itself. An extraordinary grade beast egg is rare and hard to come by. Even these children from great families might not have one for themselves, let alone give it to others. Only you fools would believe that. Shaking his head, Yi Fan spoke again. "Is there any other news?" No. The monkey-faced man quickly shook his head, and at this moment, the blood on his throat had begun to crust over. "I've said everything I know. In that case, fine." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan raised his hand, and the Gale Eagle released its claws. The monkey-faced man felt as if he had been granted amnesty, and hurriedly stood up. Just as he was about to say some words of pleading, Yi Fan's voice rang out again. "Fatty, tie him up." "Hey!" Upon hearing this, the monkey-faced man was shocked. "I've said everything I know." "You said it, so what?" "I never said you would be released after speaking." Yi Fan waved his hand, but his figure was already moving away. The monkey-faced man panicked, unable to react in time, as Lee Fatty came over with a rope. "Don't say anything, or I'll stuff stinky socks in your mouth." Looking at the monkey-faced man, Lee Fatty spoke, his hands moving swiftly. Soon, under Lee Fatty's careful wrapping, the monkey-faced man was tied up like a dumpling. I still have artistic talent. Even tying someone up looks so good." Clapping his hands, Lee Fatty let out a breath and then looked into the distance, shouting, "Yi Fan, he's tied up. What do we do next?" "Tie him to a tree. The guardian will take him out." Yi Fan's voice sounded. Chapter 94. Ironclaw Tiger in the Jungle. Lee Fatty was grumbling as he quickly moved through the undergrowth. Behind him, the massive body of the rock python carried the monkey-faced man, silently weaving through the trees. "If we keep going forward, it shouldn't take long to find the place I mentioned. We need to be well prepared. That beast is very powerful, and we must not be careless." Hearing this, the others straightened up, focused, and closely followed Yi Fan. Meanwhile, high in the sky, there were also 2 people in the secret realm, quietly hovering in the air. These 2 were different from the last guardians. Although they were also a man and a woman, their aura was much colder. Dressed in black, they looked like bats hanging on the wall in the night. Indeed, the male guardian, known as Yen, spoke, glancing at the figures moving through the jungle. After a moment of silence, he abruptly said, "This Yi Fan is exhibiting some terrifying potential." "Terrifying?" Hearing this, the female guardian was confused. What is so terrifying about a bronze level? His mindset, strategy, ability to command subordinates, and this combat talent far surpassing his peers are all too unusual, Yin said lightly. "This kid has been in Mercenary Street for 2 months, effortlessly breaking the order maintained by the Ping City Mercenary Group for decades, and has formed a mercenary group close to the 3rd largest in Ping City. If given more time, he will definitely become our enemy in Ping City. If it weren't for the monitoring device on us that prevents us from acting, I would even want to personally eliminate him." "Is it that serious?" Hearing this, the female guardian fell silent for a moment, glancing at the figure in the jungle, seemingly unable to believe that he was just a teenager, that he could be so formidable. "My judgment of people is never wrong. It's a talent I was born with." Yin shook his head, saying this, and then looked at the female guardian, solemnly stating, "I vaguely see the shadow of his ancestor in Yi Fan." Upon hearing this, the female guardian's expression changed slightly as she looked at Yin, her pupils narrowing. "This Yi Fan must be killed." Yin did not elaborate further, but emphasized, "If we don't kill him, he will definitely become a great enemy of the dynasty organization." Thud. In the jungle, after passing a cliff, Yi Fan halted his steps. "Have we arrived, Yi Fan?" Looking at Yi Fan stopping, Wang Lingxi asked nervously from behind. "It's in the canyon ahead," Yi Fan said casually, raising his head, his eyes growing cold. After a brief silence, Yi Fan waved his hand. Wang Lingxi, order the Boppy Bird and the Jinmao Rat to scout the canyon carefully. Be careful not to disturb the beasts in the canyon. Understood. Wang Lingxi nodded, her eyes lighting up as two beasts, one on the ground and one in the sky, silently entered the canyon. Soon, the beasts synchronized their vision, but Wang Lingxi's face changed slightly. In the canyon, there was a silver 5-star Ironclaw tiger resting. As the words fell, the faces of the three nearby changed. A silver 5-star beast was already a mid-tier silver beast, and killing it would be quite difficult. Yi Fan, this silver 5-star beast might be a bit hard to kill, Li Fati said, hesitating slightly. Not a problem. However, Yi Fan's expression remained unchanged as he waved his hand slightly. The Ironclaw tiger is the weakest among tiger-type beasts, just at the elite level. The elite level is not easy to deal with either, Li Fati said. As long as you are familiar with the precautions for fighting it, killing it is not difficult. Yi Fan shook his head again, his expression becoming serious. The next thing I'm going to say, you all need to remember well. When we fight later, do as I say. We must not be careless. The few nodded repeatedly, and Yi Fan pondered for a moment before speaking. The Ironclaw tiger beast lives up to its name. Its physical attributes and claws are like steel, with immense strength. You must not directly withstand its iron claws. Secondly, pay attention to its tail. When we go down, be quiet, and have your beast taming skills ready. It will only be asleep for a few hours, and when it wakes up, we must strike effectively. After saying a couple of sentences, Yi Fan raised his hand, signaling them to prepare. Ah, are we going to go now? Li Fati was slightly taken aback. Yes, Yi Fan nodded, glancing at Li Fati with a slight smile. What's wrong? Haven't you all been fighting in the Silver Moon Forest recently? Your combat experience should have improved a lot. Li Fati hesitated, and after a few seconds, hurriedly followed. Am I still here? On the back of the rock python, the monkey-faced man quickly called out, let me down first. All right, you too. Li Fati stopped, looking at the monkey-faced man on the back of the rock python, revealing a thoughtful expression. If I leave you here and you shout out loud, it will disturb our battle. After thinking for a few seconds, Fati came to a conclusion, waved his hand, and walked towards the monkey-faced man. Pat, pat, pat. Li Fati carefully climbed over the cliff. At this moment, Yi Fan and the others were already ready. Hiding behind a large rock, not far away, the massive Ironclaw tiger was resting, snoring like thunder. Fati, hurry, let the phantom snake out and sneak up. Seeing Li Fati arrive, Yi Fan waved his hand, and when I give the order, we'll go. In the first round, we need to stun it. Understood. As the voice fell, the phantom snake quietly crept up beside the Ironclaw tiger, and at that moment, the Ironclaw tiger had no awareness of the intruder in its territory. Go. At a certain moment, Yi Fan suddenly stood up, and the beast taming light in his hand quickly lit up. Several beast tamers appeared, and at the same time, the phantom snake let out a hiss, spraying poisonous mist towards the Ironclaw tiger. Roar. The Ironclaw tiger woke up. Just as it opened its mouth, it inhaled a large mouthful of poison, causing it to arch its back instantly. Following closely, flames surged. The Gale Eagle and Hellhound arrived simultaneously, sharp claws and fangs, the rock python, and the Sunfire snake all pounced on it. Roar. In the canyon, the roar of the Ironclaw tiger echoed repeatedly, and not far above the canyon. The monkey-faced man tightly bound by Li Fati's ropes had his eyes wide open, filled with fear. Ugh, he wanted to call for help, but his mouth was stuffed with dirty socks by Li Fati, so he could only whimper, struggling violently, tears almost bursting out. At that moment, a figure appeared silently, followed by a gentle voice. What's wrong, classmate? Chapter 95. Sioux, New Jersey. Li in the canyon, Yi Fan and the others were entangled with the Ironclaw tiger. Having already gained the upper hand, coupled with the attacks from several beast tamers, the Ironclaw tiger gradually showed signs of exhaustion. In one collision, it was knocked back by the Hellhound, and it stood there, roaring angrily at the group. The tiger's might was intimidating. Looking at the Ironclaw tiger, which was clearly at its wit's end, yet still ferociously aggressive, the expressions of the few changed slightly. The ferocity of this Ironclaw tiger is too intense. Not far away, Li Fati looked at the Ironclaw tiger, which bared its fangs, feeling a bit frightened. If this beast were to stay in the Silver Moon Forest, who knows how many people it would eat? The secret realm has guardians to protect the students' safety, and such a ferocious beast is the best choice to test the temperament of students who have just become beast tamers. Most students probably can't withstand this tiger's might. Beside him, Chunpeng spoke. He was much older than the others, and at this moment, looking at the Ironclaw tiger, he furrowed his brows. After saying this, Chunpeng glanced at Yi Fan, who had maintained a calm expression, and couldn't he help but praise him. The captain's temperament is extraordinary, seeing such a fierce beast. His expression hasn't changed at all. Not bad. Hearing this, Yi Fan shook his head slightly. Those who have seen a giant dragon's lament would not fear a ferocious tiger that is all bark and no bite before its death. All right, prepare to finish it. Do not let your guard down until we are certain of victory. Yi Fan waved his hand, lifting the dagger in his hand. Under the moonlight, the dagger emitted a silvery glow, and a sharpness flowed across it. This dagger was something Yi Fan bought for a small sum, made from some refined gold ore. It is extremely sharp and also very agile, quite suitable for someone with Yi Fan's combat style. As the voice fell, Yi Fan took the lead and charged towards the Iron Claw Tiger, with everyone's beasts following closely behind. Roar! The Iron Claw Tiger, faced with this scene, clearly realized that its end was near. It still roared in anger, opening its bloody maw to try to bite Yi Fan. This bite missed, but instead allowed Yi Fan's dagger to rotate and slice down along the tiger's raised throat. Rip! The sound of something being torn echoed as the dagger carved a deep wound visible to the bone, which further enraged the Iron Claw Tiger, causing it to turn around. Glaring at Yi Fan with eyes full of hatred, completely ignoring the other beasts, its iron claws lunging directly at Yi Fan. At this moment, it clearly understood that Yi Fan was the leader of this group, and its ferocity drove it to try to take Yi Fan down with it before it died. At this point, still trying to turn the tables, Yi Fan snorted coldly, raising his dagger. The iron claws clashed with the dagger, creating sparks. The immense force nearly toppled Yi Fan over, and he frowned, about to turn the dagger to slice at the Iron Claw Tiger's throat. When a loud shout rang out, "Evil Tiger, do not harm the captain!" Chun Peng charged in from the side, lightning bursting from his fists, bringing with it tremendous force, instantly creating a deafening sound, as if exploding the air itself. Clang! That punch landed solidly, and with it, the Iron Claw Tiger's massive form was directly knocked back, leaving a charred mark where the lightning struck. The next moment, several beast tamers rushed up, overpowering the exhausted Iron Claw Tiger. Phew, that was close. Watching the Iron Claw Tiger finally die, Chun Peng let out a sigh of relief, looking at his trembling fists. That punch just now should be the inch-bombing punch from the 100 Battle Fist, right? Yi Fan's voice sounded from beside him. Chun Peng looked up and saw Yi Fan with a slight smile in his eyes. The inch-bombing punch emphasizes explosive force in an instant, capable of delivering more than double the power. Your punch just now was already close to mastering it. Mastering body techniques is difficult, and you've come close to it in such a short time after getting the 100 Battle Fist. Not bad, Yi Fan said, then patted Chun Peng on the shoulder. Thanks for that just now. Hearing this, Chun Peng was slightly taken aback, watching Yi Fan walk towards the Iron Claw Tiger, his eyes gradually lighting up. We didn't come here just for the Spirit Pearl. Yi Fan shook his head slightly, observing the canyon, and soon his gaze locked onto a weedy area. Follow me. The good stuff we want is over here. Yi Fan beckoned, walking towards that spot, and the others quickly followed. This place seems like there's nothing, Li Fatty muttered while looking at the pile of withered yellow grass, but Yi Fan suddenly cleared the pile of grass, revealing a cave about half a person high. What? Li Fatty's expression changed slightly. Meanwhile, looking at the cave, Yi Fan's eyes showed a hint of a smile. Sure enough, this cave was still here, and whatever he had been thinking about for months in this trial secret realm must also be inside. Behind him, the others exchanged glances, but they also followed suit, bending down and entering the cave. The cave was dark and damp, with very little light, and the narrowness made a few people walking inside feel slightly uncomfortable. There won't be any beast tamers like blood-sucking bats in here, right? Li Fatsy's voice rang out, and the next moment, dozens of bright red eyes lit up above in the cave. Damn, this scene nearly scared Li Fatsy into fainting. He hurried to pull Yi Fan, only to hear Yi Fan's voice. These aren't blood-sucking bats, just low-grade cave bats, at most black iron grade 1. These beasts are naturally timid and won't bite. If they don't bite, then that's good. Hearing this, Li Fatsy breathed a sigh of relief, but looking at the densely packed red eyes above his head, he still felt a bit creeped out. He whispered to Yi Fan, "Yi Fan, are we there yet?" Soon, Yi Fan's voice came, and his pace suddenly quickened, with the others behind him quickly following suit. At a certain moment, stepping out, the originally narrow cave suddenly opened up, revealing a space like a secret chamber, with many glowing fruits growing on the walls, and the faint light converged in the center. There, like an altar, was a faint protrusion, on which a lotus-like spiritual plant was blooming. The petals opened, and strangely, they were not of a single color: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, 7 petals, 7 colors. Xuanji Lotus. Looking at the lotus in the center, Yi Fan's eyes lit up, and he quickly stepped forward to carefully pull it up by the roots. Chapter 96. Harvest. That group of kids seems to have found the hidden treasure in the secret realm. In the sky, watching the people who killed the Iron Claw Tiger and entered the cave, Yan's brows furrowed. Is there really a hidden treasure in the secret realm? Hearing this, the female guardian spoke up, seemingly puzzled. Then they must have obtained something good, right? This made the female guardian's expression change slightly. Since it's hidden, then there must be both good and bad aspects, Yin replied, unconsciously shaking his head. But since it's a treasure guarded by a silver grade 5 iron claw tiger, the items shouldn't be too bad. This kid must not know how he learned about the treasure location. Since he entered the secret realm, he has been preparing to come here, showing strong intent. Are you saying someone detected something in the secret realm and told Yifan? Hearing this, the female guardian speculated. But the secret realm is a confidential area. Besides us, who else has the qualification to stay here? Who else could it be? Yin snorted coldly. Zhen has access to all entrances and exits of the secret realm. Upon hearing this, the female guardian hesitated. Zhen has always been fair and impartial. He shouldn't favor Yifan, right? These self-righteous guys who claim to be fair and just are no different from us behind the scenes. The female guardian spoke up, looking at Yin, whose face was cold, and after a moment of contemplation, she said, if Zhen stands behind him, then it might be a bit difficult for us to deal with him. Are you going to take action personally? This surprised the female guardian, who quickly replied, we are the main force deployed in Ping City by the higher-ups. We have a bigger mission. There are many people in Ping City, and if we expose ourselves for a small matter, we won't expose ourselves. I will be careful. Yin shook his head, glancing at the female guardian, a hint of fear flickering in his eyes. You haven't experienced the great battle 40 years ago, so you don't know what the name Yi Zhantian means. If it weren't for him, the dynasty would have been restored long ago, 40 years ago. After so many years, we have finally infiltrated various cities, towns, and even villages again. The best opportunity for the dynasty's restoration has come. At this moment, we absolutely cannot allow a second Yi Zhantian to appear. Yifan, what exactly is the Xuanji Lotus? Why are you so happy? Outside the cave, walking in the canyon, Li Fatsi looked at Yifan, who still had a smile on his face and couldn't help but ask. An upgraded version of the inferior transformation fruit. Hearing this, Li Fatsi was shocked. The Xuanji Lotus can also enhance the bloodline of beasts? Yes. Yifan nodded, a hint of a smile at the corner of his eye. The Xuanji Lotus blooms once every 10 years, with 7 petals corresponding to the 7 basic elemental powers. Consuming the corresponding petal will enhance the grade of the beast. Can it be raised to the excellent grade? Li Fatsi quickly inquired. To go from elite to excellent, it requires 5 times. Since it blooms every 10 years, that means 50 years. Upon hearing Yifan's words, Li Fatsi's expression immediately deflated. 50 years? That's way too long. It's fine. Yifan smiled and shook his head. The time flow in my beast space is 30 to 1. 1 year equals 12 days. 10 years is only about 4 months. 5 times, 1.5 years. By then, I can raise all my beasts to the excellent grade, and even the people around me can have excellent grade beasts. You have to know that even the largest families and the most talented beast tamers will inevitably encounter a problem. The first beasts they tamed, due to bloodline grade restrictions, will lag behind the later tamed beasts, and they will try every means to make up for it. The inferior transformation fruit is fine. It's something that can be found. The Xuanji Lotus, however, is a rare spiritual plant, hard to come by. Even if obtained, the long maturation time is a hard constraint. Ultimately, the strength of the beasts won't keep up, and since the beast space is limited, once bound, they can't be replaced with other beasts, leading to waste in their beast space. Now that Yifan has obtained the Xuanji Lotus, with a unique beast space, it almost guarantees that all his beasts will reach the excellent grade in the future, perfectly avoiding this drawback. This enhancement is undoubtedly enormous, and for Yifan, who pursues perfection in this life, it is an essential choice. Fortunately, in this life, I can win. Looking at Li Fatsi beside him, Yifan narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but exhale. In his previous life, he also obtained the Xuanji Lotus, but he was chased into the cave by that iron claw tiger. In his panic, coupled with not knowing the value of the spiritual herbs, he hurriedly snatched some leaves from the Xuanji Lotus and fled while the iron claw tiger was asleep. At that time, he hadn't obtained the inferior transformation fruit and only had the fire dog. The leaves of the Xuanji Lotus had no effect when used, so he remained unaware of its rarity. For this reason, in this life, Yifan was very attentive to the Xuanji Lotus. Similarly, this was also why he was so familiar with the iron claw tiger. Yifan, since the Xuanji Lotus is so powerful, why is that iron claw tiger still at the elite grade? Wang Lingxi, who was beside him, suddenly thought of something and leaned over. Did it not discover this Xuanji Lotus? Of course, it discovered it. Otherwise, how could it reach silver grade 5? How could it choose this empty place as its lair? Yifan replied. As for why it is still at the elite grade, it could enter when it was small, but later on, as it grew stronger, its size increased, making it unable to enter. Chapter 97. So-called justice, it's not a total loss. Without that Xuanji Lotus, it wouldn't be as fierce as it is now. Yifan waved his hand. After a few days, hearing this, Yi Fan pondered slightly, and then smiled. Naturally, I will go find trouble with Jijia. He wants to find someone to kill me. Since his plan has been seen through by me, if I don't retaliate, it wouldn't be my style. Finding trouble with Jijia? Hearing this, Li Fatsi hesitated slightly. That Jijia has quite a few people around him. There are only 5 of us. We might suffer losses. We don't need to fight them head on. Just hurt them a bit is enough. Yi Fan waved his hand and patted Fatsi's shoulder. That is fine then. Hearing this, Li Fatsi nodded. The 5 of them moved forward, and before long, they gradually saw a figure appear on the path they came from, standing in the middle of the road like a tree. This person was the monkey-faced man who had been tied up by Li Fatsi earlier, and at this moment, it seemed he had been rescued by someone else. Seeing this scene, Yi Fan frowned, while Li Fati and the others immediately became vigilant. Who loosened your rope? Li Fati's voice rang out. Is it Jijia? The monkey-faced man shook his head quickly. No. After saying this, he looked at the others, clearly a bit scared, and hurriedly added, it was a classmate who saved me and told me to wait for you here, and then what? Li Fati pressed, still looking cautious. Then, to seek justice. A voice sounded, and then a tall figure walked out from behind a nearby tree. He was broad and sturdy, but had a scholarly air about him, wearing glasses. It's you? Upon seeing this figure, Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Chu Ji, you know me? Upon hearing Yi Fan's voice, the newly emerged Chu Ji was momentarily taken aback. I've heard a little, Yi Fan replied, a slight smile in his eyes. This guy was quite famous back in the day, known as a lone wolf, often stepping in to help when he saw injustice, always wanting to seek retribution, earning him the nickname Justice Brother, later simply called Chu Justice. His strength and talent were quite decent. In his previous life, he was once on par with Jijia, but his personality of helping others led him to offend many people. It was said that he was severely injured by a group of mercenaries hired by some enemies in Silvermoon Forest, and after that, he fell from grace. As Yi Fan thought of this Chu Justice, he felt a bit helpless and glanced at Li Ji, then slowly spoke. How do you intend to seek justice? You guys tied this classmate to a tree for no reason and blocked his mouth, so he couldn't call for help. Such behavior is tantamount to murder. Chu Ji spoke, his expression unchanged as he faced the group. According to the law, you should apologize and compensate this classmate. Wow, apologies and compensation have come. Upon hearing this, Li Fati couldn't hold back, raising his hand, wanting to point and scold Chu Ji. Fati. Yi Fan pressed down on Li Fati, shaking his head. Li Fati looked at Yi Fan, words unspoken, took a step back, but still grumbled. Chu Ji. Yi Fan finally spoke, looking at Chu Ji across from him. His tone not soft. Before you seek justice, do you understand the whole situation? The whole situation? Hearing this, Chu Ji was puzzled. Isn't the whole situation just that you guys tied this classmate to a tree? Humph. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan shook his head, his gaze shifting to the monkey-faced man. The monkey-faced man felt a shiver as the scene of being restrained by the gale eagle resurfaced. You tell Chu Ji what the whole situation is. Yi Fan spoke, his eyes slightly cold. This made the monkey-faced man feel a bit embarrassed. He glanced at Chu Ji and shrank back. He had originally wanted to leave, but now Chu Ji insisted on dragging him into seeking justice for being tied up by classmates. He could step up, but this justice wasn't on his side. After hesitating for a few seconds, the monkey-faced man's gaze caught Yi Fan's icy stare, which made him shiver again and hurriedly spoke. Chu Go. The situation is like this. Soon, the monkey-faced man clearly explained the entire incident, including how Jijia had spent a lot of money to kill Yi Fan, and he was monitoring their movements, revealing a series of events. As the monkey-faced man spoke, Chu Ji's expression gradually became a bit unnatural. So where's justice? Seeing this scene, Yi Fan spoke up. Chu Ji opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. He glanced at the monkey-faced man and shot him a fierce glare. Why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't give me a chance to explain. The monkey-faced man said, his voice trembling. I didn't grasp the whole situation and jump to conclusions on behalf of others. This matter is my fault. And I apologize to you, Yi Fan. It's fine. Seeing Chu Ji honestly admitting his mistake, Yi Fan waved his hand. But Jijia should be the one you seek justice from. Chu Ji added, then continued. Yi Fan, do you need my help? Consider it an apology for my earlier recklessness. You want to help me seek justice? Hearing this, Yi Fan looked a bit helpless, but soon nodded. If he could help, that would be good. All right. Chu Ji nodded and walked towards Yi Fan and his group. At this moment, the monkey-faced man was stiffened. When he saw Yi Fan's gaze sweeping towards him, he quickly pleaded, Brother Fan, spare me. Thank you, Brother Fan, thank you. The monkey-faced man seemed relieved and hurriedly spoke. Sparing you isn't without conditions. Yi Fan continued, his voice deep. Tomorrow morning, take me to find your base. Upon hearing this, the monkey-faced man hesitated, glancing at Yi Fan, and reluctantly said, if Ji Xiao knows that I led Brother Fan, I probably won't be able to stay at Pingcheng High School anymore. What? Do you really want to be GG's lackey for life? Yi Fan coldly snorted upon hearing this. As a Beastmaster, you should at least have some dignity. Instead of being like a beggar waiting for others to bestow favors. What kind of appearance is that? Yi Fan retorted, waving his hand. Do you know about the mercenary group? After going out, go to Shunyi. That is my mercenary group. Hearing this, the monkey-faced man was stunned, then repeatedly nodded, thanking Brother Fan for taking him in. Also, I don't like being called Brother Fan. You can either call me by my name or call me Captain. Yi Fan. Are you planning to recruit that monkey-faced man? On the way, Li Fatty walked beside Yi Fan and whispered, that monkey-faced man is GG's lackey. Why should we give him a chance? He's just a kid in his teens who hasn't made a big mistake yet. Giving him a chance isn't a big deal. Yi Fan shook his head. This guy has decent talent. If he can grow in the future, he could be useful. After saying this, Yi Fan paused, then added, of course, if he doesn't seize this opportunity, there won't be his second chance. I see. Hearing this, Li Fatty nodded, his gaze moving to the back, scanning Chu Ji, then hesitated. What about Chu Ji? He seems to be quite strong. Should we recruit him too? Hearing this, Yi Fan hesitated but then shook his head. Let it be. Why? Li Fatty was confused. Chu Ji is definitely better than the monkey-faced man. Sure, he's better. But he's always talking about justice and doing fair things. You should be able to see that. Yi Fan spoke, having experienced life and death in 2 lifetimes. His thoughts were already clear. After a brief silence, after some time, Yi Fan seemed to sigh. He is a good person, but in this world, where is absolute justice?